When Cheng Ming regained consciousness, he found himself lying on a tatami mat. Closing his eyes to sense his body, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Upon reflection, he realized that the vital energy within him had completely dissipated, prompting him to furrow his brow. Although there was another unknown force coursing through him, it paled in comparison to the potency of true energy. Lost in thought, he instinctively touched his nose, only to discover that his once calloused hands, worn from years of wielding a blade, had become surprisingly delicate. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He rushed to the opposite washstand and gazed into the mirror. The visage staring back was indeed youthful and fair, yet was unmistakably not his own. The reflection revealed a figure with flowing golden hair and striking blue eyes, as pure as aquamarine, with well-defined features. However, his disheveled hair and the rather outdated attire diminished the overall impression, lowering the figure's standing several notches. Cheng Ming felt an uncanny familiarity with his face, and then realized, could it be that he resembled Naruto Uzumaki from Naruto? Though Naruto did not sport such long hair in the series, and the iconic whisker marks were absent, Cheng Ming found himself pondering the implications. As he mused, his eyes suddenly closed, as if he had drifted into slumber. In truth, he was not asleep, he had merely come to the unsettling realization that he had entered an unfamiliar realm. Before him crouched a child, weeping inconsolably. Cheng Ming approached gently and asked, "Little one, why are you crying here?" The child looked up, and Cheng Ming's eyes widened in shock. It was none other than Naruto Uzumaki himself. With eyes resembling blue crystals, Naruto asked, "Big brother, are you the one occupying my body?" Cheng Ming replied, "I apologize, I am as bewildered as you are about how I ended up in this body." Naruto shook his head, reassuringly stating, "It's all right, big brother. Even if you hadn't come, I still wouldn't want to live." Cheng Ming, taken aback, inquired, "Why is that?" Naruto replied, "Almost everyone in Konoha wishes for my demise, except for Iruka Sensei. Even the third Hokage would surely eliminate me if I stepped out of line." Seeing Naruto's astute comprehension left Cheng Ming momentarily speechless. Indeed, Naruto had always been intelligent, though he had concealed his brilliance. As the scion of the fourth Hokage and one of the last heirs of the Uzumaki clan, how could he possibly be foolish? After all, it was no simpleton who could master techniques like the Rasengan and SS-strength ninjutsu. His apparent lack of intellect was merely a facade, a means to evade the scrutiny of the third Hokage. Who could have imagined that the once ridiculed Naruto Uzumaki, a figure of jest, was so remarkably astute? As a descendant of the fourth Hokage and an heir of the Uzumaki clan, how could he be anything but clever? Naruto smiled at the man before him and said, "Big brother, though I do not know who you are, I believe you can live a life more vibrant and remarkable than mine. I wish to survive, but I lack the courage to face the ugly faces of the villagers in Konoha once again. So, big brother, would you kindly live on in my stead?" Cheng Ming fell silent, stepping closer to Naruto and embracing him. "Very well, I shall bravely carry your life forward." Tears streamed down Naruto's face as he asked, "Can I call you brother?" Cheng Ming was reminded of his own brother, who had once shielded him from harm. Tears glistened in his eyes as he held Naruto tightly and replied, "Of course, from this moment on, you are my brother." Naruto exclaimed, "Thank you, brother." As Naruto began to fade away, Cheng Ming abruptly opened his eyes, now filled with bloodshot intensity, his face twisted in a fierce expression. 13 years of torment, 13 years of endurance, 13 years of disdain for my brother. Today, I shall make Konoha regret their actions. That I vow that until this debt is repaid, I shall not walk among men." As Naruto, still engulfed in sorrow, gazed upon the sky, an unexpected sight caught his attention. A divinatory wheel appeared, proclaiming, "Dear host, please select one from the options of fruit, weapon, item, companion, or ship. Failure to choose within 10 seconds will be considered a rejection. Please decide swiftly, or you shall forfeit this opportunity." Naruto, bewildered, shouted at the wheel, "What fruit? What weapon? What on earth are you talking about?" The wheel offered no response, merely counting down, 10, 9, 8. Gritting his teeth, Naruto thought, "If it's presented to me, I shall not refuse." "Fruit," he declared. The wheel then instructed, "Please spin the wheel." Failing to do so within 10 seconds will be deemed as forfeiting. 10. Without hesitation, Naruto spun the wheel, which began to whirl at an exhilarating pace before finally halting within a designated square. Suddenly, a small chest descended from the heavens. Upon opening it, Naruto discovered a brilliantly red, intricately patterned pineapple-shaped fruit nestled inside. Staring at the fruit, he felt his hands tremble. He was all too familiar with this. It was a devil fruit. Abruptly, the wheel announced, "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Mera Mera no Mi. Following this draw, the system will shut down for 1 month. Should you wish to try again, please wait a month." The wheel ceased its rotations. Naruto, still in disbelief, mused. Could it be that this will is feminine? Once a month, indeed. Smiling at the devil fruit in his hand, he thought, at last, I have a chance to contend for supremacy. Sarutobi, Danzo, Uchiha Madara, let us see who will emerge victorious in the end. Lost in thought, he swiftly consumed the Mera Mera no Mi. However, his serious expression crumbled into one of distress as he gagged for a while before exclaiming, "Damn, this is horrendously vile." He fainted. Upon awakening, Naruto found himself still lying there, initially believing it to have been a dream. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him. Closing his eyes, when he reopened them, he discovered flames enveloping his arms, yet astonishingly, he felt no burn, only warmth. As he reveled in this newfound sensation, he heard footsteps approaching. Hastily, he extinguished the flames. The door swung open, revealing a figure who exclaimed, "Naruto, you're awake. Why has your hair grown so long? And what happened to your beard?" Naruto beheld the newcomer, whose pink hair resembled cherry blossoms, cutely framed by a notably broad forehead that, rather than appearing unattractive, lent her an undeniable charm. At first glance, he recognized her as his teammate, Sakura Haruno, a beauty with modest ninjutsu skills, often regarded as merely a pretty face. Naruto regarded her silently as he began to change his attire. Blushing, Sakura stammered, "Naruto, you," before dashing out of the room. Unperturbed, Naruto continued to dress, only to realize that his clothing felt rather outdated. Furrowing his brow, he opted for a more stylish bathrobe and stepped outside, where he encountered his mentor, Kakashi Hitaki, alongside his other teammate, the Uchiha heir, Sasuke Uchiha. As Naruto strolled leisurely towards them, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura were left speechless at his appearance. With his hair tied back in a simple ponytail, it was undeniable that without his beard, Naruto bore a striking resemblance to the fourth Hokage, exuding an undeniable charm. Sakura mused to herself, "Wow, Naruto has grown quite handsome. No, I am fond of Sasuke. I must remain resolute." Sasuke let out a dismissive sound. Kakashi, lost in thought, reminisced about his mentor, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Indifferently, Naruto stated, "Let us go," and walked away without looking back. Throughout their journey, Naruto remained silent, walking quietly. Although Sasuke harbored questions, he was not one to speak excessively. Kakashi continued to dwell in his memories, offering no words. Sakura, unable to bear the silence, recalled how talkative Naruto had been before their arrival in the Land of Waves, and sought to enliven the atmosphere. However, since recovering from a high fever, Naruto had not uttered a single word. After a moment's contemplation, Sakura ventured, "We're about to return to Konoha. I will miss the Land of Waves." Meanwhile, Naruto pondered how to enhance his strength, finding little time to engage with her. Kakashi remained absorbed in his reflections. Sasuke merely grunted in response. Feeling awkward, Sakura fell silent. As the group approached Konoha, Naruto was lost in thoughts of strengthening himself, when suddenly, he heard Sakura exclaim, "We're finally back in Konoha. This place feels the most comfortable." Naruto looked up at a towering gate inscribed with Konoha Village. Upon entering, they made their way to the Hokage's office. Kakashi knocked on the door, and upon hearing "Please enter," he pushed the door open. Naruto caught sight of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the revered god of the shinobi world. The third Hokage raised his head, and was momentarily taken aback by the striking resemblance Naruto bore to Minato. Kakashi, understanding the situation, declared, "Team 7 has successfully completed this mission." The third Hokage, not one to be easily flustered, quickly regained his composure upon Kakashi's reminder and stated, "Congratulations on the successful completion of your mission." Sakura cheered joyfully, and even Sasuke couldn't help but display a hint of a smile. Naruto, however, remained cold and unresponsive. The third Hokage noted Naruto's demeanor, recalling how the old Naruto would have been exuberant. Today, he was chillingly composed, as if he had transformed into a different person. He exchanged a glance with Kakashi, signaling him to stay behind for further discussion. Kakashi nodded subtly. Naruto observed these small gestures, but chose not to comment. The third Hokage spoke of trivial matters before dismissing them. Walking through the streets, Naruto could hear whispers and pointed fingers directed at him. He clenched his fists and walked slowly, thinking, "You foolish villagers, just wait until I possess strength. Then who will dare to point fingers at me?" Arriving home, he could no longer contain his frustration and slammed his fist against the wall, darkly muttering, "Danzo, once I gain power, you will be the first to fall. Then let us see who dares to point at me." Suppressing his anger, he began training with the fire fruit. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, smoking, turned his back to Kakashi and remarked, "What has caused Naruto to become so indifferent?" Kakashi replied, "When Naruto witnessed me personally kill that girl named Haku, he suddenly fainted and was plagued by a lingering fever. When he awoke, his hair had grown long, and the stubble on his face had vanished. That was when he began to become distant. Perhaps his mindset has yet to adjust." The third Hokage took a puff of smoke and lamented, "Over the years, we have wronged Naruto. Thus, it falls upon you to adjust his mindset." Kakashi remarked, "Hello." The third Hokage sighed as he gazed upon the Hokage rock. Upon returning home, Naruto's first task was to thoroughly clean every corner of his residence, for no one wishes to dwell in a home akin to a heap of refuse. After tidying up, Naruto intended to practice the abilities conferred by the flame fruit, as he had long been enamored with the allure of natural-type devil fruits. Just envision the formidable power of those signature moves. However, as he prepared to hone his skills, he suddenly sensed that someone was watching him. Cheng Ming, once the world's third-ranked assassin, could hardly be classified as such due to his youth, which made it difficult to compare him with the first and second. Nonetheless, Cheng Ming had stated that until one had faced the top contenders, victory or defeat remained a 50-50 proposition. This was no jest at their level. Unless one possessed 1,000% certainty, they would refrain from engaging in combat. After all, should one fail to eliminate their opponent, they would have to live in constant fear, questioning if their meal was poisoned or similar concerns. When an assassin reaches a certain level of mastery, they develop an acute awareness. For instance, the sensation of being watched, coupled with the murderous intent of an adversary, becomes palpable. Although it may seem esoteric, it is indeed true. At this moment, Naruto sensed the scrutiny upon him. Upon further examination, he detected no ninjas in the vicinity, indicating that the third Hokage was monitoring him through a crystal ball. Temporarily abandoning his practice, Naruto lay down on his bed and drifted into slumber. The third Hokage observed as Naruto succumbed to sleep and promptly turned the crystal to another location. Unbeknownst to him, the instant he shifted the view, Naruto sprang up. With a sly smirk, he began to delve into the intricacies of the flame fruit. Over the past few days, Naruto had engaged in D-rank missions from morning until afternoon. In the evenings, after dinner, he devoted his time to mastering the flame fruit and refining his ninjutsu. Although others claimed Naruto's ninjutsu was lacking, effective application of techniques like the shadow clone jutsu could indeed prove advantageous. Never underestimate the fundamental ninjutsu. Many advanced techniques are derived from these basic skills. This morning, as per their usual routine, they awaited Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke stood with his hands tucked into his pockets, exuding a nonchalant demeanor as the gentle breeze tousled his hair. Sakura gazed dreamily at Sasuke, oblivious to her surroundings. Naruto leaned against a power pole with his eyes closed, his cloak fluttering freely in the wind, his long hair dancing in the breeze, giving him the appearance of an innocent child. Suddenly, a voice broke the tranquility. My apologies, I seem to have lost my way in life." Sakura exclaimed, "You're lying." Naruto opened his eyes and said, "Kakashi-sensei, you've used that excuse at least 27 times. Can't you come up with a different one?" Kakashi chuckled, scratching his head. I see I've been discovered." Abruptly, he shifted to a serious expression and stated, "Now, I have something important to tell you." Seeing Kakashi's grave demeanor, Naruto and the others instinctively adopted a serious attitude as well. Kakashi continued, "We have received a notification regarding the upcoming Chunin selection exam to be held next month. I have procured a registration form for you. It is entirely up to you whether or not to participate." With that, he distributed the forms to them. Naruto and his companions accepted the challenge. Kakashi, with a tone of caution, advised, I recommend you refrain from participating, as this year's examination is significantly more stringent than usual. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to withdraw." Upon hearing this, Sasuke glared fiercely at Kakashi and declared, "The honor of the Uchiha clan forbids me from retreating." With that, he promptly inscribed his name. Sakura, witnessing Sasuke's resolve, felt compelled to follow suit. Kakashi interjected once more, stating, "This could end badly. It might even lead to death." Sakura hesitated. Naruto then turned to Kakashi, inquiring, "Sensei, may I ask a question?" Kakashi, maintaining his composure, replied casually, "Sure, go ahead, Naruto." Naruto continued, "Are there numerous strong contenders this year?" Sakura was taken aback, expecting Naruto to ask just how formidable they were. Sasuke fixated his gaze on Kakashi. After a moment, Kakashi responded earnestly, "Indeed, this year boasts an exceptional number of geniuses." Suddenly, Naruto erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Now this is exciting. If they were all rookies, it would hardly pique my interest." Sakura shot him a disapproving look, saying, "Naruto, have some dignity. You're a rookie too, and a rather incompetent one at that." She chuckled softly. Naruto retorted, "At least I'm better than a certain vase. When confronted with Zabuza, you screamed and trembled. What does your academic performance matter? Can you guarantee you can defeat me now, you fragile vase?" Fuming, Sakura replied, "Naruto." Kakashi intervened, saying, "Let us all refrain from unnecessary remarks." Naruto coldly regarded Kakashi, asserting, "I refuse to acknowledge this vase as my teammate. She lacks the qualifications. In the examination arena, she would only hinder us." This statement deeply pained Sakura. Kakashi admonished, "Naruto, that's enough." Ignoring the tension, Naruto turned to Sasuke, stating, "Uchiha Sasuke, I hope to face you in the Chunin exams." Sasuke, with sincerity, replied, "I too look forward to our confrontation, Naruto." With his back to Kakashi, Naruto declared, "I'm heading back now. For the next month, I will focus on enhancing my strength. Let us suspend our missions for the time being." With that, he turned and departed. Sasuke echoed Kakashi's sentiment, saying, "I too will be leaving. Let us pause our missions." As he passed by Sakura, he paused momentarily to say, "Naruto is right. You must put in more effort, otherwise, you will only drag us down." He then exited with a nonchalant demeanor. Hearing Sasuke's words, Sakura collapsed against the wall in tears. Kakashi felt overwhelmed. The once united Team 7 had devolved into this. Yet, as their mentor, he felt compelled to comfort Sakura first. As Naruto walked down the street, he initially considered adopting Sasuke's restraint, but then he realized that life is but a fleeting journey of a few decades. If he were to live merely as a servant for survival, it would be better not to live at all. Either one must endure and compromise in life, or opt for a life of battle and resilience. Naruto undeniably chose the latter. He would rather die fighting than kneel in submission. If that were the case, he might as well boldly acknowledge his transformation. He need not adhere strictly to the original narrative. After all, a traveler from another time is meant to alter the future. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure, a ninja with a gourd standing in front of a shop. Above the entrance was the sign for Ichiraku Ramen. As soon as Naruto laid eyes on him, he recognized Gaara of the Sand from the Land of Wind. Gaara sensed that someone was observing him, and he abruptly turned to face a striking young boy clad in a yukata and a golden cloak. Gaara felt an inexplicable kinship, particularly in the air of solitude that surrounded them. Naruto gazed at him and introduced himself, saying, "Pleased to meet you. I am Naruto Uzumaki from the Land of Fire." Gaara replied, "I am Gaara of the Sand from the Land of Wind." In that moment, all brilliance converged upon these two youths, and the wheel of fate had begun to turn. Naruto looked at Gaara and asked, "Aren't you going in? The ramen there is quite good." Gaara, with a cold demeanor, replied, "No, thank you." Naruto shrugged and turned away, aware that despite it being the Chunin exams, numerous Umbu were watching him closely. Suddenly, Gaara called out from behind, "You are like me. I hope to encounter you in the Chunin exams, Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto smiled and said, "You will, Gaara of the Sand." Before continuing on his way home, Gaara watched Naruto's disappearing figure and couldn't help but smile. He quickly realized his lapse in composure and immediately masked his smile, seeking out Kankuro and the others. He witnessed the scene where Sasuke knocked the stones from Kankuro's hand. Gaara used his body flicker technique to appear beside Sasuke and coldly remarked, "Could you please refrain from this, friend?" Sasuke looked at Gaara, pondering how he had arrived so swiftly by his side. Subsequently, as depicted in the original narrative, They exchanged names before parting ways. Upon returning home, Naruto commenced his physical training with push-ups and sit-ups. Without a robust physique, even the mightiest ninjutsu would ultimately lead to a fate as fleeting as that of Uchiha Itachi. He reflected on Madara's appearance, knowing that no one could rival his prowess. Naruto resolved that this time, he would defeat Gaara without relying on the Nine Tails. Although Neji and Lee were formidable, they remained beneath Naruto's notice. His sole focus during the Chunin exam was Gaara, unbeknownst to Naruto. This Chunin exam diverged from the events portrayed in the anime. Since the moment of his arrival, history had already begun to shift, though Naruto remained oblivious to this fact. For an entire month, Naruto had not stepped outside, dedicating himself to rigorous training in his room or honing his mastery of the flame fruit. His strength underwent a remarkable transformation. Finally, he opened the door to behold the blinding sunlight, squinting momentarily before closing it again, and set forth towards the Chunin exam venue. This scene unfolded similarly for Sakura and Sasuke as they arrived at their meeting point, nodding at each other in acknowledgement. At the first examination site, they witnessed Lee and his companions being beaten. Just as Sasuke was about to step forward, Naruto halted him. Sasuke, puzzled, looked at Naruto, who remarked, "Did you not notice they are merely acting? It's to impress upon others the difficulty of the Chunin exams and deter them from participating." Sasuke glanced around and saw that some candidates who had arrived before them were already in a state of confusion. Naruto suggested, "Let us go in." The two Chunin, transformed from their former ranks, addressed Naruto and his friends, saying, "You've come to the wrong examination site. You should leave at once." Naruto replied, "Will you allow us to enter?" The two Chunin were incensed by Naruto's audacious tone. One of them retorted, "No, we want tea." In an instant, Naruto appeared before them, delivering a powerful punch to their stomachs. Two Chunin were caught completely off guard, crashing into the wall. Naruto retracted his fist and declared, "I only say what I mean once." He then turned to Sasuke and Sakura, saying, "Let us go." Sasuke, regaining his composure, remarked, "Naruto seems increasingly eager for a bout with you." Naruto responded with a smile, "I feel the same." Sakura, observing Naruto's remarkable growth, couldn't he help but feel a surge of self-doubt. Initially, Naruto had not intended to concern himself with Sakura, but witnessing her current state made him fear that she might be eliminated in the first round of the exam. Her elimination was inconsequential, but if one person withdrew, the entire team would be disqualified. Contemplating this, Naruto approached Sakura and gazed at her. Sakura, lost in her thoughts, anticipated yet another discouraging remark from him. However, Naruto looked at her with unwavering determination and said, "Don't be afraid. I will protect you." As Sakura reflected on her past, she recalled moments when her parents would pick her up, only to see Naruto sitting alone on the swing. She remembered how she used to like him, enduring his noisy outbursts, all the while thinking about the time when Sasuke ignored her and she lashed out at Naruto, who patiently endured her temper. Was Naruto inferior to Sasuke? Perhaps he was simply a bit slower. Thinking of the moment when Sasuke was knocked down by a masked boy, her mind was consumed with thoughts of Sasuke, while Naruto, who was also injured, had never crossed her mind. What must Naruto have felt during that time? Lost in her thoughts, Sakura began to cry. Upon seeing her tears, Naruto felt helpless, for he had never consoled a girl before. He reached into his coat pocket and retrieved a handkerchief, offering it to Sakura to wipe her tears. Observers looked on, envious of Sakura for having such a handsome and gentle boyfriend. As Naruto presented the handkerchief, Sakura gazed at him, momentarily entranced by his presence. Though they did not notice, she saw the sunlight glinting off his golden hair, illuminating his slender face, and his eyes, pure and clear like blue crystals. His straight nose and exquisitely shaped lips exuded an undeniable aura of nobility and grace. He was nothing short of a prince fallen to earth. Just as Sakura was lost in her reverie, the moment was abruptly interrupted by a boy with thick eyebrows, who approached and asked, "Are you Sakura?" "I am Rock Lee, but you can call me Lee. Would you be my girlfriend? I will protect you." He flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. Sakura felt a surge of anger, thinking, "How dare you interrupt?" Yet, fearing she might come off as too aggressive and knowing Naruto might dislike her for it, she was unaware that her affections had shifted from Sasuke to Naruto. Taking a small step back, she responded expressionlessly to Lee, "I'm sorry, but I dislike thick eyebrows." Lee promptly fell to the ground, drawing circles in the dirt. His two teammates, maintaining their distance, pretended not to know him as they looked around. Naruto turned to Sasuke and said, "Let us go, Sasuke." Sasuke nodded in agreement. Sakura called out, "Wait for me, Sasuke." At that moment, one of Lee's companions addressed Sasuke and Naruto, asking, "What are your names?" With an air of arrogance, Sasuke proclaimed, "Shouldn't you introduce yourself before inquiring about others' names?" Lee's companion retorted, "You." But Naruto, with a dismissive tone, interjected, "I have no interest in knowing the name of someone defeated by that waste." He continued, "Of course, you are not worthy of knowing our names. Sakura, let's go." With that, he turned to leave. Lee's companion, unable to contain himself, shouted, "You jerk, halt." Naruto paid him no heed, continuing on his path. Just as Lee's companion prepared to take action, a girl from their team grasped the boy's arm, saying, "Niji, it's not worth it." The boy named Niji scoffed, and the girl addressed Lee, "Lee, let us go." Lee responded, "Tintin, Niji, you go ahead. I still have a matter to confirm." Tintin reluctantly replied, "Take care of yourself," and departed with Niji. As Naruto and his companions approached the examination venue, they heard a voice call out, "The three ahead, could you please stop?" They turned to see the bushy-browed Lee standing before them, declaring, "I am here to ascertain the strength of this year's newcomers. You do not object, do you? I have heard that the strongest is someone named Uchiha Sasuke. Is that you?" Sasuke stepped forward, stating, "I am indeed Uchiha Sasuke." Lee then leapt down, requesting, "I must challenge you. Allow me to gauge the caliber of this year's rookies." Sasuke, with an air of superiority, replied, "Since you have the audacity to challenge an Uchiha, I shall grant you this opportunity." Lee announced to Sasuke, "I am coming at you." Sasuke nodded in acknowledgement without verbal response. Naruto suggested to Sakura, "Let us stand back a bit." Sakura nodded and retreated alongside Naruto. Sasuke focused intently on Lee, and suddenly, Lee vanished from sight. Just as Sasuke turned to react, he was sent sprawling by a kick. Lee stood over the fallen Sasuke, taunting, "Is this the level of the Uchiha clan?" Sasuke, lowering his head, rose and declared, "You are formidable, but before these eyes, no ninjutsu or jinjutsu can escape detection." He then sharply lifted his gaze. Lee, taken aback by the sight of Sasuke's blood-red eyes adorned with two tomo, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is this the legendary Sharingan?" Sasuke, with a proud demeanor, affirmed, "Indeed. This is the legendary Sharingan. No matter your jinjutsu, ninjutsu, or any trickery, there is nowhere to hide." Lee, maintaining a smile, replied, "Is that so? I do not believe it." In an instant, he vanished once more. Sasuke scanned his surroundings, front, back, left, right, finding nothing. Then he looked up, suddenly hearing a voice from below. "Actually, I am right beneath you." Before Sasuke could process this, he was kicked upward. Lee then leapt after him, fingers poised, exclaiming, "Shadow dance in the void." As the bandages around his hands unfurled, Naruto turned to Sakura, asking, "Did you see his hands?" Initially confused, Sakura glanced up and gasped, "What is this?" Suddenly, two shuriken flew in, pinning the bandages to the wall. A voice then shouted, "Stop it, Lee." A turtle wearing a Chunin forehead protector appeared. Then, Xiao Li abruptly halted, flipped over, and landed steadily, while Sasuke fell to the ground. Ignoring the others, Xiao Li addressed the tortoise, saying, "Teacher Kai." Sakura turned to Naruto and asked, "Is that tortoise's teacher?" Naruto shook his head, replying, "No." Suddenly, a cloud of smoke billowed up, revealing a figure that resembled Xiao Li, only older. He had the same watermelon hairstyle, thick eyebrows, and attire, with the only difference being the addition of a Jonin jacket. Xiao Li bowed his head and ran to Kai, saying, "I'm sorry, Teacher Kai." Kai punched Xiao Li, sending him flying, exclaiming, "You brat, Xiao Li." Lying on the ground, Xiao Li gazed at Kai with his big, watery eyes. Unable to contain himself, Kai embraced Xiao Li, lamenting, "Are you all right, Xiao Li?" Xiao Li reciprocated and hugged Kai from behind, saying, "I'm sorry, Teacher Kai." Naruto suddenly felt that this scene lacked emotional depth, merely sensing that there was something more between the two. The Jonin, named Kai, remarked, "Are you the disciples of my eternal rival, Kakashi?" Sakura inquired, "Do you know Teacher Kakashi?" Kai suddenly vanished from their sight, only to appear behind them, stating, "I am stronger than Kakashi." He flashed a bright smile, showcasing his pearly white teeth. Naruto, indifferent, replied, "Is there something you need? If not, we're off to the exam." With that, he pulled Sakura and Sasuke along. Sakura, blushing as she felt Naruto's grip, was lost in her thoughts. Sasuke kept his head lowered. As they walked, Naruto said, Feeling a bit reluctant, are you? Sasuke nodded slightly. Naruto turned to him and asked, do you know what we just witnessed? He then addressed Sakura. What did you see on that thick-browed guy's hands? Sakura, serious, responded. His hands were covered in scars. Sasuke looked at Naruto in confusion, who explained, those are the scars from daily training. While we rest, he tirelessly practices his taijutsu. When you bask in your glory as the top of your class, he is drenched in sweat. His effort is tenfold compared to ours. Sasuke stared at Naruto in astonishment. Naruto then said coldly, get your mindset straight. If the Uchiha clan gives up after a little setback, then you should no longer call yourself Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke turned away, awkwardly stating, I will get it together. Naruto nodded, affirming, that's more like it, and stepped inside first. Sakura and Sasuke followed closely behind him. Unbeknownst to them that they had already formed a core around Naruto. They encountered their teacher Kakashi at the entrance, and Naruto greeted, Teacher Kakashi, we have arrived. Kakashi nodded, saying, I knew you would come. You are my best students, so be brave as you enter. Naruto looked at the two of them and advised, trust your partners behind you. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged a glance and nodded resolutely. Then, Naruto pushed the door open. Sasuke and Sakura followed him inside, where they found a crowd staring at them. Suddenly, a figure lunged forward, embracing Sasuke, exclaiming, Sasuke, I missed you so much. Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at her. She had a pale yellow single ponytail and a pointed, adorable face. She was indeed a very charming girl. Suddenly, a boy with a spiky hairstyle approached and remarked, I didn't expect you to be here as well. Accompanying him was a chubby boy munching on potato chips. Just then, another boy, his head adorned with a dog, approached and said, I can't believe you, Shikamaru, the one who despises trouble, is here too. His two companions followed suit. One was a heavily disguised individual wearing sunglasses, seemingly fearful of revealing his face, while the other was an adorably shy girl. At that moment, the boy with the dog on his head pointed at Naruto and inquired, by the way, Sakura, who is he, and what about Naruto? Naruto, taken aback, retorted, Kiba, I'm standing right in front of you, and you still wonder who I am? Kiba stared blankly, asking what? You are Naruto? Shikamaru and the others gazed at Naruto in astonishment. Naruto rolled his eyes and quipped, no, I'm not. Yes, you are, came the reply. While Naruto was speaking, a girl with light yellow hair suddenly noticed that she had been holding Sasuke for quite some time, without even casting a glance at Sakura, who seemed to be occasionally glancing at Naruto. She pondered, could it be that she likes Naruto? Are you really Uzumaki Naruto? A stunning girl with flowing crimson hair approached, momentarily leaving Naruto speechless. She possessed a cascade of beautiful red hair that gracefully fell, delicate eyebrows, lustrous dark eyes, a petite nose, and translucent red lips, all framed by a charmingly angular face, making her appear doll-like, a true masterpiece of divinity. Naruto felt an inexplicable warmth towards her, akin to a long-lost relative. Sakura observed Naruto's unwavering gaze on the girl, who reciprocated with an equally intense stare, seemingly exchanging unspoken sentiments. If Naruto were aware of Sakura's thoughts, he might have slapped his forehead in disbelief, marveling at her vivid imagination. Looking at her, he asked, who are you? Why do I feel such a familiar aura about you? Kiba, overhearing this, rolled his eyes, thinking, with your charm, how could you possibly know her? Meanwhile, he lamented that the girl hadn't approached him, the dashing figure he believed himself to be. As he pondered this, he attempted to groom his hair, only to realize that Akamaru was perched atop his head, leaving him to merely fluff his disheveled locks. The red-haired girl introduced herself. My name is Uzumaki Kyuka. Upon hearing her name, everyone turned to look at Naruto. He furrowed his brow and asked, are you from the Uzumaki clan? Kyuka nodded affirmatively. What brings you here, Kyuka? A haughty voice interjected, belonging to a green-haired individual whose pallor suggested a life of excess. Beside him stood a blue-haired boy, equally boastful. Kyuka glanced at them and replied, do I need to report my activities to you? The green-haired boy's expression darkened as he muttered, this brat will soon kneel before me, begging for mercy. Kyuka, is there a master among us? What use is it for you to mingle in this lowly circle? You are at least one of the 4 princesses. A voluptuous girl with golden hair spoke discontentedly to Kyuka. Behind her, 2 companions watched the front girl with glistening eyes, clearly captivated. Kyuka, noticing the girl's earlier expressionless demeanor, revealed a charming smile as she took her hand and led her to Naruto, saying, this is my cousin, Uzumaki Naruto. This is Raikage's sister, Yumming, she speaks her mind. So don't take offense, cousin. Naruto spoke calmly. It's nothing, for in the world of ninjas, strength is the only currency. The weak can only tremble in the shadows, awaiting the judgment of the powerful. Upon hearing this, the girl named Yu Ming couldn't help but smile brightly and said, I find myself intrigued by you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yu Ming of the Raikage clan. With that, she extended her hand. Naruto reciprocated the gesture, replying, It is a pleasure to meet you, Naruto Uzumaki of the Uzumaki clan. By the way, what is this talk of the fourth princess? Yu Ming raised an eyebrow at him and remarked, You don't even know about the fourth princess? Naruto, unperturbed, admitted his ignorance. Just as Yu Ming was about to elaborate, she explained that the fourth princesses were as follows. Uzumaki Kyuin of the Fire Nation's Uzumaki clan. Mizunohara Saren of the Water Nation's Mizunohara clan. Yu Ming of the Raikage clan from the Lightning Nation, and Aoyan Ryuin of the Earth Nation's Aoyan clan. As they spoke, two girls approached, one with azure hair, obsidian eyes, and a flawless complexion that seemed almost ethereal. The other, clad in indigo, possessed matching hair and eyes, exuding an air of serenity. The girl in blue remarked, There is a princess from the Wind Nation, but she lacks strength, which is why she is absent from our rankings. However, a formidable figure arose, a Shura known as Gaara, who carries a gourd on his back. Kyuin, spotting the two girls, exclaimed in surprise, Saren, Ryuin, you have come as well. Mizunohara Saren shrugged and replied, What can I say? It was for the money. Kyuin chuckled at this. Ryuin sighed, Do you think I had any choice? Kyuin nodded in understanding, while Naruto reflected on the multitude of characters present for this exam, far surpassing those in the manga, causing a smile to spread across his face. Nearby, a youth with green hair, displeased by Kyuin's earlier comments, noticed Naruto's smile and mistakenly assumed it was directed at him. He leaped up, pointing an accusing finger at Naruto, shouting, Hey, you with the golden hair. What is so funny? Naruto, casting a disdainful glance at him, replied, What I find amusing is none of your concern. Infuriated, the boy jumped up, never having experienced such disrespect before. He immediately performed hand seals and unleashed a fire release, great fireball technique, towards Naruto. No one anticipated that a mere exchange of words would escalate to violence. Kyuin, witnessing Naruto engulfed in flames, glared at the boy, declaring, You are seeking death. Just as she prepared to retaliate, Yu Ming intervened, saying, Kyuin, stand down. Kyuin fixed Yu Ming with a glare akin to that of a corpse. Yu Ming offered no explanation, merely insisting on stopping her from seeking revenge. In her fury, Kyuin considered eliminating Yu Ming as well. Yu Ming, observing the scene, couldn't help but smile wryly, saying, It appears he is unharmed. Kyuin, noticing a figure standing amidst the flames, hesitated and lowered her hands from the hand seals. Suddenly, a brazen voice declared, Playing with fire before me? You are quite naive. To everyone's astonishment, they witnessed all the flames being consumed by him. After finishing, Naruto wiped his mouth and remarked, That was truly tasteless fire. Are you done attacking, or shall I wait? In an instant, Naruto vanished from sight. Yu Ming pointed, exclaiming, Look there. They saw Naruto gripping the green-haired boy's hand, stating, Fool, you should not have struck. Is this what you pride yourself on? Suddenly, flames erupted from his hands, scorching both of his arms. The green-haired youth writhed in agony, instilling fear in everyone around due to Naruto's methods. Some timid individuals huddled together, trembling in fear. Only Raijin stared at Naruto with a flushed face, as if he had discovered a cherished toy. Just as Naruto contemplated ending his life, a voice interjected, urging him to cease, warning of the trouble that would ensue if he were to kill here. Naruto turned around, and the onlookers beheld a gaze filled with murderous intent, signaling that anyone who dared to obstruct him would meet the same fate. The bespectacled senior stood frozen, yet mustered the courage to speak. You should stop. He is the nephew of a powerful lord from the land of fire. If you kill him, you will face repercussions. Naruto coldly retorted, If I don't kill him, there won't be any trouble. Since trouble is inevitable, why not? The senior was taken aback. Everyone knew the notorious reputation of the lord's nephew, a bully who sought vengeance for any grievance. Naruto's reasoning was indeed sound. The green-haired youth declared, I won't hold a grudge, absolutely not. Yet, he secretly plotted revenge upon returning home. Naruto noticed the malice in his eyes and smiled, suddenly proclaiming, You know, the dead are the most trustworthy. The crowd stared at Naruto in disbelief. Was this still the naive Naruto they once knew? Shang Yun observed her cousin, initially feeling resistance, but soon became captivated by his newfound manliness, her cheeks flushed with curiosity. Just as Naruto was about to strike, 3 Umbu appeared, commanding him to halt in the name of the Hokage. The crowd assumed this meant the conflict was over. However, Naruto's thoughts were tumultuous. Where were they when he was burned? Now that he intended to slay the Lord's nephew, they chose to intervene. Was his life less valuable than the boy's? Disappointment surged within him towards the 3rd Hokage, and his anger towards Konoha intensified. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, revealing a convergence of 5 stars in his left eye, while his right eye appeared hollow, a mere shadow of its former self. Those familiar with anime would recognize this as the fabled Sharingan and the Deadly Eye. Yet, those present were oblivious to this fact. Gripping the boy's head, Naruto sneered. Do you think this will save you? How naive. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will not allow anyone I wish to kill to live. Prepare to perish. With that, he incinerated the boy entirely. The Umbu, witnessing this, exclaimed, Uzumaki Naruto, you dare to kill in plain sight. To which Naruto, standing proudly, replied, I am currently in the midst of an examination. Would you prefer I escort you out, or shall you leave of your own accord? The Umbu warned him not to be so arrogant. Naruto arrogantly countered, I possess the right to be audacious. Do you? One of the Umbu could no longer contain himself and unleashed a water release technique. Naruto laughed, saying, Fool, do you think you can subdue me with mere water? What a joke. Flames erupted from his hands as he struck with a punch, dispersing the water technique effortlessly. Due to Naruto's flame fruit, although it is restrained by water, the effectiveness still depends on the wielder of the water technique. If it were the 2nd Hokage, it would be an instant annihilation of the current Naruto. However, if it is an Umbu member who casts it, the power would be significantly inferior. In a location devoid of water, the technique's potency is already diminished, and considering that this Umbu is not at the level of a Kage, merely an ordinary Jonin, and not specialized in water techniques, the water jutsu he unleashed was pitifully weak, easily extinguished by a single punch. Observing this Umbu as one might regard an ant, Naruto remarked, Is this your strength? If this is all you've got, perhaps you should consider your own demise. In an instant, Naruto appeared before him, poised to deliver a fiery blow, when suddenly, his hand was restrained by a man bearing a scar on his face. He said, Vortex Naruto, stand down. Naruto replied in a low tone, Why? Why do you insignificant pests continually obstruct us? Do you think I hesitate to eliminate you? The scarred man looked at Naruto and stated, If you cease your actions now, you can continue the exam. If not, do not blame me for sending you to the Hokage. Naruto narrowed his eyes and scoffed, Do you think you are worthy of that? The scarred man, unfazed, replied, Do as you will. Their gaze locked. Sakura felt an unfamiliarity in Naruto and grasped his hand, pleading, Naruto, please don't act impulsively. Focus on the exam. Upon hearing Sakura's words, Naruto huffed and extinguished the flames in his hand, causing the scarred man to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, another Umbu member interjected. Come with me to see Lord Danzo. The scarred man swiftly struck him down to the ground, scolding, Naruto is right. Only the foolish endure. You lack the strength to threaten him. I've seen foolishness, but yours is unparalleled. Naruto, witnessing the altercation, addressed the scarred man. Had you not intervened, I would have killed him. Then he turned to the fallen Umbu, saying, Consider yourself fortunate. If not for him, you would likely be a lifeless corpse. With that, he returned to his designated examination seat. The scarred man was about to call for someone to remove the body of the green-haired individual when Naruto interjected. He is not dead. I merely inflicted severe injuries on him. The scarred man realized that this young boy had some restraint in his actions and instructed the medical team to take the injured away for treatment. I shall introduce myself. My name is Ibiki. I am a Jonin and also the examiner for your test today, he announced. Now, I will outline the rules of the examination. First, no cheating is permitted. If one person cheats, the entire team will be disqualified. Second, Naruto glanced at the test questions and thought, this is absurd. These questions are elementary. In his previous life, he was an assassin. Manners, machinery, culture, and language were all essential studies. While the exam questions may be challenging for others, they were exceedingly simple for Naruto, almost an affront to his intelligence. He completed the questions in 30 minutes, raising his head to see his teammates staring wide-eyed at the front. Amused, Naruto wondered, If the person in front were to tear up the exam paper in frustration, would Sasuke follow suit? It was then he noticed Hinata Niji activating his Byakugan to sneak a glimpse at the answers. Naruto contemplated the Byakugan, deeming it an extraordinary advantage. Possessing such a skill would have ensured perfect scores in examinations. Observing Ino's transformation, Kiba's incessant barking, and Gar's third eye, he could not help but marvel at the unique talents displayed by each participant. Was the exam truly this challenging? He noticed Reikijum diligently writing, seemingly without copying, and recalled that she had children. However, upon glimpsing the glistening liquid at the corner of her mouth, he realized she had not been writing at all. She had simply succumbed to sleep. Naruto's mind was clouded with frustration. Then, Ibiki announced the 10th question, inquiring if anyone wished to withdraw. Some uncertain ninjas opted out. Noting that the numbers were dwindling, Naruto interjected, "Examiner, there is no need for further inquiries. Those remaining are all elite, devoid of cowards." The resolute expressions on everyone's faces elicited a bittersweet smile from Ibiki, who thought to himself that Naruto had a penchant for stirring trouble. He then declared, "Congratulations. You have all passed." Temari stood and asked, "What about the questions we answered earlier?" Ibiki clarified, "Those questions were designed to assess your information-gathering skills." Suddenly, a voluptuous woman clad in a fishnet outfit, draped in a trench coat, appeared before them, stating, "There is no time for celebration. I am your examiner for the second round, Mitarashi Anko, and we shall commence the next competition immediately." The lack of response left Anko momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Ibiki chimed in, "No one is paying you any mind." Anko glanced around and asked, "How many groups did Ibiki pass?" To which he replied, "A total of 26 groups." Anko, astonished, remarked, "So many? Rest assured, at least half will be eliminated in the second round." Her chilling laughter echoed, leaving the candidates in stunned silence. At least half would be cut? How arduous could the second round possibly be? Yet, Naruto felt a surge of excitement. He longed for the thrill of combat once more. In his past life as a killer, he had witnessed death nearly every day, but it was always the corrupt who met their end. He reveled in the intoxicating essence of bloodshed, for it brought him a profound sense of calm. While others might find this peculiar, it was undeniably true. Through each act of violence, Naruto had survived and evolved, eager to confront formidable foes like Orochimaru in the dreaded forest of death and ascertain his true strength. He trembled with exhilaration and quickened his pace towards the forest. Sasuke and Sakura, noticing his urgency, hastened their own steps. Hinata gazed at Naruto from behind, determined to protect him, while Reikijum contemplated the imminent clash with him. Mizuki Sayaka viewed Naruto's retreating figure, finding him irresistibly captivating, and Aoba Ryu observed, intrigued by his persona. What confrontations awaited them in the forest of death? Stay tuned for tomorrow's continuation. Anko elucidated the examination rules and then surveyed the candidates, asking, "Are there any objections?" The candidates shook their heads in unison. Anko declared, "Very well, the examination begins now." Naruto, watching the throng of candidates rush forward, turned to Sasuke and Sakura and said, "Let us take a path less traveled." Sasuke inquired, "Why choose a less crowded route, Naruto? The multitude of people should have allowed us to seize the scrolls from the very beginning, right?" Naruto scoffed, saying, "If that were the case, we would perish first. Do not forget that if we are the first to grasp the scrolls, others will snatch them away as well. It may end up benefiting the others. Instead, let us arrive first at the examination site and wait for the others to pass by, then seize the opportunity. This not only conserves our energy, but also prepares us for the next stage of the examination, allowing us to engage with the strongest among us. I would rather confront a formidable opponent than squander chakra on the weak." Sakura and Sasuke nodded in agreement. Naruto continued, "Let us proceed to the entrance of the next examination and await them." With that, he hastened his pace slightly, prompting Sakura and Sasuke to quicken their steps as well. What Naruto had not mentioned was that if they encountered Orochimaru at the entrance, even a defeat would allow for a dignified retreat. Winning? Don't be absurd. Despite his diligence and effort over the past few months, he knew he could never match Orochimaru's prowess. Although he felt confident in battling other average Sannin-level ninjas, he understood that against formidable foes like Itachi Uchiha or Orochimaru, retreat was the only option. Let us not forget that Orochimaru thrived even amidst the strongest of adversaries. It was evident that Orochimaru was no ordinary opponent. In Naruto's opinion, among the Hokage, Orochimaru was the most cunning, skillfully manipulating various factions while maintaining his own well-being. Moreover, he always prepared for the worst, knowing that should he fail, an escape route awaited him. Unlike other ninjas who foolishly pursued a singular path. Suddenly, Naruto halted, prompting Sakura and Sasuke to inquire, "What's wrong, Naruto?" He called out to the surroundings, "Friends, are you not coming out? Must I summon you?" Naruto's right eye intensely focused on the ground behind him. Sasuke noticed the unusual ocular technique manifesting in Naruto's eyes, the Sharingan. Although Naruto was still unpracticed with this eye, discerning the presence of an individual was relatively simple. This was Naruto's second ability. During this lottery of powers, he had fortuitously drawn the powers of the deadly eyes and the Sharingan. Despite possessing these two formidable ocular powers, Naruto faced the drawback of their conflicting energies, leaving him in excruciating pain. At present, Naruto could only utilize one ocular technique at a time, and he could not maintain it for long, as his overall strength was still considerably lacking. Although he could easily defeat Jonin, the reality was that he would be no match for Kakashi or Might Guy, let alone Sannin-level experts. Currently, Naruto's abilities were akin to a quasi-Jonin. He possessed the chakra of a Jonin but lacked the requisite experience. Suddenly, a voice rich with magnetism echoed, "I never anticipated that a little one could uncover my presence. Quite impressive, young one. What sort of eyes do you possess? They bear a striking resemblance to the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan." Sasuke, stirred with excitement, exclaimed, "How do you know about the Mangekyo Sharingan? Who are you? Show yourself." In an instant, a fierce wind arose, rustling the leaves, compelling Sakura and Sasuke to close their eyes, while Naruto remained steadfast. As the wind ceased, Sasuke and the others opened their eyes to behold a pale-skinned, enigmatic man adorned with a hat standing before them. To Naruto and his companions, the man's gaze felt akin to that of a venomous snake fixating on its prey. Although Naruto experienced a momentary shiver from Orochimaru's murderous aura, he managed to maintain his composure. In contrast, Sasuke and Sakura trembled in fear. Orochimaru regarded Sasuke with disdain, pondering whether the last scion of the Uchiha clan was truly so feeble. Upon seeing Naruto, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes, for it was rare for a mere genin to remain unfazed by such a lethal presence. Naruto, undoubtedly, had performed admirably. How did his eyes compare to the Sharingan? Orochimaru mused. Disappointed, Naruto observed Sasuke and Sakura's reaction. Initially, he had hoped to create some chaos for Orochimaru, but now he felt he could barely manage to look after them. With determination, he scrutinized Orochimaru from his ninja tool pouch, while Orochimaru, unfazed, merely nodded, surrendering to the futility of his teammates' plight. However, Naruto did not succumb to despair. Instead, he prepared to resist. Though others deemed it a folly, it was undoubtedly the right course of action, for surrender equated to certain death. Yet, if one fought until the final moment, there remained a glimmer of hope for survival. As he contemplated this, Naruto noticed Orochimaru's furrowed brow, as though he were realizing that the Uchiha clan was not without its flaws. Suddenly, a decision crystallized within Orochimaru. He had initially intended to toy with Sasuke, but it appeared that a more intriguing plaything had emerged, and thus he resolved to pass the time with Naruto, beckoning him with a crooked finger, likely inciting frustration in others. Yet Naruto remained undeterred. Instead of succumbing to despair, he prepared to retaliate. Orochimaru, recognizing Naruto's resilience, found himself increasingly fascinated by this remarkable specimen, unable to suppress a nod of approval. In that fleeting moment when Naruto witnessed Orochimaru's acquiescence, he surged forward. Orochimaru, seeing Naruto's charge, smiled and followed suit. At the instant their arms clashed, Naruto's fist ignited with flames, catching Orochimaru completely off guard, sending him hurtling away. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto expanded his mouth, unleashing a fire dragon aimed directly at Orochimaru. For those familiar with other anime, this scene would evoke memories of Natsu's signature move from Fairy Tail. Over the past month, Naruto had familiarized himself with the powers of the Mera Mera no Mi, contemplating whether he could emulate techniques from other anime. To his astonishment, he succeeded, recalling various moves, including those from King of Fighters. Alas, time was short, and he had yet to practice them adequately. The area struck by Naruto's flames erupted in a cacophony, as he had also hurled shuriken affixed with explosive tags. Naruto did not believe that Orochimaru would fall so easily. "Ah, Naruto-kun, you truly continue to surprise me," came a voice, rich with magnetism. Orochimaru's left arm lay severed, his garments tattered and torn. Yet, rather than displaying dismay, Orochimaru gazed at Naruto with a sense of delight. Suddenly, his mouth opened wide, and from within, he emerged anew, akin to a serpent shedding its skin, all traces of his injuries vanishing. Naruto furrowed his brow, acutely aware of his limited chakra reserves, especially without relying on the Nine Tails. The continual use of the Sharingan drained his chakra significantly. The longer the battle persisted, the more unfavorable the situation became for Naruto. As he pondered, Orochimaru declared, "It is my turn to strike," and in an instant, he vanished. When Naruto realized what had transpired, he found himself propelled into the air by a powerful kick. Orochimaru, with remarkable agility, leapt and delivered another blow that sent Naruto flying. It was in that moment that Naruto comprehended the vast chasm separating him from a master of the shadow level. Orochimaru had yet to employ any ninjutsu. His mere physical prowess was astounding. Had he unleashed his jutsu, Naruto mused, he would have been doomed. How foolish he had been to once believe himself unbeatable. Naruto rose, fixing his gaze on Orochimaru and asserting, "You are formidable, but none can halt my ascent to power." With his forehead protector secured and his stance resolute, he proclaimed, "Let us commence the second round." He charged forward, and Orochimaru nodded, recognizing that true geniuses do not falter in the face of adversity. Those who crumble are merely individuals with some talent, not true prodigies. Sasuke, observing the fierce exchange between Naruto and Orochimaru, felt utterly powerless, his fists clenched in frustration. Noticing Sasuke's ability to move, Naruto called out, "Uchiha Sasuke, if you still possess any semblance of manhood, take Sakura and flee at once." Just then, a punch landed on Naruto's face. Orochimaru taunted, "Naruto-kun, you won't have a moment to let your guard down while facing me." Naruto retaliated with a fiery punch, stating, "I understand, and do not distract me, or you shall meet your demise." Sasuke, rising to his feet, questioned, "Can you hold him back, Naruto?" Without turning, Naruto replied, "Quit your prattling and swiftly escort Sakura away. If you want me to survive, bring back reinforcements immediately." Sasuke helped Sakura to her feet, turning his back to Naruto, and urged, "You must make it through this, Naruto." Naruto, amidst battle, retorted, "Even if you perish, I shall endure." Realizing Sasuke intended to leave, Orochimaru knew he would certainly inform the proctors. While unperturbed, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. He executed a body flicker technique to reach Sasuke, aiming to incapacitate him. However, Naruto unleashed a colossal fireball that barreled toward Orochimaru, sending him crashing back, and warned Sasuke with a fierce glare, "Hurry and get out of here." Sasuke, supporting Sakura, prepared to retreat, but at that moment, Sakura regained consciousness and began to struggle, insisting, "Let me go. I want to fight alongside Naruto." Unmoved, Sasuke remained resolute as Sakura cried out, "Naruto! Naruto!" Gathering all his strength, Naruto conjured a wall of fire to shield them, declaring, "As long as I stand here, you shall not harm them, Orochimaru." Behold, crossfire. Orochimaru, forming hand seals, responded, "I shall not hold back either." Wind release, great breakthrough. Naruto observed with a sly grin and remarked, "I knew you would resort to this, Orochimaru." Initially perplexed, Orochimaru watched as Naruto unleashed the fire pillar towards him. As the flames intensified, a realization struck him regarding his wind release technique, causing his expression to darken. Naruto taunted, "Now you understand why I did this." Harnessing the wind to amplify the fire, Naruto propelled himself forward with a fiery fist aimed directly at Orochimaru, with the distance closing rapidly. Orochimaru had no time to form hand seals, so he instinctively drew the Kusanagi sword to shield himself. The colossal impact ignited a shower of sparks as the two forces collided, ultimately driving Orochimaru back several paces before he could finally deflect the fiery assault. Naruto paused, stomping the ground to summon another fire pillar, which scorched Orochimaru's body, eliciting a pained cry from him. In that moment, Naruto conjured fireflies that ignited Orochimaru's form, followed by another fiery fist that sent him sprawling. After executing this barrage, Naruto collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. This was a self-destructive tactic, using his own body to counter the wind release. Enduring the agony, he charged forth, colliding fiercely with the Kusanagi. Though a divine weapon, its extraordinary durability surpassed even the 7 ninja swords, and Naruto could only imagine the sensation of impacting such a formidable object with his flesh. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed fireflies and a fiery ring. It appeared simple, yet any minor misstep could lead to failure. Naruto, you truly astonish me. A voice imbued with magnetism echoed once more. Startled, Naruto turned to find Orochimaru standing there, seemingly unscathed except for his tattered clothing. Stunned, Naruto thought that even a master of shadow-level prowess would have been gravely affected by such an assault. Why was Orochimaru entirely unharmed? Orochimaru smiled knowingly at Naruto and explained, I understand your confusion, and I am here to clarify. When you first launched that fiery fist, I admit I was caught off guard and sustained some injuries. But did you not notice that I used the Kusanagi to counter your ultimate move? Naruto pondered for a moment, realization dawning upon him as he faltered, with one hand. Orochimaru chuckled, indeed, with one hand. I performed the hand seals single-handedly. At that moment, I substituted with a clay clone to absorb the impact, which means you merely struck a shadow of me. Sitting on the ground, Naruto fixed his gaze upon him and queried, what do you intend to do? Without elaboration, Orochimaru approached him from behind and bit into his neck, stating, this is a gift for you. Naruto screamed in agony, succumbing to unconsciousness, just before his vision faded. He glimpsed a familiar pink figure approaching. Upon seeing the newcomer, Orochimaru grinned and said, Karen, long time no see. Observing Naruto's unconscious state, Karen confronted Orochimaru. What have you done to this candidate? Sakura rushed over, cradling Naruto's head in her lap, tears streaming down her cheeks as she pleaded, Naruto, please wake up. Orochimaru replied, I bestowed upon him a gift akin to yours. He shall surely appreciate it. Karen's expression shifted. A cursed seal? Do you wish for him to perish? Can he endure the power of the cursed seal? Orochimaru's demeanor turned serious as he responded, he is unlike you. He is a true genius, even surpassing you. Gritting her teeth, Karen retorted, Orochimaru, you scoundrel. With a sly smile, Orochimaru taunted, Karen, are you feeling jealous? You must not ruin him, otherwise, I might be tempted to bring destruction upon Konoha. Then I turned to Akamichi and said, drink. Suddenly, Akamichi clutched her throat, her complexion faltering as she crouched down. Orochimaru vanished into the earth, finally addressing Sasuke and Sakura, stating, Naruto will inevitably return to seek me out, for he will cherish the gift I have bestowed upon him. Shortly after Orochimaru departed, the Umbu arrived to assist Akamichi and inquired of Sasuke and the others, will you continue the exam? Just as Sakura was about to respond, Sasuke interjected, of course we shall continue. The Umbu nodded in affirmation and retreated. Sakura shouted at Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke, can Naruto possibly continue the exam in this state? Are you not wishing for his demise? Sasuke, unfazed, retorted, do you truly believe Naruto would abandon this exam? Sakura was left speechless, for she recalled Naruto's fervent enthusiasm when facing the examination. Should she oppose him, she would undoubtedly bear his eternal animosity upon awakening. Thus, she chose silence. Currently, Naruto lay in a state of unconsciousness, oblivious to the events unfolding outside. His expression was dark as he gazed ahead, where a screen displayed fragments of his memories. He witnessed moments of being bullied, sorrowful tears, neglect, and physical abuse. Naruto, Cheng Ming, clenched his fists in anger as he observed the injustices. Initially, he had hoped that Konoha would treat Naruto with a modicum of kindness, yet the reality was far graver than depicted in the manga. Food was discarded into refuse, forcing Naruto to retrieve it. Children, fearing reprimand from their parents, would blame Naruto, resulting in him enduring beatings, bloodied and bruised. While the culprits returned home without a shred of guilt. Where were the Umbu during Naruto's torment? Where were the third Hokage and Kakashi? When Naruto was reduced to consuming food barely fit for a dog, where were the Umbu, the third Hokage, and Kakashi then? While others were being instructed in chakra manipulation, Naruto was left to decipher incomprehensible scrolls on his own. In the manga, was Naruto's mischievousness truly a reflection of his desires? The feeling of being disregarded was far more agonizing than any physical assault. Thus, even when scolded or struck, Naruto preferred that over being invisible. Watching Naruto's small, solitary figure, Naruto, Cheng Ming, yearned to rush to him, to assure him that he had an older brother, that Naruto was not alone. However, Naruto's innate kindness meant that even in death, he would merely pass on his habits and home to Cheng Ming. Never the pain of being bullied or beaten, fearing that Cheng Ming might seek vengeance against Konoha, fearing for his safety. In that moment, Cheng Ming truly merged with Naruto, as he once feared it was merely a dream, anticipating that upon awakening, nothing would remain. Now, he existed authentically within the tumultuous world of Naruto Uzumaki. He was undeniably real. Sasuke triumphed over the Sound Four and retrieved their scrolls. Meanwhile, Lee busily drew circles on the ground, wishing to present his most charming self to Sakura, hoping she might develop feelings for him, or so he believed. Yet, having been defeated by Sasuke, he despondently lamented, "Sakura will never like me. She will never like me." Meanwhile, no one paid attention to Sakura, who was wholly focused on caring for Naruto. Every day, as Niji and the others watched Lee's antics, black lines of exasperation appeared on their foreheads as they pretended not to recognize him. In contrast, Ino was mesmerized by Sasuke's handsome maneuvers against their foes. Shikamaru gazed blankly at the sky, while Choji munched incessantly on potato chips. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. "Ah, Naruto, you're awake." Everyone turned to see Sakura's delighted expression as she looked at Naruto, who was standing with his head bowed. Upon hearing her, he raised his gaze, murmuring a soft acknowledgement. To their astonishment, Naruto's body was adorned with intricate black patterns extending to his eyes, and his once resplendent golden hair had transformed into a mysterious, cool dark gold. He looked at Sakura, noting her injuries, and asked in a chilling tone, "Who did this to you?" The icy inflection sent shivers down their spines. Spotting Sasuke, Naruto's gaze pierced through him. The intensity was unbearable. Sasuke simply pointed to the ground and said them. With disdain, Naruto retorted, "Is it these insignificant pests who did this?" Unable to tolerate Naruto's condescending tone, Saku raised his arm menacingly, declaring, "Who do you think you are? Go to hell." As he unleashed the sound-based technique, Soundwave Slash, Sokka laughed heartily amidst the swirling smoke, mocking Naruto's perceived incompetence. Suddenly, Naruto's frigid voice cut through the air, "Oh? How dare you showcase such pathetic skills?" To Sokka's shock, Naruto had somehow appeared behind him, cradling Sakura in a princess carry. As Saku prepared to strike again, Naruto smirked, leaping onto his shoulder and exerting force. The sound of bones cracking accompanied Saku's anguished scream, leaving the onlookers bewildered by Naruto's callous demeanor, particularly Shikamaru and Choji, who had known him for years. Choji even abandoned his snacks in disbelief. Saku fainted from the pain as Naruto sent him flying. He then gently set Sakura down and turned to the remaining two adversaries, grinning. "So, who's next?" His smile revealed pearly white teeth, yet in the presence of Tor's, it appeared terrifying, reminiscent of a vampire's sharp, pale fangs. As Naruto approached, Tor's demeanor shifted to one of heightened vigilance. Naruto, now empowered by the cursed seal, was far beyond Tor's capabilities, rendering any cunning tactics futile against such overwhelming strength. At that moment, Naruto empathized with Orochimaru's feelings during their recent confrontation. Suddenly, a gentle embrace caught him off guard. Turning coldly, he saw Sakura's tear-streaked face, momentarily stunned. "Naruto," she implored, "is this truly your power? Are you truly happy relying on such unearned strength? Are you still the Naruto I once knew?" Naruto hesitated, questioning if this was indeed the power he desired. In a flash of clarity, he realized it was not. Standing at the pinnacle as Uzumaki Naruto, he needed no external forces. Drawing upon his own determination, he suppressed the cursed seal. As he regained control, he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Turning to Sakura with a smile, he said, "Thank you, Sakura." Seeing Naruto return to his former self, she couldn't help but smile back. "It's nothing." As the group observed Naruto's revival, they exchanged casual greetings before departing. Naruto turned to Sasuke and inquired, "Have we gathered all the scrolls?" Sasuke gave a slight nod. Naruto continued, "Since we have everything, let us hasten towards the next examination venue." Both Sasuke and Sakura nodded in agreement. Just as Naruto prepared to stride forward, he realized that the cursed seal had drained him of his strength, leaving him unable to walk. Sasuke proceeded ahead, while Sakura moved to support Naruto. Feeling embarrassed, he said, "I apologize for the trouble, Sakura." Sakura smiled and shook her head, reassuring him, "It's no problem at all." In her heart, she thought, "Well done." Naruto then addressed Sasuke, saying, "You lead the way now." Sasuke, saying little, merely nodded in acknowledgement before moving on. Unbeknownst to Naruto, as he began to walk, Orochimaru emerged from the ground. gazing in the direction Naruto had taken, and remarked, "Naruto-kun, you truly know how to surprise me." With that, he licked his lips and vanished back into the earth. Chapter 11. A smooth passage. Upon reaching the exit of the second exam, Sakura and the others could not help but smile with joy. However, suddenly, Naruto felt an overwhelming tension enveloping him. This was a sixth sense inherited from his past life, a perception beyond the ordinary five senses, detectable only at certain heights. Yet, Naruto found himself unable to recall what he had forgotten. The plot of Naruto had undergone such drastic changes. Previously, it was Sasuke who had acquired the cursed seal. But now it was he. There was no longer any trace of Uzumaki Karen, who had once been absent. He could not rely on the storyline any longer. Although he sensed a malevolent presence, he could not articulate it, and decided to push the thought aside, believing that a path would surely reveal itself ahead. Suddenly, as Sakura assisted Naruto, she remarked absent-mindedly, "The tower is right in front of us, yet we have not arrived. Could it be a mere illusion?" Naruto, initially indifferent, suddenly changed his expression and exclaimed, "This is bad." Sakura asked, "Naruto, what is wrong?" He pointed towards a tree in front of them, and Sasuke immediately grasped the situation. Becoming tense as well, Sakura queried, "Naruto, what is happening with Sasuke?" With a serious demeanor, Naruto stated, "We have fallen into an illusion." Confused, Sakura replied, "But we have not seen the one who cast it. Why would they use an illusion instead of simply attacking us? Our chakra levels appear unchanged." At that moment, Sasuke interjected, "The enemy is not directly casting an illusion on us, but rather on the surrounding environment. Do you not find these trees familiar?" As Sakura observed them, she quickly comprehended that they had indeed been ensnared in an illusion. She then asked, "But why cast it on the environment instead of us?" Naruto explained, "If they cast it on us, we would sense something amiss the moment we moved our chakra. However, casting it on the trees would not arouse suspicion, allowing them to deplete our physical and mental strength with minimal chakra expenditure." Sakura quickly suggested, "Then we should feign ignorance and sit down to rest." Naruto replied, "The moment we entered this illusion, we were already being manipulated. They are watching us closely at all times. Am I not correct, those perched in the trees?" Suddenly, several ninjas appeared atop the trees, wearing diving masks. One of them remarked, "I didn't expect you to notice. However, your stamina has already been significantly drained, and you must be weary. Therefore, hand over your scrolls, and I might spare your lives." Naruto scoffed, "Humph, spare us your bravado. Are you planning to eliminate us once you secure the scroll?" With a sinister grin behind his diving goggles, one of the adversaries replied, "Humph. Geniuses often meet an early demise. Will you take action yourselves, or shall we do the honors?" Naruto brandished a kunai from his ninja pouch defiantly, stating, "If you have the guts, come and take it." Suddenly, Sasuke approached, saying, "Leave this to me, Naruto. Your chakra is nearly depleted. Allow me to handle it." Acknowledging his current condition, Naruto nodded. Sasuke, composed, stepped forward and urged, "Hurry up. I need to deal with you swiftly to continue on our journey. I have no time for your foolish antics." Their ire was palpable, eyes blazing with fury as they retorted, "Let us hope your skills are as impressive as your tongue." Sasuke, dismissive, replied, "You'll find out soon enough." With that, he charged forward, colliding fists with one adversary, who staggered back several paces while Sasuke remained unyielding. The opponent exchanged glances with a companion, and they both advanced to encircle Sasuke. Unfazed by the approaching threat, Sasuke turned to the newcomer and said, "Feel free to join." Although the newcomer was furious, he realized he needed to leave one behind to watch over Naruto and Sakura, in case they attempted a sneak attack. Watching the unfolding scene, Naruto felt a sense of relief, settling comfortably with his head resting on Sakura's lap, stretching lazily as he cheerfully remarked, "Sasuke, hurry up and finish them off so we can prepare for the next exam." Sakura blushed, lost in her thoughts. Sasuke, gritting his teeth, reflected, "Why did I even help you? While I toil here, you're just lounging about." With a surge of determination, he increased his strength, knowing that even with two opponents, they might struggle against him. After all, he was the strongest rookie of this generation. Though he could not match Naruto, few could claim victory over him, and his three adversaries were certainly not among that elite group. Noticing that his ally was struggling to subdue Sasuke, the opponent targeting Naruto abandoned him to assist his teammate. Sasuke felt the pressure. Although their individual skills were lacking, their combined force was considerable. Naruto, nearly drained of chakra due to Orochimaru's manipulations, recognized Sakura's limitations and had never expected her to be of much help. In a hushed tone, he urged Sakura, "Concentrate your chakra into a kunai. When you're ready to release it, call out your target." Sakura nodded in understanding. With Sasuke now under pressure, an adversary with thinning hair taunted him. "Aren't you quite the hotshot? Come and take your best shot. Ha ha ha." Naruto's eyes gleamed with inspiration as he instructed Sakura. "Aim for the throat of that one laughing, and release." Sakura hurled the kunai with all her might. Although an ally shouted a warning, it was too late. The kunai pierced straight through the enemy's throat. Witnessing the demise of one foe, Sasuke unleashed his fury, akin to a lion released from its confines, launching a relentless assault upon the remaining adversaries. He ultimately concluded the encounter with the great fireball technique, vanquishing his foes. As the last of the enemies fell, Sakura joyfully exclaimed, "That was amazing." Naruto nodded in agreement, saying, "Let us move forward." Sakura and Sasuke nodded in agreement before departing. Naruto and his companions arrived at the exit of the second exam, where they noticed a hidden message inscribed on the wall, prompting them to wish to unveil the scrolls. However, Naruto carelessly discarded their scrolls. Suddenly, amidst a cloud of smoke, a figure emerged. Sakura exclaimed, "Iruka-sensei." Iruka greeted them with a warm smile and proceeded to explain the rules of the competition. Sakura, relieved, thought to herself how fortunate it was that they had not opened their scrolls prematurely. Naruto maintained a calm smile, and Iruka remarked, "Naruto, after this exam, I shall treat you to ramen." Naruto nodded in agreement, causing Iruka to pause and reflect on how Naruto had once been exuberant at such news, but now appeared so composed, truly a sign of maturity. Although Naruto recognized Iruka's misunderstanding, he chose not to correct him. After finishing his explanation, Iruka gestured for them to enter, saying, "Your third exam begins here. Go ahead." As they pushed open the door, they discovered many candidates already inside. The sound of the creaking door drew the attention of those within. Vortex Kyuka rushed over, her expression filled with concern upon seeing Naruto's injuries. "Cousin, are you all right? What happened?" Naruto, dismissing her worries with a smile, replied, "It's nothing. I just encountered a slightly challenging opponent." Kyuka became wary, recalling Naruto's formidable strength, which was at least on par with theirs. If he found the opponent troublesome and emerged injured, she couldn't help but wonder who had done this to him. The speaker began, chattering away, but Naruto could hardly comprehend the words, as the cursed seal, though somewhat suppressed, still caused a dull ache in his shoulder. He instinctively clutched it. Sakura observed Naruto in front of her and contemplated whether she should forfeit the match. Just as she was about to raise her hand, Naruto grasped her hand firmly and gazed earnestly into her eyes, saying, "Do not abandon me. I have worked hard to reach this point, and I cannot retreat now. I want the world to witness my strength. If you dare to raise your hand, I will hold a grudge against you for life." Faced with Naruto's grave demeanor, Sakura hesitated and ultimately lowered her hand. Sasuke looked at Naruto and remarked, "Sakura is concerned for you. Naruto, you need not be so serious." Naruto turned to Sasuke and replied, "Sasuke, I actually wish to battle you. Until we face each other, I will not allow you to be defeated by anyone else." Sasuke, taken aback for a moment, couldn't he help but smile and said, "I know, you are also quite formidable." Naruto boldly stated, "Do you think these insignificant opponents can harm me?" The surrounding crowd glared at Naruto, incensed by his audacity. Without hesitation, Naruto glared back. Kyuka's eyes sparkled with admiration as she thought, "Naruto is so cool." Raijin also looked at Naruto with excitement, filled with eagerness to engage in combat with him. Aoi observed Naruto's serious expression, puzzled and perplexed, sensing that he lacked chakra and appeared to be in a weakened state. Why, she wondered, was he so audacious? Did he not fear the wrath of the crowd? Mizuki chuckled at Naruto's boldness, while the first match commenced, Sasuke versus Chikukyu. Then, under the moonlight, Kazekage coughed and said, "Ahem, I invite Uchiha Sasuke and Chicken to stay. The rest of you may leave." Ahem. Others looked at Kazekage, pondering whether he might cough himself to death. Naruto and Sakura approached to observe Sasuke. With disdain, Sasuke addressed Chicken, "You might as well step down. You cannot defeat me." Chicken retorted, "Uchiha Sasuke, do not be so arrogant. Until the victor is determined, we know not whose fate awaits." Sasuke replied, "Let me illustrate the disparity between us." In an instant, he charged forward and executed a spinning kick in midair. Just as Chicken attempted to grasp his foot, Sasuke, renowned as the strongest of this generation, astonishingly reversed the spin, sending Chicken flying. Sasuke disdainfully remarked, "Do you see? This is the chasm that separates us." He then turned away without a glance back. Chicken attempted a sneak attack, seizing Sasuke's hands, only to suddenly realize that his chakra was being relentlessly drained. Chicken smirked, "Do you understand? My ability is to absorb the chakra of anyone I touch. Let us see how much chakra you have left. Uchiha Sasuke, you shall pay for your pride." Naruto shook his head, acknowledging that Sasuke's arrogance would lead to consequences, reflecting on his own lesson learned from Orochimaru. He thought Sasuke might need his assistance, otherwise, he would truly be drained of chakra. Suddenly, Naruto remarked, "Uchiha Sasuke, you are truly bringing shame to your clan. Perhaps you should just perish." Hearing that he was a disgrace to the Uchiha clan, Sasuke's eyes flared with anger as he activated his Sharingan, declaring, "That will not happen. I shall uphold the honor of the Uchiha clan." With a powerful kick, he sent Chicken soaring into the air. At that moment, Sasuke noticed Lee beside Naruto, who swiftly executed the body flicker technique, delivering a powerful kick to Chicken. Naruto nodded, but as soon as Sasuke resolved the matter, he collapsed, gasping for breath. Kakashi promptly took him away. Initially, Sasuke wanted to witness Naruto's match, but his chakra was severely depleted. Concerned for his well-being, Kakashi whisked him away. Naruto gazed at their departing figures in a daze, realizing Kakashi's care for Sasuke was profound. He contemplated that if both he and Sasuke were injured, Kakashi would undoubtedly prioritize saving Sasuke over him. Sakura observed Naruto clenching his fist, noticing his fixation on Sasuke and the direction they had gone. She recalled how Naruto had never received concern from anyone and took hold of his hand. Startled, Naruto looked at Sakura. She smiled at him, saying, "Do not overthink it. I will be by your side. I once overlooked you while harboring feelings for Sasuke. But now I understand that my affection for him was merely superficial admiration for his looks, driven by vanity. Because of this vanity, I nearly lost the one I truly loved. This time, I will not let you go." Naruto gazed at Sakura, then feigned indifference, stating, "It's none of your concern. I'm fine." In the distance, Hinata's gaze dimmed, and Uzumaki Karen pondered in her heart, who is this ugly girl daring to hold Naruto's hand? I shall take care of her. Then, the battle commenced, with Uzumaki Kyuin challenging Dinxi. Dinxi was sent flying by Kyuin's swift 3 attacks. Next, Mizuki Sayaka faced off against Nara Shikamaru. Initially, Shikamaru seemed to hold an advantage. However, he was up against Mizuki Sayaka, who demonstrated to the world that all cunning strategies are rendered feeble in the face of absolute strength. Following them, Shino confronted Sak, and true to the manga, Shino emerged victorious. The spectators then turned their attention to the upcoming match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Aoyama Ryuka. Naruto gazed at Aoyama Ryuka and remarked, "I didn't expect to encounter you so soon." Aoyama Ryuka replied, "You should surrender. You stand no chance against me." Naruto retorted, "You seem quite confident in your ability to defeat me." Aoyama Ryuka stated, "In the past, you indeed possessed the strength to contend with me. But now, you are aware of your own condition, are you not? No need for me to elaborate." Naruto, puzzled, asked, "How do you know this?" Aoyama Ryuka answered, "The winds of nature have whispered it to me." Naruto was momentarily taken aback and, with a serious expression, stated, "You are from the Aoyama clan, the wind manipulators." Aoyama Ryuka nodded slightly. The Aoyama clan is renowned as the favored children of nature, for their gentle breezes can detect enemies, while their furious gales can sweep away all in their path. Suddenly, a shiver ran down Naruto's spine. He addressed Aoyama Ryuka, "Come forth. Let me witness the true prowess of nature's favored." Aoyama Ryuka, seeing Naruto's stubbornness, displayed an expression of anger for the first time. She declared, "Since you are so obstinate, I shall show you what it means to be nature's favored." She retrieved a vibrant green flute from her ninja tool pouch and brought it to her lips. Naruto, confused, wondered, does she enjoy playing the flute before taking lives? But it was merely a fleeting thought. Suddenly, as the sound of her flute resonated, a tempest arose, akin to a roaring wind dragon, surging toward Naruto. Observing her formidable display, he cursed, "Madwoman," and hastily dodged. Unbeknownst to him, Aoyama Ryuka heard his remark, her eyes igniting with fury as a larger tornado bore down upon him. Naruto realized that wherever he moved, the tornado followed. In response, he summoned flames. With his left hand engulfed in fire, he combined it with the flames from his right, creating a massive fireball aimed directly at the tornado. The two opposing forces collided with a violent explosion. As Naruto lay on the ground, gasping for breath, an ethereal voice reached his ears. Do you know why our Aoyama clan is regarded as nature's favored? Because the winds of nature are omnipresent. Gentle breezes, soft winds, fierce storms, and tornadoes. Wherever there is wind, it is the territory of the Aoyama clan. Naruto looked up to see Aoyama Ryuka standing in scathe, while he himself was in tatters. The stark contrast led the majority of spectators to believe that Aoyama Ryuka was destined for victory. Uzumaki Kyuin also speculated that Naruto's misfortune lay in facing Aoyama Ryuka. Had he not encountered her, he might have triumphed in the subsequent match. For Aoyama Ryuka could only be bested in close combat, once she wielded her flute. Engaging her in long-range combat would inevitably lead to one's defeat. Indeed, the Aoyama clan's control over the wind allowed nature's breezes to inflict harm upon their enemies, while they restored their chakra through the gentle winds. The chakra of the Aoyama clan nearly rivals that of the tailed beasts. It is not merely the abundance of their chakra, but rather the astonishing speed at which it regenerates. Engaging in battle from a distance with the Aoyama clan is a profound misfortune. However, due to their swift chakra recovery, their offensive capabilities are formidable. The physical techniques of the Aoyama clan, regrettably, receive little cultivation. Most of their time is devoted to understanding the power of the wind, leaving them deficient in martial prowess. Thus, while the Aoyama clan possesses great strength, most members are merely of the Jonin level, with few ever reaching the rank of Kage throughout the generations. Naruto, unfortunately, made a grave error by failing to comprehend the strengths and weaknesses of the various clans Kekkei Genkai, having limited experience. As a result, he found himself overwhelmed by Aoyama Ryu's onslaught. Suddenly, as Aoyama Ryu played the flute, Naruto became instantly vigilant, yet nothing transpired. Without warning, a searing cut appeared on his right arm, as if sliced by a blade. Before he could react, several more gashes marred his thigh, arm, abdomen, and face. Naruto collapsed to the ground. Aoyama Ryu, looking down at him with disdain, remarked, "I have told you, you are no match for me. Engaging in battle from a distance with the Aoyama clan is your greatest folly. I have said it before, the wind is omnipresent, penetrating every nook and cranny. I can manipulate the form and damage of the wind. You cannot hope to contend with me. Relinquish your efforts." Naruto remained silent, gazing into Aoyama Ryu's eyes. Contemplating that familiar, dismissive gaze, anger surged within him. He ventured into an underground labyrinth, progressing until he encountered a colossal cage housing an immense fox. The fox spoke. "Come closer, little one." Naruto stared intently at the Nine Tails and declared, "Enough with the theatrics, Nine Tails. Lend me your chakra promptly." The Nine Tails, taken aback, replied, "Oh, you have managed to arrive here and see through my illusions. Impressive, little one." Naruto insisted, "I am low on chakra. I need you to lend me some." The Nine Tails languidly responded, "Why should I lend you anything?" Naruto pressed, "Do you not wish to be known as the most fearsome beast in the ninja world? Unable to defeat even the Aoyama clan? Do you not find that humiliating?" The Nine Tails replied, "Ah, so it is the Aoyama clan. While their attacks are indeed formidable, they cannot harm me. Very well, as a price for your arrival, savor the chakra I bestow upon you, Naruto." Aoyama Ryu regarded the prostrate Naruto with disdain, saying, "Allow me to deal with you." Naruto, suddenly somber, muttered, "I despise this. I want to gouge your eyes out." In an instant, red chakra enveloped him. However, the cursed seal on his neck also erupted with power. The Nine Tails opened its large eyes within the cage, chuckling, "Interesting," before closing them once more. As Naruto felt his strength surging, those outside watched with keen interest, for his golden hair had transformed into a dark gold hue, and fiery, black-tinged markings crawled across his body. If initially Naruto appeared radiant and straightforward, he now emanated an aura of cold mystery. Orochimaru had been fixated on Naruto since the very onset of his match, observing with a sinister smile as Naruto's Nine Tails chakra intertwined with his cursed seal. With a flick of his elongated tongue over his lips, he murmured, "Intriguing." Naruto, surveying his own formidable presence, declared, "Konoha's Yama, it's time for my counterattack." In an instant, a fiery fist surged towards Yama, propelled by the explosive force of the Nine Tails and fire, striking him with such ferocity that he was sent reeling. Naruto regarded the gaping hole where Yama had been with a disdainful gaze, taunting, Hey, is that all you've got? Losing so swiftly?" Suddenly, a tremendous surge of chakra erupted, accompanied by a thunderous declaration. Vortex Naruto, you have thoroughly enraged me. I shall reduce you to mere ashes. Mizuki Sayaka and Vortex Ko exchanged grave looks. While others might dismiss such threats as mere banter, Yama was different. Those caught in his tempest were destined for utter annihilation. This was no jest. Vortex Ko whispered, Yama, if my cousin Naruto truly falls, I will not rest until you are vanquished, even at the cost of my own life. Naruto laughed maniacally at Yama, exclaiming, exactly. That's the spirit. Be serious, or I shall find this quite dull. Show me the strength worthy of facing me. He licked his lips in anticipation. Yama, her demeanor icy, replied, what follows will be a fate worse than death for you. Naruto, with a daring glint in his eyes, beckoned her forth with a flick of his fingers, bring it on. Yama positioned her flute behind her and drew a dagger from her waist, charging forward. Naruto, wielding kunai imbued with chakra, rushed to meet her. The battle was poised to erupt. When fire clashed with wind, have you ever witnessed such a spectacle? It was as beautiful as fireworks, yet concealed within it lurked threats and deadly intent. Naruto and Yama embodied this very essence. Sakura and the others watched the battle unfold like a mesmerizing display of fireworks, yet no one could appreciate the beauty of the moment. Each person was gripped with trepidation. Why? Because they understood the horror lurking beneath the stunning facade. Naruto and Yama had exchanged blows countless times, leaving the arena pockmarked and desolate, devoid of any intact surface. This illustrated just how fierce their confrontation had become. It transcended the realm of mere genin combat. Even Chunin had never fought with such intensity. Naruto's once dashing cloak was now tattered and ragged, as though scavenged from a refuse heap. Yama's attire was similarly marred, bearing multiple tears. Yet both were oblivious to their disheveled states as the contest neared its climax. The first to succumb would be deemed the loser. Gasping for breath, Naruto addressed Yama. You are the first among genin to push me to this extent. Let us not waste time. Let us each unleash our final techniques and conclude this. Yama, equally breathless, responded, Naruto, you are the most tenacious opponent I have ever encountered. Let us see who emerges as the true victor. As they prepared for their final strikes, the audience fell into a hushed silence, devoid of chatter or noise. Even as commoners, they understood that the end was nigh. All mouths were sealed in anticipation. In tranquil anticipation, the earth suddenly began to crack, and the once still breeze started to coalesce. The onlookers beheld Naruto's hands, from which a magnificent bird emerged, incessantly chirping. Those familiar with Chinese culture recognized this bird as the noble phoenix. Contemplating the potential of the flame fruit, a thought struck him. Could he, like Sasuke, summon a Kirin from the heavens using lightning, while he himself conjured a phoenix from the flames? After countless failures, he ultimately succeeded. The majestic phoenix showcased its beauty and nobility to the world, captivating the majority of spectators. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air, and Naruto turned towards the sound. Discovering Qingye Lu Yan's face glistening with beads of sweat, a clear indication to the astute that this signified a failed technique, one that could rebound upon its wielder. Initially, Qingye Lu Yan had been channeling the spirit of the Qingye clan, the wind dragon of the skies. However, at that moment, a bird's call diverted her attention, revealing Naruto with an especially charming bird, the phoenix, in his grasp, rendering her momentarily entranced and causing her to forget her own impending technique. Consequently, she fell victim to the backlash of her own spell, as the wind dragon demanded unwavering concentration from its conjurer. Any distraction could lead to dire consequences. Pale-faced, Qingye Lu Yan gazed at the descending wind dragon, instinctively closing her eyes. Suddenly, she felt herself enveloped in another's embrace, realizing it was Naruto who had pulled her close. In a flurry of urgency, she exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" To which Naruto nonchalantly shrugged, replying, "I'm here to save you." Alarmed, she insisted, "You'll perish." Naruto then inquired, "Can you sustain the wind dragon a while longer?" Lu Yan responded, "No, it's beyond my control now." Furrowing his brow, Naruto observed the winds around them and devised a plan. He addressed Lu Yan, "I need your winds to elevate the golden phoenix against the wind dragon. Use the winds to assist me." Lu Yan, astute as ever, recognized that a tempest could extinguish flames, while a gentle breeze could nurture them. She nodded in agreement. Naruto began to gather all his chakra and focus his hands. The Golden Phoenix, nearly dissipating due to Naruto's diversion to rescue Liu Yin, started to coalesce once more. Bolstered by his chakra, some might question why the Golden Phoenix, Naruto's ultimate technique, did not backfire on him. The answer lies in the fact that he had consumed the flame fruit, making the fire an extension of himself, as agile as his own arm. In contrast, Cheng Ming relied on her unique bloodline and her connection with the winds of nature. The disparity in precision control was significant. Do not underestimate this difference, as it determines the height of one's growth. Cheng Ming Liu Yin inadvertently caught sight of Naruto's serious expression. His sun-kissed, handsome face appeared exceptionally striking, and she flushed at the memory of being cradled in his arms. Naruto, catching a glimpse, felt a pang of frustration at the distraction in such a critical moment. With the phoenix between his hands, he called out, "Liu Yin, I am about to unleash my ultimate technique." Liu Yin, snapping back to reality, quickly affirmed with a nod. The wind dragon, fully formed, surged downward, and Naruto propelled the phoenix skyward. In that moment, the might of the wind dragon collided fiercely with the nobility of the golden phoenix. The crowd watched in awe as the phoenix tirelessly battled against the wind dragon. At first, Jin Feng and Feng Long were evenly matched. However, as the gentle breeze persisted, the initially negligible gusts intensified, causing the flames on Jin Feng to grow ever larger while the winds surrounding Feng Long dwindled. Ultimately, Feng Long was vanquished by Jin Feng. In a moment of pride, Jin Feng soared into the sky, letting out a triumphant cry before transforming into a cascade of tiny sparks that scattered downwards. Witnessing this spectacle, Naruto sat directly on the ground, turning to Aoi Yin and imploring, "Give me the final blow." Just moments ago, he had unleashed a powerful technique, leaving him utterly drained of chakra. Aoi Yin addressed the referee, declaring, "I concede." Naruto gazed at her in confusion, and Aoi Yin, blushing under his scrutiny, replied, "Don't stare at me. Consider this your repayment for saving me. Without you, I might have perished, let alone achieved victory." Yu Guangji Feng coughed, announcing, "Ahem. The victor of this match is Uzumaki Naruto," with a slight cough. Only Sakura, Shikamaru, and a few familiar faces applauded, while the others remained silent. Observing the villagers of Konoha, Naruto's expression darkened, his hands clenched tightly. Aoi Yin pondered the crimson chakra that had surged during the match, realizing it was the chakra of a tailed beast, fiery and savage. She recalled how strictly the major ninja villages monitored Jinchuriki, suddenly comprehending their current predicament. Aoi Yin approached Naruto, pulling him up. He kept his head down, but she leaned against his shoulder, reassuring, "It's all right. Everything will pass." Naruto felt an overwhelming sadness for these ignorant villagers. Why was there such a stark difference simply because he was a Jinchuriki? Aoi Yin continued to embrace him, softly repeating, "It's okay, it will be fine. Everything will pass." For the first time, Naruto felt his own vulnerability. Despite having his closest friends among assassins, he felt utterly alone here, with not a single soul to converse with. Suddenly, he withdrew from Aoi Yin's side, feigning indifference as he walked away. She laughed unexpectedly, recognizing his facade of aloofness. If he were truly indifferent, wouldn't he be blushing? She quickly dashed in front of him, taking his hand, leading him back to the audience. Naruto's face flushed deeper as he averted his gaze, yet he did not release her hand. Sakura rushed to the scene, exclaiming, "Naruto, are you all right?" As she looked closer, she noticed Naruto holding Aoi Yin's hand. He attempted to shake her off, but Aoi Yin held on tightly, shooting him a pointed look. In Sakura's eyes, that glance conveyed a silent understanding. She feigned nonchalance, saying, "Oh, so you have a girlfriend now. Haha, my apologies." Just as Sakura was about to depart, the examiner called out, "Springfield Sakura and Yamanaka Ino, please come down for the match." Sakura hurriedly dashed off. Naruto turned to Aoi Yin in confusion, asking, "What happened to Sakura?" Aoi Yin rolled her eyes at the dense boy. Suddenly, Uzumaki Kyuko rushed over, pushing Aoi Yin aside, and clung to Naruto's arm, saying, "Please don't lean on my cousin Naruto so casually." Aoi Yin was about to respond when a gentle voice interjected, "So, Naruto-kun is quite popular, isn't he? I've taken a liking to him as well." As the enchanting fragrance of swirling blossoms wafted through the air, Yuya Qingshan turned to observe Mizuki Sayaka approaching gracefully. Her hand delicately pressed against her mouth as she smiled. In an instant, Xiao Xiangyun's temper flared, and she retorted towards Mizuki, "What nonsense are you spouting, you old hag? Do you believe I won't roast you alive? Mizuki, incensed, shot back. And who are you, you eternally childish brat? Xiao Xiangyun was poised to retort further when they noticed a figure cradling Naruto in their arms, whispering into his ear, I hope to encounter you in the next examination. Naruto-kun. With a playful lick on Naruto's ear, the atmosphere thickened. Qingshan, addressing the figure, remarked, Leiyu Yumming, whose man are you targeting here? Are you seeking a fight? As she spoke, a small whirlwind gathered in her palm. Leiyu Yumming, dismissive, declared, who says Naruto-kun belongs to you? What if I snatch him away? With that, her body crackled with electric energy. Xiao Xiangyun, infuriated, exclaimed, what are you fighting over? Cousin Naruto belongs to me, and no one can take him away. Flames erupted from her hand. Mizuki swiftly countered, just because you claim him as yours, does that make it true? I can stake my claim as well. With her words, an aura of coldness enveloped her. Naruto, unable to endure the escalating tension, cast a chilling glance at them. Instantly, the fierce intensity of his gaze quelled their bickering. It was an expression that conveyed indifference to everything, akin to gazing upon the deceased. Annoyed by their incessant squabble, Naruto momentarily embraced the murderous intent of his past, causing them to recoil in fear. Though they were prodigies of their respective nations, they were akin to delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse. Despite their experiences with bloodshed, they had never truly witnessed the chaos of genuine slaughter. Naruto's past was a tapestry woven with countless lives extinguished, and the malevolence he had encountered, particularly with Orochimaru, only intensified his aura of dread. In the midst of this, Ino challenged Sakura, if you don't make a move, I shall strike first. Sakura, however, was lost in her thoughts, heartbroken by the sight of Naruto in such close proximity to Qingshan and the others. As she descended, her gaze inadvertently flickered towards Naruto. Noting how intimately he interacted with the four beautiful girls, each of whom surpassed her in strength and allure. Collectively, they were revered as the four princesses. Xiao Xiangyun's visage was exquisitely doll-like, while Qingshan exuded an ethereal grace. Mizuki's gentle demeanor was unmatched, and Leiyu Yumming possessed a mature and alluring figure. In comparison, Sakura felt dwarfed by their presence. Thus, during her match with Ino, her focus waned. Ino misinterpreted Sakura's distraction as disdain and retaliated by flinging shurikens her way. Sakura, leaping to the left, unwittingly fell into Ino's trap. Had she been more attentive, she would have discerned Ino's intentions and avoided the attack altogether. Yet, her mind was occupied with thoughts of Naruto, leading to her lack of concentration. As Ino breached Sakura's inner defenses, she realized that Sakura's mind was preoccupied with Naruto rather than the competition. Just as Ino contemplated surrendering, Naruto turned to Sakura and inquired, are you really going to give up? Sakura, are you truly willing to abandon the arduous journey we have traversed together? Recall the first examination where we perspired profusely during the written test, and the second where we fought side by side, united in our efforts to overcome obstacles. We have come this far. Are you prepared to give up now? Ino pondered fruitlessly. Unless I unlock the technique myself. Suddenly, a wave of headache struck Ino. As Sakura's inner persona clashed with her own, Ino was momentarily pushed aside. While others might not experience this effect, he is Naruto, the one whom Sakura cherishes most. With the encouragement of her beloved, Sakura's mind became inundated with visions of triumph. Yet, she was abruptly reminded of her lack of a surefire winning technique. She furrowed her brow, instinctively glancing at Naruto. He waved the kunai in his hand, prompting Sakura to swiftly draw her own, channeling her chakra into it. Ino scoffed, Sakura, do you really think you can defeat me with just a kunai? What a joke. Without uttering a word, Sakura suddenly hurled the kunai. Ino, still dismissive, was taken aback by its alarming speed. Though only perceived that way by novices like Sakura, Naruto and his comrades could effortlessly evade it. The kunai struck Ino's thigh, and Sakura seized the opportunity to deliver a punch, sending Ino crashing to the ground, unable to rise. The moonlight and the swift wind observed Ino's incapacitation, declaring to the audience, the victor is Haruno Sakura. Sakura leaped with joy, addressing the stands where Naruto was seated. Naruto, I did it. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Sakura felt her strength waning and fell forward, only to find she had not hit the ground. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered herself cradled in Naruto's arms. Her cheeks flushed. Her inner persona whispered, well done, Sakura. Naruto earnestly declared, Sakura, I acknowledge you now. You are no longer a burden. Sakura instinctively covered her mouth. Stifling the urge to shed tears, she realized that Naruto had finally recognized her. She longed for others to understand that she, Haruno Sakura, was not a liability. Just as Naruto attempted to set her down, Sakura clung tightly to him, imploring, "I have no strength left. Naruto, carry me up." She grasped his neck with unwavering resolve. Liu Yin and Xiao Shangyun watched with fiery eyes, one wishing to crush Sakura to dust, while the other desired to incinerate her completely. Yu Ming and Kai Ling stood to the side, stifling their laughter. With little interest, Naruto leapt into the audience, and Sakura, observing his actions, playfully pinched his waist. Naruto looked at her in confusion. Sakura shot him a glance and softly muttered, "What a blockhead." Naruto inquired, "What did you say, Sakura?" She retorted, "Nothing." Liu Yin and Xiao Shangyun rushed to place Sakura on the workbench, addressing Naruto. "Naruto, you may continue watching the match. We will take care of her." Naruto nodded. And as Sakura wished to say something, she noticed flames flickering in Xiao Shangyun's hand, who was grinning mischievously at her. In an instant, Sakura understood and promptly sealed her lips. Xiao Shangyun smiled knowingly. The 8th match commenced, Rock Lee versus Gaara of the Sand. Naruto widened his eyes, realizing that the most intense battle had finally arrived. Suddenly, he called out to the figure emerging from the smoke, "So you've come." The figure replied from within the haze, "Did you win?" Naruto responded, "I have." The figure expressed disappointment, saying, "Unfortunately, I came early to witness your match. I didn't expect to miss it." As the smoke dissipated, Sasuke and Kakashi, the master and disciple, emerged. Sasuke turned to Naruto and inquired, "Did you win or lose?" Naruto glanced at him and replied, "What do you think?" Sasuke remarked, "It seems you've won." Before he could say more, Naruto gestured for him to be silent. Addressing the perplexed Sasuke, "Pay attention to this match, it will greatly benefit you." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke focused intently on the duel taking place. He recognized one of the competitors as the thick-browed boy who had once beaten him before the first exam, and the other as Gaara, whom he found terrifying. Naruto asked, "Who do you think will win?" Sasuke answered, "Gaara." Naruto, taken aback, questioned why. Sasuke replied, furrowing his brow, "I believe I could still muster the courage to fight against the thick-browed boy. However, with Gaara, I cannot yet fathom his depths, though I dislike admitting it. I am not a match for Gaara." Naruto nodded and stated, "Gaara will win, but it will be a Pyrrhic victory. One moment of inattention could lead to his demise. Do not underestimate that thick-browed boy. He is more formidable than you realize." After saying this, he resumed his serious observation. Sasuke, listening intently, also focused on the match. Rock Lee introduced himself. "Hello, I am Rock Lee." Gaara coldly replied, "You should leave. You are not my opponent. My adversaries are Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and that so-called fourth princess." Lee insisted, "Until the outcome is determined, no one knows who will emerge victorious." As the match commenced, he charged forward with a leaf whirlwind, only to be thwarted by Gaara's sand. Gaara continued to watch him coldly, sweeping his arm to send Lee flying away. Lee executed a backflip, landing safely. But Gaara unleashed his sand to ensnare him. In a flash, Lee leaped onto the wall, while Gaara directed his sand towards him. Lee struggled to evade, and it became evident to all that his failure was only a matter of time. Sasuke turned to Naruto and remarked, "At this rate, he won't even be able to injure Gaara. Why isn't he using ninjutsu?" Just then, Guy appeared and explained, "It's not that Lee won't use ninjutsu. He simply cannot. He was born with blocked chakra pathways, allowing him to harness only a minuscule amount of chakra. Therefore, he is unable to utilize ninjutsu and is labeled as the underdog." Naruto then added, "Yet, his dedication is unparalleled. Due to his inability to refine chakra, he has relentlessly trained in taijutsu. I have often witnessed his rigorous training. He can break no fewer than 10 wooden boards without relying on chakra." "Sasuke, can you do that?" They all understood that breaking 10 boards was something anyone could achieve. But doing so without any chakra was exceedingly rare. A ninja without chakra is no different from an ordinary person. Breaking 2 boards is already a tremendous challenge for an average individual, let alone 10. Even more astonishing is that this child is merely 14 years old. His achievements cannot be overlooked. Suddenly, Kai turned to Xiao Li and commanded, "Take that off." Xiao Li chuckled upon hearing this and replied, "Are you serious, Teacher Kai?" Kai flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly white teeth, and affirmed, "Yes, go ahead, Li." Xiao Li then removed the weight from his legs, while Temari scoffed, "How dull." Even if you shed a few pounds, it won't affect Gaara. Naruto widened his eyes at Sasuke and urged, activate your Sharingan. Otherwise, you won't keep up with his speed. Sasuke promptly opened his Sharingan. Xiao Li tossed the weight aside with a thunderous thud, leaving everyone astonished. Suddenly, Xiao Li charged at Gaara, delivering a punch that sent Gaara flying. Temari and Kankuro gaped at Xiao Li in disbelief, exclaiming, impossible. Naruto dismissed them, saying, you're like frogs at the bottom of a well. There's nothing impossible here. Gaara is not invincible. Sasuke remarked, he's still fast. I can barely keep up. Naruto replied, the best is yet to come. Though Xiao Li had gained speed, Gaara still managed to keep up. Suddenly, Xiao Li halted, and a surge of energy enveloped him as thoughts of Naruto, Sasuke, Neji, and even Sakura filled his mind. I cannot afford to fail here. Teacher Kai, please acknowledge me. Naruto activated his Sharingan, declaring, here it comes, the final flourish. In that moment, Xiao Li transformed, resembling a Super Saiyan, with his hair standing on end. The atmosphere among all present in the examination room shifted to one of seriousness. Even the haughty woman, Raikage, began to show signs of concern. Kakashi, witnessing Xiao Li's sudden transformation, turned to Kai and said, Kai, how could you have entrusted him with the 8 gates? Are you unaware of their dangers? I misjudged you. Kai, filled with fervor, replied, Kakashi, you know nothing. That child is determined to prove his ninja way, even at the cost of his life. Kakashi inquired, how many gates can he open now? Kai responded, the 5th gate, the Daemon. Kakashi was taken aback, remarking, this child is indeed a genius. Sasuke, puzzled, asked, what are the 8 gates? Kakashi briefly explained, the 8 gates are incredibly powerful. Sasuke's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing about their might. Kakashi, perceiving his enthusiasm, warned, though the 8 gates are formidable, their side effects are severe. While they grant you power akin to that of a Kage, using them can be fatal. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 17. The resealing. Naruto interrupted their conversation, exclaiming, look, Xiao Li is about to begin. Sasuke noticed Xiao Li charging forward, but his eyes struggled to keep up with Xiao Li's movements. Naruto focused intently on Xiao Li, his Sharingan at least allowing him to follow along. Without a doubt, Gaara was sent flying, unable to decipher Xiao Li's actions even with the Sharingan. How could he possibly keep pace? Gaara, like a mere punching bag, was knocked back repeatedly. In a sudden burst, Xiao Li launched Gaara high into the air, delivering a flurry of kicks. Just then, Xiao Li paused momentarily, and Gaara seized the opportunity to envelop himself with sand. Naruto closed his eyes, lamenting, what a pity. Unbeknownst to Xiao Li, he executed the lotus technique, bringing Gaara down with him. Exhausted, Xiao Li collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Sasuke questioned, did he win? Naruto replied, Xiao Li has lost. Sasuke exclaimed, how is that possible? Wasn't that panda-eyed one utterly defeated by Li without the ability to retaliate? Do not forget, Li currently possesses no strength whatsoever. However, Naruto coldly interjected, yet Gaara still wields considerable chakra. Sasuke retorted, Gaara can barely stand. It would merely end in a draw. Why, then, do you insist that Gaara has triumphed? Naruto responded firmly, no, you underestimate Gaara far too much. Do you know why the most exceptional individuals in the ninja world are referred to as the 4 heavenly kings? Each of the 4 heavenly kings, including Gaara, is not to be taken lightly. At that moment, everyone noticed that Gaara was supported by a layer of sand, and they instantly grasped the situation. Li, opening his bleary eyes, realized the unfortunate truth. Naruto turned to Guy and urged, Teacher Guy, prepare to save Li at once. Gaara is ready to strike fatally. As Naruto entered a meditative state, Guy dashed forward. Gaara initially intended to bury Li beneath a torrent of sand, but with a swift motion, Guy dispersed the grains. Trembling, Gaara stood and asked, why? Guy replied, he is my most cherished student. Gaara seemed to see Yashimaru and halted, departing in solitude. Naruto suddenly opened his eyes and silently conveyed to Gaara, you and I are kindred spirits, destined to tread the path of solitude, devoid of companionship. In our moments of injury, neither your siblings nor my mentors descended to lend us a hand. On this lonely journey, you and I are alike. Gaara, sensing a connection, turned to meet Naruto's gaze, both sharing the same expression of loneliness. As Naruto looked upon Gaara, he stepped forward, placing Gaara's hand upon his shoulder. The sand surrounding Gaara was dispersed by Naruto's 9 tails chakra. Supporting him, Naruto said, You need not thank me. I merely saw you and recognized him, prompting my instinctive action. If you insist that my approach is for some ulterior motive, I cannot change that perception. Gaara closed his eyes, feeling assured that Naruto would not harm him. As he drifted off to sleep, Naruto turned to regard him, surprised to find that Gaara had succumbed to slumber. It was the first time he had slept peacefully, and Naruto furrowed his brow, contemplating why Shikaku had not emerged to disrupt and seize his body. Unbeknownst to Naruto, Gaara, feeling the warmth radiating from Naruto, succumbed to sleep as he had not rested for a long time. Naruto smiled, lifting Gaara onto his back and heading toward Temari. Temari and Kankuro were taken aback to see Gaara sleeping soundly against Naruto. Naruto did not spare them a glance. As Gaara's elder brother, despite his injuries, he showed no fear in his concern. Would they have treated Gaara differently if they had been kinder? Gently placing Gaara on a chair, Temari and Kankuro were about to speak when Naruto coldly commanded, "Silence. If you wake Gaara, I will hold you accountable." Temari and Kankuro were silenced by Naruto's imposing aura, recalling his formidable strength. As soon as Naruto departed, the power of the tailed beast began to surge uncontrollably. Gaara displayed a pained expression, and Naruto returned to sit beside him, calming the beast. Naruto waved to Shoin, who, upon seeing her cousin beckon, hastily approached. Naruto addressed her, saying, "Shoin, the seal on Gaara is unstable. Do you have any solutions?" The Uzumaki clan is renowned for its sealing techniques. Shoin replied, "Please allow me a moment to think, cousin." Naruto nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Shoin hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Noticing her uncertainty, Naruto inquired, "What troubles you?" Shoin responded, "Cousin, there is a method, but it carries significant risks." Intrigued, Naruto asked, "What is this method?" With a serious demeanor, Shoin explained, "While there are numerous ways to strengthen the sealing technique, only one can fortify the seal without affecting the tailed beast's power, the 8-trigram seal, created by the 4th Hokage to bind the 9 tails." Naruto inquired, "Is this technique difficult?" Shoin replied, "It is indeed challenging. However, to reinforce the seal, we must first unlock the cage of the tailed beast, which poses a formidable challenge. You must understand, once a tailed beast is released, the calamity it brings is unimaginable. Even the weakest of them, the one tail, causes devastation beyond comprehension. It could easily overpower us. Cousin, you must think this through. If you are determined to proceed, I will stand by your side. For the Uzumaki clan is now but the two of us. My faith has always been in you, despite our unfamiliarity before. The thought of our kin gives me solace in my solitude." Deeply moved, Naruto felt the warmth of companionship wash over him. He gently stroked Shoin's head, a tenderness he had never shown before, and said, "I understand, Shoin. Please call Yume, Kaling, and Lu Yen to join us." Shoin, quick to grasp his intent, exclaimed, "Cousin, do you mean to?" Naruto nodded affirmatively. When Shoin summoned them, Kaling covered her mouth in surprise, exclaiming, "Oh my, Naruto, are you planning to confess to us? With so many here, we certainly cannot accept." Naruto, suddenly serious, addressed them, "I need your assistance." Lu Yen inquired, "Speak, Naruto. I will help in any way I can." Naruto conveyed, "I wish for you all to join me in confronting the One Tail." "What a ridiculous notion!" Kaling exclaimed incredulously. Naruto frowned, retorting, "Do I appear to be jesting?" Kaling, resting her hand on her head, replied, "Uzumaki Naruto, this is no laughing matter. Do you comprehend the nature of a tailed beast? Even the weakest, the One Tail, is not something we can easily contend with. It would require several elite ninjas to subdue a single-tailed beast, whereas we barely possess the strength of Jonin." Yume, with a serious tone, asked, "Naruto, could you clarify your reasoning?" Naruto recounted the 8-trigram seal. Understanding dawned on Yume, who remarked, "Ah, I see. You must distinguish between sealing a tailed beast and defeating one." Confused, Naruto asked, "What is the difference?" Yume clarified, "Defeating a tailed beast is beyond our capabilities, but sealing it presents us with a potential opportunity. Sealing the tailed beast is sufficient if others can restrain it. Initially, the host's control over the beast can diminish its power by 40%. Additionally, as the weakest among the tailed beasts, defeating it outright may be implausible. However, if we can restrain it, success is within our grasp. Considering that it is composed entirely of sand, if we find a suitable environment near water, the beast's strength would be significantly reduced. Hence, we would no longer need to fear it. Once we seal the beast, the matter will be concluded." Shui Weyuekaling spoke to Lei Yuyuming. You cannot be serious about this. According to your analysis, while the beast's power may be minimized, it is still a tailed beast. How could we possibly contend with it? Suddenly, Lei Yuyuming, with excitement, licked his lips and replied, so what? If we succeed, we could attain the level of a jonin. Perhaps we would no longer have to play the roles of those tedious chunin. Shui Weyuekaling rolled her eyes and remarked, you can't be serious. Uzumaki Naruto, with a stern expression, retorted, what do you think? Uzumaki Shangyun blushed and added, I follow brother Naruto. I will do whatever he asks. Qingye Luyan, calm and composed, stated, he is the man I have chosen. I shall abide by his decisions. As soon as Luyan finished speaking, Shangyun exclaimed, you brat, what did you just say? Luyan replied, humph, did you not hear? Uzumaki Naruto is my man, you little child. Lei Yuyuming interjected, Uzumaki Naruto, I can assist you, but with a condition. Naruto nodded, go ahead. Leaning closer, Lei Yuyuming whispered, when the time comes, kill the Raikage for me. Naruto, taken aback, glanced at her in surprise. Lei Yuyuming continued, my entire family was annihilated for saving a fugitive. Later, I discovered that the fugitive had been deliberately sent by the Raikage to ensnare our family, the Leiyu clan, who possessed the ability to manipulate lightning to its fullest potential. Thus, we became a thorn in the Raikage's side. What you perceive in my eyes is not merely coldness, but an inherent arrogance. You have become arrogant to your very core. You disregard everything around you, and the disdain in the eyes of the villagers in Konoha is palpable. You cannot contribute anything to its defense, and betraying Konoha is inevitable. Consequently, I too will betray the Hidden Cloud Village. Therefore, I propose an alliance. When you seek revenge against Konoha, I will aid you, and conversely, when I seek vengeance against the Hidden Cloud Village, I will require your assistance. During this period, I will heed your commands. You would not refuse, would you, Uzumaki Naruto? After a moment of contemplation, Naruto realized that this was the best course of action. He sought vengeance against Konoha and required formidable allies. Being alone made success difficult. He had long ceased to fear Konoha, so what did he have to fear from the Hidden Cloud Village? Moreover, Lei Yuyuming was a promising ally. She was already a jonin and would undoubtedly reach the rank of Kage in due time. Having a subordinate of that caliber is exceedingly rare. Currently, the entirety of Konoha is comprised of the third Hokage, Danzo, the absent Jiraiya, and the missing Tsunade, with no other significant figures present. Furthermore, the third Hokage has begun to decline, having surpassed his prime, and is nearing the end of his life. Although Danzo possesses the Sharingan and the cells of Hashirama, he is unable to effectively utilize them. It is evident that he will not return to Konoha unless the village faces its gravest peril. This implies that in the future, Tsunade will be the sole remaining Hokage-level ninja, rendering Konoha nearly defunct. The Hidden Cloud Village boasts formidable combat prowess, yet their intellect is evidently lacking. Their primary concerns should be the Two Tails Jinchuriki, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, and the Raikage, with only a cursory watch on the others. Moreover, during that time, the Two Tails will likely be captured early, leaving only the Eight Tails, Killer Bee, and the Raikage. At that point, I would presumably attain a level comparable to that of a Hokage, and with the aid of the Nine Tails, I would undoubtedly surpass the Raikage. The Eight Tails would merely need to restrain the situation with the rain. After contemplating, Naruto replied, that is acceptable, but you must heed my every word. Do not act impulsively. Raijin Yume, brimming with excitement, responded, fear not. I shall follow your lead. Uzumaki Kyuin fixed her gaze upon the two and inquired, what do you mean by following someone? Whose orders are you obeying? Raijin Yume's eyes sparkled as she suddenly exclaimed, we are discussing my future marriage to Naruto. Hence, who shall be in charge at home? Kyuin's face flushed as she stammered, a marriage to my cousin? Oh, Naruto, bemused by Kyuin's sudden embarrassment, remarked, do you truly believe that? Kyuin, blushing even more, retorted, cousin, you are all so impure, thinking such thoughts. I see through you. Naruto, clutching his head, insisted, it is not as such. We were merely discussing how to deal with the One-Tails. After expressing his dissatisfaction with a glare at Raijin Yume, Kyuin turned to her and asked, is that how it is, Yume? Raijin Yume nodded with a smile and playfully poked Kyuin's rosy cheeks, saying, of course. Kyuin wouldn't take my words seriously, would she? How adorable. Kyuin then fainted from embarrassment. Naruto suddenly turned to Mizuki Sayaka and asked, what about you, Sayaka? Will you assist us? Mizuki Sayaka, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, opened her mouth to say, "I must decline." "Why, Sayaka? Why won't you help my brother?" Kyun questioned, her tone tinged with disappointment. Sayaka gazed at the sky and replied, "I long to assist you. But have you considered that the bloodline limits of the Land of Water are tightly regulated? I am the last surviving heir of the Mizuki clan. I cannot allow a moment of recklessness to extinguish my family's legacy. Thus, I must apologize, Naruto, Kyun, Liu Yin, and Yume." With that, she departed. As it was time for her to compete, Kyun, agitated, exclaimed, "If you are afraid to go, just say so. We are not relying on her." Naruto, after a prolonged silence, murmured, "There is nothing we can do about it. Due to the inherent scarcity of bloodline limits in the Land of Water, and considering that she has struggled to survive against all odds, she cannot sacrifice her life for our momentary impulses. It is of no consequence. We can manage with just the few of us." Although Mizuki Ayane faced off against Shikamaru, whose intelligence is unparalleled, all cunning strategies prove futile in the face of absolute strength. Consequently, Shikamaru was swiftly defeated by Mizuki Ayane. Ayane had originally wished to join Naruto and the others in confronting the One-Tail. Her reluctance was not born out of fear, but rather from the haunting memory of her parents' final words. "Ayane, you are the last hope of the Mizuki clan. Remember to survive." Gazing up at the sky, she murmured, "What should I do, dear parents?" Meanwhile, the remaining battle saw Uzumaki Kyuka pitted against Kiba. Unfortunately, Kyuka's anger flared upon realizing Ayane's refusal to assist them. Seeing Kiba's arrogant demeanor, she unleashed a furious assault upon him. Kiba, feeling frustrated, had yet to unleash his ultimate technique when that girl used a peculiar sealing technique to bind his chakra. Devoid of chakra, a lower-ranked ninja is only marginally stronger than an ordinary person. Although Kiba is adept in both physical and ninjutsu, the combination of the two yields significant power. However, with his ninjutsu sealed, his strength diminished considerably, and he was decisively beaten into a pulp by Kyuka. As Kyuka concluded her bout with Kiba, Gaara awoke. Naruto gazed at Gaara's freshly awakened visage, finding it irresistibly endearing, almost akin to a panda. In a spontaneous act, Raijin Yumei approached and playfully pinched Gaara's cheeks. But as soon as she made contact, Gaara's sand retaliated, forcing Yumei to leap back in surprise. Gaara cast a dark glare at Yumei, leaning against Naruto while sleeping. Gaara found solace in their shared loneliness. Naruto cared for him as an elder brother without ulterior motives, which allowed Gaara to feel secure. Yet, it is crucial to remember that Gaara does not permit just anyone to approach him without reservation. Although he did not voice it, he internally acknowledged Naruto, while maintaining a wary stance toward Yumei. With a grim expression, Gaara warned her, "Do you wish to die?" To which Yumei retorted, enveloped in crackling electricity, "You may certainly try, Gaara." Naruto interjected, "Enough, both of you. I suspect that should you engage, you would attract the attention of the Konoha Anbu." Yumei sensed the hidden presence of many Anbu among the spectators, as did Gaara. They both relented. Naruto leaned closer to Gaara and whispered, "We wish to seal the tailed beast within you, but I ask for your consent. Lend me your ear. I have something to share." Gaara replied, "No need. I have grown accustomed to sleeplessness." Naruto smiled, understanding that Gaara's reluctance stemmed from a desire to prevent any harm from befalling them. "Fear not, Gaara," he reassured. "Even if we cannot prevail, we can always escape. Besides, if the Nine Tails cannot defeat even the One Tail, it would be better for it to perish. Wouldn't you agree?" Nine Tails. The last remark was directed inwardly at the spirit of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails, upon hearing this, lay down and addressed Naruto, saying, "Naruto, it seems you have misjudged something. If I cannot even defeat a One Tail, I have no place in this world. Moreover, I could easily take on dozens of such feeble creatures. The One Tail, capable of communicating with the other tailed beasts, could not contain its rage at the Nine Tails' arrogant tone and retorted, 'Nine Tails, do not be so presumptuous. You merely rely on your abundant chakra.' The Nine Tails, with a dismissive air, replied, 'When you grow a few more tails, then we can talk, you bottom-ranking beast.' Unable to tolerate this, the One Tail declared, 'I challenge you to a duel.' The Nine Tails opened its eyes, unleashing a fierce, killing intent as it charged towards the One Tail, coldly stating, 'I am the leader among the tailed beasts, the first in rank. Humph, even if all of you band together, what could you possibly do to me?' The One Tail, frustrated, remained silent, acknowledging the truth in the Nine Tails' words. Even if they all attacked together, there was no guarantee they could restrain the Nine Tails, for once it decided to leave, no one could impede its path. Suddenly, Naruto appeared in their shared consciousness, saying, "Could you two refrain from quarreling? Especially you, One Tail. Your noise is disturbing Gaara outside." The One Tail retorted, "What does that have to do with you?" At that moment, it exchanged a knowing glance with the Nine Tails, which then glared at Naruto and asked, "How did you enter here, little one?" Naruto, puzzled, replied, "What do you mean? How did I get in?" "I just came in." The One Tail exclaimed in astonishment. "How is that possible? Over the years, aside from the Sage of Six Paths, no one has been able to enter our consciousness. Not even the strongest could." Naruto explained, "I don't know. I just saw a sphere of light enveloping me, and I stepped in." The One Tail, suddenly serious, turned to the Nine Tails and said, "Could he be the prophesied child?" The Nine Tails, equally grave, responded, "It seems so. Let me inquire further." The Nine Tails addressed Naruto, asking, "What is your perspective on us tailed beasts?" Naruto replied, "To ordinary people, we are simply beings existing beneath the same sky. There is no absolute right or wrong, no pure goodness or ugliness. Mistakes are often made by the defeated, shaped by their circumstances, while righteousness belongs to the victors. This is an unchanging truth in the ninja world. Therefore, I cannot definitively state my views, except to say that these beings have lost their minds, forsaking their very selves for the sake of power, disregarding your feelings." Upon hearing this, the Nine Tails and the One Tail exchanged a solemn glance, seemingly reaching a serious decision. The Nine Tails then said to Naruto, "Naruto, we tailed beasts shall lend you our full support, but I have a proposition. We will serve as your summoning beasts. But once you have accomplished your tasks, do not force us into servitude. Allow us our freedom, agreed?" Naruto pondered for a moment before responding, "All right. But I have a condition as well. During the time you remain sealed, you must heed my commands. Furthermore, after you are released, do not harm innocent humans." The Nine Tails replied, "Agreed. We have little interest in those ordinary humans." Turning to the One Tail, it added, "And One Tail, cease your attempts to wrest control of Gaara's body. Let him rest peacefully, and ultimately, guide him." A Tail nonchalantly remarked, "Mother, initially I competed for the body merely to escape sooner. I never realized you had an agreement with me. Rest assured, I shall no longer seize his body. Furthermore, I will certainly guide my host." Naruto nodded and said, "I will take my leave now." With that, he vanished. The Tail gazed at Naruto's disappearing figure and murmured, "Kyuubi, can we truly trust this fellow?" The Kyuubi, lounging lazily on the ground, replied, "Do not worry. He is at least preferable to the hypocrites of Konoha. After all these years of waiting, what are a few more?" The Tail fell into silence for a moment and then responded, "Indeed." Naruto opened his eyes to find Uzumaki Kyuyun and Aoyan Ryuyan looking at him with genuine concern. A warmth filled his heart as he smiled and nodded. Kyuyun, seeing Naruto recovering, inquired, "Naruto cousin, what just happened?" Naruto replied, "Nothing at all." He suddenly turned to Gaara and said, "Gaara, you need not worry about your sleep anymore." Gaara trembled as he asked, "Is that true?" Seeing his reaction, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle and affirmed, "Yes, it is true." After all, Gaara was still a child, one who could endure the torment of sleeplessness. Adults would struggle to bear such agony, let alone a child. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Gaara, trembling, expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much." Naruto shook his head. "Thank you all for the splendid performance. Now, those who remain, look forward to the next match, which will take place in a month. Based on the results of several examinations, we shall see if you can ascend among the ranks." The third Hokage delivered an exhilarating speech from above. Naruto cast a disdainful glance at the third Hokage, thinking to himself, "Just endure a little longer. Your time is nearly up." After bidding farewell to Sakura and Sasuke, Naruto abruptly halted and said, "Little mouse hiding in the shadows, do you want me to draw you out?" Uzumaki Kyuyun and Aoyan Ryuyan emerged from the darkness. Naruto then withdrew his hand from his ninja tool pouch and asked, "What are you two doing here?" Kyuyun cheerfully replied, "Hey, Naruto cousin, let us stay with you." Naruto turned and continued walking, stating, "Don't you have your own inn? Why not stay there?" Kyuyun exclaimed, "The inn is too dull. It's filled with nothing but old men." Just as Naruto was about to suggest they find another place to stay, he was met with Kyuyun's expression that conveyed, "If you don't take us home, I will cry." He helplessly covered his head and said, all right, I understand." Kyuyun leaped in excitement, and Ryuyan smiled broadly. Upon reaching Naruto's residence, Kyun noticed the absence of any inhabitants and inquired, "Naruto cousin, why is there no one here?" As they ascended the stairs, Naruto explained, "It's because of me. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, they perhaps believe I am the reincarnation of the beast, thus choosing not to dwell with a monster like me." Suddenly, Kyun fell silent and said, "I'm sorry, Naruto cousin." Naruto waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. Don't worry." With a cold gaze surveying the surroundings of Konoha, he softly declared, "Everything here, every insult directed at me, Uzumaki Naruto, I shall reclaim in due time." With that, he turned and walked away. Shang-Yun and Luyan gazed vacantly at Naruto's retreating figure. As Naruto opened the door, he addressed them, saying, "This is my room. Take a look, it's rather shabby. You'd better return to the inn quickly." Although Shang-Yun and her companions noted that Naruto's abode was modest, they discerned that, despite its size, it was well equipped. Furthermore, Naruto had tidied the room remarkably well, a stark contrast to his previously chaotic state. Luyan remarked, "Although this space isn't as expansive as a hotel room, it exudes a warm and inviting atmosphere. It is certainly no less than an inn." Shang-Yun nodded in agreement. Naruto, resting his head in his hands, responded, "I'm at a loss for words with you both. Do as you please." He then retreated to his room, while Luyan headed to the kitchen, and Shang-Yun gazed out the window at the setting sun. Once inside, Naruto closed the door and reflected on his need to diligently practice with the burning fruit, striving to develop new techniques. Meanwhile, Luyan donned an apron in the kitchen, contemplating Naruto's apparent discontent with Konoha. A genius like Naruto could only be controlled if he was in their grasp, otherwise, he must be eradicated. Could Konoha truly bring themselves to do such a thing? If they dared to harm Naruto, I would ensure that every single person in Konoha pays the price as long as I draw breath. Shang-Yun, leaning against the window, thought about how Konoha dared to mistreat her elder brother Naruto. "Sooner or later, I will exact vengeance upon you." However, seeing that Naruto seemed inclined to take matters into his own hands, perhaps I shall leave it to him. It appears that Naruto's defection from the village is imminent, and I must prepare for my return. Wherever he goes, I shall follow, for he is my last remaining kin. I will also uncover the truth behind the massacre of the Uzumaki clan in the Land of Fire. Simultaneously, Gaara, a boy with brown hair adorned with the character for love, was unable to sleep, not due to the tailed beast within him, but because of the tumult in his heart. As he gazed at the luminous moon, thoughts of Naruto Uzumaki consumed him. "How should I approach you, Naruto? Can I truly place my trust in you?" Naruto lay on the floor of his room, drenched in sweat, realizing how arduous it was merely to concentrate chakra for transformation. It was exhausting. Why was it so difficult for the phoenix to assume different forms? The endeavor required an excessive amount of time and chakra, and on the battlefield, it would lead to certain demise. Yet, he had to press on. Rising, he made his way to the dining area. Upon opening the door, he was met with Shang-Yun, who was about to knock. Surprised, she said, "Naruto, dinner is ready." Naruto spotted the table where Luyan had already prepared the meal. As he observed Shang-Yun waiting for him, he couldn't help but think, this is what family feels like. Perhaps family cannot provide everything one desires, but they offer a haven from the storm and stand silently behind you when the world casts doubt upon you. That is the essence of family. As Naruto strolled down the street, he prepared to venture into the forest for training. This time, however, he would not be honing fruit-based techniques, ninjutsu, or jinjutsu. Instead, he would focus on improving his leg techniques. This month, Naruto had not drawn fruits, but rather the leg techniques from the anime Fengyun, specifically the Wind God leg. Initially, Naruto believed this system was solely related to pirates, but it appeared to encompass abilities from various anime. Of course, he could also draw something else. Last time, he had drawn a brick as a weapon. Imagining the ninjutsu of brick techniques, with bricks raining down upon his adversaries, Naruto was immediately struck by a wave of absurdity. However, the sole regret lies in the apparent absence of the bloodline limits from the Naruto universe. Despite numerous attempts, none have emerged. It is indeed unfortunate, as Naruto harbors hopes of obtaining a left Mangekyo Sharingan and a right Rinnegan, envisioning their remarkable allure. While it is true that the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the deadly eyes possess formidable capabilities, the former risks devastating repercussions, and the latter remains an enigma to Naruto. Given his limited comprehension of the deadly eyes, he prefers to refrain from utilizing these abilities until he gains mastery over them. Currently, Naruto was left with only the powers of the Flame Fruit, alongside the Nine Tails and Orochimaru's curse mark. Although the strength of the Nine Tails is immense, Naruto acknowledges his own feebleness. His current body cannot withstand the overwhelming chakra of the Nine Tails, compelling him to strive for greater strength. Heaven has bestowed upon him the prowess to stand above all, and were he not to ascend to the pinnacle of the world, he would feel utterly ashamed of his existence. As Naruto wandered, he unexpectedly spotted a girl with a white-haired man leaning over a bathroom railing, seemingly peering through a telescope. It was evident that he was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin and Naruto's mentor in the original narrative. However, Naruto would not seek his tutelage. For while others extolled Jiraiya's virtues of kindness and selflessness, truthful attributes, I concede, his goodwill does not equate to genuine trust in Naruto's potential. Recalling the first confrontation in Shippuden, where Jiraiya trained him and Orochimaru mentored Sasuke, Naruto was thoroughly outmatched. At that time, aside from the Rasengan and the summoning technique taught by Jiraiya, Naruto received little else in guidance. One might argue that Naruto eventually rose to prominence, yet it was primarily through his own exploration. I refuse to believe that Jiraiya, a celebrated Sannin, lacked the expertise in wind release techniques. Perhaps he discerned Naruto's innate talent and chose to cease his instruction, redirecting his focus towards teaching Naruto to harness the Nine Tails energy at the cost of his life. Seeing Jiraiya slumped against the wall, Naruto chose silence and departed, unwilling to engage with him, as he had already made a resolute decision regarding his mentor, Orochimaru. Feeling that his growth in Konoha was stagnating, he recognized the need for departure. The village felt like a gilded cage, binding him. To achieve strength, he must break free from this confinement, rendering his exodus from Konoha imperative. He sought to avoid any further entanglements with Jiraiya. Under the sun, the once united shadows diverged, symbolizing the commencement of fate's intricate mechanisms. Naruto ventured into the woods to practice the wind god leg technique. Simultaneously, Uzumaki Karen sat cross-legged with closed eyes, surrounded by sparks of fire. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and called out to the heavens. Meanwhile, Raijin Yumi, akin to a bolt of lightning, swiftly defeated all her Jonin sparring partners, casting a disdainful glance at the fallen adversaries. On the water's surface, Mizuki Saren abruptly opened her ice-blue eyes, conjuring ice that swiftly spread across the lake. Satisfied, she nodded in approval. Sasuke shouted Chidori and charged towards a massive boulder, shattering it with a thunderous crash. Yet, his expression conveyed dissatisfaction with his own performance, as he felt that such feats were beneath him. As for Gaara, his situation was considerably simpler. During this period, he engaged in little more than slumber. Yes, simply sleeping. Ever since he realized the pleasure of sleep, his days were consumed with eating and resting, regardless of the time of day. Those who can indulge in sleep will never comprehend the torment of those who cannot. Thus, Gaara seemed to be attempting to make up for lost time by sleeping incessantly. Before he knew it, the eve of the Chunin exams had arrived. Naruto was dining with Sakura and Hinata. Sakura was skillfully stirring a dish when she casually inquired, "Naruto, who are you competing against next?" As Naruto savored his food, he playfully teased Hinata, responding, "Against Raikijime." Suddenly, Sakura halted her cooking, and Hinata looked taken aback, both exclaiming, "Who did you say you would be competing against?" Naruto, unfazed, replied, "Raikijime. Why?" Hinata, with a hint of concern, remarked, "Naruto, don't you know? Raikijime is the strongest among the four princesses." Naruto, momentarily stunned, asked, "The strongest? Aren't all four princesses on a similar level? How can she be the most powerful?" Sakura explained, "Lightning is inherently fast and possesses high attack power along with paralysis effects. Moreover, Reikijume's talent surpasses ours slightly, coupled with her diligence, making her the most formidable princess among us." Naruto hesitated and questioned, "Have you all competed against her?" Hinata admitted, "Though I hate to acknowledge it. Each of us has faced her, and we fell short." Naruto's demeanor shifted to seriousness, but then he resumed his meal, lost in thought. Hinata, sensing a potential solution, asked, "Brother, do you have a plan to handle Raikijime?" Naruto, still chewing, calmly replied, "Not at all." In unison, Sakura and Hinata exclaimed, "Not at all? Then how can you eat?" Naruto rolled his eyes. "What? Am I not allowed to eat just because I can't think of a solution?" Sakura pressed, "Aren't you worried?" Naruto, remaining composed, replied, "If worrying could resolve issues, I would be anxious every day." Yet, some paths become clear when we reach the mountain. No need to fret. I'm done eating, so take your time. I'll head to my room to rest. Goodbye. Sakura and Hinata exchanged resigned glances. Upon returning to her room, Hinata gazed at the starlit sky outside the window and murmured, I hope you won't disappoint me, Reikajume. With that, she closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Reikajume, clad in a yukata, seemingly sensed something and glanced in the direction of Naruto's house. Back in her room, Hinata pondered whether she should confront Reikajume that night or perhaps injure her. This notion increasingly occupied her mind. But then she recalled that such actions would surely alienate her cousin Naruto. Reluctantly, she set aside the tempting thought. She knew Naruto's pride was stronger than anything else. And thus she closed her eyes and succumbed to sleep. It's all your fault, Naruto, Hinata lamented. Naruto rolled his eyes. What did I do? Didn't you wake me? Hinata, blushing, stammered, I got distracted. It turned out that this morning. Little Hinata had intended to wake Naruto, but was so captivated by his handsome face illuminated by the morning sun that she lost her resolve. Lying on the bed, I gazed at Naruto while gently caressing his face, inadvertently forgetting to awaken him. Eventually, Naruto stirred awake, blinking at Kyun, who in turn blinked back at him. Suddenly, she let out a shriek and scurried to the corner of the room. Naruto stared, momentarily perplexed by Kyun's antics. It suddenly dawned on him that he had an examination to prepare for, and he dashed off to get dressed. Shortly thereafter, Kyun, too, came to the realization and began gathering her belongings for the exam. Thus unfolded the entirety of the morning's events. Glancing at the clock, I wondered if there were still 15 minutes left for Kyun. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, it'll take at least 30 minutes. Naruto abruptly halted, and Kyun, puzzled, asked, Naruto, why aren't you running yet? Without warning, Naruto bent down and scooped Kyun into a princess carry, apologizing. I'm sorry, Kyun, I'll explain later. With that, he unleashed a swift gust of wind and bolted away. In his arms, Kyun blushed adorably, clinging to his neck. But Naruto was too preoccupied with their journey to notice her charm. In the competition arena, Nara Shikamaru checked the time and remarked to the third Hokage, Lord Hokage, there are only 5 minutes left. If Naruto Uzumaki does not arrive, it will be deemed a forfeit. The third Hokage nodded in acknowledgement. Disguised as the Kazekage, Orochimaru feigned confusion, saying, Uzumaki Naruto? The Uzumaki clan is quite rare. I wonder what connection he has to the fourth Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Kushina. The third Hokage's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he replied nonchalantly, oh, is that so? Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. Inwardly, Orochimaru mused about the cunning old fox, then shifted the conversation to other topics with the third Hokage. Nara Shikamaru announced, 30 seconds remaining, while Sasuke and Sakura anxiously awaited Naruto's arrival on the platform. Kakashi remained composed, his gaze fixed on the arena, though his attention was not on the novel, but rather on the stage. Neji crossed his arms, disdainfully commenting, the bottom of the barrel has grown fearful. Kiba tugged at his hair in frustration, exclaiming, what on earth is that rascal Naruto doing? Hinata clasped her hands in prayer. As Nara Shikamaru counted down, 15, 14, 13, 12, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, a sudden gust of wind whipped across the ground as he called out 1. Everyone instinctively shielded their eyes, squinting against the bluster, until the wind abruptly ceased, and leaves drifted down like elderly gentlemen in slow motion. As the crowd opened their eyes, they beheld a handsome man with gentle golden hair, cradling a strikingly beautiful woman with fiery red locks. The image evoked the notion of a celestial couple in many minds. Kakashi, Guy, the third Hokage, and several elder shinobi from Konoha were reminded of the fourth Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto's gaze fixated on Raikage, who also opened his eyes and greeted Naruto. You have arrived, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto replied resolutely, I have come, Raijin, gently setting Kyun down. He turned to the examiner and declared, let us begin, examiner. Nara Shikamaru, with a resigned nod, said, contestant Uzumaki Kyun, please step forward. The competition commenced. The fragrant whirlpool surged forward, gazing intently at Naruto and Raijin Yumei. Naruto glanced at her and declared, let us engage in a battle with all our might, Raijin Yumei. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, startling both Guy and Kakashi. This was the unmistakable mark of a jonin, and they were astounded that Naruto had ascended to such a rank so swiftly. Indeed, after a month of arduous training, Naruto had practiced with a fervor that bordered on life-threatening. Few could truly comprehend the extent of Naruto's dedication. Perhaps only Shan Yun and Liu Yin witnessed his daily return, battered and bruised. Each time, he bore wounds upon wounds. It was likely that only someone with the chakra of the Nine Tails could endure such trials. Raijin Yumei met Naruto's fervor with equal intensity, boldly declaring, "If you wish to fight, then let us fight." As the leaves gently descended to the ground, both Naruto and Raijin Yumei sprang into action simultaneously. The clash of lightning and flames erupted for the first time, producing a thunderous explosion that billowed clouds of smoke. Two figures emerged from the haze. Raijin Yumei executed a series of hand seals and proclaimed, "Lightning release, lightning leopard." Naruto watched as a series of lightning-shaped leopards charged towards him. In the air, he transformed, sprouting wings and uttering flame dragon wing strike, hurling it towards the lightning leopards, resulting in yet another tremendous explosion. Naruto smiled at Raijin Yumei, who suddenly remarked, "This is Kakashi's signature technique, the lightning cutter, which I have emulated." With that, she lunged towards Naruto. Kakashi, Guy, and Sasuke widened their eyes in astonishment. Kakashi exclaimed, "A genius, a true genius, who has learned the lightning cutter without any assistance." Naruto, his demeanor suddenly serious, replied, "Indeed, Raijin Yumei, you are a true prodigy, but I shall not concede." As he unleashed the Inferno Dragon Fist, a magnificent creature took shape in his hand. Antlers of a deer, the head of a horse, the ears of a cow, the eyes of a turtle, the neck of a lion, the whiskers of a salamander, the body of a serpent, and the claws of an eagle. This was the divine dragon of Huaxia. When the lightning cutter collided with the Inferno Dragon Fist, neither party was willing to yield an inch, resulting in a colossal black-purple sphere that consumed everything in its vicinity. Both Naruto and Raijin Yumei retreated simultaneously, but as they did, the dark sphere detonated, creating a vast crater in the examination ground. The audience stared in disbelief at the spectacle before them. Undeterred, Raijin Yumei and Naruto charged at each other once more, engaging in close combat. Naruto executed a slow, yet precise strike towards Raijin Yumei's abdomen with the wind's resilient grass. Although Raijin Yumei was puzzled by the seemingly non-aggressive nature of Naruto's technique, she nonetheless evaded the blow just in case. Seizing the moment, Naruto unleashed a flurry of ferocious attacks against Raijin Yumei, igniting her fury. They clashed in a primal display of fire and lightning, heaven's thunder meeting the earth's flames. Who among Naruto and Raijin Yumei would emerge victorious in the Chunin exams? Who would safeguard the title of the strongest among their youthful generation? Faster, quicker, Raijin Yumei. Is this truly the extent of your speed and power? Naruto shouted. His body battered and torn, his hands hanging limply by his sides, his face smeared with blood. Yet, he maintained a frenzied expression as he faced Raijin Yumei. Though Raijin Yumei fared slightly better than Naruto, her condition was far from ideal. The audience was left in a state of shock, for they observed that the battleground where Naruto and Raijin Yumei fought was rendered nearly unrecognizable. This is no longer a battle of Chunin level. Despite the prolonged confrontation, none of the combatants have relaxed, for they are acutely aware that the end is drawing near. Naruto gazes at Raijin Yumei, acknowledging him as the most formidable newcomer among the younger generation of the Five Nations. Raijin Yumei, in turn, looks at Naruto Uzumaki, thinking to himself that this is indeed the man I have chosen, a truly impressive individual. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, involuntarily licks his lips, contemplating how increasingly desirous he has become of Naruto. The third Hokage watches Naruto, pondering whether this is a boon or a bane for the Hidden Leaf Village. Sasuke clenches his fists, reflecting that he had always believed he was closing the distance between himself and Naruto, only to now realize that the gap is widening. To what extent must you progress, Naruto? Without delving into the thoughts of others, Raijin Yumei addresses Naruto. You are the first person to witness my weapon. With that, he produces a scroll and summons two blades. Naruto gazes at the two swords with confusion. Kakashi and Guy widen their eyes in unison, exclaiming, "Those are the Raikiri and Bakuto, blades of the ninja." Startled, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura inquire, "What do you mean, ninja blades? What are the Raikiri and Bakuto?" Kakashi responds gravely, "Ninja blades are also known as the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, a legendary group organized by the Second Mizukage. Within the hidden mist, there are many types of ninja. The 7 served as the second Mizuki's elite guards, each wielding a blade perfectly suited to their unique ninjutsu, capable of executing high-difficulty missions. However, with the advent of a turbulent era, war ravaged the populace while simultaneously forging a cadre of lethal elites who ultimately supplanted the 7 ninja swordsmen. This succession was not one of peace, but rather a bloody contest for supremacy, to claim a renowned blade and prove their worth. Anyone possessing sufficient strength could seize a weapon from the 7 ninja swordsmen and eliminate its master, whether they be bandits or rogue ninjas, thereby inheriting the title of a ninja swordsman. Gradually, the essence of the 7 ninja swordsmen evolved from a cohesive organization to a title synonymous with unparalleled prowess, as both blades and their wielders underwent countless exchanges and transformations. Naruto gazes intently at the swords in Raijin Yueying's hands, demanding, "How did the Raikiri and Bakudo come to be in your possession?" Raijin Yueying, unfazed, replies, "I acquired them from a man named Raiga during my last mission. After I eliminated him. Enough talk, let's proceed." With that, he charges forward. This time, Naruto refrains from engaging in a direct confrontation. Using his fists against blades would be tantamount to courting death. Instead, he employs the wind god leg technique, skillfully weaving around Raijin Yueying without drawing near. Suddenly, Raijin Yueying unleashes a torrent of lightning around him. Naruto hastily evades, yet Raijin Yueying seizes the moment, accelerating towards him. Seeing no other option, Naruto retrieves a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, infusing it with his wind-release chakra, and hurls it fiercely at Raijin Yueying. Raijin Yueying, indifferent, charges with the Raikiri, confident that Naruto's shuriken, despite being imbued with chakra, cannot withstand the might of his blade. Naruto's kunai is merely an ordinary tool, while Raijin Yumi's ninja sword is renowned as one of the legendary 7 swords of the ninja world. This distinction alone signifies a monumental difference. Even if Naruto infuses his kunai with chakra, one must not forget that Raijin Yumi is inherently a master of lightning manipulation, and the addition of the thunderous blade serves to amplify her prowess. Remarkably, upon witnessing the lightning blade soaring towards him, Naruto remains undaunted, channeling his formidable fire fruit abilities to grasp it barehanded. Unfazed, Raijin Yumi employs her left hand to slash at Naruto with her explosive blade. Startled, Naruto attempts to react, only to discover that the lightning chakra enveloping the blade has rendered his body paralyzed. Ignoring all else, he resorts to his trump card. The spectators watch in horror as the explosive blade viciously cuts into Naruto's waist. Some murmur, questioning why they were not supposed to fight amongst themselves when they had agreed to unite against other nations. The reason lies in the pact between Naruto and Raijin Yumi. It stipulates that only if Naruto defeats Raijin Yumi will she heed his commands. Should he be vanquished or killed by her, their agreement would dissolve. As Raijin Yumi perceives Naruto nearing his demise, a flicker of regret flashes in her eyes. Yet, her hand does not falter. This is Raijin Yumi, a warrior who respects her opponents and abhors deceitful tactics, believing that any battle should be fought openly. Should anyone challenge her, it becomes a fight to the death. Furthermore, Raijin Yumi has never regarded her own life as overly precious, which has gradually established her as the most formidable among the younger generation, instilling caution even in the elder ranks. Despite standing as the strongest among the youth, she does not revel in her prowess. Her ambitions extend far beyond. She yearns to be the strongest in the entire ninja world. Yet she also desires a challenger who can surpass her. Having grown weary of solitude, she hopes for someone to eclipse her achievements. It is at this moment that Naruto Uzumaki appears, the only one she perceives as a worthy adversary, someone who evokes a sense of danger. Raijin Yumi has never regarded her contemporaries, Kushina Uzumaki, Aoi Yanagi, and Mizuki Saren, as threats, believing them formidable yet unworthy. Only Naruto possesses the potential to defeat her, and thus her singular focus is to overcome him. However, when she finally bests Naruto, she is met with an overwhelming sense of loneliness. This is the paradox that defines Raijin Yumi. Suddenly, Naruto erupts into laughter, prompting Raijin Yumi to sense something amiss, though she cannot pinpoint the anomaly. Confusion clouds her gaze as she observes Naruto, and her eyes widen in shock, realizing that his body, previously cleaved in two, is gradually healing, akin to flames coalescing. The onlookers are left in astonishment. Naruto boldly proclaims, Raijin Yumi, let us continue our match. With a smile that acknowledges the thrill of facing a true rival. Raijin Yumi responds, Uzumaki Naruto, you are indeed tenacious. Naruto, brimming with audacity, retorts, humph, of course. I am destined to stand atop the pinnacle of the ninja world. Anyone who dares obstruct me shall face annihilation, whether they be gods or Buddhas. No one can thwart my ascent to becoming the strongest in the ninja realm. Naruto stood in contemplation, pondering how to proceed. The blade of the lightning-wielding Ryu Mei was exceedingly sharp, perfectly tailored for her lightning attribute. It was formidable. He possessed no ninja tools capable of countering her lightning and explosive blades. As Ryu Mei charged towards him, Naruto swiftly employed the wind god-like technique, evading her assault. Undeterred, she pursued him, taunting, you cannot win by merely dodging, Naruto. In that moment, Naruto rifled through his ninja tool pouch, only to discover he had no shuriken left. Stunned, he faltered, providing Ryu Mei the opportunity to strike. Regaining his composure, he executed an iron bridge maneuver, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, yet sustaining a painful wound. As he quickly healed, Ryu Mei launched another attack, prompting Naruto to recall a hidden item, uncertain if it could withstand her blades. With determination, he retrieved a scroll, summoning an object that, to everyone's astonishment, did not shatter upon arrival. As the smoke cleared, the onlookers were left in awe. Laughter erupted across the arena. What Naruto revealed was not merely a ninja tool or a divine artifact, but rather a divine brick. Even Ryu Mei found herself unable to contain her amusement. Doubling over with laughter, her grip on her sword faltering. Throughout past examinations, an array of bizarre ninja tools had surfaced. Wire, gloves, hooks, but a brick had never been seen before. Kakashi chuckled, his eyes narrowing into crescent moons, while Sasuke, though stoic, struggled to suppress a smile. Sakura, her back turned, was laughing heartily, her trembling shoulders betraying her mirth. However, Naruto remained serious, fixated on the brick in his hand. Amidst the laughter, a crucial fact had been overlooked. This brick had indeed withstood Ryu Mei's fierce lightning strike. In that instant, Naruto reveled in the thought that this item was undoubtedly of superior quality. Turning to Ryu Mei, he declared, "Here I come," and charged forward, brandishing the brick like a weapon. Ryu Mei, dismissive, prepared to cleave it with her lightning blade. Yet, she failed to notice the smirk on Naruto's lips. To her surprise, her lightning blade could not slice through the brick. "Ryu Mei, catch this!" Naruto shouted as he unleashed a hidden fiery dragon fist from behind his back, striking her abdomen with tremendous force. She attempted to evade, but it was too swift. With a resounding crash, Ryu Mei was sent crashing into a wall. Suddenly, from beneath the rubble, an irate voice emerged, Naruto Uzumaki. A figure erupted from the debris, and before Naruto could react, he was kicked away. The spectators beheld Ryu Mei, her body crackling with electricity, standing atop a wall. Furious, Naruto retorted, "Ryu Mei." As she charged at him with her lightning and explosive blades, he brandished the brick, ready to confront her. Amidst the clash of flames and lightning, a tremendous explosion erupted, casting a veil of chaos over the battlefield. Suddenly, Naruto realized that Raijin's lightning blade had vanished, leaving only the explosive sword in its wake. A wave of unease washed over him as Raijin, with a sinister grin, taunted, "Have you noticed, Uzumaki Naruto? The finger of heavenly punishment descends." At that moment, a colossal finger materialized from the heavens, descending ominously towards Naruto. He sensed the terrifying chakra emanating from it, and, disregarding all else, concentrated his own chakra along with that of the Nine Tails into the Inferno Dragon Fist, transforming it into the Ascending Dragon Fist. He charged forward, the fire dragon colliding fiercely with the giant finger, causing the ground beneath him to fracture. Struggling to maintain his position, beads of sweat streamed down Naruto's forehead. He realized that if Raijin were to strike now, victory would surely be his. However, observing Raijin's trembling legs, he understood that she too was nearing her limit. As the finger loomed ever closer, the power of the Ascending Dragon Fist began to wane. Naruto's legs buckled, threatening to bring him to his knees. Yet, a sudden spark of madness ignited within him as he roared at the sky, "No one shall kneel. Not even before the heavens. The world is indifferent, treating all as mere fodder. If the heavens demand my submission, I shall defy them." With gritted teeth, he straightened his legs, channeling an even greater surge of chakra to counteract the force of the descending finger. just as he managed to neutralize its power. He collapsed to the ground like a spent hound. The onlookers wiped the sweat from their brows, and suddenly, Uzumaki Karen cried out, prompting puzzled gazes towards her as she rushed toward Naruto. Sakura exclaimed, "Look at the sky." Everyone turned to see a blade plummeting from above, and in unison, Kakashi and Guy shouted, "It's the lightning blade." They dove forward, but regardless of Kakashi, Guy, or Karen, none could match the speed of its descent. Helplessly, they watched as it fell towards Naruto's heart. Karen, Aoi, and Sakura screamed in unison no. Yet their cries were futile. The blade struck mercilessly upon Naruto's heart, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Raijin too was taken aback, for she had intended for the lightning blade to descend alongside the finger of heavenly punishment. But her lack of control had led to this tragic outcome. In a blaze of fury, Uzumaki Karen declared, "Raijin, you shall pay for this." She charged at Raijin, knowing that under normal circumstances, she would never land a blow, but now Raijin was devoid of chakra. Aoi followed suit, her aura swirling like a tempest, delivering a fierce strike to Raijin's back, sending her hurtling away. Suddenly, two elders from the Cloud Village swooped in to catch Raijin, fueled by vengeance. Karen and Aoi confronted the elders, no one able to impede their wrath. One elder stepped forward, resolutely blocking their path, signaling that conflict was inevitable. With one brandishing a flute and the other wielding a fiery whip, the stage was set for impending war. The fire release, dragon flame technique, executed by Uzumaki Karen, unleashed a colossal fire dragon that surged towards Raijin Yumming. The wind release, wind leaf technique, wielded by Lu Yen, harmonized seamlessly with Karen's dragon flame technique. As fire met wind, the potency of the attack amplified dramatically. Despite the ongoing bickering between Uzumaki Karen and Lu Yen, their synergy remained unaffected. An elderly man conjured a lightning release, lightning wall, while another summoned an earth release, earth flow wall, establishing a dual defense before them. Subsequently, the elderly man relocated Raijin Yumming, deeming him a hindrance in the current battle. After positioning him, they scrutinized the walls with grave expressions, convinced that mere barriers would not suffice against the combined might of wind and fire. As anticipated, within moments, the earth flow wall cracked under the pressure. The wind dragon fire technique surged forward, relentless as a breaking wave, towards the two elders. They exchanged glances and nodded, unleashing the lightning release, lightning strike tornado in unison, merging their powers into a fearsome vortex, colliding with the wind fire dragon technique. The proctor addressed Uzumaki Karen sternly, instructing her and Lu Yen to cease their assault. Karen, filled with fury, retorted, "Silence. Anyone who attempts to obstruct me will face death alongside her." The third Hokage, with a serious demeanor, insisted, "Uzumaki Karen, Lu Yen, this is an examination. Halt your actions swiftly and transfer Naruto to the medical team." Lu Yen, her ethereal demeanor dissipated, glared fiercely, exclaiming, "You dare speak? Look at how you treated Naruto. How dare you suggest we hand him over? Your own heart has been pierced. Go seek the medical team for yourself. And keep your filthy hands off Naruto, or I will take your life. Naruto is everything to me. Anyone who lays a finger on him will perish." Karen remained silent, standing resolutely beside Lu Yen, both gazing at the third Hokage. The Hokage appeared aged, sighing deeply. Lu Yen tenderly caressed Naruto's face, tears streaming down as she vowed, "Naruto, today I shall vanquish all who have tormented you. I will return shortly, so do not feel lonely." Karen, with fervor, declared, "If today marks the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, then I shall eradicate every last one of you to accompany my brother to the afterlife." With that, she joined Lu Yen in battle. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto found himself submerged in the sea. He did not resist, merely contemplating his defeat. "I have lost," he mused. "I believed that with this lottery machine, this treasure, I would be invincible. Yet, here I am, having lost." He resigned himself to fate, thinking that his demise would elicit no sorrow, save perhaps from Sakura, Karen, and Lu Yen. Time would eventually erase all memories. Closing his eyes, he surrendered to the depths. Suddenly, a bright light appeared, causing Naruto to squint. As he gazed towards the source of illumination, he was taken aback to see the true Uzumaki Naruto, his brother, standing before him. With a wry smile, he said, "I'm sorry. I'm too tired to accompany you any further." His brother then questioned, "Have you given up?" "Look closely." Suddenly, the scene outside unfolded. revealing Shang Yun and Lu Yin uttering such words, causing Naruto to weep. Who would have been willing to become a rogue ninja? Even if it meant sacrificing everything? Who would fear death for their own sake? And who would dare to stand against the entire ninja world? It was evident that Shang Yun and Lu Yin had been owed far too much. Memories of their moments together flooded his mind, reminiscent of the warmth of family. Did he truly wish for them to perish for him? No, absolutely not. No one could take away his family, not even the gods themselves. Naruto's brother, seeing Cheng Ming's gaze, felt an unwavering resolve take hold within him. He understood the answer. He spoke, "This is our final meeting, big brother. Attain the title of the strongest in the ninja world." With that, he gave a thumbs up and began to fade away. Cheng Ming too raised his thumb, realizing that he and Naruto had truly become one at that moment. Naruto discovered that the flames of his burning fruit had intensified, growing stronger. Shang Yun and Lu Yin bore countless scars, while the two elders, though not visibly harmed, had blood trickling from their lips. The elders remarked, "You are formidable. Yet you have fallen here." Lightning release. Heavy storms surged towards Shang Yun and Lu Yin, who instinctively closed their eyes, thinking of Naruto, "Cousin, I will always be by your side." Suddenly, they felt a long-awaited absence of pain. Upon opening their eyes, they found a familiar golden figure before them. Naruto turned and said, "My apologies for the delay." Shang Yun and Lu Yin could not hold back their tears. Naruto abruptly turned his fierce gaze toward the two elders and declared, "You two wretched old fools, for injuring and distressing Shang Yun and Lu Yin, I shall see you dead." In an instant, golden flames enveloped him, incinerating all in their path. "Golden Phoenix Ascension," he proclaimed, transforming into a magnificent and proud phoenix, hurtling toward the two adversaries. They attempted to resist, but it was far too late. They were too close to Naruto, and having been drained of chakra and stamina by Lu Yin and Shang Yun, they were powerless against him. Who could have imagined that beneath the beautiful flames lay a terrifying power capable of tearing everything asunder? Soon, the two elders were reduced to nothing but ashes. Naruto, unfazed by their demise, turned to Shang Yun and Lu Yin, trembling as he expressed, "Thank you. I regret causing you worry." Unable to contain their emotions any longer, they rushed into Naruto's embrace, striking him in their frustration. Naruto did not resist, allowing them to vent their feelings upon him. "Lei Yuming, shall we continue fighting?" Naruto called out to Lei Yuming, who lay sprawled on the ground. Lei Yuming chuckled wryly. "I have no strength left, no chakra to spare, I concede." The referee nodded and instructed the medical team to carry Lei Yuming away, declaring, "The victor is Naruto Uzumaki." The arena erupted in cheers, as the people of the Land of Fire sought to prove to the world that, regardless of the passage of time, their village, Konoha, was the strongest, unmatched by any other. However, they overlooked one crucial point. Naruto harbored no deep-seated affection for the hidden leaf village in the Land of Fire. He was merely biding his time, awaiting the moment when he would possess the strength to return and personally obliterate everything. Disguised as the Kazekage, Orochimaru could not help but lick his lips, contemplating how Naruto had indeed ignited his desire even further. Naruto gazed at the jubilant crowd, casting them a disdainful glance. Let them cheer to their heart's content. It was time for me to settle all my debts to the leaf. Though the village had its flaws, it had nurtured me for 13 years. So let them cheer. From this moment onward, I owe them nothing. After observing, he prepared to escort Shang Yun and Lu Yin back to the audience stance. However, Shang Yun refused to leave, prompting Naruto to gaze at her in puzzled contemplation. It was then that Shang Yun revealed that the next match was hers. Naruto inquired, "Are you all right, Shang Yun? Can you still compete?" She reassured him, "Don't worry, Naruto. I'm not facing anyone else but your teammate, Haruno Sakura. I'm confident I will win." Naruto nodded, unable to suppress a sense of assurance. Despite Shang Yun's chakra depletion, she could handle Sakura. He nodded and led Lu Yin away, only to find Lu Yin linking her arm with his. A few veins popped on Shang Yun's forehead, pulsating in irritation. She thought, "Indeed, I should have sold Lu Yin earlier. This vixen can go to hell." Sakura approached Naruto and said, "Naruto, I'm off to compete." He remained expressionless, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Sakura assumed he was lost in thought and departed. In truth, Naruto was contemplating that if given the choice between Sakura and the village, she would undoubtedly choose the village. This was evident as both Shang Yun and Lu Yin had bravely stood in front of him, while Sakura had not. It suggested that her feelings for him were merely platonic admiration rather than genuine affection. Just like with Sasuke, initially, she had been smitten with him. But once Naruto surpassed Sasuke, her feelings began to wane. If another stronger contender emerged, it was likely she would lose interest in Naruto as well. This line of thinking troubled Naruto, as he realized Sakura had merely been startled and had not reacted in time. He furrowed his brow, only to feel a gentle grip on his hand, discovering Lu Yin was watching him with a tender gaze. In her eyes, Naruto discerned the reassurance. You still have me and Shang Yun. A warmth spread through his heart. Indeed, with Lu Yin and Shang Yun by his side, what more could he desire? He continued his stride toward the audience stands. At that moment, Nara Shikamaru addressed Vortex Shang Yun and Haruno Sakura, announcing the second match, Haruno Sakura versus Vortex Shang Yun. Let the match commence. Almost instantaneously, Sakura collapsed, as Shang Yun swiftly struck her down from behind, the disparity in their abilities far too great for Sakura to respond in time. Nara Shikamaru could only shake his head in exasperation. You have got to be kidding me. I just announced the start, and you've already lost, leaving me utterly embarrassed. Nevertheless, he declared, the winner of the second match is Vortex Shang Yun. Shang Yun flashed a V sign towards Naruto, and he smiled and nodded in return. Sasuke and Kakashi feigned admiration for the scenery, pretending not to recognize Sakura, primarily because she had performed so poorly. Her entrance was a dismal failure. They had presumed she had prepared diligently over the past month, only to discover that she had not trained at all. In truth, they were mistaken. Sakura had indeed exerted herself in training, yet no one was aware of her efforts, and her foundational skills were woefully inadequate. Although there had been some progress, it was so minuscule that it could be disregarded entirely. Next up, we have Hyuga Neji versus Mizuki Ayam. Please welcome the competitors to the stage, called out Nara Shikamaru. Hyuga Neji leaped onto the arena, while Mizuki Ayam appeared instantaneously using the body flicker technique. With an air of arrogance, Neji proclaimed, though you hail from the formidable Mizuki clan, all your techniques will be laid bare before my Byakugan. Ayam frowned at Neji's haughty demeanor, reminiscent of Naruto's brashness. However, the difference was that Naruto possessed the strength to back up his arrogance, while Neji's confidence seemed unfounded. Thus, Ayam resolved to teach him a lesson. Swiftly forming hand seals, she declared, water style, water dragon jutsu. Naruto, observing from the sidelines, furrowed his brow at the use of such a high-level technique against a mere genin. Neji quickly activated his Kaiten, deflecting the water but still managed to boast, this is the unrivaled defense of the Hyuga clan. You should concede. Upon hearing Neji's continued arrogance, Ayam felt a surge of indignation, realizing he likely believed this was his ultimate technique, invincible once unleashed. In an instant, she charged toward Neji, who welcomed her approach. Eager to engage in close combat, just as he prepared to unleash the 8 trigrams 64 palms, he suddenly found his hands immobile. Realizing that the water beneath him had frozen, immobilizing his feet and rendering his hands stiff with cold. Ayam paid no heed to this. Instead, she deftly manipulated several silver needles, reminiscent of a familiar scene to Naruto. She pierced Neji's wrists and ankles with the needles, placing one hand on his abdomen while forming more seals with the other. Trapped and unable to move, Neji could do nothing but watch as Ayam completed her jutsu. Ice Shield, Ice Dragon Destruction. The Ice Dragon surged forth, piercing through Neji's abdomen. He cried out in agony. Naruto shook his head in disbelief, while Shang Yun and Lu Yin exchanged puzzled glances. Naruto calmly remarked, Hyuga Neji's strength pales in comparison to yours, rendering him a mere source of amusement. Remember, your pride can only flourish when your opponent is weaker. When faced with a stronger foe, humility is your only option. Ayam looked disdainfully at the fallen Neji, stating, Hyuga Neji, remember this. Without strength, arrogance is futile. You lack the power to act superior, so be mindful of your place. With that, she turned and walked away. Nara Shikamaru shook his head and announced, Mizuki Ayam is the victor. Hinata Neji stared blankly at the sky, lost in thought, reflecting, I have lost. Indeed, I am still too weak. The leader of the Hyuga clan approached Neji for a heart-to-heart conversation. Meanwhile, Nara Shikamaru addressed the crowd, announcing, next match, Uchiha Sasuke versus Sabaku no Gaara. Naruto's eyes widened in realization. The most critical moment of the Chunin exam was upon them, and the plan to destroy Konoha was imminent. He turned to his companions, Uzumaki Kurui and Aoyama Ryu, urging them, wait, Be cautious. Protect yourselves. They inquired, Naruto, what's wrong? He shook his head, replying, you don't need to know right now. Just remember to safeguard yourselves amidst the chaos to come. Sasuke executed a graceful backflip onto the stage. While Gaara approached slowly, step by deliberate step, Sasuke remarked, finally, it's our turn to compete. I hope you're formidable. Don't be too weak. Gaara responded coldly. Oh, you seem quite confident in your ability to defeat me. Sasuke replied, initially, you were my opponent, but I have just realized my true rival is him. Gesturing towards Naruto. Suddenly, Gaara's aura intensified, and with a terrifying glare directed at Sasuke, he declared, so your target is Naruto, huh? It seems I must eliminate you here. With a swift motion, he sent a torrent of sand hurtling towards Sasuke. Confused, Sasuke wanted to ask why Gaara reacted so intensely at the mention of Naruto. But as the sand surged towards him, he leaped upward to evade it. Gaara waved his hand, causing the sand to rise. Sasuke, using the wall as leverage, propelled himself towards Gaara, delivering a powerful kick that sent Gaara crashing against the wall. Striking a pose reminiscent of Rock Lee, Sasuke taunted. If this is all you're capable of, then your defeat is assured. Gaara frowned, realizing that Sasuke's speed was akin to Lee's. Unbeknownst to them, Rock Lee had arrived on the scene and, witnessing Sasuke's speed, clenched his fists in frustration. He reflected on his own years of training, realizing that his capabilities barely matched Sasuke's in a single month. Was such genius truly existent in this world? A genius he could never surpass? Naruto recognized Sasuke's brilliance. Although he had the advantage of lightning release to enhance his muscles, he was not inferior to Lee. After all, the disparity between Lee's speed over years and Sasuke's in a month was staggering. This did not imply that Lee was weaker than Sasuke. Rather, Lee's physical limitations due to his shattered body hindered his chakra training significantly. It was widely known that a punch imbued with chakra was incomparable to one without. Lee had always been at a disadvantage from the start, but had worked tirelessly to reach this level. He truly deserved the title of the hardest worker. As Naruto refocused on the stage, he noticed that Gaara had encased himself within a sphere of sand. Sasuke leaped onto the wall, unleashing Chidori with fierce intent aimed at Gaara. This is bad, Naruto exclaimed, sprinting towards Gaara, but it was too late. Sasuke had already penetrated the sand sphere. Gaara let out a pained wail, clutching his bleeding arm. Naruto exclaimed loudly, Gaara. At that moment, Tobi, concealed among the spectators, unleashed an illusion, causing feathers to drift from the sky. Meanwhile, the sound ninjas disguised as Anbu began their assault on the numerous Konoha Chunin, supporting the injured Gaara. Naruto looked at him and said, Brother Gaara, you finally arrived. Gaara replied, Please forgive me for calling you brother without your consent, although you have done nothing. I hope you permit me to address you as such. Naruto then inquired, Where is Shikaku? Why hasn't he helped you recover? Gaara responded, That last technique was nearly fatal. Cough, cough, Shikaku can no longer heal me. I am truly happy to have a brother like you. Naruto pondered, realizing that the plot had begun to change. In the original story, Gaara would not perish. It was all due to his belief that the narrative would remain unchanged. Damn it, Kankuro, witnessing Gaara lying motionless, urged, Gaara, get up and walk. Naruto glared fiercely at him, causing Kankuro to divert his gaze in guilt. Naruto exclaimed, You lot. Shut your mouths. What kind of brothers and sisters abandon Gaara in his time of need? Get lost. Kankuro attempted to retort, but was silenced by Temari's hand over his mouth, pulling him away. Once freed, Kankuro complained, Temari, why did you stop me from speaking? Temari replied, I noticed the murderous intent in Naruto's eyes. If you utter another word, he would stop at nothing to eliminate you. If you believe you can best him, by all means, speak up. I want to interfere. Instantly, Kankuro fell silent, resigning himself to the notion that revenge is a dish best served cold. As Naruto held the bleeding Gaara, Uzumaki Kirui reassured him, Naruto, don't be too disheartened yet. There is still hope. Naruto gazed at her in surprise, prompting Kirui to continue. In fact, there are individuals who may be able to save him. Naruto asked who. Kirui responded, 3 individuals. One is the princess of Konoha, Tsunade Senju. Another is Granny Chio from the Land of Wind, and the third is Orochimaru. Naruto contemplated, realizing that Tsunade's whereabouts were unknown, and that Granny Chio was not easily accessible. It seemed that only Orochimaru remained. Taking a deep breath, he declared to Kirui and Temari, I intend to seek out Orochimaru. Before they could respond, Temari interrupted, Do you think we have any other options? Naruto stared blankly at them and said, "Thank you." Temari waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No need for thanks, but I have one question. Will Gaara last until we reach Orochimaru?" Naruto remained silent, placing his hand on Gaara's abdomen as he reached out to Shikaku, asking, "Shikaku, how long can you sustain Gaara's life?" Shikaku replied, "At most 5 days." Naruto nodded and said, "That will suffice. Please protect Gaara during these 5 days." Shikaku retorted, "Don't forget, my life is tied to this brat-ass. I suspect I might die too. Hurry and find that Orochimaru kid." Naruto nodded in agreement and exited the space. He turned to Temari and said, "Temari, please help me gather the necessary items from the room. Shangyun, go protect Gaara. There is still some time, and I have one more task to accomplish." After uttering these words, without a backward glance, she made her way towards Uchiha Sasuke. In an instant, both understood their separate duties and proceeded accordingly. Naruto approached Sasuke, declaring, "Did you not wish to engage in battle with me? Allow me to fulfill that desire, Uchiha Sasuke." With an overwhelming surge of energy, Sasuke trembled under Naruto's presence. Naruto, with a disdainful gaze, taunted, "Is this truly the extent of your prowess, Uchiha Sasuke? With such weakness, you shall never achieve vengeance." Suddenly, Sasuke ceased trembling, his Sharingan flaring to life as he retorted, "Vortex Naruto, cease your insolence." In a flash, he unleashed Chidori towards Naruto. Unfazed, Naruto accelerated and delivered a powerful punch to Sasuke's abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air. As Naruto picked up a kunai, he slowly approached Sasuke, stating, "Let me sever the bonds of brotherhood that tie us." Standing over Sasuke, he prepared to strike without hesitation. Sasuke, feeling the ache coursing through his body, could only watch helplessly as the kunai descended. Just as the weapon was about to make contact with Sasuke's forehead, Kakashi seized Naruto's hand, fixing him with a cold glare from his Sharingan. "What are you attempting to do, Naruto?" he inquired in a frigid tone, sensing the fury concealed within Kakashi's calm demeanor. Naruto smirked. "Have you not witnessed my intentions? Why complicate matters further?" Kakashi, pained, questioned, "Why take this path, Naruto?" Naruto, coldly regarding Kakashi, replied, "Do you truly require me to explain? Kakashi-sensei, do you believe I deserve the treatment I've received from Konoha? From the moment I was born, I was subjected to your scorn, enduring your mockery and your kicks. Is that what you deem just?" Kakashi gazed at Naruto with sorrowful eyes. "Do not look at me with pity. I seek no one's sympathy. I will reclaim everything that is rightfully mine, Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi suddenly made a resolute decision, addressing Naruto with gravity. "You now have 2 choices. Either go to the Hokage and apologize, or I shall personally escort you there." Naruto burst into maniacal laughter. "I have another option, to defeat you and walk away." Kakashi stated, "You may certainly attempt that, Naruto." In a flash, Naruto charged forward, employing the shadow clone technique to create 5 clones encircling Kakashi. Kakashi furrowed his brow and swiftly grabbed one of the Naruto clones, which instantly transformed into a cloud of smoke. Lowering his head, he evaded a flying kick from another clone, countering with a kick that sent it soaring away. Then elbowing the Naruto, attempting to ambush him in the abdomen, which also dissipated into smoke. As he searched for the real Naruto, he suddenly looked up to see Naruto's numerous footfalls descending upon him. Reacting quickly, he utilized lightning release to enhance his reflexes, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Yet Naruto, relentless, unleashed a spiraling assault, hurtling towards Kakashi. Upon striking Kakashi, Naruto's expression shifted. He realized that the Leaf Village's elite Jonin was not so easily subdued. Indeed, Kakashi transformed into a puddle of water, revealing that he had employed the water clone technique. Naruto, undeterred, smiled to himself and remarked, "As expected of the finest technician in Konoha, Kakashi Hatake." He then stomped heavily on the ground, causing it to tremble. Kakashi quickly emerged from beneath the earth, only to witness the spot he had just vacated beginning to collapse. Standing before Kakashi, Naruto declared, "I found you, little mouse," and charged forward, unleashing a tempestuous storm. His legs as sharp as blades, shattering all debris suspended in the air. Kakashi formed a hand seal, water release, great waterfall technique. Naruto's storm clashed violently with the waterfall technique. Naruto was sent hurtling back against a rock, while Kakashi executed the Chidori. In response, Naruto unleashed the Fire Dragon Fist. The 2 formidable techniques collided with tremendous force, sending both Naruto and Kakashi flying. In midair, Kakashi released 5 shurikens. Naruto skillfully performed a bridge maneuver to evade them. However, upon landing, he found a shuriken lodged against his neck. As Naruto turned to face Kakashi, he noticed one of Kakashi's hands restraining his own while the other pressed a shuriken against his throat, realizing it was merely a shadow clone technique. Suddenly, a sharp motion from Naruto caused a gash to appear on his neck, yet no blood flowed. With a disdainful smile, Naruto looked at Kakashi and proclaimed as flames erupted from the ground, "Fire Fist." He charged towards Kakashi. Although Kakashi attempted to evade the attack, he could not escape the Fire Fist due to its proximity, resulting in a devastating blow. Kakashi, rising to his feet, suddenly stated, "It seems I can no longer hold back. I must go all out against Naruto." Naruto arrogantly replied, "That's more like it." A chain of flames surged towards Kakashi, who countered with Lightning Cutter, Lightning Hound. Observing the fierce battle between Kakashi and Naruto, Sasuke felt a sense of frustration as he remained on the sidelines, unable to participate. He felt abandoned, unable to keep up with the fight, and clenched his fists in discontent. Guy longed to join Naruto and Kakashi in their battle, but he found himself restrained by the formidable Uzumaki Karen. Possessing the full extent of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques and the blessings of the fire god, Karen, a prodigy who had achieved the rank of Jonin at the tender age of 13, was far superior to an ordinary ninja. Although there were significant differences between her and the likes of Guy and Kakashi, one must not forget that a bloodline limit can grant the ability to fight beyond one's level. Furthermore, as a practitioner of basic taijutsu, Guy found himself powerless to assist Kakashi. Meanwhile, in a separate confrontation, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was engaged in battle with one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. The third Hokage was taken aback and infuriated upon witnessing Orochimaru summon the first and second Hokages. In response, he summoned the Monkey King, Enma, transforming him into a diamond staff to strike at Orochimaru, who retaliated by fiercely launching the Kusanagi sword from his mouth. The first and second Hokages intervened to assist, quickly overwhelming the third Hokage. Confronting 2 former Hokages and a formidable opponent like Orochimaru was nearly an impossible feat. Even if the first and second Hokages were reduced to a mere fraction of their former strength, overcoming them would not be an effortless task. With Orochimaru lurking nearby, the situation was further complicated by the fact that the third Hokage had aged and weakened significantly. They were no match for him. Observing the frail third Hokage, Orochimaru smirked with a hint of pity before swiftly vanishing, cruelly taunting, "Sensei Sarutobi, you have grown old. You are no longer the formidable leader of the ninja world. Time has worn you down." Gasping for breath, the third Hokage replied, "Had I guided you onto the righteous path, perhaps we would not have reached this point." Orochimaru suddenly erupted with fervor, exclaiming, "What is this righteous path you speak of, Sensei? Is this it? The death of Konoha's White Fang, Itachi's betrayal, the bizarre demise of the Konoha 7, my defection, do you deem this the correct path? I believed I was the only one to uncover the sordid truth of this filthy village, yet I found a kindred spirit in Naruto Uzumaki. In his eyes, I saw a reflection of my former self, filled with disdain for Konoha, coldly observing the ignorant populace. I was moved from that moment. I resolved to take Naruto as my apprentice. He shall surpass me and reveal his true potential to the world." The third Hokage interjected, "Silence, Orochimaru. Naruto is different. He aspires to become Hokage." Orochimaru scoffed, continuing his derision, "Hokage? Spare me the jest. You have no intention of allowing Naruto to ascend to that position. Do not think I am unaware of your schemes. You wish to use Naruto to serve your agenda, a ploy only your wretched village would devise. Ha ha ha." Orochimaru seemed oblivious to the third Hokage's pale countenance as he stated, "I shall not destroy Konoha, but I will personally guide Naruto to dismantle it. Sensei Sarutobi, this time I shall sever our bond." With that, he lunged forward, the Kusanagi blade piercing the third Hokage's body without hesitation. Orochimaru was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the third Hokage would be so feeble as to evade such an effortless strike. Grasping the blade embedded within him, the third Hokage, despite the blood flowing incessantly from his wound, spoke in a low, resolute tone, "Whoever dares to threaten Konoha shall meet their demise at my hands." He raised his head abruptly, his eyes brimming with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, Naruto was in a dire state, his once proud attire reduced to tattered rags, resembling that of a beggar. adorned with no fewer than 10 wounds. Kakashi, though slightly better off, was still far from unscathed. His clothes were beyond repair, and a massive claw mark marred his left chest. Although it appeared that Kakashi held the upper hand, he knew that if the battle continued in this manner, defeat was inevitable. Lacking the chakra of a Jinchuriki, he would exhaust his own reserves first. Despite Naruto's disheveled appearance, if he could endure Kakashi's onslaught, the latter's chakra would soon be depleted. Kakashi realized he could no longer hold back. He needed to unleash his full strength. Suddenly, Kakashi discarded his Jonin vest, revealing a blade that glimmered ominously, like a living, pale wolf king, fixated intently on Naruto. Kakashi, indifferent to Naruto's musings, declared, "This is my father's blade." He wielded it to sever the lives of countless foes, earning the title of the White Fang. He then addressed Naruto. "I shall grant you one final opportunity. Will you surrender?" From the blade, Naruto sensed an aura of malevolence and vengeful spirits. Just then, a voice echoed in his ears. "Mission initiated. Objective, defeat Kakashi, who wields the White Fang. Victory reward, acquire the White Fang and the White Fang technique. Failure, system shut down for 7 months." Naruto was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the prospect of losing 7 months and wasting a precious chance for a reward. It seemed he would need to risk everything to secure victory. Unaware of Naruto's dazed expression, Kakashi charged forward with the White Fang in hand. Regaining his senses, Naruto rushed forward with a kunai, only to have it effortlessly cleaved in two by Kakashi's blade. He quickly leaped aside to evade the attack. Kakashi remarked, "In terms of sharpness, the White Fang is unparalleled." With that, he aimed for Naruto's vital points. Naruto furrowed his brow. Kakashi's angle and force seemed significantly augmented compared to before. When Naruto looked up, he was startled to see Kakashi's eyes glowing a deep crimson. One was a Sharingan, while the other had transformed into a blood-red hue. A term surfaced in Naruto's mind, going berserk. However, since Kakashi had not trained in inner power, this was not a case of losing control. Rather, it appeared that the blade had begun to dominate him. To his surprise, the White Fang was indeed a cursed weapon. A charming smirk graced Naruto's lips as he mused, "Now this is intriguing." Kakashi, seemingly unable to rein in the White Fang, charged at Naruto. In response, Naruto compressed flames into a sword, proclaiming, "Inferno Emperor's Blade." The two weapons collided with a resounding clash. The Xianhua seal emitted a melodious sound, as a colossal seal-like formation descended from the heavens. Kai exclaimed, "The fifth gate, open." He transformed, his hair standing on end like a Super Saiyan, and unleashed a barrage of fiery punches towards the sky, colliding violently with the Xianhua seal, creating a spectacular shower of sparks. Flames rained down like meteorites upon the arena and the audience. Both Guy and Xiangyun were drenched in sweat, engaged in a contest of endurance. The moment one faltered, the victor would be determined. As time passed, Xiangyun's Xianhua seal began to wane. Despite her prodigious talent, she had yet to face genuine adversity. Could a domesticated dog truly compare to a wild wolf of the plains? Gradually, the Xianhua seal became translucent. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing the seal to regain its solidity. With a smile gracing her lips, Xiangyun called out, "You arrived rather late, old woman." There stood Qingye Luyan against the wall, who, with a mocking tone, retorted, "You are utterly useless. You can't even defeat him. Now call me sister-in-law to Naruto, would you?" Ha ha. Upon hearing Qingye Luyan express her desire to live with Naruto, Xiao Xiangyun's mind conjured an image. Qingye Luyan, upon seeing Naruto's return, seated on the ground, blushing, uttered, "You're back, Naruto. Will you eat first, take a bath, or indulge in me?" Naruto, smiling, found himself at a loss for words, while Ryu's cheeks burned with embarrassment as she remarked, "How utterly impure." Instantly, Xuanyun's power surged dramatically. Akai, who was already slightly stronger than Xiangyun, could hardly withstand this sudden increase in strength and spat out blood, collapsing to the ground. Qingye Luyan, assuming the role of referee, pointed and declared, "Vortex Xiangyun versus Might Guy. Vortex Xiangyun wins." Meanwhile, Vortex Xiangyun turned a deep shade of crimson. Spinning in place, Naruto and Kakashi were nearing the end of their battle. Naruto, now battered and bruised, found the sharpness of the White Wolf Fang exceeded his expectations. Neither his Nine-Tails chakra cloak nor the flame sword, forged from his chakra, could withstand its onslaught. The wounds inflicted by the white wolf Fong felt as if he were poisoned, driving Naruto into a frenzy of murderous intent. Kakashi, without his hands, appeared increasingly pale, while the white wolf Fong seemed to yearn to pounce upon Naruto like a ravenous wolf. Suddenly, Kakashi flung the Fong towards Naruto before collapsing to the ground. Naruto leaped, grasping it, and with the remnants of his consciousness, he questioned the system. Didn't I already defeat Kakashi? Why is the white wolf Fong rebelling against me? The system coldly replied, I said you must defeat both the white wolf Fong and Kakashi. You have bested Kakashi, but what of the Fong? With his last ounce of awareness, Naruto exclaimed, Fuck. Xiang Yun and Lu Yin, witnessing Naruto's triumph over Kakashi, couldn't help but leap with joy, rushing towards him. Suddenly, they heard Naruto's trembling voice implore, Quick, get away from me. Confused, Xiang Yun and Lu Yin gazed at Naruto, only to be startled by the blood-red glare in his eyes. Unable to contain himself, Naruto swung the white wolf Fong towards Lu Yin and Xiang Yun. Lu Yin managed to block the attack with her flute, exclaiming, Xiang Yun, help me subdue Naruto first. Xiang Yun, in shock and tears, shook her head, while Lu Yin struggled to maintain her stance, her legs buckling beneath her. Lu Yin cried out, Vortex Xiang Yun, you must subdue Naruto, or we shall perish. Slowly, Xiang Yun drew her flamed serpent whip, gazing at Naruto with anguish, uttering, we must subdue brother Naruto first. Suddenly, she discarded the whip and cried out in despair. I can't do it, I can't do it. Woe is me. Before Lu Yin could respond, a tremendous force sent her crashing down. Naruto, witnessing this, broke into a smile, but to Lu Yin and Xiang Yun, this smile appeared terrifying, dreadful, and horrific. Without hesitation, Naruto swung the white wolf Fong downwards. Lu Yin, in despair, closed her eyes, but just then, Mizuki Sayaka intervened, wielding an ice blade to block Naruto's lethal strike. Mizuki Sayaka exclaimed, What are you dawdling for? Come help me. Lu Yin regained her composure and bound Naruto with the restraints of the wind. The more he struggled, the tighter they became. The white wolf Fong fell to the ground, seemingly gaining consciousness as it flew into Mizuki Sayaka's hand. Lu Yin anxiously watched Sayaka, fearing she might succumb to the same fate as Naruto. However, Sayaka examined the blade from various angles, pondering its nature. Then, noticing Lu Yin's apprehensive demeanor, she inquired, What's the matter, Lu Yin? Lu Yin replied, You're not under the knife's control, are you? With a puzzled expression, Sayaka asked, Why would I be controlled by this blade? Lu Yin sighed, suddenly recalling Naruto and rushing over to him. She gently rested his head on her lap and called out to the still-dazed Xiang Yun in the distance, Xiang Yun, stop daydreaming. The crisis has passed. Xiang Yun snapped back to reality and, after a moment's hesitation, hurried to Lu Yin and Naruto's side, dejectedly saying, I'm sorry, Lu Yin. Lu Yin, embodying the caring older sister figure, affectionately patted Xiang Yun's twin tails, reassuring her, It's all right, little fool. Suddenly, Sayaka approached them, holding the white wolf Fong, and asked, Is Naruto okay? Lu Yin responded, He is fine, he just fainted. Xiang Yun, patting her chest in relief, exclaimed, You scared me. Just then, a voice interjected, What are you all doing? Why is Naruto lying on the ground? And what exactly is going on around here? The trio turned to find Lei Yuming, who had approached them unbeknownst to them. Xiang Yun rolled her eyes and said, Yuming, could you please not be so startling? You arrived without making a sound. It's quite frightening. With a smile, Lei Yuming ruffled her hair, saying, Oh dear, I apologize. Playfully, Sayaka chimed in, At this rate, we'll all die from fright, thanks to you, Yuming. Their laughter filled the air, but Lu Yin fell silent. Xiang Yun noticed and asked, What's wrong, Lu Yin? Both Yuming and Sayaka looked at her with concern, and Lu Yin suddenly smiled, saying, It's been a long time since we've had such a scheming time together. Everyone paused in surprise. Lu Yin continued, seemingly to herself, I remember when we were young, we were so innocent together. I wonder when we began to guard against one another. This shared ordeal with Naruto has, in fact, rekindled the bonds of our once innocent hearts. Xiang Yun spoke solemnly, Indeed. It has been a long time since we've been so joyful together. Brother Naruto truly is our lucky star. Sayaka, feeling a tinge of jealousy, remarked, Brother Naruto, how intimate you sound. TSK, are you two involved? Xiang Yun blushed and retorted, Sayaka, what are you talking about? Laughter erupted once more. Suddenly, Lei Yuming noticed the backpack Lu Yen was carrying and curiously asked, "Why do you have 3 bags, Lu Yen?" Lu Yen, along with Shang Yun, suddenly adopted a serious tone and declared, "We plan to defect with Brother Naruto." Yu Yuming and Sayaka were taken aback, and Sayaka quickly asked, "Why? Is life in your ninja village not satisfactory?" As the sound of the ringtone gradually diminished, she became acutely aware that the so-called four princesses were merely ornamental figures, presenting an illusion of grandeur while, in reality, their every word and action was meticulously controlled and monitored. They were nothing but instruments of political maneuvering. Lei Yuming, after a prolonged silence, suddenly declared, "I will accompany you." Kai Ling, Xiang Yun, and Lu Yen gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "What did you say?" Kai Ling immediately retorted, "You must be out of your mind, Lei Yuming. Do you understand that by defecting, you become a traitor? Yunin village will stop at nothing to eliminate you." With fervor, Lei Yuming countered, "And what of it? What does it matter? You see, I, Lei Yuming, relish the thrill of battle. I would rather live and die fighting than be shackled in a loveless marriage, raising children to lead a mundane existence. If that were my fate, I might as well embrace death." Kai Ling fell silent, recognizing that Lei Yuming was not one to settle for a tranquil life. From the moment they met, she had been drawn to adventure, often disregarding her own safety. Despite bearing the scars of numerous battles, she found joy in the chaos. Yet, the thought of a stagnant life would be her undoing. Suddenly, Xiang Yun addressed Kai Ling, saying, "Sister Kai Ling, why not join us in our defection? We all understand the predicament you face in Wuyin village. Your life there is hardly better than ours, perhaps even worse, given your status as a bloodline limit bearer. Cast aside that seemingly gentle, yet ultimately insincere smile, and come with us." Kai Ling bit her lip in silence. At that moment, a voice from below called out, "Kai Ling, come with us, I need you." It was Lu Yen who exclaimed, "Naruto, you're awake." Everyone turned to see Naruto, who had unexpectedly regained consciousness, gazing intently at Mizuki Kai Ling. As she contemplated wielding the white wolf fang, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to extend the weapon toward Naruto. Yet, the weapon seemed to resist, shaking vigorously. Naruto glanced at it and said, "You can have the white wolf fang. Just ensure that you uphold its reputation. In my hands, it is merely sharper than an ordinary weapon, and since a famed weapon chooses its master, I am not suited to be its wielder. You are. Furthermore, this is the white fang sword technique. I shall entrust that to you as well." With that, he retrieved a scroll from his pocket and tossed it to Kai Ling. She deftly caught it and, upon opening, saw the bold characters inscribed, "Wolf Fang Sword Technique." Naruto continued, "This is the technique of Konoha's legendary Hatake Kakashi. Only when paired with the white wolf fang can its true power be realized. The white wolf fang has chosen you, so this scroll belongs to you too." Kai Ling remarked, "You are so generous with your gifts?" Naruto, wiping his nose, replied, "To claim I feel no pang of regret would be a lie. However, I hold every weapon in high regard. They are not merely tools, they are our companions. While people may betray you, a weapon will remain steadfast, aiding you in vanquishing all foes." Pouting, Mizuki Kai Ling muttered, "What a stingy man you are. You give it to me, and then lament over it." She then tiptoed and gently pecked Naruto on the lips. As Naruto stared blankly, he was presented with a reward. Lost in thought, he felt an ominous presence and instinctively recoiled, only to witness a whip soaring past him. Upon glancing at Lu Yen and Xiang Yun, he noticed a visible dark aura emanating from behind them. "Have you consumed the dark fruit?" he pondered. Lu Yen gently caressed Naruto's back with her right hand, softly imploring him for an explanation. Xiang Yun, with a radiant smile, joined in, playfully requesting, "Come on, cousin Naruto, enlighten us." The two simultaneously exerted pressure, causing Naruto to change color in response. From a distance, Lei Yuming observed with a smile, then lifted his gaze to the heavens, murmuring, "Mother, do you see? I have discovered my true friendship." Tears streamed down his face, glistening in the sunlight, rendering him frail and helpless. In that moment, Lei Yuming was no longer the foremost of the 4 great princesses, nor the formidable woman of the ninja realm. Naruto understood the sorrowful experiences that shaped her, realizing why she cherished battle so fervently. Only through relentless fighting and risking life and death could one forget their anguish. Orochimaru and the 3rd Hokage were nearing their conclusion. The 3rd Hokage, now aged, was no longer the legendary hero of the ninja world. Leaning on his staff, he struggled to maintain his balance. Witnessing this, Orochimaru revealed a flicker of compassion, discreetly wiping away the impending tears that threatened to fall. No one could fathom the depth of Orochimaru's torment. He thought of his mentor, Sarutobi, and lamented, "I never wished to destroy Konoha, but it has languished in stability for too long. If I do not sound the alarm with this battle, they will inevitably be consumed by other ninja villages. Let me bear the burden of all the villains, Sarutobi." Feigning cruelty, Orochimaru taunted, "What is wrong, Sarutobi? Have you grown old? Were you not here to protect Konoha and defeat me?" The third Hokage mustered great effort to rise and address the Monkey King. "I am prepared to employ that jutsu. You must hold him off." The Monkey King, astonished, questioned, "Are you certain? Are you truly going to use that jutsu?" Sarutobi remained silent, employing Shadow Clone Jutsu, as 3 clones began to form seals, determination radiating in their eyes. The Monkey King said nothing, exhaling a sigh, and transformed into his monkey form to defend the third Hokage. As Orochimaru noticed the third Hokage beginning to form seals, a frown creased his brow, fear beginning to take hold. He commanded the first and second Hokages, "You must stop that old man from sealing." The first and second Hokages surged forward, while the Monkey King leapt and pinned them down, urging, "Hurry, Sarutobi." At that moment, Orochimaru attempted to leap over them. The Monkey King coiled his tail around him. Orochimaru, in desperation, hurled the Kusanagi sword, which pierced the third Hokage's body as he was in the midst of forming seals. For a brief moment, he faltered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he gritted his teeth and persisted in his incantation. Orochimaru, utilizing his serpentine shedding technique, emerged another version of himself from his mouth and surged forward. The Monkey King exclaimed, "This is bad. Sarutobi, be cautious." Gripping the grass cutter sword, Orochimaru charged fiercely, colliding with a rock, causing the third Hokage to spit blood, yet his hand remained unwavering in forming the seals. Gradually, dread enveloped Orochimaru, and he pounded the third Hokage's abdomen, demanding, "Stop, you bastard." Despite his waning life force, the third Hokage persisted in his endeavor. At last, the third Hokage completed the seals, binding his hands around Orochimaru's. Simultaneously, 2 shadow clones rushed forth, seizing the first and second Hokages. They shouted together, "Soul Seal." The Shinigami behind them withdrew the short blade from his mouth, swinging it down without hesitation. In that moment of liberation, the souls of the first and second Hokages soared from their bodies, uttering, "Forgive us, little monkey, for the trouble we've caused," before being drawn into the Shinigami's grasp. The third Hokage gazed upon their departure with a sense of solace, then turned to Orochimaru with grave intensity, proclaiming, "Orochimaru, let us descend into hell together." Orochimaru, feeling his soul being mercilessly torn asunder, lamented, "You old fool, go to hell on your own." Thus began the fierce struggle for their souls. Beads of sweat formed upon their brows as Orochimaru gradually began to pull his soul away, primarily due to the third Hokage's grievous injuries. Realizing that if this continued, Orochimaru would entirely reclaim his essence, the third Hokage, resolute, declared, "Soul Seal." Orochimaru cried out in agony, believing that if given but a moment, he could completely draw his soul back, yet the third Hokage denied him that time, sealing his hands instead. Enraged, Orochimaru contemplated kicking the third Hokage away, but restrained himself. Acknowledging the man as his teacher, he turned to the Sound Four, commanding, "Withdraw." The quartet immediately ceased channeling their chakra to maintain formation. The individuals flanking Orochimaru urged the others, "Retreat." As the remaining Jonin noticed the dissipating formation, they surged forward. Kidamaru expelled his webbing to ensnare the other Jonin. But at that moment, Asuma charged forth, wielding the flying swallow, severing the webs with chakra imbued with wind attributes. Kurenai ensnared the Sound Four with her Genjutsu, albeit for mere seconds, granting the other Jonin an opportunity to swarm. Orochimaru grimaced, perceiving the sudden influx of Jonin and recognizing that Danzo intended to eliminate him here. He couldn't help but think, had he known, he would have brought Kimimaro along. Was it truly his fate to perish here? Suddenly, a great fireball intercepted the multitude of Jonin from Konoha. Orochimaru turned to behold Naruto Uzumaki, Kushina Uzumaki, Raiga, Kurenai, and the unconscious Gaara standing atop the trees. Naruto shouted, "Orochimaru, you must flee." From his perch, Naruto addressed Orochimaru, "Hurry, Orochimaru, I will hold them off." Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement, and as he passed by Naruto, he added, "Wait. I will summon Kabuto to meet you at the Valley of the End." Naruto nodded in response. The Umbu shouted at Naruto, "Uzumaki Naruto, what are you planning? Do you wish to become a rogue ninja?" Naruto replied with a mischievous grin, "Bingo. If you guess correctly, I'll reward you with a fiery fist." He propelled the Umbu backward with a swift motion, adding with a sinister smile, "Who else wants to join in?" Asuma, wielding a kunai, inquired, "Uzumaki Naruto, are you truly contemplating defection?" Naruto affirmed, "Indeed, not just me, but also the four princesses." Sakura, taken aback, exclaimed, "Nonsense. How could the princesses possibly defect with you? Am I not correct, princesses?" To which Hanabi and the others responded, "Indeed." Before Sakura could revel in her surprise, she declared, "We are defecting alongside Naruto brother." Asuma promptly asked, "Why?" Hanabi replied, "I am with Naruto. Wherever he goes, I shall follow." Aoi added, "He is my man. Wherever he travels, I shall accompany him." Mizuki, covering her mouth in laughter, remarked, "This man, I intend to follow to the ends of the earth." Reika stated, "He has made a promise to me, and I have made one to him. All that I am belongs to him." She puffed her chest proudly, disregarding the resentful glares from Hanabi and the others. Naruto, his patience wearing thin, urged, "All right, enough of this nonsense. Let us finish them quickly and depart." The other Umbu interpreted Naruto's words as a cue to hasten their assault on the children. One Umbu retorted, "You have gone too far, Uzumaki Naruto." Before they could close the distance, Naruto unleashed a fiery dragon punch, piercing through the Umbu's lung. Blood erupted, splattering across Naruto's face, but he merely turned away, grinning wickedly. Who else wants to step up? The blood staining his visage rendered him strikingly alluring. Asuma was the first to regain his composure, urging, "Do not be afraid. They are but a handful. We need only to hold them off until the other Umbu arrive, and they will be defeated." The other Umbu pondered, agreeing before charging forward, with Asuma and Sakura joining in. As Naruto was about to join the fray, Mizuki intercepted him. Confused, he looked at her, and she brandished a white wolf fang, stating, "Leave that strange weapon-wielding man, Asuma, to me." Seeing the excitement in her eyes, Naruto nodded in acquiescence. Aoi then remarked, "I'll take on that Chunin named Sakura. I have researched her. She is a Jinjutsu prodigy, and I am also well-versed in illusions. I wish to test my skills against her." Without waiting for Naruto's approval, she charged ahead. Reika challenged Hanabi, "Let us see who can claim more lives." With that, she too rushed forth, leaving Hanabi to follow suit. Naruto stood there, a gust of wind rustling past him, a leaf drifting by, prompting him to exclaim, "Damn it, this isn't how it's supposed to go." He wished to check on the injured Gaara but suppressed the thought, knowing that if Gaara sustained any more injuries, he could perish. Instead, he remained rooted in place, watching them wreak havoc, tears welling in his eyes as he muttered, "I want to join too," observing the surrounding sand and sound ninja beginning to falter. Naruto called out to Hanabi, Aoi, Mizuki, and Reiku, "Hurry up and deal with them. The sand and sound ninja are retreating. Soon, the Konoha Umbu will arrive." Lu Yin and Xiang Yun remarked, "Understood." Qing Yi Lu Yin, with her hands on the ground, addressed Hong, "Though you are formidable, you are still far from being able to contain me." The wind god of illusions unleashed its might. Suddenly, Hong found herself ensnared in a tempest, her body being torn apart piece by piece. Upon casting a seal, she discovered that all around her, the members of the Umbu had perished. Asuma, bearing several shurikens on his back with one arm severed, smiled at Hong and urged, "You must survive, Hong, before succumbing to death." Hong screamed in despair, collapsing as Lu Yin remarked, "How truly dull." With that, she departed. Asuma, hearing Hong's cry, lost his composure and called out, "Hong, Hong, what is happening?" In that instant, several wounds appeared on his waist, as Kaling, wielding the white wolf fang, coldly declared, "You dare to engage me and be lost in thought?" First form of the white fang blade technique, the gluttonous wolf emerges. At this moment, Naruto observed that Kaling's weapon was not merely a knife. It resembled a wild wolf that mercilessly inflicted hundreds of gashes upon Asuma, who stood in its path. Mizuki Kaling, feeling overwhelmed, collapsed onto the ground. Naruto approached with concern, saying, "Are you all right, Kaling?" Kaling replied, "I never anticipated the white fang blade technique to be so powerful, but at my current level, I can only execute the first form. I am out of strength now. I apologize, I might slow you down. As she attempted to rise, she realized her foot was injured. Without saying a word, Naruto scooped her up in a princess carry, causing Mizuki Kaling to blush as she clung to his neck. At that moment, Xiang Yun and Yu Ming had also dealt with some of the umbu. Seeing Naruto holding Kaling, Xiang Yun and Lu Yan's eyes turned green with envy as they rushed to Naruto, demanding to be held as well. Naruto, exasperated, looked at the two squabbling and said, Kaling is injured. Enough of this commotion. We must leave quickly. He then turned to Yu Ming, saying, I'm counting on you, Gaara. Yu Ming nodded and swiftly lifted Gaara, dashing away. Amidst the chaos, the Konoha gate was nearly deserted. Naruto stood atop the city wall, gently setting Mizuki Kaling down, and turned his gaze toward Konoha. Xiang Yun and the others approached him, puzzled, and asked, Naruto, why aren't we leaving? Naruto, with a chilling smile, replied, I have come to deliver a gift to my beloved Konoha. Xiang Yun looked at him in confusion. Naruto addressed Lu Yan. Lu Yan, I will leap into the air. Can you use your chakra to keep me from falling? Lu Yan nodded in agreement. Xiang Yun then asked, Naruto, what kind of gift? With a mischievous grin, Naruto responded, You will soon find out, Xiang Yun. He then unleashed the wind in the grass, ascending gracefully, as if strolling. As Naruto rose into the sky, he proclaimed, To the scoundrels of Konoha, behold. The villagers of Konoha and the elite ninjas engaged in battle with the sand shinobi looked up in astonishment, their mouths agape upon seeing Naruto hovering above them. Naruto's face twisted into a fierce expression as he declared, You wretches, for 13 years you have looked down upon me, treated me like a dog, and bullied me. This has forged the Naruto Uzumaki of today, no, the Minato Namikaze. Allow me to present you with a grand gift, the Flame Emperor, the Great Flame Ring. Upon concluding his words, the numerous jonin and villagers of Konoha gazed upon the magnificent fireball that loomed above them, exuding an air of nobility and dominance. Naruto, with a maniacal laugh, declared die, and hurled it towards the Chunin exam arena. The sheer size of the fireball left everyone in stunned silence, contemplating their impending doom. After unleashing the attack, Naruto descended and urged Sakura and the others, Let us hurry and leave. However, as he took a step forward, he felt his legs give way beneath him, causing him to topple forward. In a swift motion, Sakura caught him, prompting Naruto to implore, Quickly, help me up. Sakura, along with Hinata, inquired, Are there other strong warriors in Konoha? To which Naruto replied, Of course. Otherwise, why would I unleash such a powerful move before departing? If I hadn't, countless umbu would pursue us relentlessly. By using this technique, they are compelled to intervene, as they wish to avoid igniting a full-scale war with the Land of Wind. If I release this, they must act, or it would be tantamount to abandonment, igniting conflict between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. Hinata's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gushed, Naruto, you're so amazing. However, Reikage, with a tone of skepticism, interjected, What if your ultimate technique is countered? Wouldn't that render it futile? Naruto, with a smile, reassured him, How could it be in vain? Let us not forget, we managed to escape. Besides, it's not a matter of if it gets blocked. It's a certainty, because he has returned. Reikage asked who. Naruto, unusually serious, responded, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Hinata gasped in surprise. I didn't expect him to return as well. Naruto continued, My ultimate technique is destined to be intercepted. Its primary purpose was to ensure our successful escape. Now, let us not linger. Let us proceed to the Valley of the End. Everyone nodded in agreement and focused on their journey, while Naruto pondered, Jiraiya, how should I face you? As they approached the blazing sun, though reminiscent of the moniker Little Sun held by Minato, despair washed over them, compelling many to shut their eyes. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Water Style, Toad Water Bullet Technique. Water Style, Grand Waterfall Technique. Eyes widened as two colossal torrents of water materialized before them. Turning back, the Konoha ninjas recognized a familiar figure, prompting an exclamation of, It's Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin. Thank goodness we're saved. Elation filled the air. Yet they failed to notice the beads of sweat accumulating on Jiraiya's brow, as he struggled to maintain control. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who had regained consciousness, spotted Naruto's impending technique and shouted, Quickly, everyone, combine your water styles to extinguish that blazing sun. A few jonin snapped back to attention, realizing that even the wind ninjas joined forces to aid Konoha, for they understood that once the water style dissipated, their fates would be sealed. no one wished to meet their demise. Though the Great Fire Release was formidable, it ultimately succumbed to the collective onslaught. The surviving villagers and Jonin of Konoha erupted in cheers of relief. Yet, Jiraiya, furrowing his brow, reflected on Minato, lamenting, "I failed you. I did not protect your son, allowing him to endure such hardship and stray onto a dark path. But rest assured, I shall guide him back to the right way." Shang-Yun and Naruto stood high above, witnessing the scene unfold. Shang-Yun, still in disbelief, let out a dismissive sound. Naruto reassured her, "It's all right, let us proceed. They will return." Upon arriving at the Valley of the End, they encountered a youth clad in white with silvery hair, accompanied by the Sound Four. To their astonishment, a familiar figure lingered before them. Naruto furrowed his brow and approached this once-known silhouette, saying, "It has been a long time, Bai." It was none other than Mizuki Bai. "Indeed, it has been a while," Naruto-kun, Bai replied. "You should have perished," Naruto stated, prompting the Sound Four to tense up, aware of Bai's deep concern for this young man. Indeed, Bai's pale forehead creased momentarily, yet it quickly smoothed out. "Yes, I was on the brink of death. Kakashi-sensei's Raikiri had pierced my heart, but by a mere fraction, it did not reach it. Subsequently, Junmaru retrieved me, and Lord Orochimaru successfully healed me. I have been here ever since." Bai glanced appreciatively at Junmaru, who, for reasons unknown, appeared to blush, as noted by Naruto and the Sound Four. Mizuki Kalen approached Naruto and inquired, "Naruto, who is she? I sense an inexplicable connection." Naruto smiled. "Kalen, she is one of your surviving kin, Mizuki Bai. And Bai, this is also one of your kin, Mizuki Kalen." Upon hearing this, Kalen excitedly rushed to Bai and grasped her hand, saying, "Greetings. I am Mizuki Kalen. If I may be so bold, could you tell me your mother's name?" Bai's companion, Junmaru, became vigilant as Kalen approached Bai. In his heart, aside from Orochimaru, Bai was one of the two most important people to him, the other being Shugo. If anyone dared to harm them, Junmaru would not hesitate to strike them down. However, upon realizing Kalen's intent was to connect, he relaxed his guard. Bai shyly replied, "My mother is Mizuki Z." Kalen expressed her surprise, "So it is Aunt Z." "My mother is Mizuki Ching." Bai was taken aback, "So it is Aunt Ching. I recall my mother mentioning her occasionally." Kalen then declared, "From now on, I shall call you Sister Bai. If anyone bullies you, just let me know, and I will help you teach them a lesson." Bai lowered her head in shyness. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from behind Naruto, as Lei Yuming excitedly addressed Junmaru, "What is your name?" Feeling the intensity of Lei Yuming's presence, Junmaru responded with equal vigor, "Kagaya Junmaru." "And you?" Lei Yuming, came the reply. With that, he released Gaara and dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, while Junmaru unsheathed a bone from his shoulder and charged after him. As Lei Yuming and Kagaya Junmaru's fists were about to collide, Naruto intervened, swiftly grasping their wrists and pulling them back, executing a graceful backflip to land safely. They gazed at Naruto in confusion. Naruto, with a stern expression, stated, "Right now, saving Gaara's life is paramount. Anyone who dares to cause trouble at this moment will meet their end." He cast a menacing glare at Junmaru and Yuming. Lei Yuming scoffed, retracting his aggression. As Junmaru cast a penetrating gaze upon Naruto, he too could not discern the extent of Naruto's swiftness. Without the activation of his curse seal, Junmaru was unequivocally no match for him. He then spoke, "Lord Naruto, please follow me," leading them towards a stone serpent whose gaping maw resembled that of a real serpent, poised to ensnare its prey. Junmaru, holding an oil lamp, ventured inside first, with Naruto and the others closely trailing behind. "This place is truly eerie," complained Mizuki Sayaka. Indeed, the atmosphere was reminiscent of a damp, dark underground sewer, and they relied heavily on the faint glow of Junmaru's lamp, which, despite providing some illumination, still evoked a sense of dread. As they traversed the ominous corridor, Naruto was suddenly startled by anguished cries. The sound felt oddly familiar. Upon closer reflection, he realized it was none other than Orochimaru's voice. It made sense given that Orochimaru had been sealed by the third Hokage's soul technique, rendering his hands immobile. Naruto abruptly instructed Junmaru, "Take me to Orochimaru." Junmaru narrowed his eyes and retorted, "What business do you have with Lord Orochimaru?" He had even dropped the honorific, as in his eyes. Anyone who posed a threat to Orochimaru was to be eliminated, regardless of their identity. Unfazed, Naruto replied, "If you wish for Orochimaru to survive, you will tell me where he is." Junmaru scrutinized Naruto, attempting to glean something from his gaze, but Naruto maintained an unwavering stare. What gives you the right to determine the fate of Lord Orochimaru, you arrogant brat? Just as he finished speaking, an unfamiliar kunai appeared at his throat, and he noticed Kyuin's face, filled with terror, warning him, should you utter another word, I shall end you. Junmaru promptly fell silent. Then, Junmaru suddenly stated, can I trust you, Uzumaki Naruto? Naruto responded, I am counting on Orochimaru to save Gaara. After much deliberation, Junmaru ultimately decided to allow Naruto to meet Orochimaru. He opened the door, and Naruto beheld Orochimaru sprawled across an examination table, trembling, while Kabuto diligently channeled chakra to heal him. Without uttering a word, Naruto turned to Junmaru and requested, give me 2 sterilized silver needles. Junmaru swiftly produced several silver needles for Naruto. Approaching the bedside where Orochimaru lay, he inserted the 2 needles into Orochimaru's arms, and the latter ceased his lamentations, gazing at Naruto in astonishment. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly, saying, this is merely to numb the pain in your arms. Thus, they will be temporarily immobile. However, remember to replace the needles regularly. Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement. Naruto-kun, your presence here is not solely for my treatment, is it? Orochimaru inquired. Naruto affirmed with a nod. I require your assistance in treating Gaara. Kabuto beside you should be capable, correct? Even if he is not, your guidance should suffice. Orochimaru glanced at Gaara, who lay injured on the table, and remarked, he has sustained severe injuries. Were it not for the tailed beast providing him chakra, he would likely be dead by now. Naruto nodded, asserting, indeed. You are the only one who can save him, I implore you. Orochimaru instructed, place him on the adjacent operating table. Kabuto, take a moment to prepare for the procedure. Kabuto nodded in agreement. Then Orochimaru addressed Kimimaro, saying, Kimimaro, please accompany Naruto to rest for a while. Kimimaro nodded and replied, Lord Naruto, please follow me. Naruto nodded and, as he was leaving, remarked, you should seek Tsunade. Your injuries are only temporarily suppressed, and still not ideal. Orochimaru nodded, saying, I understand. I will be mindful of my own injuries. Kimimaro led Naruto to a room and said, this is your room, Naruto-kun. The rest of you, please come with me. Shangyun immediately interjected, no, I will stay here with brother Naruto. With that, she clung to Naruto's neck like a koala, refusing to let go. Lu Yen sternly said, Shangyun, you're old enough. How can you still sleep with your brother Naruto? Naruto nodded in agreement, adding, exactly. Shangyun, feeling wronged, protested, but brother Naruto. Lu Yen responded, your brother Naruto will be taken care of by me. Naruto continued to nod, affirming, yes, Lu Yen, whatever you say. Lu Yen said, it should be my duty as Naruto-kun's fiancé to attend to him, blushing shyly. Naruto, with a bemused expression, retorted, what are you blushing for? Mizuki Sayaka smiled as she watched their antics. Meanwhile, Lei Yuin casually pushed the door open and said, this place isn't bad. I'll settle here. Naruto, his eyes twitching, asked, did you seek my consent? Mizuki Sayaka replied, Kimimaro, you need to get a bigger bed. Naruto looked confused and said, this bed is large enough. Mizuki Sayaka countered, if 5 people can sleep on this bed, I believe you. She shot a look at Naruto, who suddenly stared at her, saying, wait. 5 people? Aren't you going to sleep elsewhere? Everyone rolled their eyes in unison and said, duh. Naruto turned to Kimimaro and said, let us give this room to them. I'll go to another room with you. Kimimaro, wanting to agree, suddenly noticed the menacing glares from numerous women. He knew that should he dare suggest taking Naruto elsewhere, he would face dire consequences. A large bead of sweat appeared on Kimimaro's typically stoic face as he hurriedly exclaimed, there are no other rooms available. The women gave him a knowing look. Suddenly, Naruto teared up and said, stop messing around. Why do your eyes wander away? Kimimaro immediately turned his head elsewhere. Naruto, excited, questioned, why are you looking away, you scoundrel? Suddenly, Lu Yen covered Naruto's mouth, signaling to Mizuki Sayaka, who gently said, it's nothing. We are going to rest now. Kimimaro nodded, and Shangyun added, wait a moment, bring in a bigger bed. Naruto looked at Kimimaro with tearful eyes, and Kimimaro, with a hardened heart, turned away. Then Lei Yuin closed the door, and within, the sounds of Naruto's cries echoed. The next morning, Naruto lay sprawled over the table, while Sayaka, Shangyun, and the others appeared bright-eyed and energetic. As Kimimaro contemplated whether to advise Lord Naruto against engaging in shameless activities day and night, he pondered the implications of such behavior. However, Junmaru remains unaware of Naruto's profound sense of grievance. While embracing others during the night may bring joy to many, for Naruto, it feels akin to being entombed in a grave of attire. For he understands that other characters and stories often begin their journeys with invincible prowess, striking down foes with ease and effortlessly confronting formidable adversaries. Such feats are merely illusions. For Naruto, strength is the very foundation of his existence. Women, to him, are no less than sirens of despair, once ensnared. The only destination is a path leading to ruin. At that moment, Orochimaru arrived at the breakfast table. Upon noticing his presence, Naruto immediately stood. Orochimaru, discerning Naruto's intent, interjected before Naruto could speak, assuring him, "Rest assured, Gaara has emerged from his critical condition. He will awaken shortly." Naruto nodded in acknowledgement, but then remarked, "Your situation appears rather bleak, does it not?" Orochimaru concurred, stating, "Your silver needles still maintain control, yet we must act swiftly." Naruto inquired, "Is it only Tsunade you can seek? Is there no alternative?" With a sigh, Orochimaru replied, "If it were within my power, I would avoid her. But we have exhausted all other options." "Then I shall accompany you," Naruto declared, "for aside from you, I am the only one left with any fighting capability in the village. And we must also take Hyuga with us." Hyuga nodded, her spirits lifted. Luyan then asked, "Naruto, would you like me to accompany you?" Naruto halted their enthusiasm, stating, "It is unnecessary. Hyuga and I, along with Orochimaru, will suffice. Others would merely hinder us." Yu Ming protested, "Why am I not included? I am far more capable than Hyuga." Hyuga, rising in indignation, retorted, "What did you say? You haven't even surpassed me yet. You can't claim superiority." Naruto, maintaining his composure, explained, "Orochimaru is essential to our plans, and that is indisputable. As for Kabuto, he is tasked with overseeing Orochimaru's well-being. I stand as the strongest among you. Even in the Sound Village, few rival my strength. Our adversaries are Tsunade and Jiraiya. Jiraiya, being nostalgic, will likely show leniency towards Hyuga, as her hair may remind him of my mother. However, should any of you confront him, he would show no mercy for those he does not recognize. Thus, Hyuga's presence is imperative. Any objections?" Orochimaru remarked, "This arrangement is indeed impeccable. Yet why do we seek Tsunade if Jiraiya is also involved?" Naruto responded, "In light of the third Hokage's demise, we must pursue the fifth Hokage. Jiraiya, being an outsider, cannot penetrate the inner circles of power, and moreover, he has little interest in governance. With your defection, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya's withdrawal, only Tsunade remains. Therefore, it is prudent to have Hyuga accompany us as a precaution." Orochimaru nodded, saying, "Naruto, I must confess, I am increasingly impressed by you. Your cunning, strength, and innate talent are truly remarkable." Naruto smiled without elaborating. Seeing Naruto's demeanor, Orochimaru could only helplessly acquiesce. "Then we shall depart the day after tomorrow." After breakfast, Naruto stood atop a grand tree, gazing into the distance. In that moment, he appeared profoundly solitary and desolate. Orochimaru approached and seated himself beside Naruto, inquiring, "What troubles you, Naruto-kun? What occupies your thoughts?" Naruto, eyes closed, relished the gentle caress of the breeze and replied, "Orochimaru, why do people resort to such treacherous schemes? Why must one forsake their true self in pursuit of power? Is it not preferable to live in quietude?" Orochimaru, casting his gaze far away, responded, "It is the human heart. The heart is insatiable. Even when something does not belong to us, we covet it simply because it appears superior to our own. Individuals will go to any lengths to seize what belongs to others, even if it means employing unscrupulous methods." Naruto suddenly smiled with his eyes still shut, remarking, "Orochimaru, you are hardly a gentleman. Indeed, you are a base individual." Orochimaru retorted disdainfully, "I have never considered myself a true gentleman, nor do I aspire to be a hypocrite. I would rather be an honest rogue than a false noble." Naruto murmured, "To be an honest rogue rather than a false noble? It is true that hypocrites are far more terrifying than honest rogues." At that moment, both Orochimaru and Naruto fell silent, savoring the gentle breeze that nature bestowed upon them. Abruptly, Naruto broke the silence with another question, "How confident are you that Tsunade will assist you?" Orochimaru, mimicking Naruto's earlier demeanor, closed his eyes and calmly replied, Less than 10%. Naruto, taken aback, opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, if your chances are so slim, why seek Tsunade's help? Orochimaru, still with eyes shut, stated, because even with less than a 10% chance, I refuse to abandon hope. Even the faintest glimmer of possibility is worth pursuing. Remember, Naruto-kun, opportunities often do not present themselves overtly. Do not relinquish the remaining hope, for many chances may slip by unnoticed. Risk and reward are intrinsically linked. The greater the risk, the greater the potential reward. There is no certainty in this world. When it comes to winning someone over, I never rely on absolute certainty. Even if the individual seems ordinary, always prepare several contingencies. Naruto solemnly acknowledged, I have learned much from you. Orochimaru smiled with his eyes still closed. At that moment, it seemed as if the very world had fallen into a serene silence. Kimimaro turned to Kabuto and asked, do you require my covert protection? Kabuto replied, no. If even Naruto-kun cannot resolve the matter, your involvement would only hinder our efforts. Kimimaro furrowed his brow and questioned, do you not trust me? Kabuto shook his head and said, do not glare at me like that. Can you truly contend with Naruto? Kimimaro shook his head, and Kabuto continued, though you possess a fearless resolve, it is insufficient. If you cannot surpass Naruto-kun, what use would your intervention serve? Merely to buy time? It is not that I look down upon you, but how long can your current state endure? Kimimaro closed his eyes, tormented by thoughts of what would happen if he were to perish. Who would care for Kabuto? Who would shield him from the storms of life? Suddenly, Naruto appeared before Kimimaro and Kabuto, declaring, Kimimaro, you must join this mission. Kimimaro, momentarily stunned, replied, yes. Together, Naruto, Sakura, Kabuto, Orochimaru, and Kimimaro ventured towards the bustling streets of the marketplace. Naruto observed the flamboyantly dressed women and the drunken men laughing heartily, and could not help but furrow his brow, his eyes revealing a sense of disdain. Then he addressed Orochimaru. Hey, Orochimaru, is Tsunade really here? Upon hearing Naruto's straightforward inquiry, Junmaru couldn't help but frown. However, Orochimaru shot him a glare and nonchalantly replied, Naruto-kun, that fellow Tsunade is quite the gambler, and my subordinates reported that she has indeed been seen around here. So you need not worry. Yet, I am curious as to why you brought Junmaru along. If Tsunade refuses to treat me, why would she tend to him? Naruto suddenly smiled and responded, she may not heal you, but she will certainly heal Junmaru. Besides, your base lacks any formidable fighters. So losing Junmaru means you might as well just rest. Orochimaru remarked, oh, let us wait and see. Little did they know that Junmaru's gaze towards Naruto had already shifted upon realizing he was brought along for his medical care. Yet, no one else noticed this change. Orochimaru-sama, I have located Lady Tsunade, reported one of Orochimaru's subordinates. Orochimaru waved him off, turning to Naruto and asking, shall we set off now? Naruto, lounging with his legs crossed on the tatami mat, replied, let's go, why not? But first, Orochimaru, you must lend me your weapon. I am currently equipped with nothing but ordinary ones. Please give me your Kusanagi. Orochimaru glanced at Naruto and said, I didn't expect you to eye my Kusanagi from the start. Well, I seldom use the sword, and given my current injury, you may have it. With that, the Kusanagi appeared from his mouth. Naruto took it, wiping it down with a cloth, commenting, you really should maintain better hygiene. It's quite dirty. Orochimaru looked at him with a dark expression. As Naruto examined the Kusanagi, he suddenly questioned Orochimaru. Among the three legendary swords, the Kusanagi, the Totsuka, and the Raijin sword of the second Hokage, why is the Kusanagi merely sharper than an ordinary sword? Orochimaru replied solemnly, I have not earned the Kusanagi's recognition. Only those who have can truly unleash its full power, and each person has only one chance. Once used, they can never awaken its true might again. Naruto declared, when we return, I must certainly give it a try. Amidst this, he heard the sounds of gambling and mused, what a filthy place this is. Orochimaru said nothing and resumed his search for Tsunade. Suddenly, Orochimaru recognized a familiar voice and turned to see Tsunade engaged in a game of chance. Naruto followed his gaze and spotted a beautiful woman with long, light yellow hair gambling. Meanwhile, Kyuin glared enviously at Tsunade's ample bosom, quickly feeling disheartened as she compared it to her still-developing figure, muttering to herself, may they all perish. Just as Orochimaru intended to approach, Naruto stopped him, saying, let her treat Junmaru first. Confidence is key. You should leave now. Orochimaru nodded at Naruto's words, indicating for Junmaru to stay behind and have Kabuto accompany him back. Suddenly, Naruto interrupted, "Wait a moment, do you have any money left? I want to gamble a bit with Tsunade." Orochimaru swiftly grasped the situation and instructed Kabuto to provide Naruto with a substantial sum of money before departing. As Naruto observed Kabuto escorting Kinmaru to the gambling table, the gamblers sneered, "Hey, kid, dare to be here? Run home and drink your milk." However, one of the gamblers, upon catching sight of Kyuin, was captivated by her emerald eyes. Extending his hand toward her, he said, "On account of your presence, you may leave, but let this little girl stay and amuse us." Naruto's gaze turned icy as he commanded, "Kinmaru, deal with him." Without uttering a word, Kinmaru nodded and seized the gambler by the throat with one hand. Showing disdain for such weakness, he made no use of weapons. The gambler flailed helplessly in the air before eventually succumbing to stillness. Kinmaru discarded him as one would refuse. Naruto surveyed those around him and declared, "Who else dares to oppose me?" The gamblers fell silent, for in the ninja world, strength commanded respect, and even the smallest ruffians understood this. Turning to the dealer, Naruto stated, "I wager large. You may begin." The dealer, terrified, complied immediately. Soon, Naruto emerged victorious. In subsequent rounds, he continued to wager heavily and, unsurprisingly, continued to win, accumulating a considerable pile of chips. As Naruto prepared to press on, the casino owner interjected, "Friend, it would be wise to know when to stop," clearly issuing a warning. Naruto cast a glance at Kyuin, who nodded and approached the owner, igniting him in flames. Naruto observed the spectacle with a smile. The owner fell to his knees, pleading, "I was wrong. Please spare me." Though he masked it well, a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes, which did not escape Naruto's notice. Naruto's smile widened as he remarked, "In my eyes, the Grim Reaper is the most reliable." The casino owner, contemplating a desperate final act, lunged at Naruto. With a swift kick, Naruto sent him flying. Had you knelt and spoken, perhaps Kyuin would have extinguished your flames, but your unawareness seals your fate. Kinmaru was merely a flash of white, and in an instant, the owner's head was in his grasp. Naruto gestured for Kinmaru to discard it, and he tossed it toward the refuse. Tsunade, observing Naruto's display, was horrified by the gruesome sight, while Shizune, preparing to assist Tsunade, was halted by Kyuin. Shizune, unaware that she was facing one of the four princesses, whose power surpassed her own, was swiftly subdued before she could act. Naruto approached the astonished Tsunade and stated, "If you do not treat Kinmaru, I shall show you blood daily." Tsunade, gripped by fear, cried out, and Naruto smiled at her reaction. However, to Shizune, Naruto's smile appeared as that of a demon. Shizune shouted, "Do you not see that Lady Tsunade cannot heal anyone?" Naruto coldly replied, "That is of no concern to me. Tsunade, if you do not treat Kinmaru, I will personally slay your apprentice, Shizune, before your eyes." "No, I will heal. Please, do not kill Shizune." Tsunade sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Naruto smirked, "Now? That is more like it. Do not even think about playing games with me. Should you dare to engage in any schemes, you shall meet your doom." Suddenly, Naruto addressed the patrons of the gambling house, requesting a quiet room, free from interruptions. When no one responded, a shifty-eyed individual stepped forward, saying, "Yes. I shall prepare it at once, my lord." Naruto regarded the man with appreciation and replied, "You shall be the owner of this gambling establishment henceforth." The man immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, thank you." Other gamblers silently lamented the missed opportunity. Had they approached, the position of owner could have been theirs. Tsunade and her companions walked ahead, while Naruto and his group followed closely. Noticing Shang Yun's distracted demeanor, Naruto smiled and explained, "You are curious as to why I am so ruthless, are you not?" Shang Yun nodded, then shook her head, insisting, No, it is not that. Everything Naruto does is right." Naruto gently stroked her hair, saying, "Perhaps you perceive my methods as cruel. Remember, in the shinobi world, strength reigns supreme. One moment, you may save a life, and the next, that very person could turn against you. Thus, one must always be vigilant." Shang Yun nodded, somewhat understanding. If it were Yue Ming and the others, they would undoubtedly support Naruto's approach. However, Shang Yun had been surrounded and protected since birth. Being the last remnant of the Uzumaki clan, aside from Naruto and Xiangling, the Uzumaki clan had long aided the Land of Fire, which, unlike the Land of Lightning, was not so absolute, nor as merciless as the land of wind. Hence, Shang Yun had always been shielded. But Naruto wanted her to grasp the reality that he could not always be by her side. She must learn to protect herself. Tsunade and Shizun proceeded ahead. With Tsunade having regained her composure, she signaled Shizun to prepare a smoke bomb for their escape. Shizun nodded, clutching a small pig. With a swift motion, she produced a smoke bomb from her sleeve and hurled it to the ground, creating a dense cloud of smoke, allowing herself and Tsunade to flee. As they departed, Tsunade threatened, "You will come to regret the mistakes you make today, young man." Just as Kimimaro prepared to pursue, Naruto raised his hand to halt him. Smiling as he watched Tsunade vanish. "I trust one need not prompt you further," he remarked. From the shadows emerged a figure, and Kimimaro scolded himself for being careless. Quickly adopting a defensive stance, Naruto made no move, merely stating, "Kabuto, what are you lingering for?" It turned out that Orochimaru had reservations about allowing Kabuto to accompany them. Kabuto replied with a smile, "No need for your concern, Naruto. I had already summoned someone to follow." Naruto stretched lazily and said, "Report back to me with the specifics later. I shall take a moment to rest. Shang Yun, Kimimaro, do join me for a respite. We shall have some fun with those two ladies shortly." Kimimaro and Shang Yun took their leave to rest. Kabuto wiped the sweat from his brow, smiling wryly as he thought to himself how meticulously everything had been orchestrated by Naruto Uzumaki. It was quite terrifying. He had expected Naruto to be surprised. He was far more formidable than Orochimaru. After a while, Naruto and his companions heard a knock on the door. Junmaru stood up to answer it. The visitor whispered something into Junmaru's ear, and he waved his hand, dismissing the person. Junmaru turned to Naruto, whose eyes were closed, and said, "Lord Naruto, we have located Tsunade's whereabouts. Should we proceed now?" Startled, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, scaring Shang Yun, who had been admiring him from the side. A glimmer of determination flashed in Naruto's eyes as he seized the Kusanagi sword and strode forward, declaring to Shang Yun and Junmaru, "It seems I must teach my lady Tsunade a lesson." Junmaru nodded, while Shang Yun thought, "Tsunade, you wretched being, I initially sympathized with you, but I never anticipated you would treat us this way. I will not hold back." Karen, addressing the resting Tsunade on the ground, said, "Lady Tsunade, we've rested enough. Let us depart quickly to avoid that brat's pursuit." Tsunade, nonchalantly crossing her legs, replied, "Wait a moment, he won't find us here so swiftly. Let's take a breather. Today has been overwhelming." Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "I apologize, Lady Tsunade, but you no longer have time to rest." Tsunade cursed under her breath, "Damn it. How could they find us so quickly?" As she prepared to flee, she noticed Junmaru behind her, and to her side, Shang Yun stood angrily brandishing a whip. A bead of sweat trickled down Tsunade's face as she realized, "This time, I've truly messed up. I'll handle Tsunade, and Shang Yun can take care of Karen." Naruto assigned, "Junmaru, keep an eye out and inform me if anyone approaches." With that, he brandished the Kusanagi sword and struck fiercely at Tsunade, who narrowly evaded with a graceful sideways flip. Undeterred, Naruto flicked his sword, creating 3 sword shadows, while Tsunade cautiously dodged. Naruto laughed, saying, "Lady Tsunade, your evasions are futile." Tsunade merely scoffed in response. Meanwhile, the situation was far more perilous for Karen. Being an ordinary jonin, she was no match for Shang Yun, especially with the latter's furious attacks. Several wounds had already marred her body, and she glared at Shang Yun, who, as a woman, was particularly conscious of her appearance. Enduring such mistreatment at Shang Yun's hands filled her with resentment, but the disparity in their strengths left her filled with bitterness. Suddenly, while retreating, Karen accidentally stumbled over a stone. Slipping backward, Naruto glanced over and called out to Shang Yun, "Shang Yun, break her right arm." Hesitating momentarily, Karen seized the opportunity to shoot a poisoned arrow at Shang Yun, snarling, "Die." Vortex Shang Yun. Shang Yun instinctively closed her eyes, only to find she felt no pain, realizing that Naruto had taken the poisoned arrow in her stead. A fierce glint of hatred ignited in her eyes as she saw Karen's expression change. Fearing the worst, Karen attempted to flee but found her right arm caught by Shang Yun's whip, which she yanked with brutal force, causing excruciating pain as she felt her right arm separate from her body. "No!" Tsunade cried out in anguish. She wanted to rush over, but her fear of blood paralyzed her. Shang Yun was ready to strike again, but Naruto raised his hand, stopping her. "Shang Yun, it's all right. Do you really think this poison poses a threat to me?" Shang Yun immediately rushed to Naruto's side, anxiously searching for any signs of injury. Naruto gently grasped her tear-streaked face and reassured her, "Do not worry, Shangyun. I am fine, truly." Embracing the weeping Shangyun, he cast a disdainful glance at the writhing Jingin on the ground and addressed Tsunade, "Tsunade-heim, whether your fear of blood is genuine or feigned, I offer you one last chance. Should you attempt any further tricks, I shall end Jingin's life." Tsunade remained silent, lost in thought. Naruto continued, "Kamaru, take care of that woman." Kamaru nodded in agreement, prompting a reaction from Tsunade, who solemnly replied, "Stop. Is it not possible for me to heal her?" With a sly grin, Naruto remarked, "If you had acted sooner, we would not be in this predicament." Tsunade insisted, "First, reattach Jingin's hand." Naruto's expression darkened as he retorted, "Are you imposing conditions upon me? Tsunade-heim, if you continue to prattle, I shall eliminate her." Tsunade clenched her teeth in frustration. She glanced at Kamaru and explained to Naruto, "He suffers from a bloodline disease, akin to that of the Kagaya clan. The Sage of Six Paths bestowed great strength and vitality upon the Kagaya. Yet the price was their tragically short lifespans. None have lived beyond 50 years, excluding those without awakened bloodlines." Naruto nodded and inquired, "Is there hope for him?" Tsunade replied, "It is uncertain. I lack absolute confidence. While I have studied the Kagaya's affliction and formulated a treatment plan, I have never performed the surgery, so I cannot guarantee success." Naruto urged her, "Proceed with your treatment. Once you have succeeded, I shall assist in reattaching Jingin's hand." Tsunade asked, "Are you serious?" Naruto affirmed, "There is no need for deceit." Tsunade resolved, "Very well, I shall give it a try." Turning to Kamaru, who was preparing for the procedure, Naruto declared, "Kamaru, trust in me. I will ensure your recovery, staking my name as Uzumaki Naruto upon it." Kamaru was deeply moved. Although his loyalty lay with protecting Orochimaru, he understood that his esteemed master viewed him merely as a tool. Nevertheless, he was determined to fulfill Orochimaru's ambitions until his very last breath, for that was the way of Kamaru's ninja path. Yet Naruto's presence disrupted this path, even as he continued to fight for Orochimaru. Naruto's image had carved a place in his mind, a seed that would one day blossom, perhaps even surpassing Orochimaru. Suddenly, Naruto addressed an unseen presence. "You saw it too, right? Jingin's hand can be reattached." A voice from the shadows responded, "Yes, it can be done, rest assured. However, I cannot make an appearance just yet." Naruto replied, "No matter. I can simply have Shangyun knock Jingin unconscious." The voice agreed, "That is indeed a viable solution." With a subtle gesture, Naruto signaled Shangyun, who promptly understood and approached the moaning Jingin, delivering a swift chop to her neck, rendering her unconscious. Naruto then spoke to the hidden figure, "She is in your care. Shangyun, you and I must assist Kamaru in safeguarding him during this treatment. Any interruption could be life-threatening." Shangyun nodded and said, "Understood, Brother Naruto." Emerging from the ground, Do gazed at the unconscious Jingin and then at Naruto, who was retreating in the distance. A wry smile crept across his face as he thought, "He only leaves the arduous tasks to me. Alas, the weight of authority can be suffocating. Now, he is the favored one before Orochimaru, a figure not to be trifled with." During the exchange of glances between Naruto and Shangyun, Naruto abruptly opened his eyes. Soon after, Shangyun followed suit. As both sensed the approach of three individuals, Naruto addressed Shangyun, saying, "Shangyun, remain here and ensure that no one disturbs Junmaru during this healing process. I will handle these fools." With that, he vanished. Shangyun resumed her meditative state, all the while remaining vigilant of her surroundings. Concealed behind a tree, Naruto observed the three figures. One bore a scarred face, another was a one-eyed man, and the last sported a ring around his nose, resembling a bull demon. The scarred man inquired, "Is Tsunade really here, brother?" The one-eyed man affirmed, "Indeed, I witnessed Tsunade heading this way." The scarred man continued, "Once we defeat Tsunade, one of the legendary three, we shall make our names known throughout the ninja world. We will be significant figures." The bull demon leered and added, "Brother, once we capture Tsunade, shall we not have some fun with her before executing her? I have heard that despite being 50, her beauty is akin to that of a woman in her 20s or 30s due to her rejuvenation techniques." The one-eyed man, grinning, replied, "Agreed. But let me have my fun first." The bull demon responded, "Deal." A chilling voice interrupted, "A splendid idea. But I fear you may perish before your ambitions come to fruition." The one-eyed man retorted, "Who dares to speak? Step forward if you possess the courage. Slowly, Naruto emerged from behind the tree. The three burst into laughter, mocking, "You little brat, do you dare to threaten us? Go home and suck your mother's milk." Naruto unsheathed his Kusanagi sword and leisurely thrust it forward. The bull demon dismissively reached out to catch it. In an instant, Naruto accelerated his strike, catching the bull demon off guard and delivering a fatal blow. The scarred man cried out in anguish, "Brother," and furiously declared, "You little brat, I will tear you limb from limb." He drew his blade and charged at Naruto. The leader brandished a massive chain hook, swinging it at Naruto with unwavering resolve. Naruto's Kusanagi severed the second man's weapon. Fortunately, the leader's chain hook arrived just in time, or he would have been cleaved in two. Instead of being intimidated, the second man gleefully exclaimed, "Brother, brother, seize his sword for me." The leader agreed, "Let us attack together and slay this brat." The second man threatened, "You dare to destroy my weapon? You shall regret it for eternity." Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Naruto disdainfully regarded the incoming water dragon bullet, plunging his Kusanagi into the ground and unleashing the roar of the fire god. Fire and water, merciless and incompatible, clashed in a magnificent display, generating thick smoke. However, having honed his flames during previous trials, Naruto's fire had transformed into a haunting blue blaze, exuding an intimidating heat. Soon, the scarred man's water technique was pushed back, yet he appeared entirely unperturbed. Suddenly, Naruto realized that the individual wielding the chain hook had vanished. Out of nowhere, a voice called from behind, "Die, brat." The chain hook user viciously slashed at Naruto's back. Though the one-eyed dragon had inflicted this wound, the anticipated flow of blood did not materialize. Instead, the struck Naruto transformed into a cloud of smoke. The one-eyed dragon, astonished, exclaimed, "Shadow clone technique? When did he manage that?" As he stood there in bewilderment, the scarred man warned, "Boss, watch out behind you." The one-eyed dragon turned to see Naruto charging at him. Just as he prepared to evade, he realized he was immobilized. Discovering that someone below had a firm grip on his foot, it turned out that Naruto had conjured two shadow clones. One unleashed the roar of the fire god, while the other lay hidden underground. As the true Naruto distracted the one-eyed dragon and the scarred man, the underground clone grasped the one-eyed dragon's foot, preventing his escape. As the one-eyed dragon saw Naruto's Kusanagi sword drawing near, he attempted to block it with the chain hook. The moment he made contact with Naruto's blade, he felt as though an ordinary person had been struck by a cart. The pain was excruciating. His hand split open, yet he gritted his teeth and endured. Although he was propelled a considerable distance, he successfully thwarted Naruto's attack. Suddenly, he noticed a sinister smile forming on Naruto's face, prompting him to suspect some foul play. He then realized that Naruto was wielding the Kusanagi sword with his left hand. Seeing that he had noticed, Naruto grinned wickedly and stated, "Sorry, it's too late." With his right hand, he prepared to deliver a devastating flame dragon fist aimed directly at the one-eyed dragon's heart. The one-eyed dragon pointed a trembling finger at Naruto, stammering, "Why you?" Naruto flicked the blood from his sword and addressed the scarred man, saying, "You will soon reunite with them." The scarred man immediately fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face, pleading, "My lord, consider it merely a fart. Spare me, please. I truly regret my actions." Observing the scarred man's desperation, Naruto replied, "Remember, this is a warning." He then turned to walk away. The scarred man picked up the chain hook from the ground and swung it at Naruto, shouting, "Die, brat." In a swift motion, Naruto flipped, seized the chain hook, and drove the Kusanagi sword fiercely into the man's thigh. The man cried out in agony, and Naruto pressed his foot against the man's head, taunting, Did you truly believe I would trust you, scum?" After forcefully stomping on the scarred man's head, Naruto continued, "I simply want you to understand what it feels like when you finally grasp a glimmer of hope, only to realize that this light of hope is merely a staircase leading to death." He then slashed the man repeatedly, declaring, "This forest is teeming with wild wolves, and it is currently their mating season. You know what that means." The scarred man gasped, "Devil, you are a devil. Have the guts to end me." Naruto flashed a devilish smile and replied, No, I will not kill you. At least, until Junmaru has healed, you shall remain my plaything." With that, Naruto prepared to leave, but was suddenly drawn to the chain hook lying on the ground. Although the Kusa Chikan remained dormant, its sharpness was undeniably formidable. It could withstand a full-force strike infused with chakra, suggesting it was no ordinary weapon. Naruto hoisted the chain hook over his shoulder and began to walk away. After taking just a few steps, the system responded, indicating the discovery of the Death God's chain. Would he like to bind it to himself? Naruto stared blankly at the hook, pondering the absurdity of the term Death God's chain. He nodded in affirmation, and soon found that the large hook had transformed into a chain that clung to his right arm. Stunned by the events unfolding before him, he thought to himself, what a stroke of luck. Suddenly, he heard a series of howls and leapt up into a tree, witnessing a true clash between man and beast. With a sigh, he lamented the absence of popcorn. As he observed the scene, he mused that it was quite crude and violent. Moments later, without needing to intervene, the man could no longer endure the torment and howled at the sky, declaring, "Kid, I won't spare you either." Seeing the scarred man perish, Naruto made his way back to Kyuin. Upon his return, Kyuin rushed towards him, and he affectionately stroked her silky hair, asking if she was all right. She nodded, assuring him, "What could possibly happen with me around?" Naruto nodded in response. After a while, Tsunade emerged from within, commenting on the boy's fortunate survival. Naruto thanked her, to which she inquired about Shizun's condition. He informed her that she would be able to see her the following day. Tsunade furrowed her brow, questioning why it would take until tomorrow. "It only takes a day to mend her arm. Why the hurry?" he replied. Tsunade remarked, "My money is still with her." Naruto was momentarily taken aback, responding with a deadpan, "I can lend you some money." Tsunade shot him a knowing glance. Naruto, Kimimaro, and Kyuin stared in disbelief as Tsunade's bowl of food grew to resemble a small mountain. Kyuin pondered where all her food had vanished to, then fixated her gaze on Tsunade's chest, prompting Tsunade to instinctively puff her chest out. She then cast a sideways glance at Kyuin's modest figure, unable to suppress a chuckle. Irritated, Kyuin exclaimed, "Naruto, can I kill her?" "I absolutely can." She fell into a trance of determination. Naruto placed a box on the table, addressing Tsunade. "This is the money for your meal, and the excess is for Kimimaro's expenses. As for Shizun, you can find her tomorrow morning at the gambling den where we placed our bets. Is there anything else to discuss? If not, I shall take my leave." Tsunade suddenly interjected, "You are affiliated with Orochimaru, aren't you?" Naruto paused momentarily before responding with a smile. "What makes you say that?" Tsunade pointed at Kimimaro, stating, "He provided me with the answer. His kimono style is unique to Orochimaru, and during my treatment, I discovered a cursed seal, a mark only Orochimaru possesses. Am I mistaken?" Naruto applauded, exclaiming, "Impressive, as expected from one of the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru is likely to return soon, so be cautious," Tsunade remarked. "I understand, you little brat. Although I am reluctant to say this, I must advise you, do not follow Orochimaru, lest you find yourself devoured before you even realize it." Naruto replied, "I won't follow Orochimaru. I would be oblivious to my own demise." With that, he departed. Upon seeing Naruto and the others return, Orochimaru inquired, "Has Kimimaro been treated?" Naruto rolled his eyes in response, conveying his awareness of the obvious question. Orochimaru chuckled nonchalantly before expressing his curiosity. "Naruto, I wonder why it was Kimimaro who was treated first rather than myself." Stretching lazily, Naruto explained, "If I had allowed Tsunade to treat you first, she would have never done so, regardless of the reasons, as you are, after all, the one who killed her teacher. The chances of her treating you are virtually non-existent. Even if Tsunade were coerced into it, I believe the likelihood is slim. Kimimaro, on the other hand, did not take your teacher's life, and Tsunade, being a nostalgic person, would almost certainly agree to treat him." After listening to Naruto, Orochimaru clapped his hands and remarked, "Naruto, your words are profoundly insightful. You grasp the human heart quite well. In truth, I never expected Tsunade to heal me." At that moment, Naruto noticed a flicker of despondency in Orochimaru's eyes. Sighing, Naruto pondered who in this world could truly comprehend Orochimaru, who could genuinely read his heart. Many regard Orochimaru as a heartless villain, yet who can fathom the pain he harbors? In his time at Konoha, he conducted inhumane experiments for Danzo in the Land of Fire, only to be labeled a rogue ninja by Konoha. When betrayed by the village, met with his teacher's misunderstanding and his comrades' misjudgment, and subjected to the villagers' scorn, Orochimaru never offered an explanation. He understood that he was not in the wrong. He never sought validation from others. What does it matter if the world berates him? Orochimaru will continue on his path, unencumbered by external judgments. The only bond he could not sever was that with Konoha. It is somewhat ironic to consider that a rogue ninja, supposedly acting in Konoha's interest, is indeed a jest. Yet Orochimaru perceives the village riddled with decay. Without a catalyst of conflict, the inhabitants of Konoha will remain oblivious. Does he not recognize that even the combined might of the sound and sand ninja could not topple Konoha? It is laughable. Yet he remains unrepentant and resolute in executing his plans against Konoha, determined to sound the alarm for its denizens, lest they lose their spirit. Thus, from the moment he invaded Konoha with the intent to eliminate his teacher, the third Hokage, he resolved to bear all the blame and scorn alone. Many have misconstrued Orochimaru. If he were indeed devoid of compassion, how could he weep during the act of slaying the third? If he were truly heartless, why did he not dispatch the third immediately, instead opting to engage him in combat? Would that not be a futile endeavor? As a personal note, I have a deep admiration for Orochimaru, so please refrain from harsh criticism. This is also one of the reasons Naruto chose to take Orochimaru as his mentor. Naruto sighed and remarked, "When you converse with Tsunade, I, along with Kimimaro and Koyuki, shall remain absent. It would be inappropriate for us to appear directly. I shall instruct Kimimaro to protect you discreetly." Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Naruto gestured for Kimimaro and Koyuki to exit the room. They complied with a nod and departed. Naruto, before leaving, took a moment to close the door behind him. He turned to Koyuki and Kimimaro, saying, "Let us each retire to our quarters." They responded affirmatively and returned to their respective rooms. Naruto lingered for a moment outside Orochimaru's door, then sighed and also retreated to his room. In the days that followed, Naruto devoted himself tirelessly to mastering swordsmanship, while Koyuki focused on refining her chakra. One day, as Naruto was engrossed in his training, he noticed a white snake slithering towards him. He extended his hand and captured the serpent, which offered no resistance. It then expelled a slip of paper from its mouth, inscribed with Kimimaro's hasty writing. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Shizune, Sasuke, and Kabuto have engaged in battle. The scrawl revealed the perilous nature of the situation, and Naruto furrowed his brow, pondering Sasuke's involvement once more. Despite Naruto's efforts to alter the narrative by becoming Orochimaru's apprentice, the ensuing butterfly effect resulted in Kakashi persistently requesting Jiraiya to train Sasuke. Unable to tolerate his troublesome disciple, Jiraiya reluctantly agreed to mentor Sasuke. Later, Lee, having opened the 8 gates, required surgery that was fraught with danger. A procedure only Tsunade could perform, being one of the 3 legendary ninjas of Konoha. Jiraiya brought along the ever-persistent Sasuke, but midway, he was distracted by a captivating woman and wandered off. Meanwhile, Sasuke encountered Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, who were originally searching for Naruto. Itachi was taken aback upon seeing Sasuke, but concealed his astonishment. Unable to restrain himself, Sasuke unleashed Chidori, charging at Itachi with the intent to kill him. Yet, while aspirations were noble, reality proved harsh. Although he had grown somewhat formidable, he faced an Itachi who wielded the Mangekyo Sharingan with indifference. Itachi, dismissing his oblivious younger brother, swiftly subdued him. Just then, Jiraiya arrived just in time, prompting Itachi and Kisame to retreat. Jiraiya and Sasuke subsequently found themselves at a gambling establishment, where they fortuitously spotted Tsunade and Shizune engaged in a game of chance. They joined Tsunade at a tavern, where they shared drinks and reminisced about the past. Eventually, Jiraiya revealed his origins and expressed his hope for Tsunade to become Hokage, to which she naturally declined. Upon seeing Sasuke, she even took the opportunity to mock the Uchiha clan, inciting the prideful Sasuke to challenge her to a duel. However, it was evident that Sasuke stood no match for Tsunade. As their confrontation unfolded, Orochimaru, who had sought Tsunade days prior, made his appearance, with words failing to resonate. A fierce battle ensued among the 3. Orochimaru, having lost his advantage, found himself at a disadvantage as Jiraiya, unaffected by the paralyzing potion, decisively overpowered him. As Du was ensnared by the silent Sasuke, Kimimaro promptly dispatched a message to Naruto before engaging in combat with Tsunade. The two clashed fiercely, with Kimimaro intent on displaying blood to incapacitate Tsunade, only to discover that she was no longer afraid of blood, a realization that rendered her a formidable opponent beyond his reach. Despite Kimimaro's considerable prowess, given sufficient time, he could potentially surpass Tsunade. However, in the present moment, he was not her equal. Upon reading the message, Naruto remained silent, tearing the note to shreds before grasping the Kusanagi and addressing Kaguya. "Let us depart." Kaguya nodded in agreement. Together, Naruto and Kaguya hastened towards the battlefield of Orochimaru. As they raced, Naruto's thoughts lingered on Orochimaru, urging him to hold on. "Come on, Orochimaru, don't succumb just yet. Endure." Meanwhile, Jiraiya, panting heavily, faced Orochimaru and declared, "You should concede, for you are no match for me now." Orochimaru, equally out of breath, retorted, "Jiraiya, I am not one to surrender easily." Although Orochimaru's hands were sealed, it was evident that Jiraiya had yet to subdue him, showcasing Orochimaru's tenacity. The three legendary ninjas were evenly matched, with Tsunade being the only slight hindrance in their ranks. Thus, while Orochimaru could withstand for a while, he could not sustain it indefinitely. As Orochimaru surveyed the battlefield, he noticed Du being suppressed by Sasuke and Shizune, while Kimimaro was being beaten back by Tsunade, each moment casting doubt on how long they could endure. He thought anxiously of Naruto, urging him to arrive swiftly. Just then, he saw Jiraiya unleash the fire-style fireball jutsu, prompting Orochimaru to evade hastily. On the other side, Naruto and Kaguya were desperately making their way. Kaguya, now breathless, implored, "Naruto, may we pause for a moment? I can barely continue." Frowning, Naruto leapt towards her, lifting Kaguya into his arms and activating his wind style, Gale Palm, to accelerate their pace, leaving her blushing and lost in thought. In the midst of the struggle, Kimimaro was struck by Tsunade's formidable strength and sent sprawling to the ground, realizing he could muster no more power. Clenching his fists in frustration, he lamented his own helplessness. Observing Kimimaro's inability to rise, Tsunade rushed to assist Jiraiya, and with her support, he felt as though he had gained wings, while Orochimaru found himself increasingly beleaguered. Suddenly, Tsunade seized an opportunity, launching a powerful punch at Orochimaru, who winced in pain, closing his eyes. Seizing the moment, Jiraiya executed a Rasengan, sending Orochimaru crashing to the ground. The sound of Orochimaru's agonized cry slowed Du's movements, allowing Sasuke to strike decisively with Chidori into Du's side, followed by Shizune delivering a flying kick that sent him hurtling towards Orochimaru. With a serious demeanor, Jiraiya confronted Orochimaru, asking, "Do you even comprehend your mistakes?" Orochimaru roared back, "What do you truly understand? Do you know the feeling of returning to the battlefield only to find your loved ones' corpses? Can you fathom the anguish I felt upon discovering that my kin were slain by Konoha? You are utterly oblivious to the depth of such heart-wrenching anguish." Jiraiya and Tsunade fell into silence, acutely aware that the demise of Orochimaru's parents was orchestrated by the higher echelons of Konoha. After a moment's pause, Jiraiya spoke, "But you should not have taken the life of your own master." To this, Orochimaru replied, "It is Konoha that has betrayed me, not I who have betrayed Konoha. This is merely the interest owed." A fleeting shadow of sorrow flickered in his eyes, unnoticed by both Tsunade and Jiraiya. Jiraiya asserted, "You remain obstinately unyielding. I have no choice but to escort you back to the village and present you to the Elder Council." With that, he unleashed a Rasengan towards Orochimaru with fierce intensity. Just as Orochimaru prepared to employ a forbidden technique, a figure swooped in, deflecting Jiraiya's attack with a well-placed kick. Turning to the newcomer, Jiraiya inquired, "Who goes there?" Naruto, cradling Kyuka, stood boldly upon the earth, proclaiming, "The disciple of Orochimaru, Naruto Uzumaki, has arrived." Against the backdrop of the setting sun, Naruto's silhouette stretched infinitely, his golden locks flowing gracefully in the breeze, and his stylish coat billowing magnificently. Coupled with his strikingly handsome visage, he appeared remarkably imposing. Jiraiya, however, seemed oblivious to all but Naruto's face, fixated in a trance. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto, standing beside Kyuka, felt an urgency to grip Naruto's arm tightly, sensing the older man's unwavering gaze. Yet, Jiraiya remained entranced, stammering, "Why what did you say your name is?" Seeing Jiraiya in such a state, Naruto felt a pang of sympathy, but as they were now adversaries, he knew he would not hesitate to strike down any foe, regardless of age. Coldly, he responded, "I am Naruto Uzumaki." Jiraiya then asked, "Do you know who I am?" A glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. Initially, Naruto contemplated revealing that he was one of the legendary Sannin, but upon observing Jiraiya's demeanor, he opted for a gentler approach, saying, "Yes, you are my father's teacher, the Sage of Toads, Jiraiya." Jiraiya responded. Do you understand why you must not pursue Orochimaru? Return to Konoha swiftly, and we shall intercede on your behalf. Naruto shook his head and approached Orochimaru, stating, No need, Jiraiya-sensei, I do not wish to return. Jiraiya, filled with emotion, implored, Why? Why will you not come back? Is it because of the Elder Council? Sighing, Naruto contemplated the weight of Jiraiya's expectations. However, he knew he could not turn back, for he understood that returning would mean being confined indefinitely. Thus, he resolved to play the villain. Covering half his face, he lifted his chin defiantly and declared, Ha! Do you think it is for that reason? In Konoha, everyone treats me like a dog, while in the Sound Village, I am revered as Lord Naruto. Do you understand the thrill of standing atop the weak? With that, he erupted into a raucous laugh. Jiraiya, witnessing such arrogance, such a relentless pursuit of power, could not help but shed tears. He lamented for Minato, Forgive me, I have failed to guide Naruto properly in his quest for strength. But fret not. I shall bring him back to the righteous path. Jiraiya, with an air of gravity, commanded Naruto to return immediately. His tone was authoritative, and his expression turned stern. In response, Naruto, preferring a softer approach, retorted coldly, Oh, I will not go. What can you do about it? And refrain from speaking to me in that commanding tone. I am not your subordinate, nor do you have the right to issue orders to me. Infuriated by Naruto's declaration of his lack of authority, Jiraiya replied, I am your father's mentor and, in a sense, one of your guardians. Does that not grant me any authority? Naruto laughed defiantly. Guardians? My only family is Uzumaki Karen and the others. The rest have no standing. Besides, you are unworthy to be considered my family. Jiraiya, enraged, shouted, You claim I am unworthy? Provide your reasons why I am not fit to be your family. Lowering his gaze, Naruto spoke with a profound voice. Family? Do not jest. My family has been dead from the very beginning. I have lived alone, enduring hardships without anyone to assist me. When I was bullied, where were they? When I bore the scars of countless beatings, where did my family hide? When I was scorned and insulted, where were you all? When I fought for scraps of food, where were these so-called family members? Tell me, you who claim to be my family. Naruto's agitation escalated, and he began to curse vehemently. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade fell silent. Tsunade, lost in thought, envisioned a small figure enduring relentless abuse, with no one to stand up for him, forced to swallow his anger. When that small figure was insulted, he could only clench his fists and bear the burden alone. When hunger struck, no one offered him sustenance. He resorted to scavenging from wild dogs, sustaining injuries while others laughed at his plight. All the while, he was mocked, forced to consume scraps meant for animals. Tears welled in Tsunade's eyes as she reflected, Grandfather, do you see this? This is the Leaf Village you established, now sullied and repulsive. Is this what you envisioned? Jiraiya remained silent, haunted by his own failures. He had not guided Naruto properly. He had left him in Konoha, forsaking him to seek information about the elusive Akatsuki. Yet, after all his wandering, what had he truly discovered? Nothing. He had allowed his apprentice to grow up in a hostile environment, suffering the torment that comes with being a Jinchuriki. Did he not comprehend the anguish that such a burden entails? Naruto unsheathed his blade, standing resolutely before them, and declared, I have said all that I needed to say. If a battle is what you desire, then I, Namikaze Naruto, shall accept it completely. Karen, witnessing this, proclaimed, and I, Uzumaki Karen, will fight alongside my brother Naruto until the very end. With that, she brandished the fire god whip in her hand. As Jiraiya beheld Naruto and Shangyun, he couldn't help but let out a sigh, then waved his hand and said, You may leave. Naruto exchanged a glance with Orochimaru, who nodded in response, then addressed Kimimaro and Kabuto, urging them to depart swiftly. Orochimaru led the way, glancing back at Naruto before turning away. Once Naruto could no longer see Orochimaru's figure fading into the distance, he turned to Shangyun and said, Let us go. At that moment, Jiraiya interjected, Wait a minute. Naruto immediately drew the Kusanagi sword, regarding Jiraiya with caution. Jiraiya felt a pang of sorrow at Naruto's wariness, but feigned nonchalance as he said, This is a scroll left by your father and mother, containing their life's ninjutsu and experiences. I am giving it to you. He then produced a small scroll from behind him and tossed it towards Naruto, who caught it and inquired, Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Jiraiya continued, Let me say one more thing. Naruto, if you ever feel weary or injured, return to us. Even if everyone in Konoha denies you, I will acknowledge you. You are the disciple of Jiraiya, the sage of toads. Should you need anything, seek me out. Naruto felt tears threatening to spill from his eyes but maintained a facade of indifference as he replied, "All right, I understand. I'm off." With that, he turned away and walked off without a backward glance. Jiraiya watched Naruto's retreating figure for a long moment before sighing and saying to Tsunade, "Let us depart as well." As Naruto and Shang-Yun traveled halfway, they suddenly spotted Orochimaru and his companions perched atop a tree, waiting for them. Irritated, Naruto exclaimed, "Why haven't you left yet? You're wasting my efforts." Orochimaru, unfazed, replied, "I was concerned your body might flee." He then regarded Naruto with a covetous gaze. Naruto shot him a disdainful look. Aware that Orochimaru's intentions were far more complex, he realized that Orochimaru was not devoid of feelings. Rather, he concealed them deep within. Standing on another tree, he chuckled, "Let us go home." Bathed in sunlight, Naruto's smile radiated warmth and comfort, even eliciting a faint grin from the typically stoic Kimimaro. Orochimaru paused for a moment before smiling and saying, "Yes, we are going home." Kabuto regarded this transformation with disbelief, for Orochimaru had never shown such a smile before. He was usually characterized by cold smirks or sinister grins, but never such warmth. He couldn't help but gaze deeply at Naruto, pondering whether this Uzumaki Naruto, this Namikaze Naruto, could truly bring about a change in Orochimaru. What kind of transformation could he possibly inspire? After approximately 3 days of travel, Naruto and his companions finally arrived at the true headquarters of the Sound Ninja. As Naruto surveyed the Sound Village, he was surprised to find it not only sizable, but also quite impressive. While it may not rival Konoha in prosperity, it was nonetheless commendable. He glanced at Orochimaru and remarked, "I didn't expect you to develop the village so well on your own." Orochimaru, feigning indifference while secretly reveling in his success, replied, "It is the effort of everyone." Naruto responded by giving him the finger. As Naruto entered the village, he was suddenly enveloped by a familiar figure leaping towards him, tightly embracing him. Coming to his senses, Naruto realized it was Lu Yin, joyfully wrapping her arms around his neck, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. He discerned that she must have been restless over the past few days and instinctively reached out to ruffle her hair. At that moment, Kai Ling and Lu Yin seized the opportunity to approach, each taking hold of one of Naruto's arms. Seeing this, Xiangyun couldn't help but exclaim, "What are you doing? Keep your distance from Brother Naruto." She rushed over to push them away, only to find that the harder she pushed, the tighter Lu Yin and the others clung to him. Brandishing the fire god whip, she declared, "Indeed, it seems you've turned to charcoal." Yuming, observing the scene, brandished the thunder blade and explosive blade, remarking, "Little girl, it appears you haven't learned your lesson these past few days. Do you not know who the real boss is?" Lu Yin then produced a jade flute, asserting, "You've monopolized Naruto for so long. It's time to see who truly reigns among Naruto's women." "Ah, come now. Let us not fight. It could hurt feelings," Kai Ling interjected, attempting to mediate. Meanwhile, Naruto quipped, "Kai Ling, if you're here to mediate, could you please refrain from wielding the white wolf fang with that excited gleam in your eyes?" Orochimaru addressed the assembled group, including Naruto, Xiangyun, Kai Ling, Yuming, Lu Yin, Gaara, Kimimaro, and Haku, stating, "Naruto-kun, although you have achieved the rank of Jonin at such a young age, which is indeed remarkable, there exists a vast chasm between the ranks of Shadow and Jonin. Do you comprehend the distinction?" Naruto replied, "Indeed. The power of a shadow encompasses not just chakra but also experience, far surpassing that of an ordinary Jonin." Orochimaru nodded, "Precisely. A Jonin may fall to a Chunin. Yet a Jonin can never defeat a shadow, and even a quasi-shadow is beyond their reach. However, a Jonin with a bloodline limit might injure a quasi-shadow." Naruto inquired, "Quasi-shadow?" Observing Naruto's confusion, Orochimaru elaborated, "Naruto-kun, you must understand that strength is categorized into several tiers. Jinin, early, mid, late. Chunin, early, mid, late. Jonin, early, mid, late. Elite Jonin, early, mid, late. Quasi-shadow, shadow, early, mid, late. Quasi-god Nin, early, mid, late. God Nin, early, mid, late, and so on." After a moment, Orochimaru licked his lips and continued, "The quasi-shadow possesses the chakra and experience of a shadow, but lacks the profound understanding. This is a rare occurrence. and it is possible for an individual to remain stuck between the ranks of quasi-shadow and jonin throughout their life. Once one attains the rank of shadow, the disparity in power is monumental. A shadow can obliterate a multitude of jonin. Therefore, at the shadow level, strength is no longer determined by numbers. The Sage of Six Paths is not a true deity, but merely someone who has reached the quasi-god Nin level. True to his nature, Orochimaru maintained a rational perspective regarding even the revered Sage of Six Paths, unlike others who blindly idolize him. Naruto, perplexed, questioned, how can this be? Wasn't the sage also not a quasi-god Nin? Orochimaru clarified, though the Sage of Six Paths is indeed formidable, he has not attained the level of a god Nin. Due to the breakthrough into the realm of the god shinobi, the individual now possesses nearly limitless life, while the Six Paths, despite their extended lifespans, merely enjoy a few extra decades beyond that of an ordinary human. Upon hearing of the multitude of formidable experts, Naruto initially sighed, yet quickly regained his composure. Nodding affirmatively as he declared, "All right, I am ready. Now, please expedite our training. I must strive to become stronger, for I am still far too weak." Orochimaru nodded, appreciating Naruto's indomitable spirit. One may possess limited strength, but one must never lack the will to fight, for the path of the strong is fraught with thorns. Suddenly, he found himself lost in thought, recalling his former self, akin to Naruto, and pondered how he had fallen to utilizing unorthodox methods to enhance his power. Reflecting on this, he involuntarily closed his eyes. In an instant, Orochimaru's aura surged dramatically. Although Naruto and his contemporaries were the vanguards of the younger generation, they could hardly fathom the prospect of becoming mere quasi-god shinobi. Indeed, Orochimaru had transcended, liberating himself from years of torment, successfully ascending from the late stage of shadow level to the early stage of quasi-god shinobi. Observing Orochimaru's rising aura, Naruto felt his own legs beginning to tremble uncontrollably. In a sudden burst of determination, he unsheathed the Kusanagi sword and plunged it forcefully into his thigh, standing resolutely. The others, sprawled on the ground, struggled to lift their heads, their eyes brimming with confusion. Why not just get down? They must have thought. However, Naruto saw things differently. As the descendant of the Dragon Clan, imbued with the blood of the Huang family, he possessed an innate pride that would not allow him to kneel before anyone. Naruto's own aura began to swell, elevating him from the late stage of Jonin to the early stage of Elite Jonin. Yet, there remained room for further growth. His momentum, however, wavered. Orochimaru, sensing the urgency of the moment, realized that should Naruto falter, he would be relegated to the status of an elite Jonin for all eternity. He resolved to assist Naruto. Suddenly, Orochimaru bellowed, "Who are you? What is your goal?" In that moment, Naruto's mind became a tumultuous whirl of thoughts. Who am I? Cheng Ming? Uzumaki Naruto? Namikaze Naruto? What is my goal? To return to Earth? To become the god of the shinobi world? With each question, his aura began to diminish. Orochimaru, filled with anxiety, wondered why Naruto was struggling to comprehend during such a pivotal moment. Out of the blue, the girl lying on the ground called out, "Brother Naruto." This jolted Naruto into clarity, reminding him that he is Namikaze Naruto, not Cheng Ming or Uzumaki Naruto. His purpose was to protect his loved ones. Anyone who dared to harm them would face his wrath. With a thunderous declaration, Naruto proclaimed, "I am Namikaze Naruto, the one and only. My goal is to safeguard my family." He envisioned the faces of those dear to him: Hyuga, Ryuin, Kairin, Yumei, Haku, Kimimaro, Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Gaara. "Whoever dares to obstruct me shall face divine retribution. I will vanquish gods and Buddhas alike. The scorn of the world bears no consequence to me. I fight for my loved ones with unbridled fury." Upon hearing Naruto regard them as family, Orochimaru, Kabuto, Gaara, Kimimaro, and Haku felt their eyes moisten. Orochimaru, known throughout the shinobi world for his ruthless nature, having slain his own master and betrayed Konoha, found himself emotionally stirred by Naruto's heartfelt acknowledgement of their bond. Determined to impart his lifelong mastery to Naruto, Do was born an orphan, enduring hardships and indignities for the sake of survival. He bore the weight of humiliation. Yet like a venomous serpent, he would strike when his adversaries showed a moment of weakness. However, upon hearing Naruto's words, warmth blossomed within his heart, leading him to resolve to assist Naruto with all his might. Kimimaro, Haku, and Gaara all had suffered at the hands of their families. Kimimaro was confined to a cage from a young age, enduring a life more agonizing than death, which led him to treat everyone with cold indifference as a facade to shield his fragile soul. Haku witnessed the murder of his mother by his father, who sought to take her life as well. She, in turn, was forced to kill her father. Though she presented a gentle exterior to the world, who could fathom the torment concealed within her heart? Gaara, too, was born into tragedy. His mother perished at his birth, and his father sent assassins after him, while his siblings regarded him as less than human. In despair, he resolved that if they did not see him as a person, he would become a monster, treating everyone with ruthless detachment. These three were orphans, betrayed by their kin, grappling with profound insecurities, convinced that no one in the world would befriend them, let alone their family. Thus, they masked their true selves. However, when they learned that Naruto was willing to embrace them as family, they were profoundly moved. They vowed to dedicate their lives to vanquishing all enemies that stood in Naruto's way. Kagura, Koyuki, Amayu, and Saren were born into prominent families. Yet each had witnessed the demise of their kin, despite being welcomed by renowned clans, who could comprehend their anguish. The coldness and intrigue of grand families were unbearable. Yet they had no choice but to endure for survival. When they heard Naruto express his desire to consider them family, warmth enveloped their hearts, and they resolved to protect Naruto through all eternity. As Naruto stood at the pinnacle of his elite status, he opened his eyes, his aura sharp as a sword freshly drawn from its sheath. His deep azure gaze radiated brilliance to the world. Addressing Orochimaru, who stood before him, Naruto expressed, "Thank you, Sensei." Orochimaru feigned indifference, turning his head slightly to respond, "What is there to thank?" In that fleeting moment, as Orochimaru turned away, a glistening tear fell from Naruto's eye. This solidified his belief that his mentor was not a heartless individual. Turning towards Kagura and the others, Naruto smiled and playfully punched Kimimaro and Gaara in the chest, eliciting laughter from them. Orochimaru, sensing the moment was ripe, addressed Naruto and the group, "Enough of this revelry. It is time for assignments. Kimimaro, you will pair with Haku. Uzumaki Kagura, you and Yuki Koyuki will be a team. Mizuki Saren and Raijin Amayu will form another." He continued, "You are to eliminate the targets I assign you. Only through this life and death struggle can you transcend your limits. I will not assist you. Should you fall, I shall avenge you. But beyond that, you are on your own. Are you prepared?" Kimimaro and Haku responded to Orochimaru, "I wish to grow stronger, in hopes of aiding Lord Naruto." Orochimaru chuckled inwardly, surprised at Naruto's significance in Kimimaro and Haku's hearts. The four girls echoed, "We feel the same. We aspire to become Naruto's sharp blade, eliminating all adversaries that obstruct his path." Seeing Shang-Yun and Junmalu's unwavering determination, Orochimaru reluctantly nodded and produced a stack of papers, stating, "These are the names of the individuals you are to eliminate, along with the ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu they employ." Shang-Yun and the others nodded in acknowledgement when suddenly Shang-Yun inquired, "What are you and Gaara planning to do, Naruto?" Orochimaru replied, "They have more pressing matters to attend to. You should proceed first." Upon hearing this, Shang-Yun refrained from further comments, greeted Naruto, and set off on their mission. Orochimaru then addressed Naruto and Gaara, "Naruto-kun, we have a task for you. Please take a look and see if it piques your interest." He handed the mission paper to Naruto. Upon glancing at it, Naruto's expression shifted as he noted the task involved safeguarding Fuyuki's safe arrival in the land of snow. His countenance fluctuated between hope and despair. Gaara discreetly leaned in to scrutinize the mission paper in Naruto's hands. Orochimaru sighed and remarked, "The issue is that our sound ninjas are not only lacking in strength, but also in numbers. Moreover, this mission offers substantial remuneration. Yet cooperation with Konoha is limited to you and Gaara. You are the strongest here, and while Gaara possesses a tailed beast for protection, we cannot guarantee the safety of Shang-Yun and her companions, despite their considerable abilities." After a moment of contemplation, Naruto declared, "I will take on this mission. But I have one condition." Orochimaru nodded, "What is it?" Naruto responded, "I require 3 individuals." Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. "Who do you have in mind?" Naruto replied, "Kisame Hashigaki, Uzumaki Karen, and Tenten." Orochimaru was taken aback. "Naruto-kun, how do you know of these 3? Naruto shook his head apologetically. "I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information." Orochimaru handed Naruto a map, saying, "This is the layout of my base. The red dots indicate the locations of the 3 individuals. I will not be accompanying you, as I wish to experience this upgrade and merge my strength within a short time. It remains to be seen if you can recruit them." With a smile, Naruto quipped, "Do you really think I might fail?" And then departed. Gaara followed closely behind, while Orochimaru watched them leave, a smirk on his face as he mused. What kind of chaos will ensue this time? How thrilling. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto's voice echoed with a wail. "I don't know how to read a map." Orochimaru was momentarily speechless, realizing he had been overly cautious. Naruto called out to the group ahead. "Aren't we there yet?" The quartet of sound ninjas replied, "Stop complaining. You've already voiced your grievances numerous times." It turned out that Naruto was unfamiliar with the route and had coincidentally encountered the sound quartet, expecting them to lead the way. However, upon hearing Naruto's brash tone, they were prepared to teach him a lesson. Yet, Naruto's prowess surpassed their expectations, and he ended up overpowering them, insisting they guide him, leading to this amusing scenario. While Naruto grumbled in the back, the sound quartet complained in the front. Yet, they felt an unexpected joy. Having been ridiculed for their peculiar appearances and dismissed as weaklings in the past, only Naruto had never belittled them. Despite the clamor, their hearts felt warm amidst the chaos. Suddenly, Duo Yu addressed Naruto, stating that they had arrived at the location where Ghost Lantern Mizuki was imprisoned. In an instant, Naruto accelerated and dashed inside, leaving the sound quartet momentarily bewildered by his swiftness. Was this the true prowess of Uzumaki Naruto? As he ventured forth, Naruto observed various containers filled with individuals. But his attention was abruptly drawn to an empty container before him. While others might perceive it as insignificant, Naruto understood that Ghost Lantern Mizuki was confined within. With a swift swing of his Kusanagi sword, water began to surge forth uncontrollably. Suddenly, Naruto felt a presence behind him, a finger pointed at his neck. Without turning around, he inquired, "Ghost Lantern Mizuki?" Though phrased as a question, his tone was unmistakably assertive. The individual behind him chuckled. "Oh, who are you to know my name?" Naruto, exuding an aura of fury, retorted, "Put on your clothes and come with me immediately. And for the last time, do not point at my neck, or I shall not hesitate to eliminate you." Mizuki replied, "Why should I accompany you?" Naruto smirked, his chakra surging dramatically, and froze the lower half of Mizuki's body. "Now, can we converse properly?" he stated, his tone deceptively calm. Yet Mizuki recognized the formidable power of the man before him was irate. Instantly, he responded with a grin. Of course. How did Naruto acquire the ability to freeze? It was revealed that he had drawn the power of the Mera Mera no Mi from the world of pirates in a recent lottery. Unfortunately, the system informed him that henceforth, he could only obtain abilities from the pirate realm, as his initial transition had granted him 3 chances. After these, the ability acquisition would shift to once every 3 months. Naruto felt a pang of frustration, while the Mera Mera no Mi was advantageous. He dreaded the prospect of drawing something as trivial as the mosquito fruit in the future. Naruto proposed to Mizuki, "How about I help you gather the 7 great ninja swords in exchange for your assistance?" Mizuki ceased his playful demeanor, asking earnestly, "Really?" Naruto affirmed, "A friend of mine already possesses the Raijin blade and the explosive blade. I also know the location of the decapitating blade. You can have the decapitating blade now, while my friend will take the other 2. Mizuki responded seriously, "If you can assist me in collecting these 7 swords, I will help you without hesitation." With a nonchalant flair, Naruto commanded, "Put on your clothes. We are ready to depart." Mizuki, realizing his agreement, smiled and began to dress. Though his expression soured as he exclaimed, "You brat, unfreeze my feet. Stop trying to look cool." Naruto led Mizuki and the others back to the land of waves, observing the bustling villagers with a tinge of envy. Indeed, Naruto longed for a life of simplicity like these villagers. Yet his identity prohibited him from living such an ordinary existence. He turned to Gaara and the others, asking, "Do you think we, as ninjas, truly find happiness? Look at those farmers. Their carefree smiles radiate genuine joy." Gaara gazed longingly at the farmers as well. With his emotions gathered, Naruto urged, "Let us move on." They arrived at the burial site of the decapitating blade, which remained untouched. The sword stood upright in the ground, and the eyes of Kisame Hashigaki sparkled with excitement at the sight. Without uttering a word to Naruto, he charged forward to seize it. As he grasped the beheading sword, his previously frail arms suddenly bulged with muscle, allowing him to wield it effortlessly. Naruto turned his head and urged, let us move quickly. Upon arriving at the southern district, where Xiangling resided, Naruto was greeted by a gruesome scene strewn with corpses and severed heads, a sight that would surely terrify any onlooker. He marveled at Xiangling's prowess, recognizing her ability to instill fear in their enemies, and understood that the formidable strength found here was both impressive and merciless, deterring most from disturbing this place. A woman with long red hair stood at the entrance, addressing the quartet of Sound Ninja. What brings you here? Then, turning to Naruto, she inquired, and who might you be? What is your purpose here? The Sound Ninja introduced Naruto to Xiangling, stating, this is Lord Naruto, and he has instructed us to follow his orders. Xiangling had served diligently in this southern district for quite some time, earning considerable merit for Orochimaru, which garnered her respect from the Sound Ninja. Naruto commanded Xiangling, please expedite the handover process and then accompany me. A blush crept across Xiangling's face as she retorted, why should I listen to you? Naruto brandished the Kusanagi sword and asked, does this serve as proof? Xiangling gazed at the Kusanagi, now altered in shape, yet still recognizable to her from her previous work with Orochimaru, the chakra within it unchanged. With a dismissive sound, Xiangling proceeded to initiate the handover. Meanwhile, Kisame wondered aloud, will that troublesome girl really come? Naruto nodded affirmatively, assuring him, she will. Before Kisame could respond further, he was struck and sent flying by Xiangling, who glared at him with fury. What did you just call me? She demanded. Realizing she had overheard, Kisame fell silent. Observing Naruto and Gaara turned away, Kisame noted their trembling shoulders, understanding that Naruto had been aware of Xiangling's approach and had deliberately chosen not to intervene. Naruto, that's unethical, Kisame shouted in exasperation. After the jesting subsided, Naruto instructed the Sound Ninja, you may return now. Xiangling should be aware of where Shogo is. They nodded in compliance. As Naruto caught sight of Gaara, a wave of reluctance washed over him before he departed. Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed his mind, prompting a sly smile directed at Gaara, who averted his gaze, feeling a shiver run down his spine. He pondered whether his acquaintance with Naruto might lead to trouble. Unbeknownst to Xiangling, she shouted at Naruto, what did you say? Go find Shogo. I have no intention of dying yet. Approaching her, Naruto looked earnestly into her eyes and implored, please, Xiangling. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at his striking face, her hands fidgeting nervously. Bashfully, she conceded, if you truly need my assistance, I suppose I can help. Upon hearing this, Naruto's expression returned to its usual stoicism as he replied, let us go. Xiangling suddenly felt a crow fly over her head, cawing fool, fool, fool. After approximately 2 days of travel, they arrived at the stronghold of Zhongwu in the north. When Naruto arrived, chaos had yet to ensue. All was serene. The guard, visibly anxious, led Naruto to a secluded room and cautioned him, Lord Naruto, this is the room of Zhongwu. You must exercise utmost caution. With a casual wave of his hand, Naruto prompted the guard to hastily hand over the key before fleeing. Upon obtaining the key, Naruto tossed it aside and, wielding the Kusanagi sword, cleaved the door open. Zhongwu, grappling with his overwhelming rage, implored, you must leave. I am on the verge of losing control and harming someone. Naruto reassured him, fear not, I shall assist you. Zhongwu, in tears, lamented, it is futile, no one but Kimimaro can contain this fury. Without uttering another word, Naruto placed his hand on Zhongwu's shoulder, and an icy sensation coursed through him. To his astonishment, the bloodlust that had consumed him began to subside. Zhongwu stared blankly at Naruto, who declared, rest assured, I shall be your prison. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. With a radiant smile that illuminated the room, he appeared warm and benevolent under the sunlight. Addressing Gaara, Zhongwu, Suigetsu, and Xiangling, Naruto stated, this time, you are my team. You belong solely to me, not to anyone else. Our team name is Tiansuan, which signifies that those who encounter us shall fall. Our mission must be executed flawlessly, with no margin for error. If any of you are captured, I will not come to your rescue. Should the enemy take your life, I can only avenge you. Do you understand? Gaara and the others nodded in agreement. Naruto continued, his tone growing more serious. Our mission is to protect Princess Fenghua Xiaoxua and ensure her safe passage to the land of snow. This is our inaugural mission, and it must be executed with perfection. Is that clear? As he spoke, the gravity of the situation compelled Gaara and the others to adopt a more somber demeanor, responding affirmatively. With a smile, Naruto added, first, We shall procure a set of attire for Zhongwu and gather some supplies before seeking our Princess Xiaoxue. Zhongwu nodded appreciatively. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, addressed Kakashi's team, stating, Kakashi, your team will be collaborating with Team 8 on this mission, which involves protecting Princess Fenghua Xiaoxue. You understand the importance, do you not? Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. Sakura, who had not experienced joy since Naruto's departure, was striving to adjust her mindset. She resolved to grow stronger and seek clarity from Naruto. Sasuke contemplated how to enhance his own strength. With the convergence of Naruto's Tian-san and the past 7th and 8th teams, one could only wonder if sparks would ignite between them. In a lighter moment, Kiba stood at the bow of the ship, lamenting to Kakashi. Isn't it a bit excessive to protect an actor? She's not even a princess of a nation. Shino adjusted his sunglasses and replied, Kiba, you mustn't underestimate this. It is a valuable opportunity for our growth. Kiba, cradling his head in his hands, retorted, Fine, but I still find it boring. Just who is this so-called actor? Sakura delivered a playful punch to Kiba's arm, exclaiming, What do you mean actor? That is Princess Fenghua Xiaoxue, you know? Kiba scoffed in response. A member of the theater troupe exclaimed, Oh no, Miss Xiaoxue has run away again. His expression darkened instantly. He retorted angrily, How many times has this wretched woman fled? He then turned to Hinata, pleading, I beg of you, Hinata. Hinata nodded and activated her Byakugan. Suddenly, she tensed up, and Yin noticed her change and asked, Hinata? What is it? Hinata pointed ahead, and Kakashi immediately became alert as 5 figures approached. Upon seeing the newcomers, Kakashi was taken aback, as were the members of Team 7 and Team 8. It was Naruto and his companions. The petite princess Xiaoxue perched on Naruto's shoulder was overlooked by them. Sakura stared blankly at Naruto, who was gazing at Sasuke. Sakura and Kakashi were greeted by Naruto's cheerful voice. Long time no see, Sakura, Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke. Sakura was eager to reach out and touch Naruto, but Xiangling abruptly clung to his arm. Sakura's temper flared, and she shouted at Xiangling, You shameless woman. Let go of Naruto. Xiangling, still holding onto Naruto's arm, retorted, What gives you the right to call me a plain airport? Sakura shot back, You're not any better. Xiangling replied, Being older than you is enough. Kakashi addressed Naruto, asking, What brings you here? Naruto pointed at the woman on his back and stated, I'm here to protect her on the way to the land of snow. Or do you not require my protection? Sakura immediately interjected, We do need it. We absolutely need it. Naruto coldly responded, Rest assured, I'll deliver her and leave right away. Kakashi then said, I'll take you back right now. Naruto scoffed, Kakashi, in your current state, you are no match for me. Kakashi assumed a Raikiri stance, declaring, We'll see if I'm your match. Naruto mirrored his stance with a Rasengan. Kakashi paused in surprise, asking, How do you know that technique? Naruto disdainfully replied, Why wouldn't I know my father's jutsu? Just as they were about to clash, Fenghua Xiaoxue on Naruto's shoulder began to squirm, pleading, Please put me down. Frustrated, Naruto delivered a few light slaps to her. Xiaoxue squirmed even more vigorously. After several more slaps, she bit her lip, on the verge of tears. Naruto immediately set her down and gently inquired, Are you alright? I'm sorry if I was too rough. Xiaoxue gazed dreamily at Naruto's handsome face, noticing a blush creeping onto his cheeks, which he misinterpreted as discomfort. He swiftly picked her up in a princess carry and took her onto the boat. Seeing this, Kakashi relaxed his stance. Meanwhile, Sakura and Xiangling continued their bickering. As Naruto placed Fenghua Xiaoxue on the boat and enjoyed the sea breeze, he coincidentally encountered Kakashi. Walking beside him, Naruto closed his eyes, relishing the wind. Kakashi turned to Naruto and asked, Why did you leave Konoha? Was it not a good place? After a moment of reflection, Naruto replied, You know how the villagers of Konoha treated me. You cannot fathom that kind of suffering. The day's worse than that of animals. Kakashi responded, You must give them a chance to change. Naruto countered, I've given them countless opportunities over 13 years, yet they failed to appreciate them. Do you expect me to offer them another chance? Who has ever given me one? As Kakashi contemplated further words, he beheld the icy landscape ahead and promptly sealed his lips. He addressed Naruto, stating, Prepare for battle. To this, Naruto retorted, That's your concern. My only task is to safeguard Windflower and Little Snow. The others can perish without consequence. Kakashi gazed at Naruto, who uttered such callous sentiments, feeling as though he scarcely recognized him. Unfazed, Naruto continued, That is precisely it. As a ninja, one must fulfill their duties. Everything else is of no concern to me. Kakashi, taken aback by Naruto's newfound ruthlessness, remarked, "Have you forgotten what I taught you during our survival exercise? The first lesson?" Naruto, indifferent, replied coldly, "That was your teaching in the Leaf Village. Here in the Sound Ninja Village, the doctrine is that those who aspire to greatness must be unperturbed by trifles. I shall attend to my responsibilities, and the rest is not my affair." Kakashi wished to respond, yet Naruto brusquely interrupted, "Instead of lecturing me, you should be preventing those intent on filming." With that, he disregarded Kakashi and walked away. Kakashi, observing the filmmakers, immediately leaped down to halt them. Inside the building, Xiangling turned to Naruto and said, "Naruto, we now face 3 additional adversaries outside." Naruto nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "I am aware." Gaara inquired, "Should we assist them?" After sipping his tea, Naruto shook his head and said, "There is no need for unnecessary actions. Our focus should be on protecting Windflower and Little Snow, as she is the centerpiece of our mission. We need not concern ourselves with anything else. Moreover, this frigid environment is ill-suited for combat between Suigetsu and Gaara." Suigetsu, clutching a large blanket, nodded in agreement. Xiangling scoffed, "You truly are useless, even less capable than I, a woman." Suigetsu was about to retort when he suddenly sneezed. Reaching for tissue to wipe his nose, Naruto observed, "In this land of snow, with its proximity to the sea, Gaara's sand faces considerable constraints, while Suigetsu's innate affinity for water diminishes his combat effectiveness here. As for you, Xiangling, you are not a combatant. Raigu, while you can fight, you cannot control your berserk state, so I must remain to contain you. Thus, we are left in a defensive position." They all nodded in agreement. Naruto turned to Gaara and instructed, "Gaara, protect Xiangling and Suigetsu here, while Raigu and I venture forth to safeguard Windflower and Little Snow." Gaara nodded in compliance. Upon their arrival outside, Naruto and Raigu discovered a fierce battle already underway. Naruto called out to Raigu, "Raigu, come with me to protect Windflower and Little Snow." Raigu acknowledged with a nod, and they set off in search of Windflower and Little Snow. "Naruto, Windflower and Little Snow are over there," Raigu shouted, directing Naruto's attention to the scene where Windflower and Little Snow had fallen into the hands of the principal architect of this conspiracy, Fenghua Nuteo. Clenching his fists, Naruto realized he had grown complacent, having assumed history would unfold in accordance with his memories, forgetting that upon his rebirth, history had already begun to shift unbeknownst to him. Fenghua Nuteo cackled maniacally at Kakashi, exclaiming, "Kakashi, the elite ninja of Konoha, you still have not managed to protect our little princess, Snow. Once you were powerless, and still you remain so." Suddenly, a kunai pierced through the air, striking Fenghua Nuteo's hand. In that moment, Xiaoxue was knocked down, but Naruto, leveraging the force from Chongwu's throw, executed a stylish somersault, ensuring Fenghua and Xiaoxue landed safely on the ground. With a smile, Naruto addressed Fenghua Nuteo, saying, "Hey, old man, have you forgotten about me? Am I invisible to you?" Fenghua Nuteo roared back, "You little brat, do you wish to die? Hurry up and hand over Fenghua and Xiaoxue." Naruto contemptuously replied, "I would rather die than give you what I protect. Are you mentally unstable? Or just a lunatic who wants me to hand over Xiaoxue to the enemy? Only someone like you would dare to ask that." He tightened his hold on Fenghua Xiaoxue and whispered in her ear, "Just wait here and don't run off. I will sever your nightmares." Xiaoxue, initially caught off guard by Naruto's earlier words, felt a mix of shyness and emotion upon hearing his gentle assurance. He then entrusted Xiaoxue to Chongwu and boldly declared to Fenghua Nuteo, "If you want Xiaoxue, you'll have to step over my dead body." Fenghua Nuteo, pushed to his limits, was consumed by rage and unleashed his technique, Ice Shield, Black Dragon Blizzard. A black dragon formed from the ice shield charged fiercely towards Naruto. Naruto, with a grin, remarked, "Ah, dragon, today, I shall be the dragon slayer." He unsheathed his Kusanagi sword and charged at the icy beast, striking it with ferocity. Fenghua Nuteo laughed arrogantly, "Are you an idiot? You think you can cut through ninjutsu with a sword?" Before he could finish, his ice dragon shattered into countless fragments, creating a massive cloud of smoke. As the smoke settled, Naruto raised his gaze, and Fenghua Nuteo was taken aback by the sight of his eyes, dark yet shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, emanating a hollow void that instilled fear rather than death. Fenghua Nuteo stammered, "What are you, a divine being?" Naruto smirked wickedly, I am here to bring you death, the reaper of your demise." In an instant, he accelerated to Fenghua Nuteo's side, delivering a swift strike to his waist. No blood was shed, yet Fenghua Nuteo fell to the ground in a daze. The onlookers were stunned. How could this be possible? No blood, just a mere wave, and he was dead. Kakashi, with his Sharingan activated, focused intently on Naruto's deathly gaze. But all he perceived was an infinite black void, devoid of clarity. Even his Sharingan felt a sense of fear, instinctively diverting its gaze. Kakashi pondered the nature of those eyes. Unbeknownst to them all, Naruto was trembling uncontrollably. Chongwu, snapping back to reality, noticed Naruto's quaking figure and approached him, using his imposing frame to shield Naruto from sight while offering support. Naruto expressed his gratitude with a glance, and after a moment, he found the strength to rise, slowly making his way back to the ship's cabin. His steps were deliberate and measured. Yet, at that moment, no one paid attention. Upon entering the cabin, Naruto urged Chongwu to shut the door tightly before collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Xiangling rushed over, immediately assisting him. Gaara's eyes glinted with a murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon Shugo, inquiring, Shugo, who was responsible for causing Naruto to be in such a state. Naruto, seated upon the bed, waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It was my own doing. I recklessly harnessed powers beyond my control and failed to manage them." Gaara turned to Shugo, who nodded in acknowledgement, prompting Gaara to finally settle down. Xiangling, with a hint of exasperation, chided Naruto, "Naruto, how could you wield powers that you cannot control?" Understanding her lineage as an orphan of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto smiled gently, caressing Xiangling's cheek, and said, "I apologize, it was a mistake. I assure you it won't happen again." The moment he tenderly touched her face, Xiangling's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly exclaimed, "Naruto-kun, you are moving too fast. But don't worry, I will strive to accept it." Pouting slightly after her remark, she caught Naruto's expression of exasperation, leading him to declare to Gaara, "I won't discuss this further. I need to rest." Wrapping himself in the blanket, he drifted off to sleep. Gaara and Shugo then engaged in conversation at the table, while Shueiwa remained in hibernation. After a while, Xiangling opened her eyes, noticing Naruto asleep and Gaara and Shugo casting glances in her direction. Embarrassed, she quickly scurried away to another spot. The following day, Fenghua Hui Xiaoxue addressed the citizens of the Snow Country, proclaiming, "You have been liberated, and I vow to treat you well." A plethora of political rhetoric ensued. Meanwhile, Naruto and Kakashi waited in the palace, bored, for the conclusion of Fenghua Hui Xiaoxue's speech. As Naruto munched on fruit, Kakashi remarked, "I never imagined that the little girl from back then would grow up to become a princess." Xiangling, who was bickering with Sakura, seized the opportunity to interject, "I only just realized that the character Fenghua Hui Xiaoxue in the movie is a genuine princess. How astonishing." She then aimed a playful jab. "Humph, not only do you lack a figure, but your taste is also questionable. With your demeanor, how dare you compete with me for Naruto?" Sakura retorted, "Umph. Did you know this beforehand?" Xiangling, aware that Sakura was also in the dark, replied defiantly, "Of course I did." Sakura scoffed, rolling her eyes. At that moment, Kiba suddenly asked, "Naruto, do you truly intend to leave Konoha behind?" The question caught everyone's attention, and Naruto paused his fruit consumption, addressing Kiba, "Once I chose this path, I resolved that even if it leads to a realm of demons, I would tread it without regret. I will not return to Konoha." Sakura wished to persuade Naruto, but he interrupted her, stating, "Sakura, I know you wish for my return, but have you considered how Konoha treated me in the past? If I went back, do you think I would still possess my freedom? What about Gaara, Shangyun, Xiangling, Luyan, Kaling, Haku, Kimimaro, Shugo, Yueming, and Shueiwa? Even if Konoha were to forgive me, do you truly believe they would extend that mercy to them? Since that is not the case, I have no intention of returning. I brought them with me, and I must take responsibility for them. There is no need for further discussion. This matter is settled." After Fenghua Xiaoxue delivered her speech, she hurriedly made her way to the palace, fearful that she would arrive too late and find Naruto gone. Unbeknownst to her, Naruto's smile, his cool demeanor, and the tenderness within his domineering nature had already imprinted upon her heart. It was hard to believe that in just a few short days, she had unwittingly fallen for this charismatic and radiant young man. Upon reaching the palace, she discovered that Naruto was no longer there. Kakashi and the others, noticing the princess's arrival, stood up, But Feng Huahui Xiaoxue paid them no mind and collapsed to the ground in tears. Kakashi and the others were bewildered, unsure of what had befallen the princess. In the midst of her sorrow, a figure approached her. Xiaoxue sensed a shadow blocking her sunlight. She lifted her gaze to behold the boy she adored most, Naruto. Stunned, she watched as he smiled and gently pulled her to her feet, tenderly wiping away the tears from her eyes. He softly said, "Do not cry. If you continue, you won't look beautiful." Sakura, Hinata, and Kankuro, overhearing this, began to indulge in their own romantic fantasies. Feng Huahui Xiaoxue, upon regaining her composure, immediately enveloped Naruto in a tight embrace, unwilling to let go for fear that he would vanish if she did. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, then began to pat her trembling shoulder reassuringly. After a while, Xiaoxue released her hold on him, still sobbing as she stammered, I thought you had left." Naruto smiled and replied, "You silly girl, if I had left, we would have lost our earnings from this mission." Suddenly, Xiaoxue paused, her tone growing serious as she accused, "So you came just to collect the mission money from me?" Naruto nodded innocently. Kakashi facepalmed, thinking how foolish Naruto could be when it came to matters of the heart. There seemed to be no hope for him. Feng Huahui Xiaoxue raised her fist and playfully punched Naruto in the eye, exclaiming, "You idiot, just go die." Naruto covered his eye, bewildered. What on earth did I do to offend her? In response, Ino and the others remarked on his foolishness. By evening, Princess Xiaoxue had reluctantly forgiven Naruto, and they shared a meal together, laughing and chatting. Naruto found the ice wine of the land of snow particularly delightful and drank enthusiastically. Xiaoxue thought to herself, "This fool. I dressed so beautifully, yet he is too busy indulging to notice me." Suddenly, Naruto said, "Xiaoxue, tomorrow morning, come with me to a place." Xiaoxue felt a flutter of excitement, wondering if this was an indication of his feelings, but also questioned if it was happening too quickly. Blushing, she stammered, "Is it just the two of us going?" Sakura, Hinata, and Kankuro immediately chimed in. "We're going too." Xiaoxue scowled inwardly, annoyed by the meddlesome girls. Naruto, unfazed, simply said, "Just take me to where your father's treasures are hidden." Suddenly, Xiaoxue's eyes brimmed with tears as she asked, "Naruto, are you here for my father's treasure?" A wave of sadness washed over her, realizing that the boy she cherished might only be interested in the treasure. Naruto quickly responded, "What would I want with your father's treasure? It's not money." Princess Xiaoxue, looking earnestly at Naruto, asked, "Is that true, Naruto?" Naruto approached her. Crouching down, and with a serious gaze, he inquired, "Do you not trust me, Koyuki?" Upon witnessing Naruto's handsome visage and earnest demeanor, Koyuki realized that his intentions were not driven by the allure of treasure. Time and again, Naruto had the opportunity to seize the key, yet he refrained, indicating that his motives were not for the sake of his father's riches. She felt a pang of guilt for doubting him and lowered her head, murmuring, "I'm sorry, Naruto. I shouldn't have questioned your intentions." Her voice quivered with emotion as she spoke. Naruto gently caressed her cheek, reassuring her, "It's all right. Do not weep." As he tenderly stroked her hair, a thought struck him, and he playfully asked Koyuki, "You don't mind me touching your hair, do you?" She shook her head, replying, it's fine, Naruto," all the while relishing the warmth of his touch. Meanwhile, Kiba stood aside, grinding his teeth in frustration, unable to endure the display of affection. He contemplated rallying the crowd against Naruto, only to notice Hinata and Shino gazing enviously at Koyuki, while Kakashi observed the tender scene with a bemused expression. And Sasuke remained lost in thought, his demeanor stern. Their only sane companion, Shino, was watching Naruto, prompting Kiba to feel a sense of relief that he still had allies. Suddenly, he spotted a bug in front of him, preparing to eliminate it, when Shino waved his hand, saying, "Don't move. I'm observing this insect." Kiba was left speechless, realizing no one else found Naruto's actions overly intimate. Koyuki had risen early, adorning herself beautifully as she made her way to breakfast. To her surprise, she discovered Naruto consuming meat at such an early hour. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Naruto, are you really eating meat this early?" Unfazed, Naruto waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. Besides, it's a rare treat to have meat. Back in Konoha, I could hardly ever get any." Koyuki reflected on the treatment Naruto received in Konoha. Aware of the stigma surrounding him as a Jinchuriki, a fact known throughout the ninja world but rarely spoken of openly, she understood the low status of Jinchuriki within the village, a status fraught with abuse. Koyuki pondered how Konoha had treated Naruto, realizing that his initial obscurity stemmed from their disdain. Although he had faced formidable foes such as the Four Princesses and a fearsome Azura, Naruto had chosen to suppress his talents for survival. It was during the Chunin exams that he gained renown in the ninja world, only for Konoha to grow envious and begin to constrain him. Naruto likely could no longer tolerate the discrimination and mistreatment, leading him to harbor disdain for Konoha while outwardly conforming. He resolved not to ally with Konoha, but rather with the Sound Village. After breakfast, Naruto led everyone to the treasure site in the Land of Snow. With a smile, he encouraged Koyuki to unlock the treasure. Gathering her courage, she inserted the key and turned it, only to find the snow beneath her melting, and the ground growing increasingly warm beneath her feet. Naruto, perplexed, smiled gently and said, "In truth, there is no treasure in the Land of Snow. To your father, Little Snow, you are his greatest treasure. Once, as you melted into the Land of Snow, your father fulfilled this wish by investing in geothermal resources, a considerable sum. As evidenced by that mirror-like surface, everyone lifted their heads to gaze upon the snow, which gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. Little Snow couldn't help but reminisce about the cherished moments spent with her father, tears streaming down her face. In the sunlight, her crystalline tears fell like pearls. "Naruto, are you truly leaving?" Little Snow sobbed, her voice choked with emotion. Naruto replied with a smile, "I'm sorry, Little Snow, but I have my own path to follow." It turned out that Naruto had completed his mission and felt he had lingered too long, prompting his decision to depart. Understanding this, Little Snow immediately gathered her people to bid farewell to Naruto. The citizens of the Land of Snow, aware that their benefactor had saved both their leader and their homeland, rushed out to see him off, culminating in the scene described. Little Snow seemed to have made a decision. She stepped in front of Naruto, rose on her toes, and embraced him. Sakura, Hinata, and Kyuko were taken aback. Naruto stood still, momentarily stunned by her embrace. After a moment, Little Snow spoke, "Naruto, since I cannot prevent your departure, I shall become your unwavering support. Even if the entire shinobi world stands against you, the ruler of the Land of Snow, Kazahana Kyuka, will always stand by your side." She then addressed her people, "I, Kazahana Kyuka, the ruler of the Land of Snow, declare an alliance with the Sound Village. Do you support me?" "We support Princess Little Snow." They cheered. "My future children shall surely study in the Sound Village." "Huh, are your children truly that gifted?" Naruto watched the jubilant crowd, his eyes gradually glistening with emotion. Meanwhile, Kakashi harbored intentions beyond merely escorting them. He also aimed to establish an alliance with the Land of Snow. Upon hearing Little Snow's words, he inwardly exclaimed, "This is not good." Unbeknownst to Naruto and his companions, a figure had been secretly observing these developments, leading to a tragic fate for the Land of Snow. As they boarded the ship, Kyuka suddenly called out, "Naruto, what do you have in your pocket that is so bulky?" Naruto retrieved an object from his pocket, revealing a scroll. Upon opening it, he found it contained a comprehensive guide to ice shields. He recalled that when Little Snow had kissed him, she had slipped it into his pocket. This realization touched him deeply, and he brought the scroll to his nose to inhale its scent. Kyuka, sensing what it was, shot a jealous glance at Naruto. As Mizuki departed the Land of Snow, he began to feel smug. Witnessing this, Kyuka remarked, "TSK, TSK, TSK. Kyuka is jealous again, Isentishi?" Kyuka retorted, "You're asking for it, Mizuki." Mizuki burst into laughter, while Naruto, with his eyes closed, seemed lost in thought. Sakura called out from the ship's cabin, "Naruto, it's time to eat." Naruto shouted back to Gaara and Shino inside, "Gaara, Shino, come out." Upon hearing him, they emerged. Naruto then turned to Sakura and said, "Sakura, it is time for us to part ways." Startled, Sakura replied, "Naruto, why are you leaving again now?" Naruto remarked, "Because there are individuals in Konoha whom I wish to avoid, and inevitably, we must part ways. It would be better to leave sooner than later, sparing us the sorrow." With that, he turned his back, preparing to depart. Suddenly, he felt someone embrace him from behind. Without needing to look, he knew it was Sakura. He sighed, saying, "Sakura, please let go." Sakura, filled with sorrow, replied, "No, Naruto, I cannot. In the past, I favored Sasuke and often overlooked you. It was only later that I realized it was a fleeting infatuation. When Sasuke was absent, I began to imagine, but after you left, I discovered that my longing for you never ceased. It felt as though my heart had been torn asunder." I am aware of my inadequacies, that I might hinder your progress, yet I truly wish to be with you, Naruto. I implore you, do not abandon me this time. Naruto sighed again and spoke solemnly. You must understand, the path I tread is one of Ashura, and it is destined to have no return. With tears streaming down her face, Sakura responded earnestly. Then I shall accompany you to destruction. Naruto sighed with resignation, saying, Very well, let us walk this path of Shura together. Upon hearing this, Sakura nodded with happiness. At that moment, Kiba appeared, addressing Naruto and Sakura. Naruto, why are you not eating? Didn't T. Sakura call for you? Naruto shook his head and replied, Kiba, Sakura did call for me, but I shall not join you for a meal. Kiba, puzzled, inquired why not. Are you feeling unwell? Naruto stated, I am bidding farewell to you all from here. I will be heading to the Sound Village, and Sakura will accompany me. Please inform Kakashi. Kiba's expression turned serious as he retorted, Naruto, this is no jest. It is not amusing. How could Sakura possibly follow you? And how will you traverse this vast ocean? Right, Sakura? He then turned to Sakura, who, with an apologetic gaze, said, Kiba, I am truly leaving. I have realized that I cannot be apart from Naruto. You need not worry about our journey. Naruto has it all arranged. She gazed at Naruto with deep affection. Kiba addressed Naruto. If that is the case, I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to pass. I will obstruct your ninja way. Naruto, with a dismissive smile, replied, Kiba, do you believe you are my match? Kiba responded, I know I am not your equal, but I can stall until Kakashi arrives. The moment he hears, he will come immediately. Naruto challenged, Come then, unleash your strongest technique, or you shall not have the opportunity to strike. Kiba, filled with rage, declared, Vortex Naruto. You are so arrogant. I will make you regret this. Come forth, Akamaru. Akamaru barked and transformed into a two-headed wolf atop Kiba. Naruto smiled and said, Is this your utmost strength, Kiba? If so, I shall demonstrate the chasm that lies between us. And my name is Namikaze Naruto, not Vortex Naruto. Kiba charged fiercely at Naruto, believing that Naruto would not evade him, for such a commotion would surely alert Kakashi. Yet, Kiba underestimated Naruto's prowess. Could Naruto truly evade the vortex? Naruto deftly blocked Yagura's attack and then declared, East Wind Howls. A chilling gust swept through, instantly transforming Yagura's dual-headed wolf into a magnificent ice sculpture. Even Naruto, who was not particularly skilled in this art, turned to Shugo and the others and said, Let us depart. Xiangling and Sakura gazed at Naruto in admiration. However, Shugo's voice suddenly interrupted, Naruto, look at Mizuki. Turning around, Naruto saw that Mizuki had also been encased in ice, rendering him momentarily speechless. He then addressed Shugo, saying, You carry Mizuki. He then took Sakura in his arms, leaping onto the water's surface as if walking upon it. Shugo likewise scooped up Mizuki and jumped in after him. When Kakashi observed that Naruto and Yagura had yet to return, he approached to find Yagura frozen, immediately grasping the situation. He sighed, letting the sea breeze wash over him as he contemplated his mentor. Can I truly steer Naruto back onto the righteous path? Xiangling, visibly displeased, glared at Naruto, who was holding a smitten Sakura. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she remarked, Naruto, with you carrying Sakura, if we were to be ambushed, she would become a burden. Allow me to carry her instead. After all, I am a sensory ninja, not a combat one. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto nodded and entrusted Sakura to Xiangling. Just as Sakura attempted to protest, Xiangling swiftly embraced her and whispered into her ear, If you utter anything out of turn, I shall toss you into the sea. With that, she flashed an impish grin. Sakura promptly fell silent. As they continued on their journey, Naruto suddenly sensed something lurking beneath the water. He called out to Mizuki and the others, There is something below the surface. Jump! With that, Naruto leapt into the air, cradling Xiangling and Sakura tightly. Mizuki and the others, hearing his command, leapt as well. Just as they ascended, they beheld a towering splash of water. Naruto's gaze was transfixed on the source. Unable to look away, the others were equally mesmerized, for there emerged a colossal serpent with 8 heads. Those acquainted with the lore of ninjas recognized it as the Yamada no Orochi, the beast slain by Susanoo. Yet, how could it possibly be here? Had it not perished? The Yamada no Orochi, however, did not fix its gaze upon Mizuki and the others. Instead, it stared intently at the Kusanagi sword in Naruto's hand and rasped, Boy, relinquish the Kusanagi sword to me. Naruto hesitated, contemplating whether to comply. He noticed that 7 of the serpent's heads were utterly still, while only one swayed from side to side. An idea sparked in his mind. The serpent hissed, "What are you pondering, boy?" Hurry and hand over the Kusanagi sword. Naruto, suddenly resolute, replied, "You are not the Yamada no Orochi. Who are you?" The beast glared fiercely at Naruto and retorted, "Do you wish to perish, boy?" With that, it unleashed a menacing aura, causing Mizuki to tremble and plead with Naruto, "Give it to him." But Naruto, unwavering, responded to the Yamada no Orochi, "I'm sorry, but what belongs to me shall remain mine. No one can take it." The serpent sneered, "How do you know I am not the Yamada no Orochi?" Naruto replied, "Because the Yamada no Orochi was slain, and you possess only one head that moves, the others remain still. Do not tell me this is by design. Under my gaze, all will reveal their true form." With that, he activated his Sharingan and the mystic eyes of death perception. The Yamada no Orochi revealed its true form, as Naruto discerned that it was not a mere serpent, but rather a dragon. He remarked, "You must belong to the lineage of dragons. Why masquerade as the Yamada no Orochi? Your power is certainly not inferior to that of the Orochi." The dragon responded, "I and the Yamada no Orochi were once brothers of the serpent. The Orochi believes that the more heads a serpent possesses, the stronger it becomes. However, I contend that concentrated strength is far superior to scattered power. This disagreement led to our quarrel, and ultimately, he was vanquished by Susanoo. I intended to slay Susanoo to prove my supremacy, but upon finding him, I discovered he was already dead. Thus, I awaited the master of the Kusanagi sword, wishing to demonstrate that I, the celestial dragon, am the true sovereign, far mightier than the Yamada no Orochi." Naruto, unfazed, retorted, "How tedious." The dragon responded, "You deem me tedious? How dare you?" Naruto replied, "I find your obsession with the Yamada no Orochi quite tiresome. You squandered years of training for a mere serpent. What significance does slaying Susanoo hold? People will merely perceive you as slightly stronger, not the strongest." The dragon inquired, "Then who is the strongest?" With a resigned sigh, Naruto declared, "In truth, there is no absolute strongest, only those who are stronger. For instance, the Yamada no Orochi is formidable, yet Susanoo is equally powerful. And you surpass Susanoo. However, the Sage of Six Paths is currently regarded as the mightiest, although it is conceivable that there are those even beyond him yet to be revealed. Thus, the world knows no ultimate strongest, only those who are stronger. What does it matter if you prove your superiority over the Yamada no Orochi? Others will still doubt your ability to surpass the Sage of Six Paths." The celestial dragon, momentarily bereft of motivation, murmured upon the water's surface, "Have all my endeavors been merely inconsequential?" Naruto shook his head, asserting, "Not at all. You have at least surpassed the former Yamada no Orochi, yet your aspirations should not be confined to him." The dragon, suddenly invigorated, exclaimed, "Indeed, I have at least surpassed the Yamada no Orochi of your." "Ha ha." Abruptly, the celestial dragon remarked, "You, young one, possess great potential. I would delight in forming a pact with you as my summoner, but your abilities are still lacking. I cannot accept a master who has yet to reach the level of a shadow." Naruto boldly declared, "In 3 years, at most, I shall become your master. This is my promise as Naruto Uzumaki." The dragon replied, "Very well, young one. I shall wait for you here for 3 years. Should you fail to become my master, you may find yourself perishing at my hands." Naruto, smiling, stated, "Life is an unending battle. If one cowers in fear, they cannot become a true powerhouse." The dragon responded, "Beautifully said. This is my master. Young one, I shall await your arrival in 3 years." With that, it sank beneath the waves. Xiangling turned to Naruto and said, "Naruto, you don't truly intend to confront it in 3 years, do you? Let it be. It's too powerful, and we should let it go." Naruto, suddenly serious, addressed them all, "I do not dispute your lack of strength, but if you cower in fear of others' power, I do not wish for such teammates. I will not allow for another instance of this. Rivals are meant to be surpassed, not to instill fear." With that, Naruto departed without a backward glance. At that moment, Sakura inquired of Kankuro, "Is Naruto angry?" Kankuro shot Sakura an irritated glance and replied, "What do you think?" Sakura felt wronged, thinking, "Why are you asking me? If you have the courage, go confront Naruto yourself. I've only spoken my mind." Meanwhile, Gaara clenched his fists, trembling at the realization of his inadequacy in protecting Naruto. Shigeru and Chuji, heads bowed, remained lost in their thoughts. After 3 days of relentless travel, Naruto and the others finally returned to the Sound Village. Standing at the village entrance, Naruto was met not with bustling life, but with an eerie silence. A frown creased his brow. A village should exude vitality. Yet the Sound Village felt lifeless. Approaching Orochimaru's office, Naruto boldly pushed the door open, an audacious privilege reserved solely for him, as others would have met their demise for such insolence. Without lifting his gaze, Orochimaru continued his paperwork, nonchalantly stating, "You completed the mission." His tone, though phrased as a question, was laced with certainty. Naruto nodded, lacking enthusiasm. Orochimaru, observing Naruto's demeanor, remarked, "I suppose you feel quite disheartened, as things did not unfold as you anticipated." Naruto replied solemnly, "Indeed." Orochimaru paused his work, rising to gaze out at the swirling autumn leaves, and said, "Naruto, you must understand that many matters do not proceed according to your expectations. Always prepare for the worst, and have contingency plans." Taking a deep breath, Naruto steeled himself, replying, "Yes, I understand, Orochimaru-sensei." Orochimaru smiled approvingly before adopting a serious tone. "Naruto, you possess great talent, but are you aware of the mistakes you made?" Confused, Naruto shook his head. Orochimaru elaborated. "First, you underappreciated the situation. You knew Shigeru feared the cold and thunder, so why did you send him? His combat ability there was nearly non-existent. Second, your intelligence was insufficient. Prior to the mission, you failed to scout the location. The land of snow is predominantly cold and wet, which severely hindered Gaara's combat effectiveness. Third, your analysis was lacking. You must recognize that Chuji's strength is volatile, and if he lost control while tasked with protecting Shigeru, the consequences could have been dire. Although the mission was accomplished, I find your performance rather disappointing." With his head bowed, Naruto resembled a chastised child. Sakura and Kankuro gazed on, wide-eyed. Orochimaru nodded with a smile. "Naruto, acknowledging your mistakes is commendable. Just avoid repeating them next time. By the way, Naruto, explain how this woman came to be here, and why it took you so long to return." Regaining his composure, Naruto replied coldly, "Sakura betrayed Konoha to follow me." Orochimaru's smile turned sinister. "What if she is a spy?" Naruto's response was chilling. "I will personally eliminate her." Sakura's hair stood on end, hastily assuring Naruto of her loyalty. Ignoring her, Naruto continued to address Orochimaru. "On our journey, we encountered an ancient beast, a flying dragon." Orochimaru's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he spoke. "The celestial dragon, having evolved from a serpent, possesses a presence that rivals that of the tailed beasts. It has not manifested for at least a century, and to think it lies dormant in the far north is truly remarkable." Suddenly, he turned to Naruto with an intense expression and inquired, "How many are privy to this matter?" Naruto replied, "Just as few." Orochimaru's gaze cut through the air like a blade, scrutinizing Sakura and the others, causing them to break into a cold sweat. Slightly less composed, both Sholing and Sakura collapsed to the ground, trembling. At this juncture, Orochimaru stated, "You have seen nothing, correct?" They all nodded vigorously. Satisfied, Orochimaru warned, "If you dare to divulge this, I shall use your bodies as experimental material. Do you understand?" Sholing and the others nodded again. With a dismissive wave, he instructed, "You may leave now." Sakura and her companions hastily exited. Orochimaru then seated himself and addressed Naruto. "Naruto-kun, please recount the entire sequence of events meticulously." Naruto nodded and began narrating to Orochimaru, who listened attentively, lost in contemplation, while Naruto sipped his tea without interruption. After a considerable pause, Orochimaru opened his eyes and said, "Naruto-kun, follow me." He approached a vase and rotated it, revealing an aperture in the ground. Orochimaru descended first, with Naruto following closely behind. The floor was slick, posing a risk of slipping. Suddenly, Orochimaru formed several hand seals, causing a grand door to materialize from the earth. He bit into 5 of his fingers, letting blood flow as he pressed it firmly against the door. As it began to open, a wave of ancient energy surged toward Naruto, momentarily paralyzing him with awe. Before him lay a prehistoric chasm, filled with black water, surrounded by stones that shimmered like silver under the light. Yet, what truly astonished Naruto was the colossal silhouette submerged within the lake. The 8-headed serpent, Yamada no Orochi, the ancient enemy of the celestial dragon, slain by Susanoo no Mikoto. Yamada no Orochi fixed its gaze upon Naruto, who cautiously drew his Kusanagi sword, prepared for defense. However, he soon realized that he was utterly exposed before the serpent. Beads of sweat formed on his brow. Orochimaru reassured him, "Fear not, Naruto-kun. This Yamada no Orochi is indeed deceased." Naruto then reflected that had the serpent still been alive, it would have already claimed his life. Thus he gradually lowered his guard. Orochimaru continued, "Do not feel embarrassed. When I first encountered it, I too stood in awe for an entire day." Naruto, puzzled, asked, "But how did Yamada no Orochi end up here? Its heads were severed. So how could it still be here?" Orochimaru elucidated, "While I assert it is dead, there remains an essence of life, as if it still breathes. I am at a loss as to how to proceed. For now, I can only bind it here. I have conducted various experiments, yet no significant findings have emerged." Naruto then remarked to Orochimaru, "Do you not realize? The answer lies within its mouth. Making assumptions from within may yield some information." Orochimaru remarked, "I have long contemplated this hypothesis. However, the belly of the Yamada no Orochi is filled with venom, or perhaps corrosive gastric acid. No one can remain inside for long. Thus, information is fundamentally unattainable." Naruto responded, "I will venture inside its body. My Nine-Tails chakra provides the ideal protection for such a reconnaissance task." Orochimaru nodded and patted Naruto's shoulder, advising him to exercise caution. Naruto entered through one of the severed heads of the Yamada no Orochi. Upon stepping inside, he found himself enveloped in utter darkness. As he ventured deeper, an increasing sense of peril enveloped him. Suddenly, a shadow lunged at Naruto, who performed a backflip to evade the attack. A gust of wind swept past him from behind, prompting Naruto to duck. At that moment, he felt the flesh beneath his feet begin to sink, as if he were treading upon a swamp. Pressing his hand against the flesh, he declared, "Freeze before me." Instantly, the flesh beneath him solidified. Next, he unleashed a fireball, seeking not to harm, but to illuminate the darkness. At last, Naruto discerned the form of the creature that had ambushed him. It was a collection of 8 snakes, featuring black, white, blue, red, green, purple, orange, and yellow. The white snake, appearing to be their leader, positioned itself at the center and addressed Naruto. "Human, what brings you into our father's body?" Naruto replied, "Is the Yamada no Orochi your father?" The black snake interjected, "Isn't that obvious? Now tell us, why have you entered our father's body?" Naruto explained, "I merely wished to ascertain whether your father had perished." The red snake glared fiercely at Naruto and declared, "Though our father is dead, he will forever reside in our hearts. Moreover, his demise was not wrought by your kind." As it spoke, it seemed poised to attack Naruto. However, the white snake restrained the red snake and solemnly inquired, "Human, is that the Kusanagi sword at your waist, the one that slayed my father?" Upon hearing this, the other snakes glared menacingly at Naruto's waist, as if intent on tearing him apart. Naruto warily regarded the white snake and asked, "What do you intend to do?" The white snake trembled, imploring, "Might I see that sword?" The last words came out in a pleading tone. In that instant, Naruto realized the white snake was overcome with nostalgia. Sighing, he relinquished the sword to the white snake. Observing Naruto's willingness to part with the Kusanagi, the white snake cast a bewildered glance before asking, "Aren't you afraid I might keep the Kusanagi for myself?" Naruto replied, "If today is destined to be my last, what difference does it make whether I possess the Kusanagi or not? Ultimately, it would still belong to you." The other snakes regarded Naruto with newfound respect, then turned their focus to the Kusanagi. The white snake leaned against the blade, seemingly sensing the lingering essence of their father upon it. Naruto silently observed this poignant scene, recalling a time before he became a killer, when he too had a joyful family. Yet, after offending a wealthy heir, his life had been shattered, and he had witnessed the tragic demise of his parents before his very eyes, seeing his aged father desperately clutching the assailant's pant leg, urging him, "Cheng Ming, run, run." The love of parents is selfless. They would sacrifice their very existence for their offspring. Reflecting upon the parents of this generation, namely the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki, they stood resolutely against the claws of the Nine-Tails to protect their loved ones. This embodies the essence of familial bonds, an irreplaceable connection. It also elucidates one of the reasons why Naruto so freely relinquished the Kusanagi sword to the white snake. The white snake, cherishing the sword for a long time, reluctantly offered it back to Naruto with its tail. Naruto, with a wry smile, gazed at the Kusanagi in his hand, and suddenly made a decision. Tossing the sword back to the white snake, stating, "This sword belongs to you." The white snake was taken aback and, making a sudden resolution, said to Naruto, "Kid, to be honest, I am quite reluctant to part with this sword, but I can see how significant it is to you. Therefore, let us form a pact. We shall become your summoning beasts. You can leave the sword with us and summon it during battle. Besides, you must be aware of our formidable fighting prowess." After a moment of contemplation, Naruto replied, "Very well. By the way, your father's adversary, the Flying Dragon, has sought me out before." The white snake responded joyfully, "Uncle Flying Dragon, can you take me to meet him?" Naruto hesitated, asking, "Aren't you afraid he might kill you?" The white snake replied, "The Flying Dragon is my father's opponent. While they are rivals, their relationship does not hinder their feelings for one another. Moreover, Uncle Dragon is quite fond of us." Naruto nodded. "Shall I take you to see him now? What about your father's remains?" The white snake assured, "This place will not be discovered, and we lack even a fraction of our father's strength, so it is impossible for us to stay here. Thus, we have decided to learn from Uncle Dragon, after all. He is our father's twin." Naruto agreed. "Let us go." Suddenly, the black snake interjected, "Hey, kid, come here for a moment." Naruto retorted with irritation, "I am not a kid, my name is Naruto. What do you want?" Despite his protests, he approached them. As he arrived, they all coiled around his body. The green snake explained, "You wouldn't want anyone outside to see 8 snakes trailing behind you, would you? So, we'll hide behind your clothes to avoid detection." Naruto erupted in fury, "But having 8 snakes wrapped around me is quite uncomfortable, you know. One of you should explain, and the rest stay here. Next time, I will summon you all." The white snake and the others paused for a moment. Then the white snake said, "I will go." The other snakes nodded in agreement and released Naruto. Naruto produced a scroll, bit his finger, and inscribed his name on the first line before instructing the white snake and the others, "Now, write your names in blood on this line." They nodded, and the white snake bit its own lip, letting a few drops of blood fall, and used its tail to write its name. Once the contract was sealed, Naruto stored the scroll away and said, "White snake, come here to my waist." The white snake swiftly coiled around Naruto's waist, resembling a belt. He positioned the Kusanagi sword at an angle against his back and tugged at his cloak, declaring, "White snake, we are off." The white snake spoke, "Wait a moment. Let me clarify something. You all must diligently guard our father's remains." The other serpents nodded in agreement. Then, they turned to Naruto and said, "Naruto, it's time to depart." With determination, Naruto dashed forward with great speed. Outside, Orochimaru had been waiting as night fell. Suddenly, he spotted a figure darting out from the serpent's mouth, and a knowing smile graced his lips. Naruto, observing that Orochimaru had waited for him until dusk, felt a warm sense of care and exclaimed with misty eyes, "Master, I am back." Orochimaru, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, "I trust you have gathered substantial insights." Naruto responded, "Quite satisfactory," and then patted the white snake, which extended its head toward him. Orochimaru gazed at the white snake in astonishment, while it flicked its tongue and remarked, "What is this? I sense the aura of the Yada clan emanating from you." Before Orochimaru could elaborate, Naruto placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "Master, let us enter the room, and I will recount the entire tale." Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Once inside the room, Naruto recounted everything that had transpired within the body of the Yada serpent. Orochimaru listened intently, allowing Naruto to finish without interruption. Upon concluding, Orochimaru sighed and remarked, "I never imagined that this was the underlying reason." The white snake then addressed Orochimaru, saying, "Hey, you have yet to explain why you carry the essence of our Yada clan." Orochimaru explained, "In truth, you may not be aware, but when Susanoo slayed the Yada serpent, 2 men, driven by thirst, ingested some of its blood. Strangely, these men did not perish. Instead, they acquired fragments of the serpent's powers. Those endowed with immense strength yet devoid of a corresponding spirit became mere puppets of power, inciting fury and drawing the ire of all warriors and shinobi of that time, who united to hunt them down. However, unbeknownst to them, 2 pairs of small eyes observed as they took the lives of their parents. These were the children of the 2 men, who grew strong and, unlike their fathers, did not succumb to becoming puppets of power. As time passed, a rift emerged between them. One viewed the Yada serpent as their divine benefactor, founding the Yagami clan, while the other believed the divine power came from the sacred Kusanagi blade, establishing the Kusanagi clan. However, with the passage of time, the potency of their bloodline waned, leaving but one descendant from each clan, myself, Orochimaru of the Yagami. This narrative is entirely fictional. Please do not take offense. The White Snake nodded and said, "No wonder I sense the essence of the Yada clan within you." Naruto interrupted their conversation, exclaiming, "Is there anything to eat?" "Enough talk, I'm starving." Orochimaru cast a resigned glance at Naruto, who appeared nonchalant, prioritizing food above all else. Orochimaru then turned to a nearby sound ninja and instructed, "Have someone prepare a meal." The sound ninja respectfully nodded and departed. Orochimaru then asked Naruto, "When do you plan to seek the flying dragon?" Naruto reclined on a chair, languidly expressing his exasperation. "I just went after eating. It's truly bothersome. Have I been fated to toil endlessly without a moment's respite?" He sighed heavily, his discontent palpable. The White Snake cast a disdainful glance at Naruto, who immediately caught sight of it and retorted, "What s with that look, White Snake? If you hold me in such contempt, perhaps you should seek out the flying dragon." The White Snake, instantly deflated, murmured, "All right, I admit my fault. Is it too much to ask? Take me to find Uncle Flying Dragon, please." Naruto, with a haughty demeanor, was met with the White Snake's conciliatory tone, though internally, she plotted to bolster her strength and see if she would still need him afterward. Sensing her thoughts, Naruto remarked, "You wouldn't dare have your Uncle Dragon come after me. Nor would you show up to battle once you've gained your power, would you?" The White Snake shook her head vigorously. Naruto then produced a piece of paper, stating, "This is the contract ritual. All you need to do is bite it with your teeth." The White Snake shot him a look of contempt, to which Naruto responded with a fierce glare. Reluctantly, she complied, her heart racing with humiliation. At that moment, a sound ninja knocked on the door, announcing, "Lord Orochimaru." "Lord Naruto, the meal is ready." Orochimaru instructed, "Bring the food inside." The sound ninja complied, entering with the meal. Upon seeing the food, Naruto's eyes gleamed with hunger, and he lunged toward it, startling the sound ninja. As the dishes nearly slipped from his grasp, Naruto deftly caught them all and moved aside to eat, prompting Orochimaru to wave the sound ninja away. Orochimaru watched Naruto devour his meal with an amused smile. After 10 minutes, Naruto finished and, noticing Orochimaru's gaze upon him, broke into a cold sweat, saying, Teacher, while I know I am quite handsome, we must maintain our student-teacher boundaries, and I am, after all, a man who loves women." Orochimaru, initially bewildered by Naruto's words, became enraged upon hearing the latter part and kicked Naruto's backside, bellowing, "Get lost." Naruto relished the sensation of soaring through the air. As Naruto sped toward the flying dragon, he suddenly spotted a group of Konoha Anbu. He quickly concealed himself, eavesdropping on their conversation. One Anbu remarked, "A mere snow country dares to openly oppose Konoha, even supporting the traitor Naruto Uzumaki from the Sound Village. Discarding our cooperation, it's tantamount to courting death." Another added, "This time, with our reinforcement and several groups from the rear, we shall soon turn the snow country into a veritable land of blood." One Anbu lecherously chuckled, "I've heard the young Snow Lord is quite beautiful. Perhaps we should have a bit of fun before we eliminate her." The others nodded in agreement, but a chilling voice interrupted, "You may not have the time to enjoy yourselves before you meet your demise." The Anbu sprang to their feet, demanding, "Who goes there?" Emerging from behind a tree, Naruto faced them, and one Anbu sneered, "You little brat, you've overheard things you shouldn't have. Prepare to die." With a kunai in hand, he charged forward. Yet before he could reach Naruto, he was swiftly dispatched by a single stroke. Naruto, with a faintly sinister smile, proclaimed, "Allow me to send you to your graves." He then approached them, wielding the Kusanagi sword with deliberate slowness. One of the Anbu suddenly recalled something and exclaimed to his comrades, "Everyone, he is the rogue ninja of Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto." The Konoha Anbu gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with avarice as they regarded Naruto. He replied, "I never imagined that even now you remain undeterred. Alas, you shall soon meet your demise. I do not converse with the dead." The leader of the Anbu, adorned with an eagle mask, commanded, "Attack." Naruto stood calmly, awaiting their advance. An Anbu with a monkey mask taunted, "You are merely putting on a show." Just as his kunai was about to pierce Naruto, he suddenly collapsed, his gaze fixed on a figure by his waist. What was this? Whose waist was it? And then he fell lifelessly to the ground. Naruto remained in his position, though his stance had shifted. An enraged Umbu with a horse mask shouted, "Uzumaki Naruto, I will fight you to the end." Naruto coldly retorted, "I shall send you to your end." The horse-masked Umbu unleashed the fire release, great fireball technique, while another of his kind followed with the wind release, great breakthrough. Together, they combined their techniques into the formidable fire and wind combination jutsu, beacon of flames. Naruto wore an enchanting smile as the flames engulfed his form. The horse-masked Umbu, with a vicious grin, declared, "Uzumaki Naruto, you will perish at my hands." Ha. Suddenly, a chilling voice emerged from behind him, ineffectual. In an instant, Naruto severed his throat. Another horse-masked Umbu, poised to draw his kunai, found himself on the receiving end of Naruto's spinning kick, the strike slicing through his throat like a blade. The Umbu's eyes widened in shock, as if death had not yet claimed him. Naruto turned his gaze coldly toward the remaining 3 Umbu. They regarded him warily. And Naruto spoke with icy disdain, "You need not have met your end, but your ignorance and weakness have provoked my ire. Do you have any final words?" The eagle-masked Umbu, silent in response to Naruto's query, turned to the last 2 monkey-masked Umbu and urged, "You too, flee. You are still young. I am past my prime." One of the monkey-masked Umbu protested fervently, No, master, you must go first. Your wounds have yet to heal. You cannot endure much longer." The eagle-masked Umbu replied calmly, "No, you must escape, for none but me can delay Uzumaki Naruto. Hurry and go." After taking a deep breath, he turned to Naruto and said, "Uzumaki Naruto, it was I who first insulted you. If you must kill, let it be me. Spare these 2, they are but orphans with bright futures ahead." He then knelt, bowing deeply to Naruto. Simultaneously, the 2 monkey-masked Umbu dropped to their knees, their voices hoarse as they pleaded, "Uzumaki Naruto, we implore you, if you must kill, let it be us. It was our master who rescued us from the streets and raised us. The master, akin to our parents, nurtures us as we grow. I implore you, do not take his life. He is already over 50. Please, spare him." Naruto, with a stoic expression, listened intently and raised the Kusanagi sword in his hand. The 2 Umbu with monkey-faced masks and the one with an eagle mask closed their eyes in despair. After a considerable pause, they felt no pain in their bodies. Upon opening their eyes, they found Naruto seated on a blue stone, meticulously polishing the Kusanagi sword. Suddenly, they sensed a chilling sensation against their faces and, upon reaching to touch, realized their masks had inexplicably vanished, cleaved in 2. To their astonishment, the fragments of their masks had fallen in identical positions, prompting them to inhale deeply. What a remarkable swordsmanship this required. As Naruto continued to clean the Kusanagi sword, he coldly declared, "The Umbu from earlier have all been slain. Now you are my subordinates, do you understand?" The elderly Umbu instantly comprehended that Naruto intended for them to serve as his followers. Without uttering a word, he promptly knelt and replied, "Understood, master." Observing their mentor's submission, the 2 younger Umbu quickly followed suit, kneeling and saying, "Understood, master." Naruto addressed the elder Umbu, "Oh, in my influence, shouldn't the elder generation be loyal to Konoha? Why have you so quickly yielded? Are you attempting to deceive me?" As he uttered the word deceive, a piercing aura of murderous intent enveloped him. Trembling, the elder Umbu spoke, "In truth, these 2 young Umbu are not from Konoha. They were brought in from outside. Although Konoha outwardly appears magnanimous towards outsiders, their status pales in comparison to that of locals. Moreover, as a former rogue ninja from the land of lightning, my standing among the Umbu has always been quite low." Naruto activated his left Sharingan, and the elder Umbu, along with the 2 younger ones, felt a sudden dizziness as Naruto delved into their minds, uncovering their life experiences. After a moment of heavy breathing, Naruto clutched his left eye. The elder Umbu and the 2 younger ones regained their senses, bewildered by what had transpired. "I believe you now," Naruto said. "And I aim to establish an organization akin to the Umbu, to be named the Wolf Pack. Wolves are the most audacious creatures, for they dare to confront beings many times their strength, instilling fear in their hunters. Furthermore, a pack of wolves is the mightiest force, even the king of the forest. The tiger must submit before them." Pointing to the elder Umbu, he proclaimed, "You shall henceforth be known as the Wolf King, tasked with leading the new members who will join us. You must train each recruit into the fiercest battle wolves, guiding them to victory." Then, gesturing towards the 2 younger Umbu, he instructed, You shall be known as the Blue Wolf and the Ice Wolf. Your mission is to charge forth, relentlessly advancing until your enemies tremble in fear at the sound of your names. Do you possess the confidence to instill such dread? The two younger Umbu, flushed with excitement, responded fervently yes. The elder Umbu felt the resurgence of a once-burning passion within him and bellowed, "The Wolf King will absolutely fulfill the mission." The two members of the Umbu regained their composure and promptly returned to the task at hand. Blue Wolf, Ice Wolf. We shall undoubtedly succeed. Naruto nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Let us proceed. We shall use the remnants of Konoha in the Land of Snow as the stepping stones for our wolf pack." The Wolf Kings roared in agreement. Although they were unaware of how Naruto had acquired this knowledge, they recognized that following him rendered them invincible. What Naruto did not realize was that the wolf group he was so spiritedly establishing would one day evoke terror throughout the shinobi world, transforming into the formidable pack known as the Proud Wolves. The shinobi world was already beginning to shift towards an unforeseen direction. Whether this change would prove beneficial or detrimental remained uncertain until the outcome revealed itself. Upon entering the Land of Snow, Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. Once a realm of pristine white, the land was now stained with blood. Not far ahead lay bodies, untouched by the snow. Naruto approached one of the corpses, crouching down to gently close the person's eyes. He fought back tears, his shoulders trembling, revealing the depth of his sorrow. The three Wolf Kings stood quietly behind him, offering silent support. Suddenly, Naruto opened his eyes wide and dashed forward. The Wolf Kings, though puzzled, followed closely. As he ran, Naruto's thoughts were consumed by little Yuki, praying fervently for her safety. The palace of the Land of Snow no longer mirrored its former splendor. People were either fleeing or perishing, leaving behind only a handful of loyal guards. Yuki sat alone upon the throne, her expression one of emptiness. Abruptly, the grand doors of the palace were kicked open, and a group of Konoha Umbus stormed in. The leader, with a haughty laugh, proclaimed, "Esteemed Princess Yuki, your subjects have nearly perished due to your misguided choices. Your ministers now lie dead or maimed. Do you regret your decision? Perhaps if you kneel, we might indulge ourselves with a bit of amusement, and maybe, just maybe, we will spare you." His eyes gleamed with malevolence. One of the palace guards, the captain, retorted, "How dare you? As long as we stand, no one shall harm our princess." The Umbu leader scoffed, "Your princess cannot even safeguard herself. Do you truly believe you can turn the tide?" Yuki suddenly rose to her feet and addressed the Konoha Umbu. "When I chose Naruto, I understood it was a path fraught with peril. As for regrets, I have never contemplated such a notion. My only lament is that I shall never see Naruto again, nor assist him in reaching the pinnacle of the shinobi world." Turning to her guards, she urged, "Flee. If you encounter Naruto, tell him that Fenghua Yuki will forever love him." With that, she unsheathed a blade from one of her guards and took her own life, collapsing as she envisioned Naruto, wondering if he would weep for her. Upon witnessing their princess's demise, the guards erupted in rage, shouting, "Konoha hypocrites, we shall fight." They charged forward, but the Konoha Umbu dismissed them with disdain. "You overestimate your capabilities." All the Umbu surged into battle. As Naruto approached the palace entrance, a sharp pain pierced his heart, prompting him to clutch his chest instinctively. At the entrance of the palace, the shadowy guards observed Naruto and his companions, addressing them with a stern warning. "Where do you hail from? Visitors of the Land of Snow must leave immediately. We are in the midst of apprehending the Konoha traitors." Naruto lifted his gaze, his voice low and resolute. "Konoha traitors? Are the innocent villagers of the Land of Snow considered traitors? Are the children, who have only just learned to walk, deemed traitors? Is the ruler of the Land of Snow a traitor? Nonsense." With that, Naruto unleashed the chakra of the nine tails and charged forward, swiftly bypassing them and racing toward the palace. Moments later, the heads of the Konoha shadow guards burst open. The Wolf King and his comrades were momentarily stunned, then promptly followed Naruto's lead. As Naruto advanced, he fought fiercely, his thoughts consumed with concern for little Snow. "Please, be safe." Meanwhile, at the palace, the guards had been nearly vanquished. Ordinary sentinels stood no chance against elite shinobi. In the past, the Land of Snow would not have fallen so swiftly to Konoha. However, after the betrayal by Kazuhana Fuka, Little Snow had meticulously reorganized the nation, leaving it devoid of formidable warriors, thus rendering it vulnerable to such a rapid assault. Little Snow had not anticipated Konoha's swift attack. allowing the traders masquerading as travelers to collaborate and conquer the land of snow. The leader of the Konoha Shadow Guards drew his blade, intent on severing the head of the beautiful young ruler, Fuka. Suddenly, he felt a tug at his pant leg and discovered a severely injured guard clinging desperately to him. With a sigh, the Konoha leader delivered a harsh kick, yet the guard persisted in his grip. "Let go, let go, let go!" he shouted, "You wretched fool. Do not soil my trousers." As he continued to kick, the leader suddenly found himself seized by the throat and lifted off the ground. Turning his head, he beheld a striking blond man, his cold, lifeless gaze fixed upon him. Just as he was about to declare his allegiance to Konoha, he noticed his subordinates had all been bested. He wished to inquire about this assailant's identity, but his constricted throat rendered him voiceless. The guard he had kicked managed to turn his head, a faint smile emerging as he whispered, "Naruto, Lord Naruto, you have finally arrived." The moment the Konoha leader heard Naruto's name, despair washed over him. Upon seeing Naruto, the guard released his hold and collapsed. Naruto tossed the Konoha leader to the Wolf King and his companions, coldly instructing, "Employ the most brutal methods you have ever known. I want him to suffer in life and death." The Wolf King and his comrades promptly dragged the Konoha leader away. The guard, witnessing Naruto's arrival, could not help but smile, then spoke with fierce determination, "This brings me solace." Naruto knelt beside the fallen guard, channeling chakra to heal him, hoping to revive him. The guard smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, "Lord Naruto, you must give up. I am aware of my condition. I am grateful to have met you. The Lady Snow wishes to convey a message. She will love you forever. The happiest moment of my life was encountering you." Naruto gazed silently at Little Snow, who lay on the ground. The guard urged, "Lord Naruto, do not concern yourself with me. Go to Lady Snow, accompany her in her final moments." Naruto gazed upon the fallen figure of Xiaoxua, then turned to his guard, nodding subtly. The guard, witnessing Naruto approach the sovereign of the Snow Kingdom, could not help but smile, thinking to himself, "I have fulfilled your final task, my lady." With the last remnants of his strength, he forcefully struck his head against the ground, succumbing to a silent smile and death. Unbeknownst to Naruto, his focus was solely on Xiaoxua at that moment. Even a child wielding a knife could easily take his life. Gently, he lifted Xiaoxua in his arms and made his way to her chamber, carefully removing her blood-stained garments to replace them with clean attire. It was then he noticed a note on the table. Picking it up, he read Xiaoxua's words, "Dear Naruto, by the time you see this, I fear I will have passed. I can no longer accompany you, and my heart aches. Yet, I do not regret meeting you. Our brief journey together, though fleeting, will remain etched in my memory forever. Sometimes, I wonder if I could have traveled with you to the land of sound, but alas, my duty to my people binds me. Naruto, I am aware of your temperament. Promise me, until you possess absolute strength, do not seek revenge, will you? I have also left you my diary and the key to the treasure of the Snow Kingdom in my drawer. I have sent someone to embed my photo within that key, hoping it may serve as a reminder of my companionship. Take care of yourself, Naruto." Upon finishing the note, Naruto could no longer restrain his anguish. He roared to the heavens, "Xiaoxua, Xiaoxua, only now do I comprehend the depth of your feelings for me. Alas, it is too late. Listen well, Konoha, so long as I, Naruto Uzumaki, draw breath, this grudge shall not cease. From the eldest to the youngest, I demand you all accompany Xiaoxua in her eternal rest." In his wrath, he failed to notice his once golden hair transforming into a pure white. But would Naruto care at this moment? The wheel of fate had begun to turn. He stood silently in the snow, gazing into the distance, the chilling winds occasionally lifting his white cloak and silver hair. Since laying Xiaoxua and her people to rest, he had remained in this position for 7 days. Lost in contemplation, his thoughts a mystery to all. After a long silence, Naruto finally stirred. Drawing in a breath, he addressed the Wolf King and his companions without looking back. "How long have I maintained this stance?" The Wolf King replied respectfully, "My lord, it has been 7 days." Naruto murmured to himself, 7 days, has it been? Time truly flies. Without hesitation, he turned and strode forward, with the Wolf King and his comrades following closely. Too apprehensive to speak. If the Naruto of old was a tempest of warmth beneath a cool exterior, the current Naruto embodied a chilling indifference that instilled fear. Even Chongyun, who had once known him well, could no longer decipher his thoughts. The former audacity of the White Snake leader had now fallen silent. Reaching the lair of the Celestial Serpent, Naruto resorted to the most brutal method. He combined the Rasengan with the chakra of the Nine Tails and forcefully plunged it into the water. A colossal vortex erupted, awakening the slumbering celestial serpent from its depths, which emerged, glaring furiously at Naruto. If Naruto does not provide an explanation, he will awaken the ire of those who disturb his slumber. The young boy paused in surprise, struck by a pair of icy eyes that sent a chill down his spine. What kind of gaze was this? One filled with despair for all existence. The once pure blue eyes had vanished, replaced by a dazzling gold that had now turned into a stark white, a whiteness that felt chilling to the heart. Naruto remained silent, seemingly speaking to himself as he murmured to his waist, "We have arrived at our destination." Suddenly, the young boy noticed a movement at Naruto's waist, and a white serpent emerged. The flying dragon froze, not because the white snake was formidable, but because it emanated a familiar aura. The once mighty flying dragon, who had wreaked havoc upon humanity and roamed the universe, stammered, You are the white snake." The serpent, gracefully coiling its body and flicking its tongue, respectfully addressed the flying dragon. "Little nephew pays respects to Uncle Dragon." The dragon trembled as it inquired, "Are you the child of Brother Nine?" The white snake lowered its proud head for the first time and nodded. The flying dragon descended, wrapping its tail around the white snake and staring at it in astonishment. After a long moment, it exclaimed, "Good, very good. Truly, you are Brother Nine's child. You possess your father's demeanor." The white snake, embodying humility as a younger relative, shyly lowered its head. Naruto, ignoring their exchange, began performing hand seals. Upon completing the seals, he pressed his palm to the ground and declared, "Summoning technique." With a resounding thud, 7 vibrant snakes appeared. The flying dragon felt a surge of ancestral connection upon seeing so many serpents. As the 7 snakes raised their heads to behold the flying dragon, they were momentarily stunned, and after a brief pause, they called out, "Uncle." The flying dragon gathered them close with its tail. Observing them closely, its eyes grew misty. Historically, snakes have been regarded as cold-blooded creatures. Yet no being is inherently devoid of warmth. They merely conceal their innermost emotions, maintaining a facade of perpetual chill. Naruto gazed at their frigid eyes with a hint of envy before swiftly turning away, signaling to the Wolf King and others that it was time to depart. The Wolf King nodded in acknowledgement. When they finally processed what had occurred, they discovered that only Naruto's shadow clone remained. Naruto stated, "White Snake, take good care of the flying dragon. You have grown old. You may not perceive it, but I can truly sense that his strength is beginning to wane. As for the matter of my summoning beasts, I shall find a way on my own." With that, he vanished. The white snakes exchanged incredulous glances at the flying dragon, who could only smile wryly and shake his head. The flying dragon addressed them. "Naruto is correct. I have indeed begun to decline. In no more than 5 years, I shall meet my end." The purple snake, filled with disbelief and a quavering voice, exclaimed, "Impossible. Uncle cannot die. You must be joking." "Silence, little purple. Let your uncle speak," the white snake interjected, taking on a leadership role. The flying dragon nodded sadly and replied, "I had intended to tell you all this eventually. Indeed, I am nearing the end. I have lingered at this level for far too long without a breakthrough. If even that old scoundrel Six Paths can perish, what hope is there for me? In these 5 years, I shall impart all that is necessary to you. The extent of your learning will depend upon your innate talent. Moreover, refrain from shedding tears in my presence. Tears are the hallmark of the weak. We require strength, not sorrow. At that time, you shall create a summoning beast for Naruto, for our esteemed serpent clan cannot deceive. We stake our pride upon it. Furthermore, I foresee that the next great war in the ninja world will revolve around Naruto. Do you understand?" The white serpent responded respectfully, "Yes." The flying dragon nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Indeed, quite good." Meanwhile, Naruto, unaware of these developments, was oblivious to the fact that the Sound Ninja were simultaneously under attack. Kakashi gazed at Orochimaru and inquired, "Orochimaru, where have you taken Naruto?" Orochimaru looked at Kakashi with disdain and retorted, "Kakashi, do you think defeating my subordinates will allow you to conquer me?" Suddenly, a new voice interjected, belonging to a figure with flowing white hair, adorned with the character for oil upon his forehead. Orochimaru's expression darkened as he enunciated each word. "Jiraiya, you have come." Jiraiya nodded and stated, "Orochimaru, it's been a while. Hand over Naruto." Orochimaru's expression soured. In his prime, he would have feared Jiraiya, but now, still recovering from his injuries, and with Kakashi present, the odds were against him. Nevertheless, Orochimaru swiftly regained his composure and addressed Kakashi and the others. I am curious to know how you found this place. It was then that Sakura stepped forward, proclaiming, "It was I." Komodori's face instantly darkened as he drew his bone sword and charged at Sakura. Orochimaru intervened, questioning Sakura. Why do you do this? Initially trembling under Komodori's intimidating presence, Sakura mustered her courage and replied to Orochimaru, I am rescuing Naruto. He has been ensnared by your deceitful group, and I am here to save him. Orochimaru coolly countered, I am aiding Naruto. With tears welling in her eyes and her voice quivering, Sakura retorted, You are harming Naruto. You seek to possess his body. I will not allow you to succeed. Orochimaru sighed and remarked, sometimes a girl blinded by the facade of Konoha's justice. Jiraiya stepped forward and declared, Orochimaru, enough of this chatter. In an instant, he executed a body flicker technique and dashed forward. Komodori prepared to follow, but Orochimaru restrained him, saying, Allow me. With that, he too performed a body flicker technique, rushing into the fray. Childhood companions, once united on the battlefield, now turned adversaries. What cruel jest fate plays. Kakashi addressed the remaining members. Let us eliminate the remnants of Orochimaru. The remaining Umbu responded in unison, agreed. Lee kicked the sound ninja away and challenged Kakashi. Kakashi, let us compete to see who can claim more lives. Kakashi pushed his eye patch up, revealing his crimson Sharingan, and replied, Very well. Asuma swiftly dispatched an enemy, cutting through their throat, and called out to Kurenai. Kurenai, let us compete as well. Kurenai replied, I am not fond of killing. It is too gruesome. If only there were no corpses nearby, she thought, it would be easier to persuade others. Meanwhile, Hinata silently collected the severed heads. As she unleashed her hatred towards Orochimaru upon these minions, Junmaru immediately exclaimed, You are exceedingly audacious. He brandished a bone sword and lunged at Akai, sensing the imminent danger. Akai lowered his head. Although he dodged swiftly, Junmaru's bone sword still grazed his cheek, leaving a mark. With a serious demeanor, Akai inquired, Who are you? Junmaru, shaking the blood from his weapon, proudly declared, I am Kage Junmaru, the chief warrior under Lord Orochimaru. Akai straightened his back and replied, I am Akai, the azure beast of Konoha. They exchanged glances and simultaneously shouted, Let us battle, and charged at one another. Kakashi was preparing to join the fray when suddenly a bolt of lightning struck towards him. With a graceful backflip, he evaded the attack. Who goes there? Kakashi shouted. A brazen voice responded, It is I. Emerging from the shadows was a group of figures, the foremost being a girl with stunning golden hair, a flawless visage, and a tall stature, wielding a thunderous blade directed at Kakashi. I am Reikiju Aim, here to play with you, Kakashi of Konoha, she said, unleashing a surge of lightning towards him, which Kakashi blocked with his kunai. As Asuma observed Kakashi and Akai's predicament, he prepared to assist them, only to suddenly sense a looming threat. He leaped vigorously, discovering a massive hole in the ground devastated by a whirlwind. Aoi Yanagiyama, covering her mouth with a small fan, chuckled, Just lie down quietly. With a flourish, she sent a powerful gust of wind towards Asuma. Cold sweat broke out on Asuma's brow. Red gasped Asuma, as she readied to rush forward, only to be met with a chilling aura. She found Mizuki Kairin, with her eerie blue eyes fixed intently on her, warning, Take one step closer, and I shall end you. Without a moment's hesitation, Akane charged at Mizuki Kairin, intent on a surprise attack. But a wall of flames obstructed her path. Quickly, Akane deployed her hidden serpent technique to alleviate the pressure. Though the serpents managed to momentarily hold their ground, they were swiftly reduced to ashes. In that fleeting moment, Akane executed a backflip, but a foot sent her sprawling. Rising, Akane muttered, That despicable wretch. A soft voice echoed, If I am the despicable one, then what were you just now? A red-haired beauty stood atop a tree, declaring, I am Uzumaki Kairin, here to assist. With the aid of these princesses, the sound ninjas found themselves in a retreating predicament. At that moment, the Konoha 11 arrived on the battlefield, joining the fray. Heavyweights such as Ju, Mizuki, Kairin, and the reclusive Gaara entered the fray. Despite their formidable prowess, they were still children whose potential remained untapped, relying heavily on Gaara to hold the line. Although Konoha's elite managed to stave off the assault, the sound ninjas continued to falter. This time, in preparation to confront Naruto and Orochimaru, Even Danzo had spared no effort, fully aware that should Orochimaru, the Nine Tails, and Naruto unite, he would be unable to withstand the onslaught. Hence, this operation against Orochimaru comprised solely of elites, including Yamato. The Sound Ninjas, largely comprised of rogue ninjas and a handful of Chunin, stood no chance against such formidable adversaries. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was fiercely holding off Orochimaru. With Naruto absent and the sound for yet to return, the higher-ranked ninjas were held at bay by Konoha's shinobi. If this continued, the Sound Ninjas would inevitably face annihilation, much like the fate that befell the Land of Snow. As anticipated, many Sound Ninjas realized their defeat was imminent and began to relinquish their resistance. However, the Konoha Anbu would not accept their surrender. They remained resolute in their mission to eliminate everyone present. During the clash between Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Orochimaru stole a glance at the unfolding chaos. His heart ached not for the lives of these ineffectual beings, but for the destruction of the Sound Village they had painstakingly built. In a moment of distraction, he was swiftly subdued by Jiraiya. Some children from the Sound Village began to weep, while non-ninja residents knelt down in despair, crying helplessly. Their once revered protector, Orochimaru, was rendered powerless. Those masked figures observed as their compatriots were mercilessly slaughtered. An elderly man trembled as he knelt, raising his voice to the heavens. "Oh, sky and earth! What have we done to deserve this? Why have these demons come to slay us? What sins have we committed?" A multitude of people knelt in prayer, beseeching a savior to emerge. Yet, as they witnessed their kin being slain one after another, despair washed over them, leading them to believe that the divine had forsaken them. Suddenly, a brilliant flame erupted into the sky, incinerating many of the Konoha Anbu. The villagers stared in awe as a figure emerged from the inferno, a man with snow-white hair, a chiseled visage, and a perfectly sculpted physique, as if he had stepped out of a dream. The elderly man who had first knelt spoke. "It is a god." The striking figure from the flames responded, "Indeed, a god, but not a savior, rather, a demon." It was Naruto Uzumaki, the Sound Ninja. Upon hearing his voice, Orochimaru chuckled softly and became wholly absorbed in his battle with Jiraiya, while Jiraiya, momentarily shaken, refocused on the conflict. Konoha was taken aback by Naruto's arrival, while the Sound Ninjas erupted in joyous laughter, exclaiming, "Lord Naruto has arrived. Prepare to meet your demise, you scum. Brothers, charge." Naruto clenched his fists and spat through gritted teeth. "You bastards will remain here." With a fierce declaration, Emperor of Flames, Great Flame Ring, Naruto unleashed one of his most formidable techniques. As the fiery onslaught descended, the Anbu finally comprehended the true meaning of suffering. Even the slightest contact with those flames induced excruciating pain, a torment that water could not extinguish. These flames seared the very soul, inflicting anguish far more profound than mere physical harm. Naruto's grand technique obliterated at least 1/3 of the enemy forces. Yet, Naruto himself was not unscathed. This powerful move drained his stamina, chakra, and mental fortitude. While he need not worry about stamina and chakra, thanks to the Nine Tails as an inexhaustible source, the mental toll was substantial. After executing the technique, he knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Konoha was left in a state of shock, for the destructive power of the flames was utterly terrifying, leaving behind a massive crater filled with ash and remnants of charred bones. It was Yamato who, regaining his composure first, urged, "He has exhausted his strength. Everyone advance." The Anbu immediately sprang into action, rushing towards Naruto. Just as several of them were about to seize him, a hand suddenly grasped one of their wrists, swiftly dislocating the entire arm. In an instant, 3 individuals appeared beside Naruto. The leader, an elderly man, proclaimed, "The wolf squad is here," before charging at the Anbu. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto drew the Kusanagi sword and joined the fray against the Anbu, who were poised to intercept him. However, the Wolf King swiftly engaged Yamato. Recognizing that only he could impede Yamato's advance at this critical moment, as Naruto was still recovering and relied on him for support, Yamato, confronted by the Wolf King, demanded, "Get out of my way." With that, he unleashed the Earth Release, Great Marsh technique, aiming to eliminate the Wolf King in an instant. Yet the Wolf King executed a surprising counter, utilizing Wood Release, Wood Clone. Yamato, astonished, queried, "Why? How can you use Wood Release?" The Wolf King retorted, "Because I am a remnant of the Senju clan. That is why your Lord Danzo seeks my demise with such urgency." This was also the catalyst for the Wolf King's swift allegiance to Naruto, revenge. He continued, "Our Senju clan has been in decline since the first Hokage's era, and the departure of Lady Tsunade has further diminished our influence. Do you understand, remnant?" Coupled with the third Hokage's nostalgia, it allowed Danzo to act with impunity, leading to the continual decrease of our clan. I was dispatched to investigate Danzo, but I was discovered. Danzo recognized my talent for wood release and began conducting experiments on me. Do you know how I survived? For the sake of revenge. I was willing to forsake my dignity, the honor and pride of the Senju clan. Yet Danzo still intended to dispose of me when I became obsolete, assigning me a mission I could not survive. It was Lord Naruto who saved me and restored my dignity. Thus, any impostor who obstructs Lord Naruto's path must perish. Yamato, incredulous, insisted, "This is impossible. Danzo would never act this way. There must be some underlying truth. Come with me to confront Lord Danzo." The Wolf King scoffed, "Perhaps. But first, you shall descend into hell." He executed wood release, wood nail technique. Yamato hastily retaliated with the same technique, but his efforts were effortlessly thwarted. The Wolf King derided him. "You are merely an impostor, far from being a true threat." He then unleashed wood release, wood dragon ascension, sending a dragon fashioned from wood hurtling towards Yamato. Attempting to flee, Yamato found himself ensnared by vines, rendering him helpless as the wooden dragon bore down upon him. A thunderous crash reverberated through the air. The Wolf King, with a disdainful laugh, declared, "Impostors are destined to remain impostors," before departing without a backward glance. Unbeknownst to him, after his exit, a hand emerged from the rubble. In that dire moment, Yamato had activated wood release, wood barrier technique, managing to mitigate part of the impact. However, the price was steep. Though he had deflected some of the force, he would be unable to engage in battle for at least 2 years. Clutching his wound, Yamato staggered forward, step by agonizing step. Silver Wolf and Wind Wolf have begun to distinguish themselves within the ranks of the Konoha Anbu, although their inherent strength was lacking. Being remnants of the Senju clan, the clandestine tutelage of the Wolf King over the past few years has enabled them to surpass the majority of the Anbu. However, in a bid to protect them, the Wolf King has forbidden them from unleashing their true prowess, compelling them to feign mediocrity. Now, liberated from the watchful eyes of Konoha's Anbu, they unleash their wind release techniques in a dazzling display that leaves onlookers awestruck. In contrast, Naruto's battles are more straightforward. He resolves each encounter with a single decisive action, only taking time to handle particularly troublesome adversaries. This efficiency is largely attributed to the flash fruit, which bestows him with a speed akin to that of light, though not truly light speed, for otherwise, Naruto would be invincible. The Konoha Anbu now regard Naruto much like they once did the legendary Golden Flash, clad in a similar cloak and bearing a familiar visage. The only notable differences are that he now embodies the Silver Flash, and that this brilliance stands before them rather than behind. They have come to comprehend how the Fourth Raikage once contended with the Fourth Hokage, as they find themselves unable to react before being dispatched. Utterly bewildered by the elusive nature of his movements, only catching fleeting glimpses of his afterimages before meeting their demise. Witnessing Naruto's formidable prowess, the Sound Ninja, inspired by his remarkable abilities and the strength of his 2 subordinates, muster their courage to charge at the Konoha Anbu, creating chaos among their ranks. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, hearing the battle cries and the clamor of combat, reflects on the years spent evading confrontation for the sake of his research, hiding in the shadows to escape his former master. How many years have passed, and how many still remember him, the once mighty Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin who once commanded the battlefield with an air of invincibility? Who am I? I am Orochimaru, one of the Sannin. Why must I hide? Am I afraid? No, I am not afraid. I have never known fear, for I am Orochimaru, the terror of the ninja world. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, Orochimaru's offensive intensifies, his aura rising steadily. Jiraiya, increasingly frustrated, observes that while his former ally grows stronger, he himself feels diminished. Yet, what can he do but continue to fight? Amidst Orochimaru's explosive resurgence, Guy and Kimimaro engage in a spectacular display of taijutsu. One is a master of Konoha's physical techniques, while the other hails from the clan renowned for their bloodline of formidable close-quarters combat. Although Kimimaro may not appreciate his clan's legacy, he undeniably possesses their blood and harbors a fierce pride that forbids anyone from surpassing him in martial prowess. 10 fingers piercing, Kimimaro exclaims. Guy, executing a stylish backflip, evades the attack. Upon landing, he remarks, if I am not mistaken, you are indeed the first bloodline of the ninja world, the Kagaya clan's Kimimaro, with a flourish of his bone sword. Kimimaro performs an elegant sword dance and salutes with the reverence of a samurai, declaring, Kimimaro of the Kagaya clan has arrived. In response, Guy adopts a serious demeanor, returning a formal salute and stating, Might Guy of the Leaf has arrived. Junmaru unleashed the dance of the willow, drawing forth his bones as weapons. Might Guy had just managed to deflect the bone attack with his kunai, only to realize that the kunai had been completely severed. Junmaru explained, My bones are my weapons. To me, they are the sharpest tools. Ordinary kunai are no match for them. Guy, with his right hand forming a fist, struck his left palm and suddenly exclaimed, Ah, I see. Then I shall reveal my weapon as well. He retrieved a nunchaku from his ninja tool pouch, his face brimming with nostalgia, as he remarked, This was crafted for me at great expense by my father. It may not be a legendary artifact, nor a weapon that can slice through steel, but to me, it is my most loyal companion, my friend, the most powerful divine tool in the world. Guy stated solemnly. Junmaru chuckled and said, If we were not enemies, we might have been good friends. Guy nodded in agreement, but after sharing a brief laugh, he added, However, we are enemies, and that does not diminish our camaraderie. Should you fall, I shall visit your resting place every year at this time. Junmaru replied with a cold smile, I would do the same. They simultaneously declared, Let us battle. The atmosphere surged with intensity. Both Guy and Junmaru stomped the ground, causing it to tremble beneath them. Their movements became a flurry of combat in the air, sparks flying with each clash. During a backflip, Junmaru launched a barrage of bone projectiles at Guy. Yet, Guy was no ordinary ninja. He connected the two halves of his nunchaku into a single staff and swung it with precision, deflecting all of Junmaru's bones. Just as Junmaru's foot touched the ground, he spun towards Guy, who instinctively shouted, Impressive. In response, Guy mirrored the spin in the opposite direction. Junmaru's eyes widened in surprise. For such a maneuver demanded extraordinary flexibility, something he had honed since childhood. He wondered how Guy had mastered it so swiftly. Unbeknownst to Junmaru, Guy had gleaned this technique during the last Shinobi War, dedicating decades to perfecting it. The two engaged in fierce combat for dozens of exchanges, their garments tattered, hair disheveled, and both adorned with numerous wounds. Guy remarked, You should take pride in yourself. It has been a long time since anyone could harm me. Junmaru snarled, What of it? For Lord Orochimaru, I shall not yield. Lord Orochimaru does not require the weak. He executed the final flourish of the dance of the early fern, causing numerous white bones to rise from the ground. Guy leaped with all his might, only for Junmaru's bones and earth-based curse marks to surge violently toward him. Guy shouted, Fifth gate, the door of death opens. To the peacock. Junmaru roared, Might Guy? And Guy responded, Kagaya Junmaru. The resulting explosion was tremendous. Naruto, witnessing the blast caused by Junmaru, narrowed his eyes and yelled at the heavens, Junmaru, before charging towards him. From the ruins, a figure slowly rises. It is Akai. Naruto, upon seeing him, immediately grips Akai's shoulders, shaking him while inquiring, Where is Kimimaro? Speak. Akai, spitting blood, weakly points towards the distant debris before succumbing to unconsciousness. Frantically, Naruto begins to sift through the rubble, desperately searching for Kimimaro. Suddenly, he spots Kimimaro sprawled upon the stones. Rushing over, he places his hand before Kimimaro's nose. His trembling hands then drop lifelessly as he shakes Kimimaro, calling out, Kimimaro, Kimimaro, don't sleep on me. Get up. Didn't you say you would protect Orochimaru? Weren't you striving to become the greatest taijutsu master in the ninja world? Why have you given up? Is the path I tread destined to be a solitary one? Why, oh heavens, why? Kimimaro feels himself sinking into an ocean. How did I end up here? Wasn't I fighting Might Guy? Ah, I see. I lost. I have become meaningless to Lord Orochimaru. I can no longer protect him. How useless I am. Huh, who would mourn for me? Haku Naruto. The Sound Four will surely rejoice upon hearing this. No one will care for them anymore. Huh, let me just sleep. I am weary. Just as Kimimaro prepares to surrender, he hears Naruto's anguished cries. Naruto, why are you crying? Are you weeping for me? I am but a being that should have perished long ago. It was Lord Orochimaru who granted me life, who provided a reason to live. Now I have reached my end. Why do you weep? Why? I do not wish to depart. Do I truly wish to leave? Kimimaro suddenly recalls the moments shared with Orochimaru, the light-hearted times spent with Naruto and the others. Kimimaro, do not want to go. At that moment, Naruto notices Kimimaro and his hands cough violently. In the hopeful gaze of Naruto, Kimimaro awakens and mutters, "Stop shouting, stop shaking me. You're going to shake me to death." Naruto suddenly breaks into a silly grin. Tears stream down Kimimaro's face as he apologizes. "I'm sorry, Naruto, I lost." Naruto shakes his head in denial. Kimimaro then raises his voice towards the heavens, declaring, "I, Kimimaro, vow once more, I, Kagaya Kimimaro, shall never be defeated again. I will become the foremost taijutsu master in the ninja world." The entire battlefield, including Orochimaru who had been battling Jiraiya, could not help but chuckle, thinking to themselves, "Kimimaro, you have finally discovered your ninja way. At last, you have your own dream, the small sound ninja stance." And the entire world bears witness to this minor promise, marking the birth of a formidable warrior. Raikage and Kakashi exchange glances. Raikage smiles and remarks, "Do you know whom I admire most?" Kakashi, upon hearing the question, remains silent. Raikage continues, "It is not the Sage of Six Paths, nor Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama. No, it is your father, the White Fang of Konoha." Kakashi is momentarily taken aback. Raikage, unperturbed by Kakashi's silence, continues, "On the battlefield, he stood tall, unafraid of any foe, sacrificing his life for his friends. Even in the land of lightning, where we loathe the White Fang, upon hearing the name of Tsukumo Hatake, we would extend our thumbs in admiration." Suddenly, Lei Yuming paused, casting a cold gaze at Kakashi as she remarked, "You are utterly unworthy of the Hatake surname. The disparity between you and your father is insurmountable. I once believed that there were no men in this world who could rival Hatake Tsukumo. However," her face flushed with a sudden warmth, "with Naruto's emergence, I have come to realize that there exist men even more admirable than Tsukumo. He exhibits no fear of authority and makes decisions based on his own preferences, yet he demonstrates exceptional care for his friends, willing to risk his life for them. It is only now that I fully acknowledge my profound affection for him." With that, she disregarded Kakashi's astonished expression and began to contemplate Naruto's handsome visage. Initially, Kakashi found her words somewhat acceptable, but as her monologue progressed, he could not help but wear a speechless expression. They had not even prepared for battle, and yet she was already succumbing to infatuation. Nevertheless, Lei Yuming quickly composed herself and smiled at Kakashi, saying, "I have grasped the essence of your Raikiri. Since the last encounter between your apprentice Sasuke and Gaara, I discern that your Raikiri's original form is the Chidori. It fundamentally involves concentrating one's lightning chakra in one's hand, then dashing forth and unleashing it at the moment of impact. Am I correct, Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi replied with a serious tone, "Truly. You are the lightning princess of the village of lightning. They say she is the most astute among them. I was initially skeptical, but now I am convinced. Just from witnessing my apprentice's technique, you have discerned its principle." Lei Yuming smiled slightly and declared, "Enough chatter, I shall engage." In an instant, a flash of lightning surged as her fist struck fiercely towards Kakashi's abdomen. Frowning, she queried, "A substitution technique?" The impact transformed Kakashi into a wooden figure. Lei Yuming abruptly closed her eyes, then opened them wide, striking the ground with force, shattering it into fragments. Upon spotting Kakashi crouched below, she smiled and lunged forward. Kakashi, utilizing his lightning chakra, leapt high into the air. Lei Yuming, observing him aloft, unleashed several Chidori Senbon, originally a signature move. This technique was inadvertently revealed by Naruto's mention of nature transformation. Being exceptionally astute, Lei Yuming swiftly executed Sasuke's Chidori blade and Chidori Senbon as depicted in the original work. Kakashi, initially dismissive, drew a kunai to defend himself. Lei Yuming smirked coldly, and as Kakashi sensed something amiss but could not identify it, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. It dawned on him that the earlier Senbon were composed of electricity, rendering his kunai electrically charged and immobilizing him entirely. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Yuming leaped and delivered a powerful kick to Kakashi. With a thunderous impact, he was sent crashing to the ground. Lei Yuming scoffed. "Is this the level of the esteemed technician of Konoha? Pathetic, especially in comparison to your father." Suddenly, the Kakashi on the ground erupted into a puff of smoke. Lei Yuming gasped in astonishment. A shadow clone technique. No, this is the shadow clone technique. As Kakashi heard the cacophony of birds behind him, he turned to see Raijin Yuming charging towards him with all her might, employing the Chidori technique. Realizing she could not evade in time, Raijin Yuming shouted, "Raijin battle armor." An armor-like entity enveloped her, rendering Kakashi's Chidori ineffective. Lowering her head momentarily, she suddenly raised it again, her eyes open, declaring, "You have finished your assault. Now it is my turn." With a thunderous fist crackling with lightning, she struck Kakashi squarely in the face, sending him sprawling backward. Breathless, Raijin Yuming understood that the Raijin battle armor consumed an immense amount of chakra. There was no way her current reserves could sustain her for long. She needed to conclude the battle swiftly. In a surge of speed, she rushed towards Kakashi. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet." A dragon made of earth charged ferociously at Raijin Yuming. She deftly dodged but continued her advance toward Kakashi. However, in that fleeting moment as she brushed past the earth dragon, her expression turned pale. The dragon was laden with explosive tags. In an instant, it detonated. Kakashi, who had fallen to the ground, slowly rose, clutching his abdomen as he addressed the explosive aftermath. "You were too careless." Just as he prepared to turn and leave, he felt a piercing pain in his left shoulder. In disbelief, he turned to see Raijin Yuming, her attire in tatters. Kakashi, astonished, asked, "How did you manage this?" Raijin Yuming promptly explained, "I am a Jinchuriki, the host of the Two Tails. While many are aware that the Two Tails resides within the wooden entity, few realize that I possess its power as well. This is because a portion of that power was split and sealed within me from the very beginning. And now it has grown to embody the strength of the Two Tails. Furthermore, there is no need to fear the tailed beast consuming me. With this power, I can become the strongest, a flawless Jinchuriki, the mightiest one aside from Naruto." Raijin Yuming continued, "Well, you have learned enough. Now face your demise. I shall sever Naruto's bonds." Dark lightning began to coalesce in her hand as she concluded, "Farewell, Hatake Kakashi." With a cold indifference, she swung the black lightning down without hesitation. Suddenly, Kakashi's left Sharingan began to shift, transforming into a pinwheel as he uttered, "Kimui." In that instant, Raijin Yuming realized that the Chidori in her hand had vanished. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi delivered a powerful punch to her abdomen, causing her to double over in pain. He then executed a spinning kick, sending Raijin Yuming flying, before tossing a smoke bomb and making his escape. After a moment, Raijin Yuming rose to find Kakashi had vanished. She murmured to herself, "Hatake Kakashi, I will kill you one day." Meanwhile, in another battlefield, Uzumaki Kyo stood beneath a tree, gazing down at Akado. Moments later, Akado launched Shangyun, hearing a noise behind her, did not turn around. With her right hand, she seized Hongdo's wrist, and, with a powerful elbow strike from her left arm, she struck Hongdo on the head. As if that were not enough, she flung Hongdo forward, causing her to crash violently onto the ground. Struggling to prop herself up, Hongdo gazed at Shangyun. Shangyun remarked, "You are exceedingly dull. Do you truly believe this will defeat me? If this is all the strength you possess, you might as well rest here eternally." Hongdo closed her eyes, reminiscing about how Orochimaru had once cared for her, only to betray Konoha while conducting experiments on her body. Opening her eyes, she declared, "I had no intention of resorting to this power, for I cannot fully control it. However, if you intend to obstruct my revenge against Orochimaru, then I shall unleash it." At first, Shangyun was perplexed, but she abruptly noticed peculiar black patterns emerging on Hongdo's body. Hongdo's appearance began to transform. Her hair elongated and turned a deep shade of purple, and her entire being grew larger, exuding an intensified aura. Shangyun realized that this must be the cursed seal Orochimaru had bestowed upon her, and it appeared quite intriguing. Once Hongdo completed her transformation and locked eyes with Shangyun, her voice became ominously deep as she stated, "I am coming." In an instant, she vanished, striking Shangyun with tremendous force and swiftly closing the distance between them. With a fierce elbow, she collided with Shangyun's face, sending her crashing to the ground. Not yet satisfied, Hongdo seized Shangyun's hair and hurled her against a rock, causing Shangyun to spit blood upon impact. Gradually, Shangyun rose, supporting herself against the ground, and slowly uttered, "You may touch me wherever you please, but you must never dare to touch my hair. It is the most beautiful, praised by brother Naruto. You shall meet your end." Yushire's Hongdo. Fire release. Golden Crow descends. Shang Yun raised her hands high, beginning to gather flames that surged forth in increasing volume and size. Sensing the impending danger, Hongdo rushed forward, but at that moment, Shang Yun knew she was ready. The massive flames in her hands transformed into a magnificent golden bird, its beauty undeniable, yet its power unassailable. With a fierce glare, Shang Yun declared, "Perish," and launched the fiery avian towards Hongdo. In a desperate attempt, Hongdo summoned all her chakra, invoking Earth Release, Earth Language Iron City. Walls of earth erupted from the ground in an effort to shield against the divine flames above. Yet, how could mere mortals hope to withstand the might of divine fire? The Earth Language Iron City managed to withstand the assault momentarily before the Golden Crow descended obliterated it, and Hongdo screamed in agony as she was engulfed by the inferno. Shang Yun's ultimate attack created a vast crater, incinerating grass, trees, and everything flammable into ash. Hongdo lay within the depths of the crater, her garments reduced to cinders. Supporting herself on her knees, Shang Yun hurled a kunai towards Hongdo's heart. After taking a few steps, a resounding explosion echoed as Hongdo was shattered into fragments. Once deemed invincible, both Princess Koyuki and Hongdo met their untimely demise, setting the gears of fate into motion. Meanwhile, Gaara encountered a figure, his mentor, Maki. Maki gazed at the indifferent Gaara with a complex expression and said, "Go back. You are not like Naruto. There is still an opportunity for redemption." Gaara replied coldly, "From the moment I embarked on this path, I was destined to have no way back. I am aware that the road I tread is fraught with obstacles and thorns, perilous to the point of death. Yet, along this path, I have friends who wish to accompany me. I, Gaara of the Sand, am not alone. Even if I were to perish on this journey, I would harbor no regrets, for this is the road I have chosen." After a moment's contemplation, Maki asked, "Will you truly not turn back?" Sand began to overflow from Gaara's gourd. With a sigh, Maki assumed an offensive stance. Suddenly, Gaara spoke coldly, "Remember, it is but a fleeting moment." Sanjutsu, sand rain. Countless grains of sand transformed into needle-like projectiles aimed at Maki. In response, Maki unleashed wind release, great breakthrough, dispersing the sand. However, he was taken aback as a tremendous force surged through his abdomen, causing him to spit blood. He was stunned to see Gaara's arm cloaked in sand, resembling the arm of Shikaku, albeit slightly smaller. After a brief pause, Gaara sighed, "You should not underestimate my taijutsu. You have always assumed I would maintain a distance with ranged attacks, yet you overlooked the fact that I am capable of improvement." Maki laughed heartily indeed. "I have long underestimated your taijutsu. Gaara, you have grown formidable." Gaara replied, "It is due to friendship. In the past, I failed to grasp the significance of those words, believing I could suffice alone. However, upon truly understanding the essence of friendship, I have become immensely powerful. For the road ahead, regardless of what it may hold, will no longer be a solitary journey. I have my friends, my brothers to share the burden. Thus, should anyone, even my own parents, dare to harm my friends or siblings, I shall slay them with my own hands." Maki chuckled. Who would have thought? The once self-reliant, solitary warrior, Gaara of the Sand, has come to understand the value of friendship. Unbelievable. Go ahead, kill me. It would be a fitting release for your hatred towards the Wind Village. With that, he closed his eyes in despair. Gaara glanced at him and sighed. "You may leave. Although you have not aided me, you are the only one in the village who has not looked at me with disdain. Even though you, as my mentor, taught me nothing, you have granted me a sense of freedom. Depart now. Do not engage me again, for should you do so, I will not hesitate to slay you." His final words were laced with murderous intent directed at Maki. Maki managed a wry smile. Gaara disregarded him entirely and walked away without a backward glance. Watching Gaara's retreating figure, Maki mused with a bitter smile. Who would have imagined that the ruthless killer, Gaara of the Sand, would show mercy to a captive? How ironic. Meanwhile, Asuma knelt on one knee, the other leg standing firm. His body was marred with wounds, while Mizuki Kairan appeared merely wrinkled in her attire, a clear indication that Asuma was at a disadvantage. Sarutobi Asuma, devoid of lineage, cursed seals, or mastery of techniques such as the 8 gates, was by no means a prodigy. He ascended through sheer determination and strength, a journey worthy of admiration. However, his mediocre talents could never allow him to attain the level of a Hokage. Consequently, he was indisputably overwhelmed by Mizuki Kairan. Brandishing the white wolf Fong, Kairan remarked, "You are truly pathetic. You cannot even compare to Kakashi and the others. Let me end this with my next move. Upon hearing this, Asuma's eyes turned a fiery red. Why do I always fall short of Kakashi and the rest? As the child of the third Hokage, I am perpetually referred to as the son of the third. Is my worth diminished just because I am distanced from my father? I refuse to accept this. I am Sarutobi Asuma, not merely the son of the third Hokage. With his eyes blazing crimson, Asuma declared, I am Sarutobi Asuma, not just the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. Wind release secret technique, wind blade cut. A massive surge of wind chakra coalesced around the returning swallow, channeling the full extent of Asuma's chakra into a singular, devastating strike. Even Mizuki Kairin adopted a serious demeanor, solemnly stating, let me learn your name. Beneath the white wolf fong, no weakling can stand. Asuma shouted to the heavens. My name is Sarutobi Asuma. Wind blade cut. Kairin responded, Sarutobi Asuma, I shall remember your name. Remember, it was Mizuki Kairin who brought your demise. Ice release ultimate technique, Ice Dragon's Roar. A torrent of ice chakra surged forth, enveloping the white wolf fong. An ice dragon coiled around the blade. Representing Kairin's ultimate ice technique, Ice Dragon's Roar, an attack so formidable that even Naruto dared not confront it directly. Though Asuma unleashed an extraordinary wind blade cut, it paled in comparison to Kairin's Ice Dragon's Roar. The icy dragon surged forth, leaving a gaping hole the size of a fist in Asuma's chest. Staring blankly at the wound, he gazed skyward, envisioning his father, the third Hokage, and his mother beckoning to him. A serene smile of relief graced his lips as he closed his eyes, beginning to dissolve into ash from the returning swallow. Ultimately, his being faded into the ether. Kairin, observing the scene, quietly sheathed the white wolf fong. Suddenly, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and she collapsed, her eyes closing as she fell. In an instant, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace, awakening to discover Naruto cradling her. She smiled, saying, I knew that when I fell, my prince would appear before me. You have come, Naruto. Naruto, rarely displaying a sunny smile, beamed at her. Yet, Kairin noticed that his once radiant golden hair had transformed into a cold, silvery hue. Though he appeared more handsome, he had grown increasingly aloof. Kairin remained silent, simply holding Naruto close as he offered her a gentle smile before escorting her away from the battlefield. The battlefield of Qingye Lu Yin is nothing short of a crushing dominance, for the disparity between Hong and Lu Yin is stark. Lu Yin has grown on the precipice of life and death since childhood, while Hong, though also acquainted with peril, has seen her strength diminish in the wake of recent years of complacency in Konoha. As a novice newly ascended to the rank of Jonin, Hong cannot be compared to Lu Yin, who has long thrived at the edge of mortality. Moreover, Lu Yin's bloodline grants her the extraordinary ability to sense the presence of all individuals through the wind, rendering her existence almost akin to a game-breaking anomaly. These two advantages amplify her prowess in the realm of Genjutsu to an overwhelming extent. With no need for intricate strategies, she embodies a force of sheer dominance. Hong finds herself sprawled on the ground, as Qingye retrieves a kunai from her pack and lunges fiercely towards her. In despair, Hong shuts her eyes. Yet when she opens them again, she finds that Lu Yan's lethal strike has been intercepted by other members of the ANBU. The other operatives urge Hong to flee, and through tears, she cries out as she escapes, only to hear the anguished cries of her comrades behind her. As she runs, a resolve forms within her. She must avenge her fallen comrades by eliminating that woman. The tide of battle begins to shift. With Naruto's return, the Sound Ninja's morale reaches a fever pitch, rendering them nearly unstoppable. The arrival of Gaara and his companions bolsters their spirits even further. Jiraiya casts a glance and exhorts them to hasten their retreat, immediately summoning a colossal toad. Orochimaru, in turn, summons the formidable Manda, provoking a taunt. Well, if it isn't the great toad, what brings you out to take a beating today? The toad retorts, oh, it seems the slippery snake has shed its skin. I hardly recognize you anymore. Manda sneers, today, I shall be the one to end you. The toad responds defiantly, you may certainly try. Orochimaru addresses Jiraiya, who stands atop the toad, saying, Jiraiya, you have been my closest friend. Despite the years and my transformations, that bond remains unbroken. However, if I am to be tethered by you, I shall cease to grow stronger. Let us sever our ties once and for all. Jiraiya, with a complex expression, replies, It is indeed time for resolution. Jiraiya, Orochimaru exclaims. Orochimaru, Jiraiya replies. The battle begins. Ascending to the heavens, the two legendary figures of the past, who once trusted each other completely, now stand ready to fight for their own dreams. The wind howls, and the clouds churn ominously. At this moment, all combatants in Konoha, the Sound Ninja, Naruto, and Sasuke cease their conflicts, fixated on the two titans above, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who are poised to conclude their long-standing connection. "Man, rise," Orochimaru commands. And for the first time, Manda obediently obeys. Jiraiya, addressing the toad beneath him, instructs, "Go forth, Fukasaku." The elder toad nods and leaps into action. As the two colossal beasts collide, Jiraiya and Orochimaru spring into motion simultaneously. Jiraiya unleashes his full strength in a blow to Orochimaru's face, who retaliates in kind. Each lands a punch, reddening the other's visage, and thus begins an epic confrontation of unparalleled might. Who shall emerge victorious? Who will claim triumph? Stay tuned for the unfolding of this momentous clash. Orochimaru seized Jiraiya's right hand with a firm grip and remarked, "Jiraiya, throughout our lives, you have never once surpassed me. This time is no exception." Jiraiya, parrying Orochimaru's left-hand kunai attack, responded, "So what? I am no longer the person I once was. I have changed. I have grown stronger." Orochimaru retorted, but the outcome remains unchanged. With a flick of his hair, Jiraiya unleashed the technique, Hair of the Wild Lion. His hair elongated instantly, forming the head of a lion that struck fiercely towards Orochimaru, who promptly leaped away. In the moment of his leap, Orochimaru formed a series of hand seals and unleashed Fire Release, Great Fireball technique. Jiraiya, spotting this through the gaps in his hair, also formed seals and executed Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Just as Jiraiya prepared to catch his breath, he suddenly sensed a chill behind him and turned to see Naruto launching a Rasengan towards him. Jiraiya countered with the technique, Needle of the Earth Deity, enveloping himself with his hair. Just as the hair formed its protective barrier, Naruto's Rasengan crashed down upon it, scorching only a small section, leaving the rest unharmed. Naruto, in disbelief, contemplated the quality of Jiraiya's shampoo. Suddenly sensing danger, he leapt away from Jiraiya, as if in perfect sync with his thoughts. Jiraiya's needle-like hair struck the spot where Naruto had just stood, creating a deep pit. Naruto felt fortunate to have escaped, knowing that had he remained, he would have been rendered combat ineffective. The battle prowess of one of the legendary Sannin was overwhelming, and Naruto realized that his sneak attack had left him unscathed. Clenching his fists, he acknowledged his own inadequacy. Unbeknownst to Naruto, Jiraiya had nearly coughed up blood from the force of the Rasengan, but he restrained himself, aware that such a display would severely demoralize both the Leaf and Sand ninjas. Suddenly, Orochimaru appeared beside Naruto and coldly stated, "Naruto, step aside. This is a matter between Jiraiya and me alone. I must bring this to a conclusion." Naruto nodded, tossing the grass cutter's sword to Orochimaru, saying, "I'll lend you this one last time. After this, it belongs to me. And do remember to change its appearance. It's utterly hideous." He then swiftly departed from the battlefield. Orochimaru, with a resigned smile, turned to Jiraiya and said, "Let us settle our ties." Jiraiya replied, "Indeed. It is time to bring closure to this. After more than a decade," he added, "this time, I shall break every bone in your body and bring you back, so we may share the burden of our mistakes." Orochimaru laughed maniacally. "Jiraiya, do you truly believe the people of Konoha will forgive me? Will the villagers ever absolve me? Will Danzo ever let me go?" Jiraiya fell silent, knowing well that Danzo would not spare him, nor would the villagers of Konoha. With a wry smile, Orochimaru confessed, "You know, I have almost completely severed all my ties with Konoha. Yet, you and Tsunade are the bonds I cannot break. In the past, we reminisced about Naruto and his companions during their graduation. Do you recall our dreams?" Jiraiya reflected nostalgically. At that time, when Hiruzen Sarutobi prompted them to introduce themselves, Jiraiya rose and declared, "I shall undoubtedly become a ninja recognized by all, one day earning their admiration." Tsunade joyfully proclaimed, "I aspire to be the world's foremost medical ninja, capable of healing all ailments and injuries, allowing people to live free from the torment of disease." Meanwhile, Orochimaru stood calmly, asserting, "I intend to become Hokage and bring an end to this chaotic era." Orochimaru remarked, "At that time, both you and Tsunade have achieved your dreams, while I have forsaken mine. Yet, I harbor no regrets, for Konoha is in decay. In this new age, outdated heroes are no longer required. This is an era of rising stars. The old guard has been cast aside. Jiraiya responded earnestly, such a statement is unfair. It is precisely because of the leadership of the older generation that the youth are not lost on the path of life. The older generation provides guidance. Orochimaru suddenly darkened, stating, "Indeed, but those roots that have decayed from within must be eradicated." Jiraiya countered, "Orochimaru, your perspective is overly radical." Orochimaru continued, "Jiraiya, I am not ignorant of the intelligence regarding Konoha. Remember how formidable it once was? The old generation, the battlefield gods, the white fang of Konoha, and the new generation. The 8 colors of Konoha, along with our master, the god of ninjutsu, Hiruzen Sarutobi. What an incredible lineage. And yet what remains? The death of the white fang. The fall of the 8 colors, the departure of the legendary 3, and the withdrawal of the god of ninjutsu. Ultimately, the vast Konoha was entrusted to the young 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, during a time when its strength was at its nadir. Yet, Minato managed to revive Konoha as spirit, only to perish while protecting it. Who remembers Minato besides Kakashi and a few others? How many cared for Naruto? The ignorance of the villagers led them to mistreat the child of their hero. In such despicable times, could you and I endure it, let alone Naruto? Is this the Konoha you envision? Beneath its facade of kindness lies a grotesque reality. Jiraiya, tell me, does such a Konoha merit our protection? Perhaps it is better to let it fade away. Jiraiya remained silent for a moment before responding. Indeed, Konoha is not as benevolent as it appears, nor as beautiful. Yet it is, after all, the place that nurtured me. Orochimaru replied, "You are correct, but it is my homeland. No matter how far I wander, my thoughts invariably return to Konoha. Therefore, who dares to lay a hand upon it? I warn you, regardless of who it is, even if it were you, once a friend, I would not hesitate to strike you down." Orochimaru responded, "Since we have reached this point, if you remain obstinate, let our strength speak for itself." With that, he summoned the Kusanagi sword, infused it with chakra, and charged forward. Jiraiya, too, gathered his chakra and surged ahead. The clash of their immense powers resonated with a thunderous explosion. Naruto resolved to sever his ties, particularly those within Konoha. As Shikamaru, Suigetsu, Haku, and Karen unleashed a myriad of relentless assaults, they found themselves retreating under the pressure. Suddenly, a fireball descended from the heavens, creating a rift between them. Sasuke shouted, "Who goes there?" A familiar voice echoed from within the fiery sphere. "Have you forgotten me, Sasuke?" The group gazed in disbelief at the fireball, catching a glimpse of a hazy figure within. As the flames dissipated, a striking figure emerged, his silver hair flowing gracefully, a visage even more handsome than Sasuke's, and clad in a pristine white coat that danced in the wind. Everything appeared enchanting, save for the singular flaw, a face that bore an expression impervious to the sun's warmth. Sakura, gazing at the handsome figure, exclaimed, "Naruto." To her surprise, it was indeed Naruto. He regarded Sakura with an icy demeanor, stating, "You dare betray me?" Flustered, Sakura hastily shook her head, insisting, No, it's not like that. I did it to save you." Naruto responded coldly, "Huh? Save me? Are you certain you are not merely putting me in peril? You intend to drag me back to that wretched Konoha that I despise." Sakura, overwhelmed by his frigid tone, felt tears welling in her eyes. Shikamaru, unable to bear the tension, stepped forward and said, "Naruto, do not speak like that. We are here to help you." "Enough. In your eyes, helping me equates to harming me. I loathe betrayal, especially from you, Haruno Sakura. You are truly cunning to use our friendship as a guise." Before Shikamaru could continue, Naruto interrupted, his voice devoid of warmth. Kiba, unable to restrain his indignation, declared, "Naruto, we are still here to assist you, whether you believe it or not. If you refuse to heed my words, I will break your limbs and drag you back." Naruto maintained his indifferent expression, retorting, "You lot? Spare me the threat of breaking my limbs. Merely surviving against me would be an accomplishment. To think you could kill me is sheer folly." Kiba, incensed by this taunt, shouted, "Akamaru." Akamaru leaped onto Kiba's back, transforming into a duplicate of him. Together, they executed their signature technique, Fong over Fong, charging toward Naruto. Naruto cast a disdainful glance at their approach. The attack struck him with ferocity. Kiba laughed triumphantly. "Naruto, is that all you can do? Just boast?" Suddenly, Kiba heard Akamaru call out, Kiba, what's happening? Akamaru gazed at the figure they had collided with, a note of despair in his voice. Kiba, stunned, observed Naruto, who remained unfazed by their impact, his form seemingly reconstituted as if by magic. Naruto, with an air of derision, remarked, Kiba, do you understand why I refrained from retaliating just now? It is simply because I deemed such a rudimentary attack beneath my notice. Kiba's expression darkened at this. Naruto waved them over, declaring, this time, I shall sever all ties with Konoha. Come to me. With that, he turned and departed. Sakura followed closely behind, while Shikamaru and the others exchanged glances before trailing after them. Upon their arrival, they found Naruto standing atop the statue of Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End. Addressing the Konoha ninjas across from him, you may leave. I have no desire to confront you just yet. Do not compel me to take lethal action. Sakura wished to voice her thoughts, yet Naruto interrupted her with a fierce kick, exclaiming, Sakura Haruno, you must pay attention. Do you have any idea how much I long to end your life? Tears welled in Sakura's eyes, showcasing her distress. Naruto, with a cold smirk, remarked, do not shed crocodile tears before me. A few drops may earn you my forgiveness. Were it not for our bond as teammates, I would have annihilated you completely. Sakura, incredulous, gazed at Naruto, astonished by his newfound ruthlessness. In a detached tone, Naruto queried, shall you all attack together or engage in a wheel battle? Sasuke, upon hearing this, immediately assumed the stance of Chidori and charged at Naruto. Naruto regarded Sasuke with disdain, anticipating the inevitable outcome. The Chidori pierced through Naruto's form, yet astonishingly, there was not a trace of vulnerability. Moments later, Naruto's shattered body began to mend. With a swift kick directed at Sasuke's midsection, Naruto sent him crashing against the opposite mountain wall. Subsequently, Lee surged forward. Naruto chuckled lightly before boldly asserting, Lee, allow me to demonstrate the essence of light speed. In an instant, he appeared behind Lee, delivering a swift kick to his waist. Without relenting, Naruto executed a sweeping leg strike, toppling Lee. As he prepared to unleash a punch upon Lee's chest, Neji unexpectedly unleashed the 8 trigrams 64 palms, striking Naruto. Shikamaru chuckled, just as I suspected. When you refrain from attacking, no one can harm you. However, once you strike, your form becomes tangible. Naruto applauded, then, with an appreciative glint in his eyes, responded, indeed. Shikamaru, it is not Sasuke who possesses the greatest intellect among us, but rather you. Your intelligence surpasses all. Yet, you have miscalculated. Do you believe I require an offensive? Suddenly, Naruto vanished, reappearing beside Shikamaru, stating, without absolute power, what use is your clever mind? As Shikamaru prepared to evade, Naruto delivered a hand strike, rendering him unconscious. By the time Choji reacted, Naruto had already teleported beside Sakura, dispatching her with a punch to the abdomen. As Naruto readied to teleport again, he discovered himself ensnared. As Shino's insects latched onto his leg, go, Kiba, Shino urged. Kiba declared, tooth for tooth. Naruto appeared unfazed. Shino, observing Naruto intently, sensed something amiss and abruptly exclaimed to Kiba, stop. However, Kiba had already unleashed his ultimate technique. In a moment of realization, Shino understood that Naruto could have remained motionless. Kiba passed through Naruto's form, while the insects clinging to Naruto fell away. Once reconstituted, Naruto executed a swift flash and charged at Shino, sending him hurtling through the air. Shino, a warrior by nature, excelled in ranged combat rather than close quarters, and thus stood no chance against Naruto's prowess, especially with the invincible advantage granted by the flash fruit. Surveying the remaining opponents, Naruto disdainfully declared, your strength is utterly inconsequential in my eyes. Let me expedite your defeat. Witness my true power, great fire release. A colossal fireball materialized in Naruto's hands, swelling in size as he concentrated his energy. The remaining members of Team 7 gazed in awe at Naruto's ultimate technique. Just as he was about to unleash it, he caught sight of a girl, causing him to halt his concentration. In that moment of distraction, the fierce flames within him clashed violently, resulting in a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Nevertheless, Naruto forcefully retracted his technique and addressed his comrades from Konoha, warning them to cease their pursuit, lest he truly resort to lethal measures. With that, he swiftly departed. The Konoha ninjas watched his retreating figure in bewilderment, puzzled by Naruto's sudden decision to spare their lives. Meanwhile, as he ventured deeper into the forest, The toll of his injuries became unbearable. He expelled a mouthful of blood onto the ground, clutching his chest, and let out a bitter laugh, remarking on the unexpected difficulty of withdrawing his technique midway. After a prolonged period of recuperation, he gazed towards the valley of the end, murmuring to himself, "Could I truly bring myself to kill you?" At this juncture, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were nearing the climax of their confrontation. Suddenly, an ANBU member approached Jiraiya, urging him to retreat. As the forces of Konoha and Tsunagakure had been thoroughly defeated, Orochimaru laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Jiraiya, I have told you, the ninja world has changed. Konoha's combat prowess has diminished to the point where even a mere sound ninja like myself can triumph. The decayed roots of Konoha no longer warrant existence in this world, and those who obstruct the tide of change may vanish as well. This era of rising powers has no need for obsolete heroes." At that moment, a new voice emerged. Jiraiya turned to see Naruto, accompanied by Uzumaki Karen and a few others, standing before him. Unfazed, Naruto declared, "This is the era of the youth. It is time for you to retire." Jiraiya felt a mix of joy and sorrow upon witnessing Naruto's remarkable prowess. He was elated for his disciple's son, yet saddened that such talent had aligned against Konoha. Naruto continued, "Jiraiya, it is time for you to withdraw. This battle has been lost." Jiraiya surveyed Naruto and his companions, then glanced at the beleaguered Konoha and Tsunagakure ninjas behind him. Suppressing his tumultuous emotions, he commanded, "Retreat." The Konoha and Tsunagakure forces, already on the brink of collapse, immediately began to withdraw from the battlefield. Jiraiya departed with a heavy heart, while Suigetsu prepared to launch a sneak attack. Naruto shot him a fierce glare, lowering his voice to warn, "If you lay a hand on that man, I will end you." His face was a mask of lethal intent, causing Suigetsu to tremble in fear. Jiraiya, overhearing this exchange, couldn't help but smile, regaining his former composure. Naruto offered to escort him out. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the ninja Jiraiya, addressing the composed Naruto, inquired, "Are you not afraid that I might bind you?" To which Naruto calmly shook his head and replied, "No. For you are Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. You are my father's mentor, hence you would not." Jiraiya erupted into hearty laughter, affirming, "Indeed, I am Jiraiya, and such despicable acts are beneath me." He then cheerfully suggested to Naruto, "Come, let us share a meal and converse." Naruto nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at a quaint establishment, they ordered a few side dishes. Jiraiya turned to Naruto and asked, "Why have you chosen to leave the Hidden Leaf?" "I am curious to know." Naruto gazed at Jiraiya before responding, "Very well, I shall tell you. The village does not regard me as a human. They view me merely as a weapon of war, living a life worse than that of swine or dogs. Have you ever fought with wild dogs for scraps? Have you ever experienced walking into a place where everyone assaulted you, and not a soul intervened? They take pride in bullying, boasting about it to their parents, who commend them. Do you know how I have lived these years? Even your teacher, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, harbored suspicions of me. What could a mere child do? What have I done wrong?" From that moment, I realized that I, Uzumaki Naruto, or rather, the wave of Naruto, have always been alone, from beginning to end. If the gods thwart my ascendance, then I shall become a demon, making all those who have tormented me tremble in regret. They shall all join my parents in the afterlife. As he uttered these words, a fierce expression crossed Naruto's face. Jiraiya, observing Naruto's demeanor, stated, "I do not ask for much. You may spare the villagers of the Hidden Leaf. However, I beseech you, spare the innocents." Naruto regarded Jiraiya and sighed. "I can agree to that." Jiraiya expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." He then probed into Naruto's training. Naruto posed several questions, and as Jiraiya sipped his drink, he elucidated on Naruto's ninjutsu issues. Naruto's sudden bursts of inspiration garnered Jiraiya's admiration. As Naruto observed Jiraiya, who despite his age tirelessly traversed for the sake of the Hidden Leaf, ultimately dedicating his life to the village, his eyes welled with tears. He feigned ignorance and asked, "Why did the Hidden Leaf not bestow upon you any honors or accolades? Why do you sacrifice so much for its sake? Is it truly worth it to offer your life, leaving behind merely a memory for the village?" Jiraiya reflected, "The Hidden Leaf is the place that nurtured me. Regardless of its transformations, I shall fight for it until my last breath. This is not about honor. Even if I die in vain, without any accolades, it matters not." Naruto gazed blankly at Jiraiya, who sat alone, drinking. He comprehended the essence of heroism. This era indeed harbors heroes, though they may conceal their true selves. Naruto finally grasped why Zero exhibited such sorrow upon Jiraiya's demise. Suddenly, Naruto addressed Jiraiya. The Akatsuki seeks to thwart us. And among their ranks are several S-rank rogue ninjas from the Hidden Leaf, including Uchiha Itachi, the rogue from the Land of Water, Kisame Hashigaki, and Kakazu from the era of the first Hokage. With that, he resumed enjoying his meal. Jiraiya gazed at Naruto in astonishment, then grasped his arm and inquired, "What else do you know?" Naruto replied, "They are all clad in black with red clouds, sporting purple nail polish on their fingers. Each likely bears a ring on their fourth finger." Jiraiya took note and asked, "How do you know this? Who is the leader of the Akatsuki?" Naruto answered, "As for the leader, I am still unaware, but their objective is to capture all the tailed beasts." Jiraiya's mouth fell open in surprise. He eagerly pressed, "What more can you tell me, Naruto?" Naruto shook his head, saying, "For now, that is all I know." Jiraiya responded, "I understand. When you acquire more information, do inform me. Here is my summoning scroll, please sign it." Without hesitation, Naruto complied, though he had already signed one previously. He believed he could summon again, a testament to his confidence in his own abilities. Jiraiya led Naruto into a forest, preparing to teach him the hand seals for the summoning technique. Naruto proclaimed, "I already know how." Jiraiya, taken aback, urged, "Oh, do give it a try." Naruto inhaled deeply and began to swiftly weave the seals. Summoning technique. With a resounding thud, a colossal toad appeared, akin to the chief toad, yet its skin was black. Its eyes were filled with ferocity, and as it emerged, dark, malevolent chakra enveloped the entire forest. It bellowed, "At last, I have arrived." Ha! Upon spotting Jiraiya and Naruto, it inquired, "Which of you summoned me?" Naruto boldly declared, "I did." The toad retorted, "Prepare to perish," as it unsheathed a knife and lunged violently at Naruto, causing a tremendous shockwave. The black toad laughed heartily as Jiraiya shouted, "Naruto!" Suddenly, from within a cloud of smoke, a figure soared and delivered a fierce kick to the toad's chin, sending it crashing to the ground. Naruto stood atop a nearby hill, gazing down at the black toad. Taunting, "Is that all you are capable of?" The toad rose, seething with rage as it glared at Naruto. Naruto waved his hand in a clear act of provocation, prompting the toad to charge at him. With a disdainful smile, Naruto vanished into the distance. The black toad leaped after him, only to find that Naruto had disappeared in an instant. The toad missed entirely. Then, witnessing Naruto's incredible speed, it attempted to perform hand signs for a fire technique. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon technique. Naruto, astonished, realized the toad was using fire techniques, unaware that fire was the very element he feared least. The toad, seeing Naruto remain undaunted by its flames, laughed, "You underestimate my fire. It cannot be extinguished." Suddenly, a voice more arrogant than its own chimed in, "Do you not know? Fire is my sustenance. No fire technique can extinguish me." The toad stared in disbelief as Naruto devoured its flames entirely. After witnessing this, it sighed and conceded, "I admit defeat, little one. You are indeed my master." Observing the toad's despondent demeanor, Naruto furrowed his brow and proclaimed arrogantly, while standing atop its head, "Remember my name, Uzumaki Naruto, destined to rise above all in the ninja world, standing tall among the heavens." The black toad paused momentarily upon hearing this, then arrogantly declared, "Listen well, young one. I am Toad Wenjan, your summoning beast, destined to become the mightiest of them all, without exception. Remember this." Naruto, standing atop Wenjan, chuckled heartily. "Ah, now this is more like it. This is my summoning beast, unyielding, brimming with audacity and the ambition to conquer the world. Ha ha ha, that's the spirit, Wenjan." Wenjan responded with a booming laugh. Jiraiya, observing the audacious Naruto and Wenjan from the side, reminisced about his own youthful bravado, pondering when he had begun to harbor fears. Perhaps he truly was growing old. The world now belonged to the youth. A day later, Naruto bid farewell to Jiraiya. Reflecting on his own inadequacies, he resolved to visit one of the Sound Ninja's strongholds and instructed a member to convey to Orochimaru his desire for exploration, assuring that he would return when the time was right. He also urged Orochimaru to train Kimimaro and the others diligently. With that, he set off alone, his first destination being the Land of Iron. He had given his Kusanagi sword to Orochimaru and found himself weaponless. Thus, he sought a suitable blade in the Land of Iron, known for its exceptional craftsmanship. Additionally, He hoped to challenge skilled swordsmen there. As Naruto entered the territory of iron, he encountered numerous samurai traversing the streets. While perusing the area for a worthy sword, he was drawn to a commotion nearby. Upon investigation, he witnessed a shopkeeper berating two children. "You little brats, how dare you steal from me? You'll pay for this." He lunged forward to kick them. Naruto was taken aback, for the children bore an uncanny resemblance to characters from an anime titled Akame ga Kill, one with crimson eyes and long black hair, the other with dark eyes and short black hair. Stunned, Naruto contemplated the implications of this anomaly, realizing that he had acquired powers reminiscent of pirates. The presence of the god-slaying eye and the deadly magic eye here, along with the Sharingan appearing in the world of Naruto, suggested a reality that deviated from his own. Moreover, the world of Naruto had never known entities like the Four Princesses or Ashura. Something was amiss, yet he felt too weak to unravel these mysteries. He vowed to seek clarity once he had gained sufficient strength. Just as he began to dismiss these thoughts, the appearance of the red-eyed and black-eyed children disrupted his contemplation. As the shopkeeper prepared to strike the children again, Naruto intervened, seizing the shopkeeper's foot and coldly stating, "Enough." The shopkeeper, noticing Naruto's youth, arrogantly retorted, "Kid, I advise you to let go, or I'll kill you." To this, Naruto erupted in laughter, coldly replying, "Very well, you are the first to threaten my life. Let us see who truly meets their end." Extending his hand, he grasped the shopkeeper's neck and lifted him off the ground, the shopkeeper flailing helplessly in the air. Naruto smirked mischievously before forcefully slamming the head of the tavern attendant onto the ground, instantly shattering it. Blood gushed forth, pooling around him. After a brief glance, Naruto took two handkerchiefs to wipe the dirt from Chitong and Heidong's faces, then discreetly retrieved a stack of money from his ninja pouch, placing it gently in Chitong's hand. He understood that if he were to hand it directly to her, the onlookers would surely demand the money from Chitong upon his departure. Thus, he quietly bestowed the gift and turned to leave. He had never contemplated the idea of taking Chitong with him, for he recognized that she and her companions had their own paths to tread, and he felt it inappropriate to interfere with their destinies. However, unbeknownst to him, as he turned to depart, Chitong fixed her gaze upon his retreating figure, lost in contemplation. Arriving at an inn, Naruto ordered a few small dishes and a pot of wine, indulging himself. Gazing out at the pristine white clouds, he reflected on his current circumstances, once a pawn of an organization that governed his every move. Now he found himself under the watchful eye of the hidden fire village in this new realm. These formidable entities loomed over him like insurmountable mountains. In the past, his timidity had allowed the chance to escape the organization to slip through his fingers, relegating him to a mere piece on their chessboard. Yet now, he seized fate and embraced opportunity, liberating himself from the weight of those oppressive mountains, transforming into a bird of freedom. He chuckled heartily, perhaps emboldened by the wine, and began to recite passionately, with a roar towards the heavens, "I shall swallow the rivers whole. I yearn to draw my sword and pierce the clouds, cleaving the moon. Let the winds howl, for the waters of the river are chilling. A valiant man departs and never returns. My life is mine to command, not to be dictated by heaven." The inn was filled with ninjas and warriors, all regarding Naruto with a mix of admiration, astonishment, and disdain. Some revered his audacity. Others were taken aback by his fervor, while a few regarded him as a fool, looking down upon him with scorn. Yet Naruto paid no heed to their gazes. Leaving his money on the table as he walked away with a pot of wine, he scorned the notion that none dared to echo his sentiments. Those who lacked the courage to challenge the heavens could hardly aspire to stand tall in the firmament, let alone command respect within the ninja world. Venturing into a small grove, Naruto halted and called out, "Come forth, friend. I know you have been following me for quite some time. Do show yourself before my patience wanes." Casting a glance around, he noticed no one had emerged, and a frown creased his brow as a chilling aura emanated from him. Coldly, he inquired, "Must I invite you to reveal yourself?" Suddenly, from the nearby bushes, two children emerged. Naruto paused, momentarily taken aback, before asking, "What are you two doing here?" It turned out that Chitong and Heidong had been following Naruto after he had saved them, wishing to express their gratitude. But not knowing how to do so, they simply trailed behind him in silence, under the illusion of remaining concealed. They were blissfully unaware that Naruto had known from the very beginning, yet chose to remain silent. Akito was the first to voice her desire. "May we accompany you, benefactor?" Just as Naruto was about to decline, he caught sight of Akito and Kaido's pitiful expressions. With a resigned sigh, he replied, "You must understand. This path of mine is fraught with peril. It could very well lead to death." Naruto hoped to deter them with his words, yet he underestimated their resolve, as they both nodded without a hint of hesitation. Consequently, he had no choice but to take them along. Naruto guided the two to a nearby town, first leading them to a bathhouse while he ventured off to explore the market. As he strolled through the streets, an ominous aura suddenly enveloped him. Following the source of this malevolent energy, he arrived at a blacksmith shop, where an elderly smith was laboriously hammering iron, oblivious to Naruto's presence. Choosing not to disturb him, Naruto's gaze was drawn to a sword displayed on the wall. This weapon, adorned with a black sheath and a hilt entwined with white silk, resembled a katana of the Japanese samurai, evoking the visage of an Eastern divine dragon. Despite its aesthetic allure, Naruto felt an undeniable, chilling energy emanating from the blade, which sent a shiver down his spine. As if possessed by an uncontrollable urge, Naruto found his hand reaching out for the sword. Suddenly, the old blacksmith's voice broke through the silence. "If you wish to live, do not touch that sword. It is a cursed blade." He resumed his work, seemingly indifferent. Naruto, entranced, inquired, "What manner of sword is this? It feels as though it is calling to me." The smith paused, his expression shifting to one of urgency as he exclaimed, "You say it beckons you?" Naruto nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, though faintly, it is unmistakably summoning me." The blacksmith motioned for Naruto to approach, closing the door behind him. With a grave demeanor, he urged, "Go on, give it a try." As Naruto grasped the hilt, a sudden surge of bloodlust coursed through him. With eyes closed, he found himself transported to a battlefield, standing amidst a sea of corpses, the sword in hand. Surveying his surroundings, he felt an unsettling familiarity as a battalion of soldiers charged towards him. Dismissing them with disdain, he prepared to unleash a fiery punch to obliterate them, only to discover that his fire abilities had inexplicably vanished. Stunned, Naruto barely reacted as a soldier swung his sword at him. Lowering his head, he deftly severed the soldier's horse's leg, causing the man to tumble. Just as he readied to deliver a finishing blow, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Another adversary had approached undetected. Swiftly, he executed a spinning slash, cleaving his assailant in two. The sword in his grasp seemed to revel in the carnage. With reckless abandon, Naruto shouted, "Come, let us engage in a glorious battle." He charged into the fray, undeterred by the absence of ninjutsu or illusions, wielding the sword with deadly precision. Each swing resulted in the demise of a foe, and astonishingly, Naruto single-handedly vanquished the entire battalion, despite his body being marred with wounds. He collapsed upon the heap of fallen soldiers, panting heavily. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of hooves echoed as Naruto, in a daze, beheld a vast army approaching. He could not help but drop his blade, muttering in disbelief, "Impossible. How can I fight without ninjutsu or jinjutsu? Am I, Naruto Uzumaki, destined to perish here?" Just as despair began to consume him, the sword in his grasp flickered as if chastising him for his surrender. In an unexpected surge of madness, Naruto seized the weapon and declared, "Come forth, you wretches. Prepare to accompany me in death." He braced himself for the oncoming forces. However, this time, he could not withstand their assault. Over 20 spears pierced his body, and countless wounds marred his form. Leaning on his sword, he fought to remain upright as the warriors approached, poised to deliver the final blow. With disheveled hair, Naruto reflected upon his life, his journey from Konoha, battling against various foes, severing ties, mourning for his friends, rescuing the Sound Village, and wielding this cursed blade. He had known tears, pain, joy, fervor, and folly. Perhaps he could consider himself unregretful. The warriors thrust their spears mercilessly into him. Bowing his head, after a prolonged silence, Naruto raised it again to the heavens and cried, "I do not wish to die yet." Abruptly, Naruto awoke to find himself lying on a bed. As he sat up and touched his body, he discovered not a single scar remained. His hand tightly gripped the cursed blade, which he slowly withdrew from its sheath. The purple blade shimmered under the sunlight, exuding an enchanting allure that was impossible to resist. Just as he gazed at the sword, an individual entered the room. Naruto looked up to see the old blacksmith standing there, his eyes filled with satisfaction. "I never expected you to tame that sword. It is fate," he remarked. Naruto replied, "Thank you, but what is this blade?" Why does it emanate such a heavy aura of malice? Could it be the cursed blade Muramasa? The blacksmith shook his head and said, "This is not Muramasa, nor is it a renowned sword." With curiosity, Naruto inquired, "What then is it? And how did it come to be?" The blacksmith reminisced, "This is the cursed blade Zixi," and the story unfolds as follows. The blacksmith, known as Sato Yuman, a name of my own invention, please refrain from criticism, was an exceptionally skilled swordsman, having vanquished countless foes. No matter if they were ninjas or samurai, none could hinder his ascent to power. Numerous elite ninjas, figures of great renown, and famous wandering swordsmen fell before his blade. He took great pride in his prowess, yet his undefeated legend was shattered by a warrior named Sambian. In his quest to understand the reason for his defeat, Yuman realized that despite his immense strength, he lacked a blade worthy of his skill. Thus, he embarked on a journey to seek a legendary sword. Along the way, he encountered many famed blades, yet none captured his admiration. One day, as Yuman passed a mass grave, an overwhelming aura of malice surged forth from it. Believing a master swordsman awaited him, he ascended the hill, only to find not a formidable opponent, but rather an uncanny sword. Captivated by its allure, Yuman reached out to grasp the blade, only to discover that his spirit had succumbed to its control, igniting within him an insatiable thirst for bloodshed. He rushed into a village, mercilessly slaying all its inhabitants. Subsequently, he continued his rampage in other places, ultimately becoming a notorious killer within the ninja world. He instilled fear across the realm of ninjas, prompting the 5 great nations to dispatch numerous covert operatives. However, for the likes of ordinary Chunin and Jonin, he regarded them merely as fodder. His fate altered when he encountered a man known as Konoha's White Fang. In their confrontation, Right Guard was bested by Konoha's White Fang, who thrust his blade into Right Guard's heart, believing him to be dead and departing. Unbeknownst to White Fang, Right Guard's heart resided on the left side, and thus he miraculously survived, albeit with significantly diminished strength, never to reclaim his former prowess. Accepting his fate, Right Guard retreated into seclusion, embracing the life of a blacksmith. The ninja world lost a formidable warrior. After sharing his tale, Right Guard turned to Naruto and said, "Allow me to teach you the art of the sword. Your potential is remarkable." Naruto pondered for a moment before coldly replying, "No, I refuse to tread the path of those who came before me. The universe itself is my master." Right Guard murmured in response, "Indeed, the universe is your teacher. You possess great insight, unlike me, who was overly consumed by the pursuit of power. What a pity for my Gale Blade technique." Suddenly, Naruto had a thought and said to Right Guard, "Wait here." He then sprinted away. After a considerable time, Naruto returned, cradling 2 young girls in his arms. Approaching Right Guard, he asked, "What do you think of these children's potential?" Initially indifferent, Right Guard cast a cursory glance that soon turned into a keen interest. He extended his calloused hand, ready to assess their aptitude. However, Chihong and Kurohitami, frightened, hid behind Naruto. Kneeling down, Naruto reassured them. "Chihong, Kurohitami, trust me, okay?" The 2 girls exchanged glances before, with a nod of compliance. They summoned their courage to step forward. As Right Guard examined their innate talent, he solemnly remarked to Naruto, "These 2 girls are destined to embody my swordsmanship." Naruto coldly asserted, "Then these girls shall remain to inherit your Gale Blade technique." Right Guard, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is that true?" Naruto replied, "I never speak falsehoods." At that moment, Kurohitami cried, No, I don't want to leave, big brother. Please don't abandon us." Lowering his gaze, Naruto noticed Chihong looking at him with hopeful eyes. He knelt and gently stroked Kurohitami's hair, saying for the first time, "Kurohitami, rest assured. I will definitely come back for you. But not now. I am still too weak to protect you." Kurohitami protested, but Chihong interrupted, "Kurohitami, it's all right. Following Big Brother now would only bring him trouble. Will you truly come back for us?" Naruto nodded seriously, declaring, "I swear by my name, Naruto Uzumaki, that I will return for you." Chihong gazed deeply at Naruto, as if to engrave his image in her memory. Suddenly, Naruto remembered something and reached into his pocket. Retrieving a small orb, he threaded a string through it and presented it to Chihong and Kurohitami, saying, "This is a bead made from the essence of flames, immune to all fire damage, and it can maintain your body temperature in extreme cold. Let this serve as a token of our future reunion." Chihong and Kurohitami looked at the bead around their necks and nodded joyfully in agreement. Naruto gently caressed their heads, then turned to Uemon and declared, I entrust them to you. Should they suffer even a scratch, I will not hesitate to end you. His voice was laced with a palpable aura of menace. Uemon nodded, assuring him, you need not worry. Even if I were to perish, they shall remain unharmed. Naruto acknowledged this with a nod and patted Uemon's shoulder. Uemon then handed Naruto a notebook, saying, this contains my wind blade techniques and experiences from my travels across various nations. I hope it proves beneficial to you. Naruto nodded appreciatively and cast a deep glance at Aikido and Kaido before donning his cloak and the cursed blade, Zixi, and resolutely stepped outside. As Aikido and Kaido reached the doorway, they called out to Naruto's departing figure, Naruto and I, we vow that when you next see us, we shall have grown immensely powerful and capable of aiding you. Naruto paused briefly, waved his hand, and proclaimed loudly, very well, I shall await that day. The cold winds howled, as if bearing witness to the determination of the two young women, a solemn oath in the small valley between two future warriors. Beneath the cascading waterfall, a solitary figure stood, seemingly defying the force of the rushing water. The figure appeared lifeless, remaining motionless as the torrents poured relentlessly over them. Time passed, and the sun began to set, yet the figure remained unyielding, unfazed by the encroaching darkness. The following morning, just as the sun began to rise, the figure suddenly grasped a sword, slicing upward at the waterfall. A blade of violet-black energy cleaved through the water, prompting the figure to erupt into laughter that echoed throughout the forest. Emerging from beneath the waterfall, the figure stood on the bank, revealing long, silvery hair billowing in the wind, a striking visage, and a lean physique adorned with 12 well-defined abdominal muscles, an embodiment of strength. Indeed, it was Naruto. Standing bare on the shore, he gazed up at the cascading waters. Suddenly, a cloak draped over his shoulders, as an elderly man appeared silently behind him, placing the garment upon him. Flanking the elder were two young men, whose eyes reflected admiration for Naruto and respect for the elder. Naruto addressed the Wolf King coldly. What news from the village of Sound? The Wolf King, with utmost respect, replied, young Master Naruto, all is well in the Sound Ninja village, rest assured. Naruto nodded and inquired further, and what of Kyuka and the others? The Wolf King continued, young master, Miss Kyuka and her companions have begun their training under Lord Orochimaru, and their strength is rapidly ascending. Satisfied, Naruto nodded again, and with his hands clasped behind him, asked, what of the matters I tasked you with? The Wolf King bowed, stating, the whereabouts of the Six Tails remain unknown, but I have located the Eight-Cloud Saddle. Naruto responded coldly, find the location of the Six Tails, Yutaka, as swiftly as possible. The Wolf King replied respectfully, yes. With his orders given, Naruto turned and departed without a backward glance, the Wolf King closely trailing him. Once properly attired, Naruto addressed the Wolf King and his companions. Let us proceed to Konohagakure, our target. On my Yagumo. The Wolf King nodded and said hi. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Akira Yamato, who was engrossed in painting, suddenly dropped his brush. He paused momentarily before picking it up and resuming his work. After 3 days of arduous travel, on the evening of the third day, Naruto and his companions finally arrived at Konoha. Just as Izumi and Zidai were about to close the gate, they noticed a group of 4 approaching. Izumi shouted, who are you? Naruto waved his hand, and in an instant, the Blue Wolf and Ice Wolf dashed forward. Izumi and Zidai brandished their kunai and launched them. The Blue Wolf smirked disdainfully, effortlessly deflecting the kunai with a flick of his hand. Suddenly, the Ice Wolf appeared between them, seizing both of their bodies and declaring, Icebind. Instantly, both Umbu were encased in ice. Naruto nodded and remarked, I didn't expect you to adapt to this bloodline so swiftly, quite impressive. The Ice Wolf and Blue Wolf immediately knelt, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaiming, all of this is thanks to Master Naruto. Naruto acknowledged them with a nod. Naruto pondered the origins of their formidable power and wondered how the Ice Wolf could wield an ice shield. He recalled his thoughts on enhancing their strength and questioned whether it was possible to transplant Mizuki's bloodline to others. Orochimaru had been researching this for a long time, but had never succeeded, as he struggled to comprehend many aspects. However, with Naruto's Sharingan dissecting the bloodline, they had finally managed to clone both the Mizuki and Aoyama bloodlines after countless failures, thanks to Orochimaru's collaboration. Though their powers were not as great as the originals, they were certainly not to be underestimated. When the Ice Wolf and Blue Wolf realized they had acquired the Mizuki and Aoyama bloodlines, they were ecstatic and vowed to fight for Naruto until the end. The Wolf King observed this and nodded in satisfaction, with a cloak obscuring his face. Naruto wandered through the streets of Konoha, taking in his surroundings. He inhaled deeply, contemplating the reasons behind his reluctance to part ways. Why did he feel such nostalgia? Such an urge to weep? Had he truly not severed these bonds? It was no wonder, as this was the land that had birthed and nurtured him. Regardless of how resolute Naruto tried to be, he could not simply sever ties at will. The Wolf King stood quietly beside Naruto on the street. After a long while, Naruto opened his eyes, meeting the cold gazes of the Wolf King and his companions. With an icy demeanor, he stated, "Let us go." The Wolf King and the others replied, "Hi." Akira Yamato was perplexed by her inability to concentrate on her painting that day. She gazed up at the sky, lost in thought. Suddenly, she felt a cloak draped over her shoulders. Startled, she turned to see a handsome young man with silver hair standing behind her. Warily, she distanced herself from Naruto and asked, "Who are you?" Naruto replied, "I am a rogue ninja from Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki." Akira inquired, "What do you want with me?" Naruto responded, "I invite you to join the Sound Village." Akira scoffed, "Why would I abandon Konoha, the greatest ninja village, to join a lesser one?" Naruto coldly replied, "Because here you will have freedom. In the Sound Village, no one will monitor you, and with the strength to protect yourself, you can go wherever you wish. Most importantly, do you not wish to know how your parents died?" If the first condition allowed Ayumi Kurama to endure, the second condition prompted her to urgently ask, "How did my parents die?" Naruto responded with a cold smirk, "Are you sure you wish to know?" Ayumi hastily grasped his collar, insisting, "Please, tell me." Naruto replied, "It was you." Ayumi was left in shock, sitting on the ground in disbelief, murmuring, "Impossible, impossible." Suddenly, Ayumi screamed, "Ah!" as the Wolf King noticed the surrounding environment beginning to shift. Just as he was about to kill Ayumi, Naruto intervened, stating indifferently, "Wait, I am merely awaiting him." Out of nowhere, a figure identical to Ayumi appeared. Ayumi sat there, transfixed, gazing at her. The other Ayumi glared at Naruto, seething, "Who are you?" Naruto retorted, "Why not reveal your true nature, you wretch?" Ayumi observed as the other her transformed, morphing into a ghastly visage with elongated ears, malevolent eyes, and sharp teeth. Ayumi screamed, "Who are you?" The creature grinned eerily and replied, "Am I not simply you?" Ito interjected, "Ayumi, I am you, and you are me. We are inherently one, indistinguishable from each other. Rather than saying I killed your parents, it is more accurate to say you did. Come, let us merge into one. You will obtain the most formidable power in the world. You shall rise above all other ninjas. What do you say? Are you tempted?" The final words resonated with a haunting intensity. However, Ayumi did not absorb any of this. All she could comprehend was the realization that she had killed her own parents, her own hands bringing about their demise. Memories flooded her mind of the moment she lost control and murdered her family, the Kurama clan. She pondered why Teacher Hong always bore a hesitant expression. The truth dawned on her. It was herself, and she had foolishly believed that the third Hokage was responsible. If the third Hokage had indeed slain them, why had he allowed her to live? This burden? Wasn't that akin to adding unnecessary complications? As these thoughts spiraled, a chill enveloped her. She retrieved her artistic blade from the ground, aiming to cut her own wrist. Ito, witnessing this, exclaimed in horror, "What are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Ayumi gazed at Ito with a chilling calmness, then coldly declared, "I am not mad. I am the one who killed my parents. I am the cause of my family's ruin. It is all my fault. Now, I must confront this grudge." With that, she closed her eyes and forcefully brought the blade to her wrist. Why? Why did she not feel pain? This was Ayumi's sensation. Suddenly, she felt a warm liquid trickling down her skin. She opened her eyes to find Naruto grasping her artistic blade, disregarding the blood flowing from his own hand. He quietly looked at her and said, "I understand. I know this feeling, watching other children indulge in affection from their parents while I stood alone, enviously observing. I know the anguish of a child being bullied, while other parents rushed to comfort their children, whereas I had to dry my tears alone, masked by indifference and forced smiles. I understand, I know. I have endured, perhaps even more than any of you. Because you cherish your teacher, I find myself alone." Reflecting on the past, Naruto's indifferent eyes unexpectedly shed tears. He has endured more suffering than anyone else. Yet he has never comprehended the essence of family or known the identities of his parents throughout his 2 lifetimes. Yukimura gazes at this seemingly cold Naruto. Unaware of the immense hardships he has endured, in comparison, she feels insignificant. In a surprising gesture, Yukimura steps forward and gently embraces Naruto, feeling the warmth of his heartbeat and the weight of his suffering. With a choked voice, she says, "I understand, I truly do." Naruto trembles slightly, but does not resist her embrace. However, this moment of tenderness is abruptly interrupted. From behind Naruto, Ito's repugnant voice sneers, "Go to hell." Ito, brandishing a hidden kunai, thrusts it violently into Naruto's abdomen. Naruto's immediate instinct is to disperse into his elemental form, but he suddenly realizes that by doing so, Yukimura will surely be harmed. Silently enduring the blow, Yukimura watches in shock as Naruto is pierced by Ito. She cries out, "Don't, Naruto!" The Wolf King and his companions, their eyes brimming with fury, prepare to charge at Ito, only to find themselves immobilized. Ito turns to the Wolf King and his allies, saying, "Do not waste your strength. Everything here is under my control. Surrender." He then addresses the fallen Naruto, saying, "From our conversation, I see you are a person with a cold exterior yet a passionate heart. No matter how you may change, your fiery spirit remains unaltered. Come, Yukimura, merge with me, and you shall possess my power." Yukimura, her head bowed, slowly approaches Ito. He looks at her with a mocking grin, declaring, "Yukimura, you will not regret your decision. You shall be grateful for it. You will become." But before he can finish, Ito stares in disbelief as Yukimura plunges her handcrafted knife into his heart. With a cold gaze, Yukimura states, "You took my parents' lives, and now you seek to claim Naruto's. I lacked the strength to protect my parents then. Now, I must protect Naruto. No one shall harm him." Ito, clutching his chest in despair, exclaims, Why has Arima Yukimura turned against me? I did this for you." Yukimura, filled with rage, retorts, "For me? For me? What do you truly know? Do you understand what I need? You do not. You always consider us with your monstrous perspective, never realizing what we, as humans, truly require. We do not all crave immense power. All we desire is family. To gather together for joyful meals after a long day. Nothing more. We have never needed anything else. Do not impose your monstrous ideologies upon us. We are human, not beasts. Do you understand warmth? Do you comprehend friendship? You remain oblivious, perpetually unaware that, in your eyes, power is the sole essence, from beginning to end. If possessing strength means losing my family, I would prefer to be an ordinary individual devoid of such power. Do you comprehend this, you monster?" Ito gazed blankly at the erupting Yakumo, then muttered in a daze, "Warmth, happiness, I have never known." Yakumo coldly replied, "Thus, you remain ignorant of joy and suffering. You are destined to be merely a monster." Coughing softly, Naruto awakened at some unknown moment, slowly propping himself against his sword to stand. Upon noticing this, Yakumo rushed over to support him, complaining, "You're still injured. Do not move recklessly." Naruto shook his head, asserting, "This injury is trivial." In reality, the Nine Tails would have healed it instantly. However, here, Ito's power interferes with my communication with the Nine Tails. Unbeknownst to Yakumo, who voiced her concern, "You claim you're fine, yet you can hardly speak clearly." Suddenly, Naruto grasped Yakumo's hand and declared, "Yakumo, I need your assistance to slay this monster." Yakumo inquired, "How can I assist you?" In a surprising maneuver, Naruto circled behind Yakumo, emerging from under her arm, resting his cheek on her shoulder. Flushing, Yakumo stammered, Naruto, isn't this a bit too hasty?" Naruto replied, "Yakumo, listen closely, my stamina permits only one attempt. Whether we can vanquish Ito depends on you. Ito is born from your heart. The essence of magic arises from within. You must harbor the intent to kill it." Yakumo nodded in understanding. Ito, in a state of terror, pleaded, "Yakumo, no? We are one." Yakumo retorted with disdain, "Who would be one with you, you monster? Perish, Ito." Naruto closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them with a cold resolve, declaring, "Godslayer's right, divine slash." With a swift strike, his hand cut through Ito, cleaving its form in two. As Ito fell, its eyes betrayed a mix of resentment, fury, and confusion. Exhausted from the confrontation, Naruto collapsed to the ground. Yakumo hurriedly embraced him, preventing his body from hitting the earth. The Wolf King, witnessing this, promptly prepared healing ointments for Naruto. Just as the Wolf King was about to apply the bandages, Yakumo intervened, stopping him. The Wolf King looked at her quizzically, and Yakumo asserted, I will handle this. After a moment's hesitation, the Wolf King silently handed the bandages to her. As Yakumo unfastened Naruto's clothing, she discovered a creature with the face of a horse, the body of a snake, antlers of a deer, claws of an eagle, and scales of a fish upon his chest. After a fleeting glance, she focused on treating Naruto's wounds. After a considerable time, Naruto awakened, finding his head resting on Yakumo's lap, while she leaned against the wall, asleep. A smile graced his lips as he gently extracted himself from her embrace, draping his coat over her before stepping outside for a breath of fresh air. He noticed the Wolf King and others vigilantly stationed on the rooftop. Calling out, Naruto beckoned, Wolf King, come down for a moment. The Wolf King leaped down, and Naruto inquired, how long have I been asleep? The Wolf King responded, approximately 4 hours. My lord, I must remind you, we need to depart in 5 hours. Konoha will send a replacement team. If they discover those who have fainted, Konoha will be on high alert, making our escape difficult. Naruto nodded and said, all right, let's go. I will ask Yakumo. He approached the sleeping Yakumo and gently shook her shoulder. As she groggily opened her eyes and recognized Naruto, she instantly perked up and exclaimed, Naruto-kun, you're here. After a brief moment of contemplation, Naruto replied, Yakumo, I am a rogue ninja from Konoha. I have come to invite you to join the Sound Ninja. Although it may not be large and the number of people is limited, I assure you that it offers a great deal of freedom. After pondering for a moment, Yakumo asked, are you also in the Sound Ninja? Naruto hesitated but nodded, prompting Yakumo to respond eagerly. All right, let's go. Naruto was taken aback. He had prepared a multitude of arguments to persuade her, yet she had agreed so readily. Yakumo, observing Naruto's dazed expression, urged, aren't we leaving soon? Naruto inquired, aren't you bringing anything? Yakumo replied, I only have my drawing board and brushes. I can buy clothes later. What else should I take? Naruto shook his head and said, then let us be on our way. Yakumo nodded in agreement. As they traveled, it wasn't long before Yakumo began to breathe heavily. Concerned, Naruto asked, are you all right? Yakumo nodded, but Naruto, seeing her struggle, decided to scoop her up into a princess carry. He turned to the Wolf King and commanded, take the drawing board and move swiftly. We cannot afford to lose time. With that, he dashed forward, with the Wolf King and the others following closely behind. Yakumo clung to Naruto's neck, savoring the rush of wind around them and admiring his stern yet handsome visage. Everything felt blissful, and as she contemplated this, her cheeks flushed with warmth, appearing adorably shy. However, Naruto was too focused on their journey to notice her bashfulness. Suddenly, they encountered a figure, Yakumo's teacher, Hong. Unable to sleep that night, she had decided to check on Yakumo and fortuitously crossed paths with them in her haste. Initially, she paid them little mind, but upon recognizing Yakumo, she could not remain calm. Without hesitation, she unleashed a fire release, great fireball technique. While Hong was a Jinjutsu prodigy, she was not without proficiency in ninjutsu, possessing knowledge of several fundamental techniques. Naruto performed a graceful backflip to evade the fiery projectile, although he was unafraid of flames. Yakumo was not so fortunate. Frowning, Naruto addressed Hong, saying, step aside. Now realizing it was Naruto, Hong brandished a kunai and confronted him. What brings the notorious rogue ninja, Uzumaki Naruto, back to Konoha? Naruto retorted, woman, move aside. Hong firmly declared, I will not let a villain like you escape. Release Yakumo. Naruto scoffed, a villain you say? Do you know how I have lived these past years? Are your eyes so blind? You label me a villain while your precious Konoha is filled with so-called heroes? And Yakumo is willingly coming with me. Remember this. I am Namake's Naruto, not Uzumaki Naruto, he added. Hong shot back, silence. You have no right to use the Namake's name. How could Yakumo possibly choose to go with you, right Yakumo? She turned to Yakumo, who shook her head and said, I'm sorry, Teacher Hong, but I am willingly going with Naruto. And please, stop berating him. Han, filled with rage, exclaimed, how could you choose to follow this traitorous ninja? You willingly accompany a worthless orphan, devoid of parents. Do you not regret your decision, Yakumo? Upon hearing Han's disparagement of Naruto, Yakumo frowned and replied, please refrain from insulting Naruto, Ms. Han. By the end of her statement, Yakumo's voice had taken on a tone of indignation. Han, however, paid her no heed and retorted, have I spoken falsely? This demon fox has, since its birth, taken the lives of our esteemed fourth Hokage and his wife, bringing calamity upon our village. Recently, his accomplices snatched Asuma's life as well. What else can he be but a harbinger of misfortune? No child is born without parents unless they are shunned by them. I cannot fathom why the third Hokage chooses to care for him, providing sustenance, only for this ungrateful wretch to conspire with the traitorous Orochimaru to divide Konoha. What virtue does such a person possess? He is akin to an insatiable wolf. Vortex Naruto, what right do you have to exist in this world? If it were me, I would have long since sought a way to end my own life. Yet you dare to claim the surname of the fourth Hokage? What makes you worthy? As Naruto listened, his fists clenched tightly, and he placed a hand on the hilt of his blade. Slowly, he drew out the purple blade and declared, "You may insult me without consequence, but you have crossed a line by disparaging my parents and friends. I will not hesitate to end your life. Speak your final words." Han scoffed. "You, a perennial underachiever, believe you can defeat me? Allow me to illustrate the difference between a Jonin and a mere Genin." In an instant, Naruto surged forward with astounding speed, while Han barely managed to react. With a cold smile, Naruto suddenly severed Han's right arm. He flicked the blood from his blade and taunted, "How does it feel, my dear Jonin? Satisfying, is it not?" Han stared in shock at her bleeding arm, while Naruto coldly stated, "Today, I shall spare your life, but remember this, it is merely a token of interest for my revenge against Konoha. You, Han, must remember that when we meet again, I shall claim your life." Han glared at Naruto through gritted teeth, clearly marking him in her memory. Ignoring her, Naruto continued to carry Yakumo away. Just as Han prepared to call out to the surroundings, the Wolf King struck her down with a swift blow, rendering her unconscious. Naruto cast a disdainful glance back before resolutely walking away. While others might have felt pity for a beautiful woman in distress, such sentiments were foreign to Naruto. For when Little Snow perished, so too did his hatred for Konoha reach its zenith. He spared Jiraiya, recognizing him as his father's teacher and a kind figure in the original narrative, and due to Jiraiya not being a Konoha ninja, Naruto refrained from killing him. However, with Han, Naruto felt no such reservations. She was an enemy and a Konoha ninja, thus he could execute her without remorse. Yet, he deemed that merely killing her would not suffice, so he had removed one of her arms, ensuring that unless she mastered one-handed seals, her life as a ninja would be irrevocably altered. As he walked, he glanced back at Yakumo, who was on his back, and inquired, "Do you believe I was too harsh on your teacher?" Yakumo shook her head, yet her gaze betrayed a hint of reluctance. Naruto, noticing this, remarked as he walked, "Do not fault me, for if I do not act decisively, the formidable inhabitants of Konoha will awaken and ensnare me, rendering our escape impossible. Moreover, having shared the deeds of Konoha with you, it becomes evident why I must be so resolute." As he recounted the events in the Land of Snow, Yakumo tightened her grip on Naruto's arm resting upon his shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Naruto, I shall certainly assist you." For the first time, a smile graced Naruto's face in Yakumo's presence as he gently replied, "Thank you, Yakumo." Blushing, she responded, "It's nothing, really." In her heart, she thought how warm it felt to see Naruto smile. "Yakumo, you should rest for a while. I will call you when we arrive," Naruto suggested. She nodded, feeling fatigued, and leaned against his back, drifting into a peaceful slumber, basking in the warmth of his presence, feeling blissfully content. Observing Yakumo asleep, Naruto quickened his pace, ensuring stability so as not to disturb her. The Wolf King closely followed him. Upon awakening, Yakumo found herself in a bed. Turning her head, she spotted Naruto asleep against the wall. She sat up and quietly approached him, gazing at his handsome face. Noting the furrow in his brow as if he were having a nightmare, she extended her delicate hand to smooth the creases of his forehead. Suddenly, Naruto opened his eyes, staring intently at Yakumo, who gazed back at him, momentarily entranced. Just then, the door swung open, and the food delivery man, the Blue Wolf, witnessed this scene. Silently placing the food down before discreetly retreating, casting a knowing glance at Naruto. Naruto refrained from offering explanations, aware that the Blue Wolf would not believe him regardless. Meanwhile, Yakumo, feeling shy, lowered her head, wishing to find a crevice to hide within. Naruto broke the silence, suggesting, "Let us commence our meal." Yakumo obediently nodded, and they quietly finished their food. The Blue Wolf scurried to the Wolf King to gossip about Naruto and Yakumo, embellishing the tale with a few fabricated details. As Naruto and Yakumo emerged, the Ice Wolf and Blue Wolf exchanged knowing glances. Even the Wolf King's eyes sparkled with amusement. just as they prepared to leave. A patron's voice pierced the air. Did you hear? The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails from Konoha has arrived in the Sound Ninja Village, and for the first time. 5 hidden villages, Mist, Rock, Cloud, and others, have united to besiege the Sound Ninja Village. I reckon it will soon vanish from the shinobi world. What a pity. Naruto froze upon hearing this, suddenly gripping the patron with a chilling intensity, demanding, "Are you speaking truthfully or fabricating tales?" The patron trembled under Naruto's murderous aura, stammering, "I assure you, it is true." Naruto pressed further. When did this transpire? 3 days ago, the patron quivered. Naruto hurled the patron aside, then lifted Yakumo. Addressing the Wolf King, "We must depart swiftly." The Wolf King nodded, closely trailing behind Naruto. This time, despair enveloped everyone. Naruto was no longer present, and the casualties from the last war in the Sound Ninja Village had yet to recover. This time, Orochimaru and the elite of the Sound Ninja Village had gathered together. Orochimaru addressed them, asserting that he would refrain from making further comments, and encouraged bold expressions. Yakushi Kabuto was the first to speak, suggesting that they should consider a defensive strategy based on the terrain, reasoning that their adversaries could not sustain their assault for an extended period, as prolonged conflict would ultimately disadvantage them. However, Junmaru swiftly opposed this notion, voicing concerns about the potential for their enemies to adopt a defensive stance instead. He further questioned the dwindling number of Sound Ninja left to defend and raised the issue of food supplies during a prolonged defense. He cautioned that any leaks of information could lead to their demise. Ryu Mei proposed a different approach, to fortify key bases while relinquishing less significant outposts, arguing that those outposts would likely fall regardless, making it more prudent to abandon them. Yet, Liu Yen countered, stating that even if they surrendered those positions, reinforcements would be minimal, and with the arrival of the 3 ninja villages imminent, surrendering would only expose their locations. Just as despair loomed over the assembly, the conference door was suddenly thrust open by a Sound Ninja. Orochimaru glared at him with fury, should he fail to provide a satisfactory explanation. Orochimaru would not hesitate to eliminate him. Oblivious to Orochimaru's ire, the Sound Ninja announced, Master Orochimaru, Lord Naruto has returned." This news ignited excitement among them, and they rose to see Naruto and his 3 companions at the entrance. Naruto addressed Orochimaru, declaring, "Teacher, I have returned." Orochimaru nodded eagerly, responding, "Excellent, excellent," and motioned for Naruto to take the seat to his right. Naruto instructed Yakumo and the Wolf King to find their own places. Naruto proposed that all personnel at the outpost should relocate, as it was likely that the enemy had already gathered intelligence on them and would act upon it. He emphasized the need for intelligence collection during the interim and instructed Kabuto to prepare coded signals for future communications. Furthermore, he demanded the presence of those who had failed their Curse Seal missions to serve as a suicide squad. The elderly, sick, and weak were to be sheltered, and provisions must be readied. The Wolf Team, comprising Junmaru, Mizuki, Shigure, Suiwe, and Colleen, was assigned to lead 300 Sound Ninjas in annihilating a smaller enemy squad. Junmaru was appointed as team leader, with the Wolf King as his deputy. Naruto cautioned them to remain inconspicuous and to strike decisively, causing disruption without revealing their positions. Kabuto was tasked with posting a bounty for the assassination of significant figures from the Cloud Hidden Village, assuring Naruto that, despite the rarity of acceptance, some would inevitably take the offer. He urged them not to fret over expenses, stating that if they failed this time, no amount of money would matter. The remaining members were instructed to leverage the surrounding terrain effectively, setting up ambushes and traps. Upon hearing Naruto's orders, Junmaru's eyes sparkled with determination, and he promptly affirmed, "Understood." Orochimaru nodded and coldly declared, "Remember, Naruto is our supreme commander. His commands are my commands. Anyone who defies them shall be executed. Do you understand?" "Yes," Junmaru replied solemnly. Naruto then turned to Orochimaru, entrusting him with the task of persuading the Prime Minister of the Land of Rice. Orochimaru smirked, assuring him, "Rest assured, it shall be handled." With that, he departed, for time was of the essence. Naruto addressed Junmaru, "Let us go and quell the unrest among the Sound Ninjas." As Naruto approached the gathering place of the Sound Ninja, he observed the individuals below exhibiting palpable fear and apprehension. He sighed, reflecting on the poor quality of the Sound Ninja's resolve. With a gentle clap of his hands, all eyes turned towards him. Many recognized Naruto, for he had shone brightly in the previous war, and they exclaimed, "Yes, It is Lord Naruto. Lord Naruto has returned. This ignited a spark of confidence among the crowd. Standing at the forefront, with Kimimaro and others behind him, Naruto addressed the sound ninja below. I know you are frightened. To be honest, I share your fear. The repeated incursions by the three legendary Sannin have taken a toll on us. The prior assaults from Konoha have already left us in a weakened state, making it nearly impossible to withstand further attacks from the Sannin. But let us consider this. What good will it do to remain passive? They have already encroached upon your doorstep. Will you cower like turtles, hiding within the sound? Is that truly effective? Or will you surrender? Think about it. Who among you, as rogue ninjas, would be accepted in surrender? The Cloud Village? The Mist Village? Or perhaps the Stone Village? Tell me, which rogue ninja would be welcomed with open arms? And what of fleeing? How will you escape? Will you drag your wives and children into a life of wandering through the ninja world, living in uncertainty? If that is what you desire, then so be it. We may perish, but not this day. We shall confront death, but not at this moment. Men, stand tall and do not behave like cowards. Upon hearing Naruto's impassioned words, the Sound Ninja found renewed vigor. They recalled that they were indeed rogue ninjas, that Orochimaru had provided them with a home and sustenance. If they chose to flee, who would take them in? Would they be forced to roam the ninja world, hiding from place to place? No, that was absolutely unacceptable. Determination to defend their homeland ignited within their eyes. Naruto nodded, his expression unchanging. These individuals were still of use. Kimimaro and the others looked at Naruto with admiration, as he had roused their fighting spirit with mere words. Now, I will assign tasks, he declared. Elderly and children, first. Make your way to safety. Moro, call forth a portion of the others to help prepare herbs. The nearby ninjas, gather your weapons and distribute them among everyone. As for you, Goketsu, send some of your people to set traps. Jirobo, summon a group to escort the elderly and infirm back home. At once, the four members of the Sound Ninja knelt on one knee, affirming, yes. Before departing, Naruto then turned to Kimimaro and the others, saying, Kimimaro, Mizuki, Shogo, Xiangling, Suigetsu. Wolf King, Blue Wolf, Ice Wolf, take 300 men to harass the small units. Kimimaro will serve as the captain, with Wolf King as his deputy to lead the team. This is the maximum strength I am granting you. I will not reinforce you mid-mission. Do you have confidence? Stepping forward, Kimimaro and Wolf King replied, no problem. Naruto waved his hand, and the group of 300 set off. He then addressed the remaining individuals. Reikyu, you and Uzumaki Kyuka will train the experimental subjects under Shogo. Do you have confidence? Aoyanaji, manage the various outposts and ascertain the latest movements and provisions of the three legendary Sannin. In the month of Mizuki, Kailing, I entrust you with the meticulous planning of our provisions, while I, Gaara, shall oversee the training of our forces. Anko, I would like you to serve as my advisor. Do you possess the confidence for this task? Upon hearing this, Gaara's subordinate stood up immediately, standing tall and proclaiming, yes. Particularly moved was Anko, as she felt a profound connection with Naruto, who had entrusted his very life to her. In her heart, Anko silently vowed to protect Naruto with unwavering resolve. The Sound Ninja commenced their fervent endeavors, while the villages of Konoha and Suna observed with cautious anticipation. Onlookers awaited the Sound Ninja's surrender, doubting that such a small faction could possibly contend against the alliance of the three great shinobi villages. A representative from the Land of Water was dispatched to negotiate the release of Naruto in exchange for sparing the Sound Ninja's lives. Yet the messenger was swiftly slain amidst the chaos, barely uttering the purpose of his visit. Naruto, displaying his resolve, declared, if it is war, then let it be. If not, then leave. The three great villages intended to impose their authority upon Naruto, suggesting a meeting at a designated location, to which Naruto unhesitatingly acquiesced. Reikage erupted in laughter, remarking, this vortex Naruto truly exhibits boundless arrogance, believing that a mere Sound Ninja village could impede our advance. Sitting nearby, Mizuki interjected, indeed. This vortex Naruto seems to think that with Orochimaru's protection, he can act with impunity. If he truly believes this, he is gravely mistaken. It is time to eradicate the Sound Ninja from the shinobi world. With that, he licked his lips in anticipation. Suchikage, undeterred, remarked, the younger generation increasingly disregards us elders, presuming themselves invincible and brimming with youthful hubris. He leisurely sipped his tea, as Reikage added, let us not forget the meeting tomorrow. to confront this little ninja who has thrown Konoha and Suna into disarray. With that, he transformed into lightning and vanished. Mizukage, with an alluring gait, departed, while Tsuchikage shook his head and ambled towards his quarters. Upon hearing that Naruto intended to meet with the three Kages, Xiang Yun and Yu Ming rushed over. Xiang Yun expressed her concern. Naruto, do you not think this course of action is rather irrational? What if they capture you during the meeting? Naruto lifted his gaze from the stack of documents and replied, is this the reason you've come? Allow me to elucidate. With that, Xiang Yun and the others settled down. After fetching them some water, Naruto continued, I have considered all these factors. Firstly, the three Kages will not apprehend me. They are all concerned with their reputations and would never resort to capturing someone during a summit, as it would significantly diminish their influence. Secondly, if all three were to attempt to seize me, how could they divide the spoils? They are aware that any internal conflict at this juncture would provide my sound ninja an opportunity to exploit. Therefore, they can only act after my demise. Moreover, given my strength, I can evade anyone who is not as formidable as Uchiha Madara. Furthermore, if I were to abstain from this meeting, the morale of the sound ninja would undoubtedly weaken. Most importantly, Raikage's unparalleled arrogance, Mizukage's intricate and unpredictable nature, and Tsuchikage's cunning. These traits may serve as both assets and liabilities, ensuring that true unity among them is unattainable, as each harbors their final trump card, yet to be revealed. After much contemplation, I have made the decision to attend this alliance meeting, which should put your minds at ease. Yu Ming has set aside his concerns, knowing that Naruto has carefully considered everything. Suddenly, Xiang Yun thought of something and asked Naruto, Brother Naruto, how many people will accompany you to this meeting? Naruto replied nonchalantly, I will go alone. Xiang Yun felt as though her heart had been struck with a thunderous shock. Exclaiming in astonishment, what? Naruto covered his ears and said, There's no need to shout. What is wrong with going alone? With wide eyes, Xiang Yun retorted, Brother Naruto, are you joking? You can't possibly go by yourself. You will surely be at a disadvantage. Naruto shook his head, took a sip of tea, and calmly stated, I have considered this. There are three figures of significant power on the opposing side, and aside from Lord Orochimaru, we have no other strong allies here. Moreover, since Lord Orochimaru has left, it falls upon me, the one with the highest combat capability. Bringing too many people would only serve as a burden. Besides, Namikaze Naruto, can escape any obstacle. Xiang Yun fell silent, clenching her fists. Power. Once again, it all came down to power. If only her strength were formidable enough to aid her brother Naruto. Suddenly, Lei Yuming extended his clenched fist toward Naruto, speaking with grave seriousness. Promise us that you will return alive. Naruto also stood up, extending his fist to meet Xiang Yun's in a firm gesture, declaring, I will surely come back. On the eve of the alliance, Xiang Yun hurried to a small temple near the Sound Shinobi, sincerely kneeling to pray, Great Sage of the Six Paths, please bless Brother Naruto for a successful alliance and grant us victory. Meanwhile, Lei Yuming sat by the window, sipping a drink, gazing at the moon, lost in thought. Qing Yi Lu Yen, while attending to official matters, suddenly looked up towards the office of the Sound Shadow, pondering, Naruto, you must win. Resuming her reading of classified information, Shui Wuyu Kai Ling softly remarked towards Naruto's direction, Namikaze Naruto, you are the man I, Shui Wuyu Kai Ling, have set my sights on. Do not perish so easily. Anma Yun fixed her gaze on the sleeping Naruto. After what seemed like a moment of resolution, she slowly approached him and embraced him. In the past, Naruto would have been aware of such advances, but this time, with the impending alliance involving the three shadows and with guardians at his side, he fell into a deep slumber, allowing Yun's embrace to go undetected. As Yun withdrew, she gently caressed Naruto's gaunt face, whispering, Naruto, you must come back alive. As the sun rose, the first rays of light illuminated Naruto's face. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Anma Yun lying beside him. With a sigh, he covered her with a blanket, fully aware of her feelings. Naruto was not oblivious. However, he could not provide them with the happiness they sought, so he chose to feign ignorance. He caressed Yun's face, sighed once more, then dressed himself, donning the purple evil and Kusanagi sword. Upon stepping outside, he found Yu Ming, Xiang Yun, Kai Ling, Lu Yin, and many others from the Sound Shinobi standing below. As they saw Naruto emerge, they knelt in unison, proclaiming, We bid farewell to Lord Naruto. May you achieve success and eliminate the three shadows. Naruto gazed upon them. Deeply moved yet concealing his emotions, he coldly remarked, "Rest assured, I shall return." Without a backward glance, he departed from the Sound Village. The Sound Ninjas continued to watch him leave, many clenching their fists in frustration over their own inadequacies, burdened by the knowledge that they relied on Naruto to bear their collective weight. The vast Sound Village demanded that he, alone, act as their envoy, a reflection of their own impotence. Raikage, observing their demeanor, bellowed at them, "Stop your weeping. I will not tolerate cowardice. If you wish to aid Lord Naruto, then train diligently and brace yourselves to endure this catastrophe together." Several Sound Ninjas discreetly wiped away their tears, murmuring in agreement. The Raikage, Mizukage, and Tsuchikage gathered around a table, with a seat reserved for today's guest of honor. Naruto. The Raikage, in a fit of agitation, exclaimed, "Where is Uzumaki Naruto? Why is he taking so long? Is he too frightened to show up?" The Mizukage casually tossed her hair and replied, "Raikage, why the haste? The appointed time has not yet arrived." Meanwhile, the Tsuchikage sat in quiet contemplation, lost in thought. The Raikage, still irate, retorted, "Does he not understand the importance of punctuality? Making us three Kages wait for a mere brat." The Tsuchikage, maintaining his composure, remarked, "This younger generation lacks even a modicum of patience. They are ill-equipped to be leaders." The Raikage glared at the Tsuchikage, demanding, "What did you just say, old man?" Unfazed, the Tsuchikage met his gaze and countered, "Are the ears of the youth now dulled as well?" The Raikage slammed his fist on the table and stood, confronting the Tsuchikage. "Do you wish for your demise, old man?" The Tsuchikage subordinates eyed the Raikage warily, while he remained unfazed, retorting, "Who will meet their end remains to be seen." The Mizukage, acting as a mediator, interjected, "Enough of this bickering. Our focus should be on Uzumaki Naruto, not on squabbling among ourselves." The Raikage huffed in displeasure, while the Tsuchikage sipped his tea in silence. Suddenly, a cool voice interrupted, "Apologies for my tardiness." The three Kages turned to see a striking figure approaching. Illuminated by the sun, an elegant man with silver hair, handsome features, and a tall stature. They couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "What a magnificent man!" Particularly, the Mizukage. Terumi Mei felt an overwhelming urge to etch Naruto's image into her memory. Captivated not only by his looks, but also by his prowess and the unyielding confidence that seemed to disregard the world. Were he not her adversary, she might have wished for him to be her partner. Disregarding the surrounding sentiments, Naruto took a seat. The Raikage barked, "Hey, who permitted you to sit?" Naruto replied calmly, "Isn't a seat meant for sitting? Or should I perch?" The Raikage snapped, "That seat is not for you." Naruto challenged, "How can you assert that a seat isn't for sitting if you do not comprehend its purpose?" Impressive, Raikage. But do you realize whether your considerable weight is suitable for the seat? The Raikage slammed the table once more, yelling at Naruto, "Do you wish for your demise?" Uzumaki Naruto? Naruto shook his finger in response, "I do not wish to die, nor does anyone else. My fate is not governed by you, for you are unworthy." The Raikage, unable to contain himself any longer, lunged at Naruto with a fierce strike aimed at his face. Naruto slightly shifted his head to evade, then delivered a powerful hook towards Raikage, knocking him down. Both Mizukage and Tsuchikage inhaled sharply and simultaneously uttered, "It's over." Raikage surged forward with an overwhelming aura, and as Naruto observed the crackling lightning enveloping Raikage's body, the latter menacingly declared, "You're finished, kid." Rising to his feet and casting aside his coat, Raikage proclaimed, "You have truly angered me now." Naruto brandished the Kusanagi sword, flicking it slightly, then beckoned Raikage with his empty left hand. In an instant, Raikage appeared before Naruto, launching a fierce punch. Naruto widened his eyes, contemplating, so fast. He could only barely block with the Kusanagi sword held horizontally, yet he was swiftly sent flying, crashing hard to the ground. Raikage, looking disdainfully in the direction Naruto had been knocked away, remarked, "You've got a long way to go, kid." Turning away, a cold voice suddenly echoed from behind, "Your speed is indeed impressive, but your aim leaves much to be desired." Raikage turned to see Naruto standing nearby, perched atop a tree, while the Naruto who had fallen to the ground dissipated into smoke. Raikage, astonished, asked, "When did that happen?" Naruto leaped down from the tree, replying, "From the very beginning. I never believed you. So, I sent a shadow clone to test you." Raikage clenched his fists and charged again without hesitation. This time, Naruto did not retreat. He drew the Kusanagi sword and rushed towards Raikage. Mizukage and Tsuchikage were astonished to find that Naruto's speed was on par with theirs. As Naruto's Kusanagi sword clashed with Raikage's fist, he was taken aback to find that the sword, which could slice through iron, left only a small cut on Raikage's knuckles. Unbeknownst to Naruto, Raikage was even more surprised, as his skin's hardness typically rendered ordinary weapons ineffective. However, as time passed, Raikage gradually overpowered Naruto's sword. Raikage stood at the pinnacle of his strength, while Naruto was still too young. In the future, Naruto could undoubtedly suppress Raikage, but that time was not now. Raikage addressed Naruto. "Kid, I must admit you are the strongest brat I have ever encountered. Given time, you could surpass even me, but that is not the case now. Therefore, I will crush you in your cradle." Naruto defiantly retorted, "My fate is determined by me, not by destiny." Suddenly, dark runes began to crawl across Naruto's body, and gradually, his strength matched that of Raikage. Raikage, astonished, exclaimed, "Ah, so this is the cursed seal that Orochimaru researched. It indeed enhances your power, but remember, kid, in the face of absolute strength, everything else is futile." With that, a more potent chakra surged forth from Raikage. Naruto was instantly suppressed, but with a flash of inspiration. He summoned flames from his left hand, hurling them fiercely towards Raikage, who had no choice but to retreat. As soon as Naruto saw the Raikage depart, he seized the opportunity and swung the Kusanagi sword fiercely. The Raikage swiftly evaded the attack, but Naruto, like a phantom, followed closely, delivering another strike. The Raikage executed a backflip, while Naruto deftly adjusted his stance to slash upward. The Raikage clamped down with both hands, yet Naruto coldly smirked, sensing an opening. With his left hand, he drew the purple blade, aiming a decisive strike at the Raikage's back. The Raikage hastily gathered all his chakra and declared, "Lightning release, body protection." Naruto's purple blade could not penetrate the defense. With a slight grin, Naruto concentrated his chakra and struck forcefully at the Raikage's hands gripping the Kusanagi. The Raikage was compelled to withdraw his hands, and with a gentle push, Naruto distanced himself significantly from him. The Mizukage and Tsuchikage stared in disbelief as Naruto appeared to dominate the Raikage, employing taijutsu. It was utterly astonishing. However, the reality was far from what they perceived. Naruto had meticulously calculated every aspect of the battle against the Raikage. In truth, he was mentally and physically fatigued. After all, battling against the Kage was no trivial matter. And although he was currently holding his ground against the Raikage, prolonged engagement would inevitably lead to his defeat. Thus, he had to project a formidable fighting spirit to convince the Raikage that he was in control. While the Raikage remained oblivious, the Tsuchikage, a cunning old fox, would undoubtedly intervene, fearing Naruto's escape. If Naruto chose to flee, there would be no stopping him, so a truce was necessary at this moment. The Raikage, seething with rage, stepped forward and exclaimed, "You haven't finished speaking, brat." The Tsuchikage interrupted, casting a deep gaze at Naruto. "You possess quite a bit of strength, young one." Naruto replied proudly, "Without strength, how could I dare to attend the allied shinobi forces meeting?" The Tsuchikage gestured for Naruto to sit. The Raikage, agitated, directed his ire at the Tsuchikage. "What do you mean, old man?" The Tsuchikage crossed his arms, stating, "Raikage, you must understand that we are here to negotiate, not to fight. We can engage in battle after our discussions." The Raikage fixed a fierce glare at Naruto, who met his gaze with equal resolve. Darui approached the Raikage and whispered, "Raikage-sama, hold your temper. The war will commence in just a few days, and Naruto Uzumaki will not escape. Defeating him on the battlefield will not only redeem past humiliations, but it will also demonstrate your formidable power, instilling fear in the hearts of others towards the village hidden in the clouds." Hearing this, the Raikage's fury subsided somewhat, and he huffed at Naruto before finally taking a seat. The Tsuchikage, observing everyone seated, turned to Naruto, "Naruto Uzumaki, allow me to introduce you to the individual you just fought, the current Raikage, I." The Raikage glared at Naruto with contempt, to which Naruto simply nodded. "Beside me is the current Mizukage, Terumi Mei." Terumi Mei smiled at Naruto and remarked, "Little brother, if you weren't my enemy, I would be tempted to make you my boyfriend." She blew him a playful kiss. Naruto responded with a nonchalant nod. "And I am the current Tsuchikage, Anoki." Naruto acknowledged him with another nod. The Raikage slammed his hand on the table, demanding, "Brat, are you even listening?" Naruto shook his head, replying no. The Raikage stood up, glaring fiercely at Naruto. "You Naruto, with a smirk on his lips, provocatively inquired, "Do you wish to battle?" The Mizukage, Terumi Mei, intervened as a mediator, saying, "All right, enough of the bickering. Let us first discuss the matter of war." The Tsuchikage presented a document to Naruto, stating, "Vortex Naruto, here are our terms. If you agree, we shall refrain from conflict. Firstly, due to your actions against our ally, the village hidden in the leaves, we three have decided to seal you, the tailed beast. Secondly, surrender Orochimaru, the ninja who poses a threat to Konoha. We shall enact justice upon him. Furthermore, we demand that the sound ninja submit to our alliance, and silence yourself." Old man. The trio gazed at Naruto, who returned their stare with a chilling glare, declaring, "Enough. Do you expect me to bow to a woman who is all chest and no brains, an old man teetering on the brink of the grave, and a hyperactive lunatic? Do you truly believe that is possible? As for your demand to hand over my teacher, Orochimaru, would you not resist if it were your own? You worthless scoundrels. Do you still consider yourselves the sound ninja? I, Naruto Uzumaki, would rather perish standing than submit to anyone. My fate is mine to control, not dictated by the heavens. Having defeated you, the Hidden Leaf Village, do you think I would fear you, mere failures?" With that, he unleashed his fury upon the three, truly enraged for the first time at the audacity of anyone demanding his submission. The concept of surrender had never graced the pages of Naruto's life. Terumi Mei, captivated by Naruto's formidable presence, momentarily revealed a hint of admiration in her eyes, though it quickly vanished. The Tsuchikage, his expression darkening, warned, "Child, I suggest you reconsider my proposal. There is nothing unreasonable in it. The sound ninja are akin to an infant just learning to crawl before our three great villages. They cannot possibly contend with any of us. Allowing you to retain the remnants of the sound ninja is already a considerable concession." Naruto cast a disdainful glance at the trio, retorting, "Konoha has defeated you, and I have vanquished Konoha. Do you truly believe you can surpass Konoha? If you cannot even rise above them, what makes you think you are worthy to issue demands to me?" The three Kage's expressions darkened, for they understood that none of their villages could rival Konoha. The title of the foremost ninja village was no idle boast. It had been earned through the sacrifices of its shinobi. Even now, despite the losses of the legendary figures like the 8th Hokage and the White Fang of Konoha, and with the three ninjas of Konoha scattered, none dared to openly declare war on Konoha. The lessons of past defeats had taught them that without absolute strength, they could never challenge the village hidden in the leaves. Disregarding their glum expressions, Naruto asserted, "In the previous ninja wars, your so-called great predecessors were defeated by Konoha time and again, until they trembled in fear. There was a time when you triumphed, yet we, the inconspicuous Sound Village, managed to conquer the invincible alliance of Konoha and the Sand. We fear not Konoha, much less you, who are but remnants of their past defeats." Pushing back his chair, Naruto declared to the three ninjas, "I, Naruto Uzumaki, hereby announce the commencement of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Should you seek Konoha's assistance, that is acceptable. I, Naruto Uzumaki, will shoulder it all alone." The Tsuchikage stared at Naruto in disbelief, as if beholding a madman, while the Mizukage gazed at him with an almost infatuated admiration. The Raikage gazed at Naruto with a mixture of astonishment and admiration, marveling at his courage and the audacity with which he faced the world. Rising to his feet, the Raikage addressed Naruto, "Vortex, regardless of the outcome, I, Raikage Yua AI, shall remember you. If your sound ninja can survive this crisis, I shall consider you a friend. Should you be captured, I will engrave your name within the Raikage's office." The Mizukage and Tsuchikage looked on in astonishment at the Raikage's words. He was a man who bore grudges, yet was not petty. He esteemed valor. Though he was an impulsive leader, many were willing to fight and die for him. This was the allure of the Raikage. Naruto nodded resolutely, declaring, "I will not be defeated. However, I hope you will not hold back. If you respect me, give it your all." The Raikage nodded in agreement. A fleeting look of approval crossed Naruto's cold gaze as he turned to leave. The Raikage sighed, "What a true man." The Mizukage, watching Naruto's retreating figure, remarked, "He is indeed a captivating man." Only the Tsuchikage, with a sullen expression, cast a hateful glance at Naruto's departing silhouette, thinking to himself, "What arrogance, what bravery. Let us see how the three Sannin alliance fares when faced with real fear. How bold these young ones have become. Have they forgotten the name of Inoki?" Meanwhile, Vortex Kyuin, Ryu, Aoba Rian, and others awaited Naruto's return at the entrance. eager for the return of the man they admired. They had never entertained the thought of Naruto failing, for in their eyes, he was an emblem of invincibility. The sound ninjas all stood at the entrance, anticipating their hero's appearance. Suddenly, one sharp-eyed sound ninja exclaimed, "Look, someone is coming." Everyone widened their eyes as the figure drew nearer, their excitement palpable. To their astonishment, their hero approached unscathed. Naruto reached the entrance, looked at the sound ninjas, and proclaimed, "Thank you for welcoming me, Namikaze Naruto. This time, we shall take charge. The fourth great ninja war shall commence at our hands. Let us usher in this war. And may our names be etched into the annals of ninja history as we dominate the ninja world and sweep away the three shadows." The sound ninjas erupted in cheers, shouting, "Dominate the ninja world. Sweep away the three shadows." Their voices resonated to the heavens. Days later, Orochimaru returned, accompanied by a woman. He addressed Naruto, saying, "Naruto-kun, this is Honglien." Turning to Honglien, he continued, "This is Namikaze Naruto-kun. From now on, you shall be his guardian. If he is in danger, you shall protect him with your life. Do you understand?" Honglien nodded solemnly. Naruto then inquired of Orochimaru, "Master, do you have any insights on the three shadows?" After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru replied, "The Raikage is the strongest among the three shadows. Combined with his lightning techniques, he is akin to a battlefield meat grinder. That Tsuchikage's calm demeanor makes him a cunning strategist, undoubtedly the overall commander. As for the Mizukage, though newly appointed, she is exceptionally astute. A remarkable tactician who can navigate the grand scheme of things." Naruto pondered, realizing that this indeed was a formidable combination. Orochimaru suddenly remarked, "I have heard that this time you are specifically pursuing a girl. Who is she?" Upon hearing this, Naruto's lips curled into a sly smile as he responded, "Sensei, you should find this intriguing. If her Jinjutsu is as formidable as rumored, she may not only rival Itachi Uchiha, but perhaps even surpass the entire Uchiha clan's illusions." Orochimaru's eyes widened in astonishment. He was well aware of Itachi's prowess in Jinjutsu and could hardly fathom a woman capable of such strength, potentially exceeding the power of Uchiha's Tsukuyomi. With a look of surprise, Orochimaru inquired, "Oh, Naruto-kun, what manner of woman possesses such remarkable abilities?" Naruto replied, "You must have heard of the Karasuma clan, sensei." After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru responded, "Indeed, are you referring to the Karasuma clan's Jinjutsu, which can render one oblivious to their own demise in a dreamlike state? Their ability to manipulate the five senses is practically a weapon of mass destruction among ninjas. However, fate is fair. While they possess extraordinary Jinjutsu, their physical constitution is rather feeble, and their ninjutsu is mediocre. Moreover, I recall the Karasuma clan was nearly extinguished. How is it that they still exist?" Naruto scoffed. "It was our third Hokage who intended to use them as a trump card, but the plan ultimately failed." Orochimaru shook his head, pondering internally about how his former student had changed, for he was not always like this. Unperturbed by Orochimaru's expression, Naruto continued, "This time, the allied shinobi forces may appear flawless, yet they harbor a fatal flaw." Orochimaru, intrigued, asked what flaw. Naruto replied nonchalantly, "It is that no one can truly submit to another, be it the Raikage, Mizukage, or Tsuchikage. Each is fiercely independent. The Raikage, brimming with arrogance, dismisses the Mizukage, a woman, and the Tsuchikage, an elderly man, as inconsequential. The Mizukage, while seemingly compliant, possesses an indomitable spirit, regarding the Tsuchikage, who is half in the grave, as ineffectual, and perceives the Raikage as a mere muscle-bound fool. Meanwhile, the Tsuchikage, in his hubris, assumes superiority due to his age, treating the Raikage and Mizukage as mere children. Although their discord is not yet evident, the underlying tensions will undoubtedly escalate. Furthermore, they have all forgotten that those who ascend to the rank of Kage are not to be underestimated. Presently, their path seems too smooth, causing them to forget the struggles of the past. Transitioning from hardship to ease is simple, yet shifting from ease back to hardship is a formidable challenge." Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Naruto added, "Watch closely, sensei. This time, I intend for the three Sannin alliance to falter against our sound ninjas." Orochimaru smiled. "I shall await the outcome." Naruto offered no further reply, placing his hands behind his back, gazing at the azure sky, lost in thought. Before long, 3 days had swiftly passed. Naruto addressed Kabuto in the laboratory. "How are things progressing, Kabuto?" Kabuto respectfully replied, Lord Naruto, rest assured, their strength is undeniable. Naruto nodded. Very well, it is time to release them. Kabuto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, the Raikage of the Shinobi Alliance sat in the command center and remarked, why not just strike directly? It's not that arduous. A fleeting moment of disdain crossed the faces of the Tsuchikage and the Pseudo-Kage. The Pseudo-Kage, maintaining a smile, explained, we should divide into smaller teams. After all, Naruto Uzumaki is cunning. A strategic retreat can also be executed gracefully. The Tsuchikage cast an appreciative glance at the Pseudo-Kage, while the Raikage dismissively turned his head. To him, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and plots were mere illusions. Suddenly, a ninja rushed in and addressed the three Kages. Report, esteemed Raikage, Pseudo-Kage, and Tsuchikage, our forces are facing severe resistance up ahead and suffering significant losses. The Pseudo-Kage and Tsuchikage exchanged glances, pondering whether Naruto had deployed his elite troops from the outset. The Raikage, in a fit of fury, declared, I shall head to the front lines immediately. The Tsuchikage, however, calmly replied, there is no need for haste. Let us wait a moment, in case Naruto has devised a scheme. As soon as he finished speaking, another ninja hurriedly entered, reporting, report, esteemed Raikage, Pseudo-Kage, and Tsuchikage. Our supply lines have been violently attacked from the rear and are on the brink of collapse. The Tsuchikage frowned and inquired, who is leading the assault? The ninja quickly responded, it is none other than Kagaya's lieutenant, the formidable warrior Kinshiki. The Tsuchikage stroked his beard and mused, Kinshiki you say? Night Moon. You should go and take him down. Without looking back, the Raikage dashed out in haste. Before the Tsuchikage could catch his breath, an injured ninja burst in. Addressing the Tsuchikage and Pseudo-Kage, report, esteemed Tsuchikage and Pseudo-Kage. We are under attack from the rogue ninjas of the Land of Fire, led by Uzumaki Kyuka. The Land of Waters Mizuki Kyuka, the Land of Earth S. Aoi Ryu, and the Land of Lightning S. Raikage. The Tsuchikage furrowed his brow and said, Pseudo-Kage. You should take this one. The Pseudo-Kage nodded and exited with determination, while the Tsuchikage, stroking his beard, scoffed, Uzumaki Naruto. Do you really believe that a dual-pronged approach can defeat us? You are still too inexperienced. Ha ha. Meanwhile, Naruto addressed Kuruma, Akane, Gaara, and the Sound Four, saying, it is time for us to set forth. He led the way, with the others following closely behind. Upon the Raikage's arrival at the front lines, he unexpectedly encountered someone astonishing. It was not Kinshiki and his group, but Orochimaru. With a smile, Orochimaru greeted, it has been a long time, esteemed third Raikage. Night Moon clenched his fists and shouted at Orochimaru, Orochimaru. With that, he charged forward, and Orochimaru, still smiling, rushed to meet him. As the Pseudo-Kage approached the front lines, he found himself face to face with Kinshiki. Kinshiki drew a bone from his hand and addressed the Pseudo-Kage. It has been a long time, current Pseudo-Kage Terumi. It is time to settle our accounts. Though you and I bear no animosity, your interference with Lord Naruto and Lord Orochimaru's path has sealed your fate. With that, he charged at her. Terumi, without much to say, brandished her kunai and rushed forward. Meanwhile, the Tsuchikage, taking a moment's respite, suddenly sensed a murderous intent and leaped back, only to find 4 women standing before him. The leader of the group addressed the Tsuchikage, you must be the leader here. Anoki. The Earth Shadow furrowed his brow and inquired, who are you? The red-haired beauty arrogantly replied, I am Uzumaki Shangyun. The blonde-haired beauty, brimming with audacity, proclaimed, I am Lei Yuyuming. The blue-haired beauty spoke softly, I am Chingyelyoya. The black-haired beauty, with a gentle demeanor, stated, I am Mizuki Sayaka. The Earth Shadow expressed his astonishment, aren't you supposed to be on the front lines? How did you arrive here? Shangyun disdainfully retorted, you truly are foolish. Naruto has long set a trap waiting for you to fall into it, and indeed, you have walked right into it. Your stupidity endangers the entire team. As the saying goes, one need not fear a godlike opponent, but rather a pig-like teammate, and you are that very pig. Shangyun incessantly berated the Earth Shadow, who gazed at her and her companions with a face full of murderous intent before solemnly declaring, I will surely kill you. Without uttering a word, Lei Yuyuming charged forward. Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions divided into 3 groups. Do and Honglian aimed to ambush the Hidden Water Village, while Gaara and the quartet from the Sound sought to infiltrate the Hidden Earth Village, and Naruto along with Kuruma and Yagumo targeted the Hidden Cloud Village. Naruto was acutely aware that a great battle was unfolding among the three shinobi villages. Who would suspect the Sound Village of launching an attack on the three shinobi when they were focused on Konoha and the Wind Village? In the eyes of the three shinobi villages, the Sound Village appeared to be a dying entity. Who would ever think that Naruto would dare to strike at them? Believing this to be the opportune moment, Naruto intended to demonstrate the consequences of opposing him. Naruto, Uzumaki. Yagumo, with concern, addressed Naruto. Naruto, are we not taking too great a risk? We could simply target one ninja village. Why split our forces to attack three? Wouldn't that make it impossible for any of us to succeed? Suddenly, a smirk curled on Naruto's lips as he replied, I never intended to capture all three shinobi villages. My aim is merely to compel the three shadows to divert their attention. In doing so, our objective will be accomplished. Yagumo, puzzled, countered, but Naruto. Such a straightforward matter would surely be apparent to the three shadows. If they do not respond, won't our efforts be in vain? Naruto turned to Yagumo and said, Yagumo, you are unaware of the intricacies at play. Take the Raikage for instance. His strength surpasses his intellect, and he is prone to making errors when agitated. As for the Mizukage, she is compelled to be cautious. For she has just ascended to power amidst a fragmented authority and a cadre of subordinates who are restless under her command. Should she become aware, even if she recognizes it as a conspiracy, she would be forced to defend herself. At that point, dealing with the Earth Shadow will still be within our capabilities. Yagumo, enlightened, exclaimed, Naruto, you are truly astute. Naruto remained silent, then instructed the others, let us halt for half an hour and rest before we proceed. Gazing into the distance, as if able to pierce through all to see the far-off Sound Ninja, Naruto murmured, Master, Kimimaro, Shangyun, you must hold them off. In truth, this plan appeared flawless. Yet it bore a critical flaw, whether Kimimaro and the others could indeed delay the enemy. Should one line falter, it would lead to a cascade of defeat. While Naruto did not fret over Orochimaru, he was uncertain about the Earth Shadow and the Water Shadow. As none of the figures of such stature were to be taken lightly, he remained unaware of whether Kimimaro and Lei Yuyumin could hold their ground. In this intense encounter, the Raikage witnessed Orochimaru swiftly deliver a hand strike, met with a sinister grin as he anticipated the attack. Upon impact, however, Orochimaru transformed into numerous venomous serpents. The Raikage furrowed his brows, then forcefully stomped the ground, causing it to shatter like a fractured mirror. Spotting Orochimaru concealed within the earth, the Raikage seized his head with a powerful grip, crushing it instantly. Yet, he remained troubled, aware that Orochimaru was not as easily vanquished as he had hoped. Soon after, the remnants of the shattered head morphed into wood. Suddenly, applause resonated from behind the Raikage. He turned to find a completely intact Orochimaru. With a sneer, the Raikage mocked. Is the legendary Orochimaru, one of the three Sannin, reduced to scurrying like a frightened dog? Unperturbed, Orochimaru gazed at him silently, igniting the Raikage's fury further. As he felt as though Orochimaru regarded him with the disdain one might reserve for a petulant child. Enraged, the Raikage declared, Orochimaru, let us settle this once and for all. In an instant, Orochimaru lunged forward, with the Raikage matching his speed. Orochimaru hurled a kunai, which the Raikage effortlessly dodged. Unexpectedly, the kunai veered towards the threads behind the Raikage. As the threads snapped, a barrage of explosive kunai shot towards him, compelling the Raikage to abandon his pursuit of Orochimaru. Knowing that being struck would inflict injury, swiftly he formed hand seals and proclaimed, Lightning Release, Lightning Fang Shield. The multitude of kunai collided with the shield, erupting in a tremendous explosion, yet the Raikage emerged unscathed. Seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru formed his own seals and unleashed Fire Release, Great Fire Dragon Technique. A colossal fire dragon surged towards the Raikage. Reacting quickly, he executed Body Technique, Raijin Armor. The fire dragon collided with him, resulting in a massive explosion, leaving the area charred. Orochimaru remained poised, observing the smoke, fully aware that the Raikage could not be defeated by a mere jutsu. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the haze, prompting Orochimaru to leap aside and evade the assault. Nevertheless, the relentless figure pursued him. Rapidly, Orochimaru formed seals and pressed his palm to the ground, exclaiming, summoning, Triple Rashomon. In response, the voice called out, Body Technique, Lightning Release, Thunderous Wave. The figure penetrated through 2 Rashomon gates, causing the third to tremble precariously. Orochimaru focused intently on the figure as the smoke cleared, revealing the wreckage before him. Astonished that he had not obliterated the gate. Seizing this moment, Orochimaru swiftly executed the shadow clone technique, and the clone conjured the wind release, great breakthrough. Simultaneously utilizing fire release, head engulfing technique. The two techniques merged into a formidable combined jutsu, wind and fire mountain forest, launching a gargantuan fireball towards the wreckage. In response, he hastily formed seals for lightning release, rage of the thunder tiger haunt, surrounded by a tremendous surge of lightning. The fourth wreckage assumed a stance reminiscent of a tiger preparing to pounce, charging towards Orochimaru's combined ninjutsu. A resounding explosion echoed, and Orochimaru's serpentine gaze fixated intently on the billowing smoke. Suddenly, a figure darted through the haze, and before Orochimaru could mount a defense, he was sent sprawling. Emerging from the fray, the wreckage appeared relatively unscathed, save for singed clothing and hair, and a few minor burns. Orochimaru, tilting his head, rose to his feet, mouth agape, as a hand reached out from within, grasping his face and revealing an intact Orochimaru. With a sly smile, he remarked, "The fourth wreckage is indeed formidable. I am thoroughly impressed. Truly, the fastest in the ninja world, surpassing even the third." The wreckage furrowed his brow and retorted, "Oh, is there someone faster than I?" Orochimaru's raspy voice bore a hint of pride as he replied, "For now, the title belongs to the father of Naruto, Uzumaki, Minato Namikaze. The second is Naruto himself, leaving you in third place." With a boastful laugh, the wreckage conceded, "I acknowledge that Minato is indeed swifter than I, but Naruto may not be." A moment of realization struck him. Wait, Minato Namikaze, Naruto Uzumaki. Ah, I see. Naruto carries the Uzumaki surname due to his mother, Kushina Uzumaki. But in order to conceal his identity, he is known as Naruto Uzumaki. Truly, Konoha lives up to its reputation as the foremost ninja village. Orochimaru smiled knowingly. You've caught on. The fourth wreckage, Yagura, mused that Naruto would inherit his father's prodigious talent and ascend to become the strongest in the ninja world. Surpassing even the sage of six paths, Orochimaru recalled Naruto's fervent declaration, "I, Naruto Uzumaki, vow to rise above all ninjas and become the strongest in the ninja realm. Anyone who stands in my way shall meet their demise without hesitation." The memory of Naruto's spirited demeanor lingered, his icy gaze betraying unwavering resolve, a determination impervious to any tempest. Orochimaru resolved to wager everything in a high-stakes gamble where the victor would reign supreme over all, while the vanquished would suffer disgrace. The wreckage inquired, "So, this Naruto is truly that impressive?" Orochimaru licked his lips, stating, "It's not merely his prowess. It's his unwavering ambition and tenacity. He possesses all the qualities of a true warrior, and I sense he will reach heights we cannot fathom." The wreckage fell silent, his fierce gaze glinting with excitement. "I can hardly wait to face him," he proclaimed. Orochimaru announced, "Then, let us engage in combat." Hidden snake hands. Without further ado, the battle commenced. The wreckage, with an air of arrogance, declared, "Let us conclude this swiftly, cold Lord Orochimaru." Lightning release, lightning slash. The wreckage's lightning coalesced into a blade-like flash, slicing through the serpents conjured by Orochimaru, aimed directly at him. Yet, Orochimaru was no easy target. Swiftly forming hand seals, he pressed his hands to the ground and declared, summoning Rashomon. A demonic-faced gate rose from the earth, successfully blocking the wreckage's devastating attack. The wreckage realized that it was impossible to eliminate Orochimaru with a single strike. This lightning slash was merely a prelude to his subsequent move. In a flash, the wreckage dashed toward Orochimaru, lifting him and slamming him fiercely to the ground. This was followed by a tremendous explosion generated by the lightning release. The area surrounding Orochimaru and the wreckage was engulfed in a cataclysmic blast that obliterated everything in its vicinity. Releasing Orochimaru, the wreckage stood up, catching his breath, and addressed the prostrate figure of Orochimaru. Lightning release, lightning bomb. No one has ever withstood this jutsu. Orochimaru, you may take pride in that. With those words, he turned and began to walk away. As the wreckage walked calmly, a sudden bite to his neck caught him off guard. He clutched his throat tightly and turned in astonishment. To his disbelief, Orochimaru had not perished. After biting, Orochimaru swiftly retracted his neck and smiled at the wreckage, saying, "Surprised?" In fact, During the era of the Third Raikage, I extracted cells from his body and meticulously studied your lightning release and the combat techniques of your past Raikages. Your lightning release is employed for close-quarter assaults, defense, paralysis, and cellular stimulation, enabling instantaneous acceleration, among other effects. However, your flaw lies in the fleeting nature of this speed. In simpler terms, while your lightning users can amplify power and velocity, it is not enduring. Yet, those who ascend to the position of Raikage possess not only enhanced speed, but also remarkable longevity in that enhancement. This troubled me greatly. So when I acquired the bloodline of the Third Raikage, I not only understood the amplification derived from his blood, but also devised a method to counter your Raikages. Your village, Kyumogakure, relies primarily on taijutsu, supplemented by ninjutsu. In close combat, you are virtually invincible. Your strategy is to use ninjutsu to compromise your opponent's defenses. Then harness your formidable taijutsu to accelerate toward them, ultimately delivering a devastating blow with concentrated chakra. Even if it does not kill, it inflicts severe injury and can induce paralysis, leaving the opponent inescapably ensnared in despair. This, indeed, embodies the quintessential tactics of Kyumogakure and its Raikage. The Raikage fell silent for a moment before clapping his hands and exclaiming, "Impressive, impressive. Orochimaru, you truly live up to your reputation, an astute mind, a calm demeanor, unparalleled strength, and meticulous planning. You lead your adversary step by step into your traps, striking with deadly precision at the opportune moment. You are indeed a formidable opponent." Orochimaru, taken aback, replied, "People say the Raikage possesses extraordinary strength, yet lacks a mind to match. It seems you embody the wisdom of the fool." The Raikage gazed up at the sky and said, "In truth, I envy those ordinary folk, those who toil by day and share simple dinners with their wives by night, hand in hand wandering through fields, lulling their children to sleep. Is that not a splendid life? It is far preferable to the solitude of feasting on lavish meals while navigating through throngs of beautiful faces." Orochimaru fell silent, and the Raikage suddenly inquired, "Why did you initially spare the opportunity to assassinate me? Would it not have been better to eliminate me?" Orochimaru remarked, "If I were to pierce your heart, let us first consider that you might have a chance to evade. Moreover, I fear that some hearts reside on the left side. Besides, I have already injected you with a meticulously prepared serpent's venom. Regardless, your fate is sealed. Thus, I have resolved to employ a more prudent approach." Suddenly, the Raikage chuckled. "Indeed, were I in your position, I would undertake the same." Orochimaru then tossed a small vial to the Raikage, declaring, "This will delay the onset of the serpent's poison. Return and bid farewell to your loved ones." The Raikage grasped the vial and, without hesitation, consumed its contents, turning to Orochimaru to utter, "Thank you," before departing. Orochimaru gazed skyward, pondering, what is the essence of human existence? Even the mightiest must eventually succumb to death. What then is the value of immortality if one sacrifices greater treasures in pursuit of it? As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. After a moment, he regained his composure, summoned a small serpent, inscribed a message on a piece of paper, and placed it within the serpent's mouth before taking his leave. Meanwhile, the battle at the Mizuki's location was arduous. Kimmaru and his comrades found themselves in retreat. Mizuki lay incapacitated on one side, while Shogo clutched his wounded shoulder. Only the injured Kinmaru, Bai, and the wolf remained. The Mizuki emerged with only minor injuries, largely unscathed. The blue wolf struck the ground heavily, exclaiming, "How is this woman so formidable? We cannot even approach her." Indeed, the Mizuki's melting shield and boiling shield proved exceedingly potent, despite the presence of Mizuki's ice bloodline. Kimmaru's bone bloodline, the Wolf King's wood bloodline, the immortal Gado Mizuki, and the replicated fire bloodline of Uzumaki-kun, they could not contend with the Mizuki. This exemplifies the disparity between a seasoned leader and elite shinobi. A renowned leader remains unchallenged by even numerous elite shinobi. The Mizuki gazed alluringly at them, saying, "What is this? Were you not to stop me? How is it that you have already run out of strength? Are your bravado merely empty words?" Kimmaru glared at the Mizuki with a seething hatred, lamenting his own inadequacy, feeling powerless to assist Lord Naruto and Lord Orochimaru. Time and again, it was they who upheld the Sound Village. Why was he so weak? With one hand propped on the ground and the other resting on his knee, Kimmaru fixed his blood-red gaze upon Mizuki Tsurumi. She smiled at him, having witnessed such looks countless times before. Yet, in the end, All those who bore such gazes perished, leaving her as the sole survivor. In her eyes, Kimmeru was destined to fall. She would not waste her time on the dead. Kimmeru suddenly closed his eyes, reminiscing about the past. Orochimaru, I believe that life is inherently meaningless. However, if one persists, they may stumble upon intriguing experiences. Much like when I encountered that flower, or when I met you. Come, follow me. By Kimmeru, let us be friends. Reikage, alas, Kimmeru, do not perish. I wish to continue battling with you. Aoyama, do not die. Naruto still needs you. If you perish, Naruto will be heartbroken. Vortex fragrance, Junmaru. Remember this. Your life belongs to Naruto. Do not perish. Be sure to return to Naruto. Mizuki Eri, Junmaru, do not die. If you do, both Bai and Naruto will be heartbroken. Zhongwu, please, do not die, Junmaru. Gaara, you and I are alike. I am Naruto's most steadfast shield, and you are his sharpest spear. Just as Naruto's hands are indispensable, so too are you. By Junmaru, I implore you, do not die again. Zabuza has already passed. Do not leave us. Please. Naruto, Junmaru, do not die. Junmaru realized, to his surprise, the extent of concern he had garnered from so many. His life no longer belonged solely to him. It belonged to Orochimaru, but more importantly, to Naruto. He resolved to become Naruto's sharpest spear, piercing the hearts of all who would stand against him. As Terumi Mei observed Junmaru with closed eyes, believing he had surrendered, she prepared to deliver a final blow. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming surge of chakra emanating from him, and she recognized that he had attained a shadow-level aura. Junmaru opened his eyes, astonished by his transformation. His long white hair billowed in the wind, his garments disintegrated, and white runes appeared across his body, a purple diamond marking his forehead. He felt a surge of power in his hands, as if he possessed the strength to shake the very foundations of the earth. The frail demeanor he once bore had vanished, replaced by a vibrant vitality. Junmaru focused his spirit, drawing forth his bones. And as he gazed at the pristine bone in his hand, a joyful smile broke across his face. It was the happiest he had ever felt. Had the Soundfor been present, they would have been utterly astonished. Armed with his bone sword, he charged towards Mizuki Terumi Mei, who attempted to block his attack, but was forcefully sent flying. Junmaru, emboldened, relentlessly struck at Mei with his weapon. Though she bore few wounds, her clothing was in tatters. Furious, Terumi Mei glared at Junmaru and spoke slowly, enunciating each word. Titi Junmaru, you have much to be proud of. You are one of those I deeply desire to eliminate. Lava release, lava monster technique. Terumi Mei expelled a fiery liquid, and while Junmaru dodged, some of the liquid splashed onto his bone sword, causing it to melt. Junmaru was taken aback. He was acutely aware of his sword's sharpness. Though not as legendary as the Kusanagi, it was certainly formidable. Yet, now it was effortlessly dissolved by her technique. Taking a deep breath, he reined in his burgeoning pride, knowing that his current strength was merely a temporary shadow-level power derived from his lineage, still at the initial stages. If he did not act swiftly, he would be unable to defeat Terumi Mei as time slipped away. Terumi Mei, however, was indifferent to Junmaru's thoughts and intentions. Her sole focus was to eliminate him without delay. As I observed Terumi Mei swiftly perform hand seals, I recognized the onset of water release, great waterfall technique. Kimmeru intended to evade, yet the peril posed by the figures behind him loomed large. A voice resonated, proclaiming, "Ice release, ice sealing of 1,000 miles." The cascading waterfall before us rapidly transformed into solid ice. Kimmeru turned to see Haku beside him, offering a reassuring smile. Suigetsu, struggling to rise, remarked, "While I find you rather insufferable, Kimmeru, we must unite to vanquish this woman." Jugo remained silent, yet his steadfast gaze conveyed unspoken encouragement to Kimmeru. The Wolf King trio chimed in, "Let us make this a grand endeavor." Hanabi added, "Kimmeru, this is the first character Naruto entrusted to me. I cannot afford to falter." Understood? Kimmeru smirked coldly, replying, "Thanks. This time, I will not fight alone." Gradually, Kimmeru unsheathed his spine, as Haku began forming seals, and the Wolf King trio followed suit. Suigetsu brandished his executioner's blade towards Terumi Mei. Jugo began silently uttering incantations, while Hanabi adjusted her glasses, her eyes occasionally glimmering with a luminous, sagacious light. Determined to deliver a devastating blow, Terumi Mei hastily formed seals, exclaiming, "Lava release, lava hell." Instantly, The ground beneath Kimaru and his comrades morphed into molten lava, causing them to plummet. Suigetsu quickly formed seals and unleashed water release, violent water surge. Haku performed ice release, ice sealing of 1,000 miles, while the ice wolf executed a lesser version of the same technique. Together, the trio managed to contain the flowing magma. With an evil grin, Terumi May declared, lava release, 9 dragons ascending, and the magma beneath the ice surged like dragons, assailing the frozen surface. Kimaru, think of something quick. We cannot hold on much longer, urged Suigetsu. Kimaru furrowed his brow. The Wolf King interjected, unless we defeat the user of this technique, we are doomed. Kimaru, you ascend to confront the Mizukage. We will provide support, he instructed. Kimaru nodded, and the Wolf King swiftly formed seals. Would release, single log bridge. Hurry up. I will buy you time, Kimaru urged Jugo, Ao, and Hanabi. Let us proceed, he declared, stepping onto the single log bridge first. The Wolf King gazed vacantly at Kimaru's retreating figure, murmuring, Kimaru, you must stop the Mizukage. He then approached Suigetsu and the others, placing a hand on their backs. Initially perplexed, they soon felt their chakra surge within. The Wolf King elucidated, our Senju clan's chakra is of natural origin, the purest form, capable of harmonizing with various attributes without issue. This cannot simply be replicated. Focus on suppressing, he instructed, and they nodded in agreement. Terumi May stood above, murmuring. The Mizuno Kuni clan, the Kagaya clan, the Raijin clan, the Uzumaki clan, the Aoi clan, the Senju clan, the Kirigakure clan, and the multiple bloodline user, Jugo. What allure does you, Naruto Uzumaki, possess that compels so many to risk their lives and seek your blood? Just as the Mizukage prepared to act, Kimaru was the first to charge forward, brandishing his bone sword and plunging it fiercely towards her. The Mizukage, startled, quickly evaded Kimaru's lethal strike, only for Jugo to follow up with a powerful smash of his cursed mark. Shueing swiftly tapped the ground and quickly departed. Just as she left, Zhongwu crashed down, causing a collapse in the earth. As Shueing halted, a voice pierced the air, wind release, wind sword descends. She beheld a sword forged of wind materializing in the sky, hurtling towards her with great ferocity. Reacting with haste, Shueing formed a hand seal, boil release, gas barrier. A thunderous sound erupted as the ground caved in. Qing Lang inquired, did it succeed? To which Xiang Ling replied, no. Shui Ying's chakra remained largely intact. Qing Lang, astonished, exclaimed, what? How is that possible? As the smoke dissipated, Junma Lu and the others discovered a barrier surrounding Shui Ying, effectively thwarting the wind sword's formidable attack, leaving her unscathed. Junma Lu tightened his grip on his bone sword. Shui Ying clapped her hands, declaring, perfect, a flawless offensive. Had I felt the slightest discomfort, I would have perished. Such impeccable power, such perfect support. Were it not for my peak strength at the mid-shadow level, had I just entered that stage, I would have certainly been gravely injured, if not dead. At that moment, Terumi May interjected, I ask you, would you consider joining us in the Hidden Mist Village? I can overlook past grievances. Take a close look at your friends, comrades, and brothers. They can no longer withstand my assault. Surrender and join us, and I shall ensure your survival. Junma Lu turned to see the sound ninja being relentlessly pushed back, while Shui Yu and Bai desperately strove to contain the eruption of magma. For the first time, Junma Lu felt a sense of confusion, loosening his grip on the bone sword. It was not that he feared death. In his eyes, fear had never existed. However, he was no longer the cold-hearted Junma Lu of yore. He had forged bonds, nurtured friendships, and experienced love and dialogue, and a master-disciple relationship with Orochimaru, who had officially recognized Junma Lu and others as his disciples. He had accumulated far too much. In the past, he would have turned down the offer without hesitation. But he had changed. No longer the merciless Junma Lu, he now considered others even if not for himself. Everyone heard Shui Ying's proposal of surrender, and the sound ninja momentarily halted their attacks. Seizing the opportunity, the water ninja launched a swift offensive, further demoralizing the sound ninja. Junma Lu gazed up at the sky, despair gripping him as he closed his eyes. Did it truly come to this? Must I, Junma Lu, concede defeat? Was failure the only option? At that moment, Xiang Ling and the others also began to ponder this helpless question. Silence. A voice shattered the tension, and all turned to see Bai, who was suppressing the magma. In that moment, Bai cast aside all shyness and gazed fearlessly at the onlookers. With a gentle yet resolute voice, Bai proclaimed, I do not comprehend grand principles nor theoretical constructs. All I know is that the Sound Village is my home. Though it may be old and dilapidated, it holds my family. The cold yet warm-hearted Lord Naruto, the gentle Junma Lu, the carefree Lei Yuming, and the proud Uzumaki Xiangyun. Everything here captivates and enchants me, making it impossible for me to abandon it. Thus, regardless of the outcome, I shall fight for my home, the Sound Village, until my last breath. Junmaru gazed blankly at Bai, as if encountering him for the first time. The Sound Ninjas, upon hearing this, tightened their grips on their weapons and roared, Let us advance. We must defend our homeland. Cursing under his breath, Junmaru lamented. Just when I finally had a moment of respite, you choose to attack my brother. What a bunch of fools. Do you truly believe you can challenge us? We are the ones who have come to possess the mightiest tailed beast, serving under Lord Naruto. At that moment, all the Sound Ninjas erupted with fervor. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the chaos. Bai, with unwavering determination, declared to Junmaru, in my eyes, you are the strongest, the most resilient, and the one whom Lord Naruto cherishes most, as well as the one whom Master Orochimaru trusts implicitly. You are not battling alone. We, the Sound Ninjas, stand behind you. Alongside Lord Naruto and Master Orochimaru. You cannot falter. With resolve, Junmaru tightened his grip on his bone sword and gazed skyward. As if he could sense Lord Naruto's watchful gaze, Master Orochimaru's eager smile, and the encouraging thumbs up from the fourth princess. Qinglang urged, Go forth, Junmaru. I shall assist you. Chongwu assured, I will create openings for you. Xiangling encouraged, Fight like a man. Shueiyue and Bai joined in the chorus, urging, Advance, Junmaru. Every Sound Ninja present rallied behind him, chanting, Junmaru. In an instant, Junmaru surged forward with a speed that defied the naked eye. One swift kick sent the Mizukage flying, and in a flurry of blows, he pummeled Mizukage Terumi Mei as if she were a mere sandbag. As she was hurled through the air, Terumi Mei pondered how Junmaru could possess such swiftness. It dawned on her that Qinglong's wind had provided Junmaru with a remarkable boost. While Xiangling rapidly calculated the Mizukage's next move, communication flowed seamlessly between the little birds in the sky and Chongwu, relaying information to Junmaru, who executed a strategy that inflicted maximum damage with minimal self-harm, significantly wounding the Mizukage. True to her title, the Mizukage quickly grasped the situation and flashed a knowing smile. Junmaru sensed something peculiar as he observed her retrieve kunai from her pouch, aiming them at the little birds. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He knew he could not retreat, lest the Mizukage distance herself from the battle. At that moment, several kunai shot forth, intercepting the Mizukage's attack. Xiangling declared, Your plans are all predicted within my calculations. I have simulated every scenario in my mind. Xiangling recalled a previous encounter before the battle when Naruto had summoned her to a secluded spot, telling her, Xiangling, you are the most intelligent among my few friends. Your role extends beyond mere healing. Your intellect is your greatest weapon. On the battlefield, you must not only tend to the main forces, but also identify the enemy's key players and comprehend their ultimate techniques. You must simulate their combat strategies and uncover their vulnerabilities to devise countermeasures. This is the simulation I entrust to you. The Mizukage surveyed the trio surrounding her, Junmaru, Chongwu, and Qinglang, then glanced at Xiangling, who adjusted her glasses in the distance, and remarked, You are formidable, truly something to be proud of. However, now I shall demonstrate to you the true power of a Kage. Junmaru, too, would experience the genuine distinction between a Kage and a mere shadow. Suddenly, Shueiying raised a hand and declared, Mist concealment technique. The scene enveloped in a dense fog. Bai, taken aback, remarked, This is the silent killing technique of Mr. Zaibujan. Do not forget, Zaibujan hails from the Watermoon clan, replied Maming. Xiangling closed her eyes to sense the surroundings, preparing to speak, when a sharp pain struck her neck, causing her to faint. Junmaru, unaware, shouted towards Xiangling's direction. Xiangling quickly sensed where Shuing is. Suddenly, Shueiying appeared before Junmaru, saying, Right here, and struck him fiercely in the abdomen. Junmaru crumpled to the ground, clutching his midsection, as Maming savagely slammed her knee into his head, sending him flying. Seizing the opportunity, Maming swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed lava release, lava rock rain. Fiery stones rained down upon Junmaru's location. Shueiying then performed the hand seal for release. Bai and the others beheld the battered Junmaru, the unconscious Xiangling, and the motionless Zhongwu and Qinglang sprawled on the ground. Shuiying advanced slowly towards Bai and her companions, while the Wolf King closed his eyes in despair, contemplating defeat. Shuiwei glared at Shuiying and Mei Ming with resentment, yet her gaze failed to halt Mei Ming's advance. Bai, too, closed her eyes in hopelessness. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Hey, I have not lost yet. Where do you think you're running off to, Shuiying?" The Wolf King opened his eyes in astonishment, gazing at Mei Ming's back, while Bai wept in disbelief. Shuiwei trembled as they witnessed Junmaru rise to his feet, his body shaking as he clutched a broken bone sword. Mei Ming cast a sidelong glance, questioning, "Do you truly believe you possess the strength to stop me now?" Junmaru roared defiantly at Mei Ming. "So what if my hands are broken? I still have my legs. If my legs are broken, I have my mouth. And if all my teeth shatter, I still have my head. I tell you, we Sound Ninja are warriors who fight to the death. We fear not death." In that moment, every combatant on the battlefield, whether from the Three Ninja Alliance or the Sound Ninja, gazed at Junmaru with admiration. Mei Ming, filled with hatred, glared at Junmaru, stating, "Let us see how long you can endure." Suddenly, she charged at Junmaru, delivering a powerful punch that sent him flying. In an instant, she soared into the air, kicking him away as though he were a mere punching bag. Blood sprayed forth like a fountain. After her onslaught, Mei Ming stood, trembling, took a deep breath, and brutally stomped down on Junmaru with her shoe. Junmaru gritted his teeth to endure, but Mei Ming viciously kicked him again, sending him crashing through numerous trees. With an impassive expression, Mei Ming walked towards Bai, commanding, "Stop, stop, stop." As Terumi Mei advanced halfway, a faint voice emerged from behind her. She trembled slightly and turned to find Junmaru, who was supposed to be gravely injured, standing upright. Staring at him in disbelief, Terumi Mei asked, "Why do you still stand? You are on the brink of death. And you, the Sound Ninja, along with the remnants of Mizuno Kuni, some of whom were once from the Hidden Mist Village. Why? Why did you choose to go to the Sound Village? Why has not a single one of you surrendered? Do you truly believe you can emerge victorious? Please, enlighten me." The truth was, they were not incapable of surrendering. Rather, they were defending their last sanctuary. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black stepped forward, prompting the Mizukage to inquire, "Who are you?" As the person removed their hood, Junmaru, Ao, and even White were left in stunned silence, for it was none other than Naruto Uzumaki, who had journeyed to the Hidden Cloud Village. Ignoring them, Naruto continued, "You mentioned that some among you are ninjas who fled from the Hidden Mist Village. And I must tell you that the majority are rogue ninjas from the 5 great nations. Do you know why we dare to shelter them? They are not merely renegades. They are scapegoats for the 5 Kage's misdeeds. You commit errors and refuse to acknowledge them, instead shifting the blame onto an unremarkable subordinate or a common ninja, stripped of any heroic title, yet burdened with endless slander. This has rendered them ashamed in the eyes of their children, leaving desperate ninjas with no choice but to take their own lives or flee. You label them as traitors while you, from your lofty position, bask in the adoration of the people. In comparison, you are the true villains." In that moment, Junmaru stood up, trembling, and declared, "I know our Sound Village is small and backward, once cold-blooded, but from this moment forth, we shall never abandon a single friend or brother. I, Junmaru, vow this." Naruto turned to Terumi Mei and asked, "So, in your current state, are you truly ready to confront me? You are not worthy." With that, he unleashed an overwhelming aura. The Mizukage gritted her teeth at Naruto, then glanced at the Sound Ninja, who were resolute in their determination. With a heavy heart, she finally uttered, "Retreat." Upon hearing this, the Water Ninja hastily fled, vowing never to engage with the Sound Ninja again, who fought with reckless abandon for their lives. Terumi Mei glared at Naruto and said, "Naruto Uzumaki, we will remember this grievance. Mark my words, next time, I shall make you pay." With that, she turned to leave. The Sound Ninja erupted in cheers. But Naruto coldly remarked, "Terumi Mei, why do you linger? Are you waiting for me to escort you out?" At the sound of 2 sharp stomps, the Sound Ninja's hearts raced with fear. Suddenly, they witnessed their idol, Naruto, unceremoniously plopped down onto the ground. Junmaru, suppressing the pain from his wounds, asked, "Lord Naruto, what is wrong?" With a loud thud, Naruto transformed into a sweet potato. Junmaru stared in astonishment and exclaimed, "How could it be you, Xiangling? Where is Lord Naruto?" Xiangling cast a glance at Junma Lu and remarked, "Are you foolish? How could Naruto possibly reach the hidden cloud village in time? When I awoke and witnessed your suffering, I felt utterly helpless. Suddenly, an idea struck me. I could don my cloak and impersonate Lord Naruto to see if I could frighten off the Mizukage, and to my astonishment, it worked. Thankfully, I did not have to engage in combat, or I would have been done for. She concluded with a nervous pat on her chest. Both Junma Lu and Een Rin exclaimed in unison, "I can't believe it." The Mizukage was actually scared off. When Orochimaru arrived at Junma Lu's location, he found them already resting. Approaching from behind, he inquired, "Junma Lu, where is the Mizukage? Did you manage to defeat him?" Upon hearing the voice behind him, Junma Lu swiftly turned to see Orochimaru standing close by. He immediately relaxed his guard, feeling a pang of guilt for initially suspecting anyone else. Had it been someone less formidable, he might not have survived. Upon hearing Orochimaru's question about the Mizukage, he averted his gaze and admitted, "We won. But it was through trickery, not by our own prowess." He clenched his fists tightly as he spoke. Orochimaru, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean? What exactly transpired?" Upon hearing this, Xiangling rushed over to Orochimaru, bubbling with excitement. "It was me. I was the one who defeated the Mizukage." Orochimaru, even more bewildered, responded, "What? You are confusing me. How can Xiangling be the one to have vanquished the Mizukage?" Xiangling took a moment to compose herself before explaining the situation. Upon listening, Orochimaru burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent. Indeed, cleverness and luck are forms of strength as well. Junma Lu, there is no need for you to feel guilty." In a sudden burst of determination, Junma Lu drew his bone sword and made a deep cut in his palm, addressing the astonished Orochimaru. "Lord Orochimaru, please train me swiftly. I yearn to become a formidable warrior, someone others can look up to, someone who can assist you and Lord Naruto. This feeling of having no control over my own fate is unbearable. I once believed my strength was considerable, but encountering the Mizukage revealed just how lacking I truly am. Such luck is fleeting. My destiny must be grasped by my own hand. Please, Lord Orochimaru, I implore you to train me." He bowed deeply after his plea. Orochimaru nodded approvingly, and suddenly, I also bowed respectfully to Orochimaru, stating earnestly, "Lord Orochimaru, please train us." Shueiwa, Chongwu, Wolf King, Qinglang, and Ice Wolf stepped forward as well, saying, "We beseech you, Lord Orochimaru, to train us into strong warriors." At that moment, all the Inin, despite their injuries, rose and bowed to Orochimaru in unison, proclaiming, "Lord Orochimaru, we humbly request your guidance to become warriors who can astonish the world." Their unified voices startled flocks of nearby birds into flight. Orochimaru regarded them with a nod, reflecting on Naruto's previous words about the importance of community, no matter how powerful an individual may be. One cannot stand against the world alone. He recalled a saying, "The weak will always remain weak, yet weakness is not entirely a fault. After all, humanity is inherently fragile. And it is precisely this vulnerability that leads to the formation of guilds and companionships. To survive robustly, one must fight side by side, supporting one another and advancing together. Clumsy individuals may encounter several setbacks and take circuitous routes, yet as long as they believe in the future and take that first step, strength will naturally surge forth. Only by persevering with unwavering resolve can one smile radiantly." Orochimaru observed Kankuro and his companions, then glanced at the kneeling Sound Shinobi, who were gazing skyward. In that moment, he recognized that the Sound Shinobi were on the verge of a profound transformation, akin to an eagle soaring past the heavens. Naruto and the group, led by Karasuma Yakumo, approached the vicinity of the hidden cloud village, concealing themselves to prepare for an imminent assault. Suddenly, with a loud pop, a cloud of smoke dispersed, revealing a small white snake on the ground. The snake spat out a scroll, which Naruto picked up to read. It detailed the event of the Raikage retreat, and he casually inquired whether they should still attack the hidden cloud village. Yakumo, noticing Naruto's fluctuating expression, suggested, "Naruto, since the hidden cloud has retreated, perhaps we should reconsider our attack." After a moment's contemplation, Naruto coldly replied, "No, since they were prepared to strike our Sound village. They shall reap what they have sown." Yakumo relayed the directive for operations to proceed as planned. Naruto's true intention was to launch an overt assault on the hidden cloud. Yet his underlying objective was to seek the two-tailed beast, Matatabi. Matatabi, a black cat yokai residing in the deathly woods of Hokkaido, possesses massive wings, and was originally a pet of the Shinigami. It had escaped from the realm of the dead to revel in consuming the souls of the deceased, resorting to murder when souls were scarce, thus obtaining vengeful spirits to summon the dead to fight on its behalf. Upon the opening of its third eye atop its head, it could devour the souls of the deceased. In the ancient divine beast battles, Matatabi had triumphed in 2 out of 3 encounters, with victories against the Tanuki while suffering defeat against the nine-tailed fox. Legend has it that in the moment the nine-tailed fox felled Matatabi, its soul was rescued by the Shinigami in a manner akin to interdimensional summoning, leaving its corporeal form sealed within a shrine in the woods of death. The mythological prototype in Japanese folklore is a two-tailed black cat, characterized by large, pointed ears and serrated teeth. Matatabi possesses the ability to fully transform into a phantom cat, launching fireballs as attacks. In terms of tailed beast ranking, it is placed 4th, with chakra capacity ranked 8th, symbolized by the code, darkness. Naruto's intention was to seize Matatabi, thereby transferring it from the body of the Jinchuriki to that of Kyuin. This would endow the sound shinobi with 3-tailed beasts, compelling any who harbored designs against their village to reconsider, despite the potential backlash from the Akatsuki. However, should they refrain from this course of action, the Akatsuki might not arrive, leaving the sound shinobi's fate perilously close to extinction, thereby stifling any prospects for advancement. As for Kyuin's ability to withstand the power of the tailed beast, it is assured, for she, like Naruto, hails from the Uzumaki clan. Even ordinary individuals like Gaara and the Jinchuriki of the wood have managed to endure the tailed beast's might, so it stands to reason that Kyuin could as well. Moreover, the chakra of Matatabi is primarily composed of darkness and flame, with formidable illusionary capabilities, harmonizing perfectly with Kyuin's fiery chakra to unleash a power greater than that of the wood Jinchuriki. As for the life and death of the wood Jinchuriki, Naruto's concern is solely with matters directly impacting him. He remains indifferent to all else. Yet a dilemma arises. The Hidden Cloud Village possesses 2-tailed beasts, Matatabi and the 8-tailed bull demon. Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, was unafraid, and neither was the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails. However, the thought of both tailed beasts uniting instilled a sense of dread in Naruto. Though he was confident, he had not yet reached the level of arrogance required to confront 2 beasts simultaneously. Furthermore, the guards of the Hidden Cloud Village would not be able to flee, prompting Naruto to devise a plan to temporarily subdue the 8 tails and the guards of the village. As Yun approached Naruto, he declared that everything was ready. Naruto addressed the Sound Ninja below, urging them to commence their journey of vengeance. The Sound Ninja gazed at Naruto with fervent enthusiasm, their murderous intent directed toward the Hidden Cloud Village. Naruto then turned to Yun, saying, "I entrust this to you." Yun nodded and swiftly performed a series of hand seals, exclaiming, "Illusion technique, Nirvana Sanctuary." A flurry of pure white feathers descended upon the entire Hidden Cloud Village. This illusion, learned from Kabuto, showcased Yun's prodigious talent in Genjutsu. Despite being used for the first time, its potency far surpassed that of the half-hearted illusionist Kabuto. Moreover, Naruto's 9 tails chakra extended its influence throughout the village, resulting in all ninja below the rank of Jonin succumbing to slumber. The advisors of the Hidden Cloud suddenly awoke, their initial response being the fear of an attack. They shouted for their subordinates to be on guard. However, upon noticing their immobilized comrades, they cried out in confusion, "Why are you all standing still? Move." A cold voice interrupted, "There's no need to shout. They are already dead." The advisors turned to see a strikingly beautiful man with long white hair standing before them, casually twirling a kunai while casting a mocking gaze at them. One advisor quickly recalled a certain individual, adopting a defensive stance as he proclaimed, "We will not retreat an inch to protect the Hidden Cloud Village." Internally, he urged for assistance. Naruto, cold and resolute, stated, "Do not take a single step back. For me, half a step is sufficient." In an instant, he vanished, reappearing at the entrance. The advisors, patting their bodies in disbelief, laughed heartily. "So, you were merely putting on a show." Ignoring their taunts, Naruto pushed the door open and stepped outside, muttering, "Fools." Just as one advisor prepared to stop him, he suddenly found his lower body betraying him and collapsing. It was then that he noticed a wound on his chest, expanding as blood gushed forth uncontrollably. He erupted into laughter, tears streaming down his face as he lamented, Who would have thought that these years of indulgence would diminish our prowess to the point where we couldn't even perceive the strike of another S-blade? And here we are, mocking a mere facade. Indeed, the former advisors would never have found themselves in such a predicament, but with age came an increasing fear of death, overshadowing their youthful audacity with cowardice and arrogance. While it was not entirely their fault, Naruto had utilized the Nine-Tails chakra combined with the capabilities of the flash fruit. Few could match his speed. Although he had yet to fully develop his abilities, the explosive power of the Nine-Tails chakra compensated for any shortcomings. As the lightning and sound ninjas clashed, suddenly, two figures approached from a distance. Naruto dashed forward instantly to intercept them. One of the women shouted at Naruto, urging him to move aside. With a disdainful glance, Naruto retorted, "If you think you can kill me, go ahead and try, you scum." He then advanced with an overwhelming aura towards the two. The woman's expression changed immediately as she recognized him, exclaiming, "You are Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto remained silent, while a male voice beside him exclaimed, "Oh, you must be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki." "Yes." Naruto coldly addressed them, "Follow me to a certain location. If you refuse to come to your hidden cloud village, I will unleash the Nine-Tails and destroy this place." Without waiting for their response, he turned and began to walk away. Inside, the Eight-Tails Gyuki spoke to Killer Bee, saying, "Killer Bee, heed his words. Otherwise, our tailed beasts will clash. And this insignificant hidden cloud village cannot contain us." Killer Bee nodded in agreement, saying, "Let us follow him." The Wood Ninja, albeit reluctantly, also nodded in agreement, and they proceeded to follow Naruto. Meanwhile, the Sound Ninjas laughed derisively, taunting, "Look at your Two-Tails and Eight-Tails Jinchuriki abandoning you." "Haha." The Lightning Ninja shouted back, "Don't speak nonsense. Our esteemed leaders would never forsake us." Yet, his tone lacked conviction. A Sound Ninja chimed in, "You have been discarded by your higher-ups. Otherwise, why have your advisors not appeared?" "Ha ha ha." The Lightning Ninjas fell silent. The Sound Ninja declared, "Let us show you our true power." Suddenly, peculiar black runes appeared on their bodies, amplifying their strength immensely, and the Lightning Ninjas found themselves pushed back relentlessly. Meanwhile, Naruto, accompanied by Killer Bee and the Wood Ninja, halted abruptly and remarked, "This place is quite nice." The two observed the surrounding mountains and the artificial hills nearby. Suddenly, the Eight-Tails urgently warned Killer Bee, "Get out of here quickly, Killer Bee." In a swift motion, Killer Bee leapt, using the long chakra from his feet to adhere to a mountain wall. Suddenly, chains erupted from the ground, ensnaring the Wood Ninja and swiftly dragging him underground. As the Wood Ninja attempted to resist, he felt his strength being sapped by the chains. The more he struggled, the tighter they became, prompting him to cease his resistance and plead, "Lord Killer Bee, please save me." Just as Killer Bee prepared to rush to his aid, Gyuki cautioned, "Don't go, Killer Bee," and gravely looked at Naruto, saying, "The beast binding formation is specifically designed to trap tailed beasts. Those dark chains become increasingly painful the more one struggles, as they absorb chakra. However, it is peculiar that only members of the Uzumaki clan can invoke this formation, and the Uzumaki clan has long since declined. Moreover, it requires an immense amount of chakra, comparable to that of a tailed beast. How could this little brat activate it?" Killer Bee, with a serious expression, remarked, "This kid was once known as Naruto Uzumaki, and he is indeed the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." Gyuki returned his serious gaze to Naruto and said, "This is not good news, Killer Bee." Killer Bee inquired, "How do we break the formation?" The Eight-Tails replied, "The only solution is to eliminate the caster." Karabi unsheathed two swords and remarked, "This is somewhat troublesome." Yet, his visage radiated confidence. Observing Karabi's demeanor, Naruto's mind raced with thoughts of miscalculation. He had not anticipated that the Eight-Tails Gyuki would be familiar with this formation. However, he was eager to test the mettle of his prowess as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki against that of the Eight-Tails. Swiftly forming seals, he declared, "Beast binding technique, release." The foe mountain and the earth ensnaring the two tails coalesced into a small sphere. With a flick of his wrist, a serpent consumed the sphere, retreating into Naruto's sleeve. Naruto drew the Kusanagi sword strapped to his back, never underestimating Karabi. As Karabi charged forward, Naruto mirrored his motion, their weapons clashing. Naruto's Kusanagi and Karabi's dual swords met, briefly connecting before separating. Karabi then produced another sword, holding it in his mouth, while Naruto refrained from unsheathing his second blade. Kurabi infused his sword with lightning chakra and lunged at Naruto, who responded by enveloping his Kusanagi in fire chakra. The two swords collided with tremendous force. Kurabi attempted to swipe at Naruto with the sword held in his mouth, but Naruto ducked just in time, the blade grazing his hair. Without pause, Kurabi executed a flying knee strike, prompting Naruto to perform a backflip, evading the attack. Seizing the opportunity, he clamped Kurabi's head between his feet and, with a powerful thrust, tossed him aside. Kurabi, however, performed a backflip and landed gracefully. Recognizing that his probing was futile, Kurabi equipped the remaining 5 blades on his back. Naruto's gaze sharpened. Aware that Kurabi was preparing to unleash his signature technique, the 8-sword style. In response, Naruto unsheathed his final blade, the purple Kusanagi, crossing his swords and declaring, "Dual sword style, Eagle Wave." This technique, reminiscent of Zoro's skills he had previously acquired, sent a wave-shaped shock towards Kurabi. Kurabi hurriedly defended, but was still pushed back considerably. With a cold smile, Naruto charged forward, swinging his dual swords upward, launching Kurabi high into the air. He whispered, "Dual sword style, Ascending Tower." The remaining techniques were of his own invention, and he said, "Now, taste this, Kurabi." Dual sword style, reverse 16 strikes. In an instant, Naruto positioned himself above Kurabi, who quickly raised his blade in defense. Naruto smirked coldly, unleashing a flurry of strikes so swift that only shadows were visible, leaving numerous lacerations on Kurabi's form. When Naruto finally halted, Kurabi lay battered on the ground. As Naruto readied to deliver the finishing blow with his Kusanagi, the Ninetales urgently interjected, "Naruto, you must vacate this place at once." Before he could fully comprehend, a tremendous force struck him in the abdomen, propelling him away and shattering numerous trees in his path. Staring blankly in the direction of the impact, Naruto watched in disbelief as Kurabi rose, enveloped in an overwhelming surge of chakra. A glance revealed that Naruto's own abdomen was also radiating the Ninetales chakra. He realized that had it not been for the protective barrier of the Ninetales chakra, Kurabi's fist would have pierced straight through him. Naruto cast a fierce gaze at Killer Bee, yet he refrained from attributing blame to anyone but himself for his own oversight. With a swift motion, he summoned the Kusanagi and the Zishii back into his grasp. With an air of detachment, he declared, "Let me witness your true strength." 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Killer Bee, too, drew 8 blades towards himself, charging at Naruto with fervor. Reacting swiftly, Naruto leapt to evade Killer Bee's assault. As 2 blades were hurled towards him, Naruto braced himself, feeling the jolt reverberate through his arms, leaving them momentarily numb. Seizing the opportunity, Killer Bee lunged at Naruto like a rocket, who retaliated by firing the Zishii at the advancing adversary. Killer Bee attempted to parry with his blade, but as their weapons clashed, Naruto's strike sliced through the chakra-infused defense as effortlessly as cutting tofu, shattering the blade in the process. Killer Bee hastily raised his remaining blades for defense, but could he withstand it? The Zishii effortlessly severed the 2 blades, prompting Killer Bee to discard the broken remnants and grasp at Naruto's Zishii. It took a significant amount of chakra to halt the Zishii's momentum. Naruto, with a graceful somersault, landed firmly, while Killer Bee also caught the Zishii upon descent, grinning as he remarked, "Oh baby, how about you gift me that blade?" Naruto remained silent, eyes closed, clutching the Kusanagi. Killer Bee, still chuckling, taunted, "Oh baby, are you conceding? Baka Yuru, Koro Yuru." Naruto continued to ignore him, eyes still shut. While the 8 Tails cautioned Killer Bee, "Focus, I sense this brat is not as simple as he appears." Killer Bee replied with a chuckle, "If he unleashed the 9 Tails, I might be concerned, but as long as the 9 Tails remain dormant, he cannot breach our chakra defenses. In fact, I have already completed the seals for the Raijin armor. Do you think a mere boy without the 9 Tails can contend against our formidable duo?" Baka Yuru, Koro Yuru. The 8 Tails recognized that the combination of Raijin armor and the tailed beast chakra indeed constituted the pinnacle of defense. Even Killer Bee, who could not easily breach the Raijin armor, would find it impossible to overcome his own enhanced defenses when combined with the tailed beast chakra. This defense was arguably the most formidable. However, Gyuki sensed something amiss, though he could not pinpoint it. Unbeknownst to them, the Zishii, held tightly in Naruto's grip, began to emanate an eerie glow, permeating through what they believed to be the ultimate defense. As Naruto opened his left eye, Both Gyuki and Killer Bee recoiled in fear. What kind of eye was that? It seemed to perceive everything, rendering their strongest defenses trivial in its gaze. Naruto caressed the Kusanagi, then stated with indifference, "There is no such thing as the strongest defense in this world, only stronger ones. Today, I, Naruto Uzumaki, shall shatter your so-called pride." Killer Bee responded earnestly, "If you can, then give it a try." A sudden smile crossed Naruto's face as he replied lightly, "Watch closely, it will be but a fleeting moment." In an instant, the Kusanagi was enveloped in searing chakra as Naruto proclaimed, "Behold my new ultimate technique, fire style, heavenly flame sword." Then, Naruto sprouted fiery wings from his back and swooped down fiercely towards Killer Bee. Sensing something amiss, Killer Bee prepared to defend himself with Naruto's purple blade, only to find his left hand, which grasped the weapon, rendered immobile. In a moment of desperation, he severed his own left hand and declared, "Beast transformation." Before long, he transformed swiftly into the Eight Tails, Gyuki. The beast promptly conjured a wall of chakra before him. However, when Naruto's sword collided with the wall, it shattered instantly. The blade plunged deeply into the chest of the Eight Tails, precisely where Killer Bee was situated. The area erupted in a tremendous explosion, resembling a mushroom cloud, leaving the ground scorched and barren. Upon regaining consciousness, Naruto opened his eyes to find his head resting on Iam's lap. He involuntarily pondered whether this was what a lap pillow felt like. Just as that thought crossed his mind, he suddenly realized that any movement sent waves of pain coursing through him, leading him to gloomily contemplate whether he had been rendered useless. His slight movement had roused the slumbering Iam, who, upon noticing Naruto was awake, hurriedly inquired, "Naruto, how is your body? Are you all right? Does it hurt?" Naruto attempted to lift his right hand to caress Iam, but discovered he lacked the strength to do so. Understanding his intention, Iam gently lifted Naruto's right hand and placed it against her cheek. A tender expression crossed Naruto's face as he said, I am fine. Please tell me how our mission went." With a gentle smile, Iam replied, "We have significantly injured the Hidden Cloud Village. We managed to steal back their forbidden scrolls. Although our sound ninja suffered some losses, they pale in comparison to those of the Cloud Village." Naruto nodded in relief, saying, "That is good. I will rest for a while." Just as Iam was about to agree, a young sound ninja burst in, kneeling on the ground and reporting, "My lord Iam, there are individuals blocking our path ahead." Iam furrowed her brow and reprimanded, "Just drive them away. Naruto has just awoken, and you cannot handle such a trivial matter?" Realizing Naruto was awake, the sound ninja immediately lowered his head and hurriedly replied, "Ah, I did not know Lord Naruto was awake. Please forgive me." Naruto frowned and coldly commanded, "Lift your head." The anxious ninja complied, and Naruto continued, "Remember, no matter the situation, do not panic. A ninja must remain calm, even against the strongest of foes. Do you not understand this?" Upon hearing Naruto's words, the ninja fell silent and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Naruto." Naruto regarded him with a discerning gaze and inquired, "What is your name?" The ninja promptly replied, "My name is Kentaro Kurama." Naruto instructed, "When we return to the Sound Village, report to me directly." Kurama, initially puzzled, suddenly became excited, daring to ask, "My lord, are you preparing?" Naruto interjected, "Kneel down." Kurama immediately knelt and proclaimed, "Kentaro Kurama pays his respects to Lord Naruto." Naruto furrowed his brow and remarked, "You still call me Lord Naruto?" Kurama quickly amended, "I pay my respects to my master." Naruto nodded and suddenly asked, "Who is blocking the path? Why are they obstructing us?" Zangma promptly remarked, "The situation is as follows. While we were traversing the path, a girl clad in black with golden hair suddenly obstructed our way, inquiring about our whereabouts and the distance to Tokyo." Naruto furrowed his brow, pondering the golden-haired girl's query. Tokyo? Could it be that she had also crossed over? This was indeed troubling. He then stated, "Take me outside to see." Yayun, anxious, interjected, "Naruto, allow me to handle this matter. You need not venture out yourself, as you are still recovering." Naruto shook his head, replying, "If my conjecture holds true, we might just forge a friendship. Everything shall be revealed upon our meeting." Yayun offered, "Then allow me to assist you outside." Naruto hesitated but, upon witnessing Yayun's resolute gaze, conceded, "Very well, I appreciate your help." Yayun nodded eagerly and proceeded to support him. As Naruto, Yayun, and Zangma approached, they beheld numerous sound ninjas retreating in disarray. Naruto frowned, retrieving a kunai from Zangma's pocket and launching it forth. The combatant girl sensed a gust of wind approaching, yet she did not turn around. Her golden locks transformed into a shield that intercepted Naruto's kunai. However, she had underestimated him. Despite his injuries, the kunai was imbued with wind chakra, shattering the shield formed by her hair. The kunai grazed her cheek, prompting her to gaze at Naruto in astonishment, clearly taken aback that someone could breach her hair-formed defense. She noticed a pale, silver-haired youth, who regarded her with a cold stare. The girl quickly regained her composure and inquired with a frosty tone, "Was it you who launched this projectile? Why not aim directly for my heart, thereby inflicting a grave wound?" Naruto responded coolly, "Because I harbor no animosity towards you. I merely wish to inquire about your identity and the purpose of your obstruction." The girl regarded Naruto for a moment before responding indifferently. "I am known as Golden Shadow. I have no name. I have existed alone since birth, save for one woman. I know not how I arrived here. While executing a killing mission, I encountered a black hole and was drawn in." Naruto's expression softened as he gazed upon Golden Shadow, sensing the wounded spirit that her words conveyed, an essence of emptiness, numbness, and profound solitude. He felt an uncanny connection, akin to meeting an old friend in a foreign land, despite their disparate origins. Uncertain of what compelled him, he uttered a phrase that would echo through the years. "How about I become your older brother?" As soon as the words left his lips, he questioned his own judgment, self-deprecatingly wondering why such a childish notion had arisen. Who would speak such foolishness to a stranger? Yet, Golden Shadow, inexplicably, nodded in agreement. Naruto stared at her in disbelief, while she too pondered why she had accepted this seemingly distant boy as her brother. Perhaps, she mused, they were of the same ilk. Naruto approached Cheyenne, gently taking her soft hands in his and declaring, "From this moment forth, you shall be my sister, Uzumaki Naruto." He then turned to face all the sound ninjas, proclaiming, "Henceforth, there will be no Golden Shadow, only Uzumaki Cheyenne. She, the shadow of the wave, is my sister. Should I discover that any of you dare to bully her, even if I were to lose all my jutsu, I would hunt you down to the ends of the earth." The sound ninjas remained silent, choosing instead to demonstrate their loyalty by kneeling before Cheyenne and Naruto, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to Lord Naruto and Lady Cheyenne." Naruto nodded in acknowledgement, while Yakumo gazed at Cheyenne with envy. With Cheyenne's inclusion, any careless ninja they encountered on the road met their demise at her hands. The sound ninjas were deeply impressed by Cheyenne, for she dispatched enemies that had once eluded them, often defeating them within mere 3 exchanges. Consequently, Naruto and his companions swiftly arrived at the gates of the Sound Village. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by Orochimaru, Kimimaro, and Kyuka, who awaited them at the entrance. The sight of these familiar faces filled Naruto's heart with warmth. He addressed Orochimaru, saying, "Teacher Orochimaru, I have returned." Orochimaru warmly responded, "Welcome back, my comrades and children. You have all worked hard." Naruto was taken aback by Orochimaru's demeanor, realizing that the man who had once been so different had undergone a profound transformation during his absence. The sound ninjas immediately knelt, fervently declaring, "Lord Orochimaru, we dedicate everything to you. It is no burden at all." Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to Naruto and his companions, saying, "Welcome back, my disciples." Naruto inclined his head in response. As Kyuka prepared to rush towards Naruto, a sharp object suddenly flew toward her. She deftly evaded it, narrowly escaping its path. Naruto immediately recognized the assailant and gently patted Cheyenne's head, saying, "There is no need for that, Cheyenne. This is my friend, my family, and yours as well." Cheyenne nodded and retracted her hair, which had transformed into a weapon, saying, "Understood, big brother." Kyuka, filled with anger, glared at Naruto and demanded, "Who is she, Naruto? Why does she call you big brother?" Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto replied, "She is my adopted sister." Realizing the implications of his words, he prepared to clarify. But he saw Kyuka's gaze darken as she lowered her head and then raised it again, her eyes glinting with malice as she murmured, "Anyone who steals my big brother is unforgivable." Drawing a flaming katana from seemingly nowhere, she lunged at Cheyenne, who effortlessly dodged the attack and coldly warned, "If you do not cease this, I will retaliate." Kyuka retorted angrily, "Who asked for your mercy?" She then charged at Cheyenne with her katana. Cheyenne turned to Naruto, who nodded in agreement and cautioned, "Do not harm her, and be careful yourself." Cheyenne acknowledged his words, and her hair transformed into several fists that struck toward Kyuka. As Kyuka dodged the blows, she seethed inwardly, resenting the situation. How could this interloper, who dared to flirt with her brother, think she could stand against her? Let the elder brother take a good look at her shortcomings, and surely he will come to appreciate me. If Naruto were to learn of Shang Yun's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Ayue Lu Yin gently pulled Naruto aside and said, "You ought to tend to your wounds. You may deceive others, but you cannot fool me." Naruto nodded, suddenly recalling something. He inquired, "Why is it that while others are injured, you all emerged unscathed from the battle with the Tsukikage?" Upon hearing this, Ayue Lu Yin promptly explained, "In truth, the Tsukikage never engaged us in battle. It seems he grasped your strategy and withdrew immediately, likely returning to the Hidden Stone Village. He is truly cunning." Naruto nodded in understanding, but was struck by another thought and prepared to leave. Lu Yin grasped his arm and asked, "Where are you planning to go?" Naruto elucidated, "Gaara and the others are still in the Tsukikage's village. If they encounter Inoki, they will be doomed." Lu Yin shot him a disapproving glance and replied, "I have already informed Gaara and the others. By the time you notify them, they would have perished." Naruto sighed, saying, "Please check on Shang Yun and the others. I'm going in to rest." Lu Yin nodded, and Naruto turned to enter. As Xiaoan prepared to follow Naruto inside, a katana was suddenly drawn before him, and Shang Yun angrily declared, "Today, we shall see who is truly the elder brother's sister." Xiaoan pointed in a direction and said, "The elder brother is calling for you." Instantly, Shang Yun joyfully turned around, only to find the indicated area empty. Enraged, she glared at Xiaoan, who had vanished. Feeling as if a flock of crows had flown over her head, she exclaimed, "Fool! Fool! Fool!" When Lei Yuyumi witnessed this, he burst into laughter, slapping the ground in amusement. Ayue Lu Yin covered her mouth, stifling her giggles, just as Shang Yun felt like crying. She noticed Mizuki Sayaka was not laughing, and she instinctively reached out for a hug, only to discover it was merely a doll. From within the doll, the sound of Mizuki Sayaka's laughter echoed, prompting Vortex Shang Yun to weep. "You all should perish. Perish. Perish." Before running away, the shinobi of sound stifled their laughter, while Orochimaru, unfazed, walked away. However, once out of sight, he knelt in the laboratory, laughing heartily. Naruto, leaning against the window, smiled upon hearing the commotion, reflecting on the transformation of the Sound Village. Yet, he felt it was insufficient, although they had successfully resisted the alliance of the Three Shadows this time. Only the Three Shadows understood the true extent of their strength. They had underestimated the Sound Village. Otherwise, how could it possibly stand against the alliance? The immediate priority is to accelerate the development of the Sound Village. With the 9 tails, 1 tail, and 2 tails, a single shinobi possessing 3-tailed beasts is undeniably formidable. However, at present, they are unable to control even one. Although the 9 tails is willing to lend chakra to Naruto, he has yet to test how many tails he can manage before losing control. The 1 tail possesses some mental issues, requiring Gaara considerable time to master. While the 2 tails has not yet been considered by Naruto. Naruto contemplated for a moment. Currently, only the 6 tails Jinchuriki, Yutaka, and the 3 tails, which lacks a host, remained outside. However, Naruto intended to find an opportunity to eliminate both the 6 tails and the 3 tails. By doing so, Naruto and his companions would effectively possess 5-tailed beasts, thus deterring the Akatsuki from making any advances. Shaking his head, Naruto reminded himself that these matters were for another time. For now, he needed to rest, as he would require ample energy to transfer the 2 tails from the body of the host, Yamato, to that of the Vortex clan's Qin the following day. As he prepared for rest, Shikamaru entered the room, gazing at the slumbering Naruto. Clenching her fists, she recalled witnessing Naruto sitting pensively at the edge of the bed, clearly troubled by some pressing issue. She silently vowed to confront any obstacle that dared to impede Naruto's path, vowing to vanquish any adversary that stood in his way. After tucking the blanket around Naruto, she quietly exited. The wind blew gently, stirring the dust into a delicate dance. The future of the shinobi world remained uncertain, shrouded in the ambiguity of either destruction or continuity. Upon awakening the next morning, Naruto learned of Gaara and his team's return. Inquiring about their situation, he discovered that they had nearly destroyed the buildings of the Land of Earth, although the extent of the casualties among the Earth Ninja remained unknown. When Gaara arrived at the Earth Village, he simply commanded, "Step aside." The Sound Ninja, bewildered yet obedient, complied with his request. Utilizing the chakra of the tailed beasts, Gaara unleashed a massive desert burial. The land of earth, not as vast as the land of fire, nor as treacherous as the land of lightning, boasted a predominantly flat terrain of sandy soil. In such an environment, Gaara's devastating technique wreaked havoc, leaving destruction in its wake before he stylishly turned away, opting to leave rather than wait for any retaliation. All of the Sound Ninja gazed at Gaara with admiration. However, upon hearing this, Naruto's expression turned cold as he commanded, "Get in here." Gaara, resembling a chastised child, lowered his head and followed Naruto inside. The Sound Ninja, taken aback, were left puzzled by Naruto's sudden outburst. Once inside, Naruto retrieved a blanket and urged Gaara, "Rest." Gaara feigned indifference, insisting, "I'm fine." Naruto's icy gaze bore down on him, and after a prolonged silence, Gaara succumbed to Naruto's intensity, obediently preparing to rest under the blanket. As Naruto observed Gaara settle in, he prepared to exit but suddenly uttered, "Sometimes, relying on friends is essential. Although you may perceive the Sound Ninja's abilities as beneath you, remember that no one can single-handedly conquer the world. A single chopstick can easily be broken by a child, but a bundle of chopsticks? Who among you can break them using only your hands without chakra? Perhaps someone with extraordinary strength like Tsunade could manage it, but how many possess her caliber? Even someone as formidable as Tsunade relies on her friends. One can see that the strength of the collective far surpasses that of the individual, regardless of how powerful one may be." With that, he closed the door and stepped outside, leaving Gaara alone to ponder his words. As Naruto stepped outside, the first thing he did was to strike the wall with his fist, understanding that Gaara's actions were intended to mitigate the losses of the Sound Ninja. If he were powerful enough, there would be no need for such cunning strategies. Ultimately, his weakness was the root of the issue. Unbeknownst to him, Shikamaru had approached his side. Suddenly, Naruto embraced Shikamaru tightly, who gently stroked Naruto's head, soothing his agitated spirit. Even Shikamaru, who lacked ninjutsu, realized the dire consequences of forcibly wielding powers one has yet to master. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. If Gaara were to perish because of Naruto, the weight of guilt would haunt him for a lifetime. All Shikamaru could do was hold Naruto close, allowing him the rest he desperately needed. Although he was unaware of Naruto's past tribulations, Shikamaru bore the burden of numerous pressures upon his frail, trembling shoulders. Meanwhile, upon hearing of Gaara's reckless use of unmastered jutsu, the fourth princess and Kimimaro were en route to visit Gaara when they witnessed Naruto's act of desperation against the wall. A somber realization dawned upon them. Indeed, if they possessed greater strength, such measures would be unnecessary. Kimimaro clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air. A leaf fell from the tree as Alway sighed heavily, while Raijin struck his palm in frustration. Mizuki and Mizuki's younger sister held each other's hands tightly, oblivious to the pain of their nails digging into their flesh. Even the usually bright and cheerful Kyuin now bore a downcast demeanor, her vibrant red hair dulled by her lowered head. Each person exhibited a myriad of expressions, all reflecting their loathing for their own inadequacies. Orochimaru approached, observing their despondency, and sighed before walking directly to Naruto's side. He confronted Naruto, who was still holding Shikamaru, and commanded, "Naruto Uzumaki, lift your head." Upon hearing Orochimaru's voice, Naruto turned to face him. Orochimaru's gaze penetrated deep, as if seeking to uncover Naruto's innermost thoughts. Grasping Naruto's clothing, he chastised, "Is this your resolve? When you departed from Konoha, you should have anticipated these consequences. You must have known that one day, your loved ones would perish because of you, and your friends would die in your defense. When you left Konoha, you ought to have contemplated your preparedness. What is there to fear?" Naruto, pale and trembling, attempted to retort, but Orochimaru interrupted. "When you resolved to walk this path, you ought to have understood it was a road of slaughter, a path leading to hell. Now that you have embarked upon it, there is no turning back. Do you comprehend? There is no path of return. Look at how the surviving Sound Ninja rally behind you because of your decisions, and see how Gaara remains unharmed while you are in this state. What will you do if he is in peril? Will you seek death? Speak to me, Naruto Uzumaki." With that, Orochimaru delivered a powerful blow, sending Naruto sprawling to the ground. Shikamaru rushed to assist him, but Orochimaru halted him, turning back to Naruto and demanding, "Tell me, Naruto Uzumaki, what is your dream?" As Naruto lay on the ground, he pondered what his dream truly was. What, in essence, is my ideal. Naruto closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, the despondency had vanished, replaced by a cold, piercing gaze. He rose to his feet, disregarding the dirt clinging to him, and fixed his unwavering stare upon Orochimaru, declaring, "My ideals are threefold. First, to possess the strength to protect my family. Second, to resurrect Kazuhana and Koyuki. And third, to become the most formidable man in this vast world, bar none." Orochimaru regarded him seriously and replied, "You must understand that in pursuing these three aspirations, you may lose much more than you anticipate. Are you resolute in this decision?" Naruto met Orochimaru's gaze, enunciating each word with conviction. "Even if I must shatter into a million pieces, I, Naruto Uzumaki, shall not waver until I achieve my goals." Orochimaru studied Naruto for a moment, perceiving his determination and tenacity, then said, "If you are so resolute, then pursue your aspirations with fervor. Do not forget, you are not alone." Naruto nodded and stepped forward with unwavering resolve. Kurenai watched him, captivated, and upon seeing him depart, she immediately followed, joined by Princess Four and Kimimaro. Orochimaru seemed to murmur to himself, "Do you wish to follow as well?" Emerging from the shadows were the Sound Four, each bowing their heads. Orochimaru turned away, stating, "If you wish to go, then follow." The Sound Four hesitated momentarily before bowing to Orochimaru and then hastening to join Naruto. Orochimaru gazed into the distance where Naruto had gone, reflecting, "Indeed, we have grown old. Naruto Uzumaki, let me witness the waves you shall create in the ninja world." Naruto and his companions stood upon an expanse inscribed with mysterious runes. He addressed Kyuin, who stood at the center of the runes, saying, "King, we are about to commence the tail beast extraction ceremony. You must endure. Can you manage?" Kyuin looked at Naruto and replied, "No problem, Naruto. Leave this to me. I can withstand it." Naruto gazed at her, affirming, "If it becomes too much, speak up. We will assist you. Your life takes precedence above all. Do you understand?" Kyuin nodded. From a scroll, Naruto summoned a small white serpent, which exhaled a dark orb. As they watched the orb grow, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals and proclaimed, "Release." From the orb emerged a figure, the two tails Jinchuriki, Nibi. Naruto then addressed Aoi, Raijin, Mizuki, and Orochimaru, stating, "We shall now initiate the tail beast extraction technique. You must endure. As this is critical to Kyuin's life, we cannot afford a moment of negligence. Do you understand?" Aoi and the others nodded. Naruto suddenly opened his Sharingan and Rinnegan, coldly announcing, "The tail beast extraction ceremony commences." In unison, Naruto, Aoi, Raijin, Mizuki, and Orochimaru formed seals and collectively declared, "Tail beast extraction technique, activation." The mysterious runes began to rotate slowly, merging together to form a colossal, pitch-black hand that reached toward the seal where the two tails was bound. The wooden figure began to tremble incessantly, exclaiming, "You scoundrels, let me go at once, or I shall slay you." The unyielding Naruto and his companions regarded the struggling figure with indifference, their eyes devoid of any sympathy. In the world of ninjas, it is a realm where it is either kill or be killed. Compassion or pity for the weak is a luxury that does not exist here. The weak are left to scrape by in such a manner, yet those who, despite knowing their inferiority, continue to boast, are destined to be mercilessly vanquished by the strong. When Naruto deemed it sufficient, he shouted, "Enough!" He and his comrades swiftly formed a series of hand seals, chanting together, "Pull." A colossal black hand emerged, exerting forcefully outward, causing the wooden figure to struggle even more fiercely. After a moment, a shadowy feline silhouette appeared, and the wooden figure ceased its thrashing, ultimately becoming still and pale. Naruto turned to Kyuin, instructing, "Kyuin, raise your hands above your head." She promptly complied, and as the spirit of the cat entered her body, she winced in pain and fell to her knees. Naruto and the others relaxed, for the remaining task lay solely with Kyuin. Observing her distress, Naruto felt a fleeting pang of compassion, yet it was swiftly suppressed as he addressed Orochimaru and the Wolf King, saying, "Master Orochimaru, I leave the rest to you. And I entrust you, Wolf King, with this matter." Both nodded in acknowledgement. Naruto then cast a glance at Kyuin, silently pleading, "Kyuin, I implore you, do not falter. You must endure." He then turned away. As Naruto traversed the dimly lit cavern, he spoke coldly to the others, "Everyone, immediately commence your training." You must at least reach the early stages of shadow level strength. Do you understand? Remember, I do not tolerate incompetence. The group nodded and retreated to their respective training chambers. Left behind were Naruto, Reikage Yum, Mizuki Tsukeri, Alwa Yanagi, and Shao and Naruto addressed the remaining members. Now, it is just you all. Tsukeri, Yanagi, Yum. I must entrust you with the tasks at hand. The others are out on missions, and I cannot guarantee their safe return. Reikage Yum stepped forward, reassuring him. Do not worry. With our strength, even if faced with 3 shadows, we can escape unscathed. Naruto produced a stack of mission papers and declared, these assignments. Some belong to others, while others are ones I requested. I would appreciate your assistance. Yum replied with a grin. Compared to us, you, the second sound shadow, bear the greater burden. Naruto chuckled lightly, and Yum embraced him, saying, if you encounter difficulties, do not shoulder them alone. Remember, we are here for you. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, but then embraced Yum in return, affirming, indeed. Yanagi and Tsukeri seized the opportunity to join in the embrace, gazing intently at Naruto, as if to engrave his presence in their memories. Naruto shared their sentiment, for in the ninja world, anything is possible, and death lurks at every corner. He understood this all too well, yet there were few available allies to count on. Eventually, Yum and the others gently released their hold on Naruto, although reluctant to part. They had to go, for Naruto alone bore an overwhelming burden. Countless eyes were fixed upon him, and being the host of the Nine Tails made him a target for many. Naruto gazed at the retreating figures of his companions until they vanished from his sight, then turned to Shikamaru and said, let us proceed. Beneath the setting sun, all the sound ninjas gathered together, for today marked a significant occasion. Naruto was to inherit the title of Sound Shadow. The collective excitement in their eyes was palpable. Even though Naruto had yet to make his appearance, their enthusiasm only intensified as they eagerly awaited the silhouette of their new leader. Moments later, Naruto appeared clad in a pristine white coat, adorned with a hat emblazoned with the character for sound. At the instant he emerged, the breath of every sound ninja became cautious. Standing before them, Naruto addressed the assembly. Today, I, Naruto Uzumaki, am about to assume the role of Sound Shadow. To be frank, I feel utterly unprepared for this responsibility. I never envisioned myself in this position, and I seek your forgiveness for any shortcomings I may have. Many of the sound ninjas knelt before him, proclaiming, do not speak in such a manner, Lord Naruto. Were it not for your call to dignity, we might still be struggling for mere survival. You have restored our pride and shown us that there are values beyond mere existence. We, the sound ninjas, pledge to fight for you until our last breath. Naruto observed those kneeling before him and declared, I have a few requests to make. First, pursue your passions freely, but do not bully the defenseless villagers. Do not shy away from trouble, for the strength of the Sound Village stands behind you. Second, under no circumstances should you abandon your comrades. Failing to complete a mission may label one as useless, but to forsake a partner is far worse. Third, my aspiration is for our Sound Ninja's name to echo throughout the ninja world, instilling fear in the hearts of our adversaries. As Naruto concluded his final words, the Sound Ninjas erupted in jubilant cheers. He suddenly called out into the distance, even if we are not by your side, even if we have departed this world, remember that we will always be there to protect you, transformed into stars that accompany our comrades. With that, Naruto extended his fingers in a gesture reminiscent of a fairy tale, raising his arms high. Although the Sound Ninjas did not comprehend the meaning behind his gesture, they mimicked him nonetheless. Meanwhile, 3 women in the distance, having heard Naruto's voice, exchanged glances. Reikage Yumi sighed and said softly, this guy just knows how to tug at our heartstrings. Wiping away her tears, she turned to Lu Yen and Kai Ling and urged, let us not disappoint him. The 2 women nodded in agreement. After Naruto assumed the title of Sound Shadow, his first order of business was to address the village's infrastructure. Once everyone had adequate housing, he began to tackle various weaknesses in their operations. Meanwhile, Yumi and her companions undertook missions to gradually spread the reputation of the Sound Village. Shikamaru, burdened with a pile of documents, noticed Naruto slumped over on the Sound Shadow platform and sighed. He retrieved a blanket, seemingly prepared in advance, and gently draped it over Naruto, stroking his disheveled silver hair. This was not the first time Shikamaru had found Naruto asleep at his post. As the new Sound Shadow, there were countless responsibilities awaiting him, with mountains of paperwork demanding his attention each day. Naruto tirelessly managed affairs day and night, and at last, the Hidden Sound Village has regained a modicum of popularity, though it remains far from sufficient. Xiaoan found herself at a loss, able only to assist Naruto with tasks within her capacity. After a while, Kurama entered, burdened with a stack of documents, and said, "Lord Naruto, this is." Upon seeing Naruto asleep on the Inying stage, he immediately fell silent, fully aware of his master's overwhelming fatigue. Xiaoan addressed Kurama, saying, "From now on, leave the paperwork to me. Your primary focus should be on enhancing your strength. Do you understand?" Kurama attempted to explain, but Xiaoan coldly interrupted. "Do you think your efforts are truly helping Naruto? Everything he does, day in and day out, is for you, the Sound Ninjas, to secure opportunities for growth. This is a harsh world. Naruto cannot protect you forever. Do you comprehend?" After a moment of contemplation, Kurama understood and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance." Xiaoan nodding, Xiaoan waved him off. "You may go." Kurama bowed and departed. As Xiaoan turned, she noticed Naruto watching her with a bemused expression, half smiling. Remembering her earlier performance, she lowered her gaze and softly said, "Brother, you're awake." Stretching, Naruto replied, "Indeed, I just witnessed quite the spectacle." "Well done, Xiaoan. You must continue to engage with others." Embarrassed, Xiaoan nodded shyly. Naruto, momentarily entranced, observed her blush deepen. He inexplicably leaned closer to her, while she, flustered, dared not look up. Just as their lips were about to meet, an irate huff interrupted them, prompting Naruto to pull back and glance toward the source of the sound. There stood Xiang Yun, seemingly unscathed, though her flushed face betrayed her anger. With a mocking tone, she addressed both Xiao and Naruto. "I didn't expect to arrive and find such a delightful surprise waiting for me." Her eyes narrowed disdainfully at Xiaoan, now blushing, quickly reverted to her usual icy demeanor reserved for everyone but Naruto. Xiang Yun glared at her, eyes blazing with fury. Suddenly, she felt herself enveloped in an embrace. Looking down, she found Naruto resting his head on her shoulder, murmuring, "Xiang Yun, I'm so glad you're all right." His simple words stirred profound emotions within her. Quietly, she stroked his hair and, in an unusually gentle tone, reassured him, "Brother Naruto, I'm fine." Yet, as she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Realizing just how deeply Naruto had worried for her during her slumber, the sight of the room filled with documents made her acutely aware of his burdens, and she lamented not being able to awaken sooner to share his load. Eventually, Naruto lifted his head, his demeanor returning to normal. He said, "Xiang Yun, I intend for you to lead Junmaru and Bai on missions until Yu Ming, Kai Ling, and Lu Yin return. After all, ninjas grow stronger through battle. By the way, what is your current strength?" With pride, Xiang Yun replied, "I am now at the pinnacle of the early shadow level." Naruto's eyes gleamed with excitement as he remarked, "You seem to have reached a level of strength comparable to that of the Mizukage." Xiang Yun replied with pride, "Indeed, my current prowess is likely on par with Reikage Yueying." Naruto was momentarily taken aback, then said, "Yueying has also attained the initial stage of a Kage." Xiang Yun stared at Naruto in astonishment and replied, "Brother Naruto, you weren't aware?" During the battle with the Tsuchikage, Reikage Yueying broke through to the initial Kage level. He must be at his peak now. Naruto quickly responded, "Then tell me, what is the current strength of Lu Yin and Kai Ling?" Xiang Yun stated, "They should also be at the initial Kage level." Naruto was instantly dumbfounded. Realizing he had dispatched 3 Kage-level individuals on a mission, he promptly declared, "Xiaoan, please show me the list of our sound ninja that I compiled." Xiaoan nodded, walking over to a bookshelf, retrieving a paper, and presenting it to Naruto. Curiously, Xiang Yun leaned in, observing a chart that included Kagaya Junmaro, pseudo-Kage level, Mizuki Bai, mid-special Jonin, Ghost Lantern Mizuki, mid-Chunin, Chongwu, early to mid-Chunin, Xiangling, peak lower Chunin, and Honglian, late special Jonin. Naruto stated, "Let me allocate the teams. First, we will group Mizuki Kai Ling, Kagaya Junmaro, and Mizuki Bai together, as Bai and Kai Ling belong to the same clan, which will help better harness Bai's potential. Junmaro will rely on his wrath to shine. The second group will consist of the Uzumaki sisters, Xiangyun and Xiangling, along with Ghost Lantern Mizuki. Xiangyun and Xiangling, I entrust their training to you, and Mizuki must be honed diligently. The third group will be led by Reikage Yueying, Libra Chongwu, and Honglian. Yueying can suppress Chongwu's rampage, and Honglian's bloodline limit is exceptional. The fourth group will comprise Qingye Lu Yin, Onma Biyun, and members of the Sound Ninja Quartet, Gatonmaru, Zuijin, Eugene, and Jirobo. Bayun's illusion techniques might surpass those of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Lastly, the Wolf Trio and Duoyu will join forces with Zhongma. Without enduring the storm, one cannot hope to soar as an eagle. Thus, Zhongma requires rigorous training. He then added, Shaoan, please establish a covert unit akin to Konoha's Umbu to elevate the strength of our sound ninja. Shaoan and Shangyun nodded in agreement. Naruto suddenly inquired, by the way, Shangyun, where is Orochimaru? I haven't seen him around. Shangyun replied, he went off with Kabuto on some business. I wonder what they are up to. It seems he has eloped with Kabuto during the most critical period of the Sound Ninja's establishment. Naruto pondered and asked, did he leave you any messages or notes? Shangyun clapped her hands and exclaimed, oh yes. He gave me a key and mentioned that there is a surprise behind the Sound Shadow study. Time flew by, and after a year of Naruto's diligent efforts, the Sound Ninja began to rival the 5 great shinobi villages. Each Kage was astounded, as no one could have anticipated that a humble Sound Ninja village could ascend to such heights in just a year. Various nations dispatched spies to the Sound Ninja village for reconnaissance, yet all returned with nothing, enhancing the air of mystery surrounding the village. The Sound Village remains one of the most enigmatic of all ninja villages. Recently, a client insulted a Sound Chunin, and without a moment's hesitation, the captain executed the client. This act starkly contrasts with the notion that clients are considered deities within the realm of ninja. As a result, public opinion began to condemn the Sound Village. Yet the second Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, uttered words that sent shivers down their spines. He declared, should anyone continue to prattle on, I will annihilate their entire family. In the Sound Village, we do not require the opinions of outsiders. If war is to be waged, let it be so. Should we be demanded to betray our comrades? We would rather perish in battle than surrender. In the Sound Village, there are only warriors who die in combat, not traitors who sell out their kin. These words ignited a storm in the ninja world, revealing the Sound Village's arrogance and dominance. Historically, whenever prominent figures from other villages encountered similar criticisms, they would surrender an inconsequential chunin without a second thought. However, this peculiar village remains indifferent, akin to a hedgehog, making it difficult for others to strike. Those who opposed them could only hope that the 5 great shinobi villages would teach the Sound Village a lesson, forgetting that in the past, the 5 great villages dared not attack the Sound Village. What made them think they could do so now? In the Mist Village, Mizukage Terumi May convened a meeting to discuss the incident. With her arms crossed, she inquired, do you have any suggestions? The Council of Elders fell into a profound silence. A year prior, the Three Shadows Alliance had covertly invaded the Mist Village, resulting in a significant loss. The Mist Village had barely begun to recover from the Blood Mist, and had just started to show signs of vitality, only to be thrust back into chaos by the Sound Village's ambush. No one dared to suggest a show of strength. After a moment, Terumi May observed how the once vocal elders had fallen silent, and sighed. Let us pretend we did not see this uproar. The elders nodded in agreement. She then added, we must also expedite the search for the Three Tails and a suitable Jinchuriki. A chorus of affirmations echoed through the room. Terumi May waved her hand, signaling the conclusion of the meeting, and everyone departed. As she remained seated, her mind wandered to Naruto Uzumaki, pondering the nature of the man he had become. Meanwhile, in the Earth Village, Tsuchikage Inoki scoffed disdainfully, muttering to himself, these fools think they can pressure Naruto Uzumaki and seek justice from us 5 great ninja villages? How naive. He then instructed his subordinates, inform those outside that due to the extensive damage inflicted upon the Earth Village by the Sound Village, we are currently unable to allocate resources to address them. His subordinate acknowledged and swiftly exited. The Mizukage reclined in her chair, allowing herself a moment of rest. In the Lightning Village, Raikage A, who had not anticipated the chaos, was furious upon witnessing the devastation wrought upon his village. Upon learning that it was the Sound Village responsible, his anger morphed into a deep sigh. The sight of his brother, Killer B, in such dire straits further fueled his ire, yet he refrained from mentioning vengeance. Raikage called for medical personnel to assess his condition, only to be informed that the poison had already been neutralized. Reflecting on it, he realized that Orochimaru had provided an antidote, but the pretense of fearing for his pride had necessitated such a ruse. After enduring recent experiences, Raikage has surprisingly become more composed. This time, he took the initiative to lead the public opinion, suggesting that the lightning shinobi seek assistance from the sound shinobi, leaving many perplexed about his true intentions. The sound shinobi, exhibiting great courtesy, declined the offer, yet Reikage remained unfazed, simply stating that should assistance be needed, they should feel free to ask. He also set a personal example by proclaiming, "Anyone who dares to bully or look down upon the sound shinobi shall be considered my enemy." Consequently, this has garnered the sound shinobi a deep respect for Reikage, prompting them to offer support during missions, particularly when encountering distressed lightning shinobi. Meanwhile, the current Kazekage of Sunigakure, Maki, who is also Gaara's mentor, faces challenges as the Chiyo siblings stubbornly refuse to emerge, leaving Maki to shoulder the burdens of the village alone. Upon hearing of this predicament, he chose to disregard it completely, and the elder of Sunigakure refrained from mentioning it as well. The most troubled of all, however, is Konohagakure. As the leading village among the 5 great shinobi countries, they cannot afford to overlook this situation. Although Konoha appears powerful, it is fraught with instability. Firstly, Tsunade, the Hokage, wields little actual authority, while the Umbu leader, Danzo, operates independently, indifferent to the affairs of others. Tsunade finds herself in a position where she cannot express her frustrations, leading to criticisms directed at the sound shinobi. Yet, the sound shinobi remain unaffected by such disparagements. Those spreading rumors realize their lack of impact and ultimately relent. Tonight, the sound shinobi village is abuzz with excitement, for it marks the first anniversary of Naruto's victorious battle against the allied shinobi forces. To commemorate this occasion, Naruto has organized a bonfire festival and plans to announce something significant. Standing atop a large platform prepared for the celebration, he declares, "Last year, our sound shinobi village was a small, easily bullied village. However, after a year of hard work, we have become comparable to the 5 great shinobi villages. Though we all know there are limitations to this claim, the 5 great villages fear us not for our numbers, but for the strength of our Jinchuriki and formidable allies. They fear the likes of Gaara, the Sandstorm Undertaker, Kurumi, the Princess of the Underworld, and others such as Reikage's own formidable warriors." Naruto emphasizes that relying solely on a handful of powerful individuals will not suffice, as a village cannot thrive on the strength of only a few. He urges the villagers to elevate their aspirations beyond just the sound shinobi, aiming to make their name known throughout the 5 great nations and the entire shinobi world. The sound shinobi respond with enthusiastic shouts of affirmation. Naruto nods appreciatively and continues, "We are about to announce something important. I trust you have gathered the necessary intelligence. Am I wrong, Mizuki?" Mizuki turns his head away, refusing to look at Naruto. Naruto redirects his gaze and states, "All right, let me share this matter with you." He addresses the sound shinobi below. "Aside from myself, Konohiro and the others have decided to take on apprentices." All the sound shinobi, although already aware, erupted into cheers. For once they took Kijimaru as their master, it signified that as long as they did not commit grave errors and put forth a modicum of effort, they could effortlessly ascend to higher echelons in the future. Thus, they rejoiced. Naruto nodded at Kijimaru, signaling that the remaining matters were entrusted to him, to which Kijimaru responded with a knowing nod. Naruto stealthily made his way to an open area and took a deep breath, exhaling with a sigh. He then inquired, "Shaoan, do you not wish to choose a disciple?" Shaoan shook her head, replying, "It is unnecessary, for I have already selected the next shadow leader." The shadows were established by Shaoan to safeguard Naruto, with their mission being to protect the sound shadows, answering solely to the sound shadows and the village's defenses. Naruto nodded, then suggested, "Come with me to gaze at the starry sky." Shaoan acquiesced, joining Naruto as they stood side by side, admiring the celestial spectacle. After a moment, Naruto turned to Shaoan and asked, "Do you think, should you not return, you would feel lonely?" Shaoan shook her head and gazed intently at Naruto, saying, "In this lifetime, I consider myself fortunate to have encountered you, my dear brother. The days spent with you are what make me feel alive. The time we spent together founding the Sound Shinobi Village has been my happiest. I have experienced familial love, friendship, and joy, things I had never known before. These are gifts you have bestowed upon me. Without you, I would still be a mere weapon devoid of emotion. Thus, even if I cannot return, it matters not." Naruto raised his gaze to the starry sky and declared with unwavering conviction, "I, Naruto Uzumaki, promise you all that even if I must depart, I shall take you with me. Is that not so, my little hidden kittens?" Xiaoan turned her head to see Kijimaru and the others emerging from the underbrush. Xiang Yun dashed towards Naruto, but Xiaoan's hair transformed into a colossal hand. Restraining her, Xiang Yun waved her arms, shouting at Xiaoan, "Let me go, you scoundrel! If you dare, release me for a fair duel." Xiaoan ignored her, which only intensified Xiang Yun's fury as her eyes blazed with indignation. Naruto, witnessing this scene, smiled charmingly. The others continued to watch the antics of the two with amused expressions. Suddenly, Naruto recalled something and said, "Tomorrow is the Chunin exam in Konoha, right? Why is Konoha still hosting the Chunin exam?" Kijimaru explained, "Because the previous exam was abruptly cancelled, they are conducting it anew and have requested Lord Naruto to participate." Kalen scoffed, "They are merely hoping to capture Naruto mid-exam. How hypocritical." Lu Yin expressed concern, stating, "But if we do not participate, it will tarnish the reputation of the sound shinobi." Naruto, dismissively, retorted, "I was never afraid before, and I am even less so now. Why should we refrain from participating? Moreover, we need to uphold the prestige of the sound shinobi." Hearing Naruto's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Kijimaru then posed the question of who would attend. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto replied, "Two teams will go. The first team will consist of Kirigakure Suigetsu, Uzumaki Karin, and Tenbin Shirgo. The second team shall include Kintama Kurama, Yukimaru, and Shiro." Upon hearing this, Junmaru expressed his concerns, saying, "Lord Naruto, without our restraint, I fear that Shogo may go berserk. Moreover, I worry that Shiro may lack the strength to withstand any harm. Additionally, Yakimaru is one of our final trump cards." Naruto replied, "A fledgling must endure the tempest to flourish. Junmaru, can you protect them for a lifetime? Thus, place your trust in them." Junmaru nodded in agreement. Naruto continued, "For this mission, we have Kagaya, Junmaru, Hokage, Uzumaki Karin, Honmien, Gaara, and myself. Aoyanaji, Mizuki, Raijin, Yutaka, and the trio of Zonglong will remain at the Sound Ninja Village. During my absence, Aoyanaji will preside over matters. Is that understood?" Everyone nodded in affirmation. Naruto concluded, "All right then, rest early, we must prepare." The group nodded and dispersed to their quarters, enjoying a peaceful night. The following day, as the sun bathed the land in light, Xiaoan prepared to awaken Naruto, only to find him already awake. She stood mesmerized by the sight before her. Naruto donned a pristine ceremonial robe, adorned with an intricate golden dragon motif at the chest, while the hem and sleeves displayed noble golden patterns of mystery. His previously loose silver hair was now elegantly tied back, and he wore immaculate white gloves. At the back of his robe rested the grass-cutting sword and the purple evil blade. This ensemble rendered Naruto strikingly handsome, exuding an aura of both elegance and coolness. Upon noticing Xiaoan's entrance, Naruto inquired, "Do I look strange like this?" Blushing, Xiaoan lowered her head and shook it gently. Naruto, puzzled by her flushed demeanor, then asked, "Are they ready?" Xiaoan nodded affirmatively. With a raised brow, Naruto declared, "Let us proceed." Xiaoan, still blushing, followed behind him. As Naruto emerged, the crowd was taken aback, astonished by the unexpected handsomeness of their usually laid-back leader. Naruto surveyed the assembly and announced, "Let us set off." The ninjas immediately rallied, moving forward. When the Sound Shadow Naruto traveled to Konoha, the other ninja villages were quick to inform their respective leaders. Reikage Yua AI stood up excitedly and said to Killer B, "B, let us go? We shall participate in the Chunin exams in Konoha." Killer B, who had recently recovered from a grievous wound running from his chest to his waist, nodded in agreement, saying, "Understood. Oh yes, sir." Mizukage Terumi Mei, upon hearing the news, instructed her subordinates, "Let us go and witness this spectacle. Have Chojiro and the others prepare to participate in the Chunin exams." "What? He just promoted to Chunin? No matter, we shall engage nonetheless. Hurry up." Suchikage Inoki laughed heartily, saying, "All the other ninja villages are going. How could I possibly stay behind? If I delay any longer, they might forget the name Inoki." He ordered preparations for his granddaughter to enter the competition. Kazekage Maki sighed and remarked, "Let Kanjiro and the others get ready. This time, the competition showcases the prowess of the next generation, and our Wind Country lacks any standout talents. However, we shall not concede defeat in spirit." When Naruto arrived at Konoha, the Tsuchikage, Mizukage, Reikage, and Hokage had gathered at the entrance to welcome him. Tsunade, the Hokage, upon seeing Naruto approach, stepped forward, extending her right hand, and proclaimed, "Welcome." Lord Sound. She emphasized the title with considerable force. Naruto, indifferent, extended his hand and replied, "Thank you." As Tsunade exerted her strength, Naruto smirked dismissively. He then utilized the power of the tremor fruit to shatter the force she exerted and withdrew his hand. Tsunade, maintaining her composure, retracted her hand and clasped both behind her back, exuding an air of superiority. In truth, she discreetly channeled chakra through her left hand to mend the tendons in her right, which had nearly been shattered by Naruto's earlier display of power. Had he not withdrawn in time, her tendons would have been irreparably damaged. Those present were no novices. They recognized the extraordinary nature of Tsunade's strength, which was renowned throughout the ninja world. Even the Raikage would not dare to claim superiority over her in terms of raw power. Yet, witnessing Naruto effortlessly subdue Tsunade was nothing short of astonishing, rendering the enigmatic figure of the Sound Lord, Naruto, even more mysterious. Suddenly, Raikage Yue AI burst into laughter and embraced Naruto warmly, who did not resist. In a hushed tone, Raikage thanked him. Naruto nodded impassively. It was revealed that during his previous assault on the Hidden Cloud Village, he had nearly annihilated the Council of Elders. Although there were losses on the Raikage side, they paled in comparison to the devastation suffered by the Elders. Despite his brother, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, having been left barely alive, he had assumed Naruto aimed to obliterate the village and thus engaged him in battle, while Naruto, eager to test his abilities, had refrained from offering explanations. Mizukage Terumi May approached with graceful steps, smiling alluringly at Naruto. "Is this the newly appointed Sound Lord?" "Quite impressive," she remarked, extending her hand, white as jade. Naruto lightly touched her hand before withdrawing, saying, "We young ones cannot possibly compare to esteemed seniors like yourself." Terumi paused, taken aback, before her smile became even more enchanting. Her subordinates turned pale, aware that her radiant smile often signified her rising anger. Tsuchikage Inoki interjected, "The youth today are so arrogant, disregarding us elders." Naruto, upon hearing this, coldly retorted, "Old man, at your advanced age, you ought to retire and leave the responsibilities to us youngsters. This is the time for you to enjoy your twilight years. The duties of a Kage belong to our generation, and you need not fear that your position will remain unfilled should you pass unexpectedly." Enraged, Inoki pointed at Naruto, declaring, "You, Naruto, have gone too far." Tsunade then suggested, "Shall we proceed inside?" Inoki huffed and walked in. Terumi May entered with a frosty expression, while Yue AI patted the bewildered Killer Bee on the head and strode in confidently. Tsunade discreetly exchanged a glance with Kakashi, who nodded in acknowledgement. As Naruto traversed the path, he suddenly beheld Sasuke and Sakura standing ahead. His gaze turned icier, and he addressed Tsunade with a cold query. "What does this mean, Tsunade?" Tsunade, unfazed, replied, "In honor of your arrival, we have arranged a welcoming party." It then dawned on Naruto that an array of fruits and food lay behind them. Abruptly, he released his previously clenched fists and calmly stated, "In that case, it is unnecessary. We have our own provisions." Tsunade, not willing to let it go, retorted, "Is it that you fear I might poison you?" A smirk crept upon Naruto's lips as Kyuka laughed unabashedly. "Fear your poison? When have we ever feared anything? Even your 5 Kage alliance does not intimidate us. What is there to fear? It has been ages since we encountered such trivialities. As for you, Konoha, the term fear suits you better. Should I remind you of Konoha's white fang and the 8 colors of light?" Suddenly, Tsunade's expression darkened, and she exerted her aura towards Kyuka, who fearlessly reciprocated with an equally formidable presence. Tsunade, maintaining her cold demeanor, addressed Naruto frostily, "Naruto Uzumaki. What do you mean by this? We come with goodwill to present you with gifts, and this is your attitude?" Naruto, remaining composed, replied, "Must I consume the gifts you offer? Who told you so?" Tsunade, you best remember not to overstep. In the past, I was not afraid of the 3 Shadow Alliance. And today, we shall not fear you, a village currently in decline. Should you continue to exert pressure on my subordinates, I shall end you. With that, his azure eyes bore down on Tsunade before he turned and strode away. Vortex Kyuka, brimming with defiance, declared, "If a fight is what you seek, I shall await you." "Humph, do not presume I fear you." She then departed. As Naruto approached Sakura and the others, Sakura was about to reach for him when suddenly, Shoan appeared. Seizing her wrist, "Do not tarnish my lord with your filthy hands, traitor." With a gaze steeped in hatred, Shoan glared at Sakura. It was Sakura's betrayal. Using Naruto's kindness to divulge the Sound Ninja's location, that had plunged the Sound Village into its gravest crisis. The perilous traps and positions of the Sound Village were laid bare due to Sakura's treachery. Had Naruto arrived a moment later, defeat would have befallen the Sound. If not for Sakura, the Sound Village could have stood shoulder to shoulder with the 5 great shinobi villages. This topic had become a taboo within the Sound Village. As Shoan learned from Liu Yan, having spent a year in the Sound Village, Shoan had developed a deep affection for it. Discovering that a traitor had once revealed their location incited her wrath. The most intolerable aspect for Shoan was that this wretched woman dared to exploit Naruto's recently wounded heart, a reason Shoan could never accept. For one who dared to harm her lord's heart, had Naruto not intervened, she would have long since ended Sakura's life. If Shoan sought to eliminate someone and make her escape, who in this world could thwart her assassination and retreat? No one could stand in her way. Naruto does not harbor romantic feelings for Sakura. Rather, he once admired her. Out of respect, he chose to let her go. However, Naruto's disposition is not eternally forgiving. Should Sakura engage in similar actions, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. Naruto summoned Suigetsu, Haku, Choji, Yokai, Kurama, and Xiangling to his room, stating, "You all will participate in the examination. Except for Xiangling, I expect the rest of you to at least secure a position within the top 10. Do you understand?" He was acutely aware that this was a competition among his juniors, and he wished for his village to excel. As Xiangling was a non-combatant, she was excluded. The others must not bring shame to the Sound Village. Upon hearing this, Haku and the others solemnly nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Naruto gestured for them to leave. The following day, when the various Kage arrived and took their seats, Naruto noticed that the examination would commence with a written test. He furrowed his brow and remarked, "The Leaf Village is indeed rigid. It's always a written test. How does that apply to the battlefield?" Tsunade smiled and inquired, "Do you have any insights, Sound Shadow?" This format is designed to assess a ninja's judgment and intelligence-gathering abilities. Naruto countered, "Will the enemy simply remain still while you gather intelligence? Are you suggesting that the leaf is naive or simply foolish?" Tsunade slammed her hand onto the table, rising to her feet. "Sound Shadow, do you take pleasure in insulting the leaf, assuming there is no one here to challenge you?" Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, Kurenai, Akamaru, and Shikamaru discreetly gripped their kunai, wary of Naruto's potential to ambush Tsunade. Ignoring Tsunade, Naruto took a sip from his teacup and addressed the Raikage, Tsuchikage, and Suigetsu. "Would you care to partake in a game?" The Mizukage, with a sultry tone, asked, "What sort of game?" In an instant, Naruto vanished, only to reappear with 6 kunai in hand. Kakashi and the others stared in astonishment, having only perceived a fleeting shadow before their kunai vanished, too swift to react. Naruto inscribed the kunai with the characters for fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, and sound, pressing them firmly onto the table until only the circular tops remained visible, the rest embedded within the surface. He then seated himself and explained, "Each kunai bears an inscription: wind, fire, water, earth, lightning, and sound. Each of us Kage will randomly select one kunai as our team's identifier. For instance, if the Hokage draws water, it signifies that the Hokage will utilize this kunai for intelligence, while the Water Shadow's underlings will employ assassination and ambush tactics to obtain it. Victory is determined by whether one secures this kunai. Failure occurs if it is not obtained. Is that acceptable?" After a moment of contemplation, the other Kage nodded in agreement, affirming their consent. Suddenly, the Mizukage queried, "But with so many in the Hokage's team, isn't that an unfair advantage?" Naruto calmly clarified, "That is precisely what I wish to amend. Each village may only field 3 participants. I acknowledge that lower-ranked ninjas cannot compete against Kage level. Thus we stipulate that no fatalities are permitted. Should any team engage in killing, the entire village will be disqualified from the competition. How does that sound? In the spirit of fairness, you may draw first, and the last person drawn will belong to me. Does that seem equitable?" There were no objections. As the others nodded in agreement, Naruto inquired, "Who shall draw first?" To which Tsunade replied with a charming smile, "Let the esteemed Hokage, as the host, take the lead." This was a precautionary measure. Should any complications arise, the responsibility would rest solely with the Hokage, leaving the other leaders unscathed. Tsunade gazed at the kunai, then effortlessly drew one from the lot, revealing a water symbol. She shook the kunai at Tsukuyami, who bit her lip in frustration. Reikijaiwa, with a decisive slap on the table, sent a kunai soaring into the air. The other leaders inhaled sharply. Had Yue released a full barrage, it might not have been as startling, but the precision of a single kunai's flight demonstrated immense control. It was worth noting that Reikij possessed the most potent lightning chakra, yet it was equally the most challenging to manipulate. The ability to master lightning chakra underscored Yue's formidable strength. Displaying the kunai, he revealed it bore the earth symbol. The Tsuchikage glared at Yue, well aware that lightning chakra was particularly effective against earth types, thus presenting a significant advantage in elemental affinity. Wind Shadowmaki, employing a gust of wind, extracted his kunai. A flicker of disdain passed through the eyes of the other leaders, including Naruto, who silently concluded that the wind village had reached a nadir. The wind blade's damage to the table indicated a lack of chakra control, and the depth of the kunai's penetration was less than that of Tsunade's, suggesting Maki's chakra was not particularly impressive. Presently, aside from Chiyo's siblings and Temari and Kankuro, the wind village had little to boast about. Maki, though his face remained impassive, felt a surge of indignation as he revealed his kunai, which bore the sound symbol. Next, the Mizukage enveloped her kunai in a swirling water sphere, which floated gracefully to her. The other leaders secretly admired Tsukumi's chakra control, while Naruto fixed his gaze intently on the water orb, sensing that something more awaited. Suddenly, the sphere exploded, revealing a miniature eruption of lava. Gasps of astonishment echoed. Who could have anticipated the presence of lava within the water? This fusion ninjutsu was profoundly shocking. The Mizukage displayed her kunai, revealing it to be the wind symbol. The Tsuchikage levitated in the air and addressed Naruto. Young one, it's now just you and me. The remaining kunai are fire and lightning. I shall select the one on the left. You may take the one on the right. What say you? Naruto, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded in agreement. The Tsuchikage then broke into a peculiar grin and declared, Dust release. Original world separation technique. A square formation enclosed the two kunai. One kunai flew into the Tsuchikage's hand, while the other remained encased. Mine is lightning, and yours, young one, is undoubtedly fire. Allow me to reduce it to dust. Rising to his feet, Naruto struck the square with a powerful punch, to which the Tsuchikage laughed heartily. Child, do you truly believe a mere punch can defeat me? How naive. To his astonishment, the Tsuchikage discovered that his jutsu had been utterly obliterated by Naruto's strike. With a graceful leap, Naruto descended effortlessly, landing with poise and subsequently seated himself, calmly sipping tea. In a nonchalant manner, he remarked, There's no need to examine my kunai. It's fire. The Kage, momentarily taken aback, gazed at Naruto in astonishment. They were well aware of the formidable power of the dust release, yet it was effortlessly vanquished by Naruto's singular punch. How could this be? Naruto possessed a multitude of abilities, yet he had delved the deepest into the powers of the burn fruit. While he claimed proficiency in his other abilities, he refrained from asserting complete mastery over them. In this past year, he had significantly enhanced all his skills. And he certainly did not forget about his lottery, for no one would ever complain about having an abundance of power. The recent destruction of dust release was attributed to the capabilities of Whitebeard's tremor fruit. Behind him, Shangyun and the others observed the Kage's astonished expressions directed towards Naruto. Their disdain evident as they privately contemplated their brother Naruto's strength, realizing that their surprise was premature. Shall we commence? Naruto announced. Who shall go first? Reikij Yui laughed heartily. This time, let Naruto take the lead. Naruto nodded, gracefully dismounting from the platform, and, with an expression of indifference, addressed the Konoha 12, who will step forward first. Shikamaru approached Naruto, suggesting, Shall we deliberate, Lord Sound Shadow? Unfazed, Naruto waved his hand, granting them permission to confer. Shikamaru then turned to his teammates. If we can only select 3, let us decide which 3 should represent us. Sasuke asserted firmly, I care not for the other 2, one of them must be me. There are several matters I must clarify with Naruto. His eyes flickered with a mix of struggle, hesitation, and determination. Shikamaru, recognizing the situation, nodded and then addressed the remaining members. Then let us finalize the other 2. Sakura stepped forward, fists clenched, declaring, I want to join as well. For with Naruto and Sasuke, we form the complete Team 7. Meanwhile, Sai, who had previously joined Team 7 due to Naruto's defection, added reluctantly, Then I suppose I shall be the last. Sakura interjected, No, you are not part of Team 7. Your participation is unnecessary. Sai attempted to protest, but Sasuke, activating his Sharingan, coldly interjected, "Do not presume to place yourself within Team 7. I do not recognize you as one of us. Understand that no one can replace Naruto's position. Only Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and our mentor Kakashi Hatake comprise Team 7. You will never occupy Naruto's place. Do you comprehend?" Sai fell silent. Shikamaru, exasperated, waved his hand dismissively and stated, "In that case, let us select Neji Hyuga as our third member. With his Byakugan, he can clearly discern the location of the scrolls. Is that agreeable?" Neji nodded in affirmation. Shikamaru continued, "Sakura, Sasuke, I understand the depth of your bond with Naruto. But this competition represents our village, Konoha. Therefore, in the name of our strongest ninja village, I cannot permit you to hold back. Is that clear?" Sakura, with sorrow, gently closed her eyes, while Sasuke clenched his fists and gazed up at the sky. Ino tugged at Shikamaru's sleeve, but surprisingly, Shikamaru did not respond this time. Instead, he fixed his unwavering gaze upon the two. Ino realized then that Shikamaru had his own convictions, his allegiance to Konoha. Despite his laid-back demeanor, he would not tolerate any insult to their village, not even from his former closest friend, Naruto Uzumaki. After a moment of silence, Sakura choked out, "All right." Sasuke gritted his teeth and replied, "No problem." Shikamaru merely nodded, stepping aside to let them proceed to the match. Naruto closed his eyes in contemplation, suddenly sensing someone approaching. Upon opening his eyes, he recognized Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha, and Neji Hyuga before him. With a complex expression, he declared, "Do not presume that. Just because you were once my comrades, I will hold back." Sakura remained silent, covering her mouth with her hand, while Sasuke tightened his fists and spoke, "Naruto, come back." Naruto coldly responded, "Why should I return?" Sasuke shouted, "Because you are a member of Team 7, because you are a disciple of Kakashi Hatake, because you are from the village that nurtured you, Konoha, because you once vowed to become Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto." Upon hearing this, everyone present gazed at Naruto with longing. From the audience, Iruka stood up, shouting, "Naruto, come back." Uncle Ichiraku and his daughter Ayame also rose to call out, "Naruto, come back." Suddenly, the other young ninjas from Konoha joined in, "Naruto, come back." Kakashi too looked at Naruto with hope. Naruto closed his eyes, reminiscing about his past bonds with Iruka. The familial warmth from Uncle Ichiraku and Ayame, the teacher-student connection with Kakashi, the grandfatherly affection from the third Hokage, and the friendships forged with the 12 young ninjas of Konoha. Then, he thought of something and opened his eyes, turning to the other Kage, asking, "May I alter the rules?" The Hokage, Mizukage, Tsuchikage, Reikage, and Kazekage looked on, but before they could respond, the Tsuchikage hastily interjected, "Changes are permissible, but the opposing villages must remain unchanged." Naruto scoffed, "I am not so petty." Tsunade, the Hokage, inquired, "Lord Sound, how do you intend to alter the rules?" Naruto, evasively, replied, "Indeed, I possess unbreakable ties to Konoha, family, friendship, and mentorship. However, from the moment I became the Sound Ninja, I resolved to sever these ties. Yet, I have come to realize that I cannot simply sever these emotions because I am human." Just as Tsunade was about to speak, Naruto's chilling words silenced her. "For this reason, I have decided to sever all these bonds during my visit to Konoha. Family, friendship, all of them, severed. Even if my former comrades stand before me, I would not hesitate to eliminate them." He declared, "Thus, this time, it is I alone against the 12 young ninjas of Konoha. The rules remain unchanged. Only the number of my adversaries has increased. Allow me to sever all these bonds in one decisive moment." With that, Naruto drew the grass cutter sword and addressed the 12 young ninjas of Konoha, "Come at me together. Let me sever all these ties at once." Without waiting for the 12 to react, he charged forward swiftly. As Ningxi beheld the stunned Sakura and Sasuke, he realized there was no alternative but to confront the challenge alone. He activated his Byakugan and charged forward, only to find Naruto before him. In a moment of urgency, he employed his ultimate defense, Kaiten, to counter Naruto's sword imbued with fiery chakra. It was then that Ningxi truly comprehended the terror of Naruto. Despite utilizing his most formidable defensive technique, the chakra permeated through Kaiten, searing him with its heat. Observing Shikamaru's shadow stealthily approaching, Naruto understood that he had no choice but to lightly tap his toes against the ground, distancing himself from Kaiten. When Ningxi ceased his defense, he discovered that his arms felt as if they had been charred. Astonished, he gazed at Naruto, realizing for the first time the sheer power of his adversary. In a single move, he was compelled to rely on his ultimate technique for protection, which, under different circumstances, might not have sufficed. Had it not been for Shikamaru's timely assistance, it was likely that Naruto's sword would have pierced his chest. Naruto maintained his poised stance, gazing indifferently at Ningxi, akin to one observing an insignificant insect. Ningxi clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his skin and drawing blood, yet he paid it no heed. Except for the Hokage, the other Kage exhibited a calm demeanor, as if Naruto's display of power were entirely expected. However, only Tsunade recognized the true prowess of Ningxi, a young prodigy already possessing the strength of an elite Chunin. She believed that given a few more years, he could ascend to the status of a Kage. Despite the fact that even some Jonin would struggle to breach Ningxi's Katen, Naruto had effortlessly incapacitated him with a single strike. Though Tsunade understood the disparity between Kage and Chunin, she could scarcely fathom the ease with which Naruto had dismantled Ningxi's defenses. She knew that if she were to engage seriously, she too could defeat Ningxi with a single blow, but she could never match Naruto's composure. Observing Naruto's nonchalant expression, Tsunade realized the chilling truth. He had not exerted himself at all. A mere casual strike had rendered Ningxi nearly incapacitated. Sasuke, roused by Shikamaru's call, refocused and fixed his gaze on Naruto, declaring, "In that case, I shall awaken you." Naruto regarded him with indifference, retorting, "If you can manage it, then by all means. Give it a try, Uchiha Sasuke." Sasuke activated his Sharingan, now fully evolved with 3 Tomo, prompting Naruto to comment, "Ah, quite the rapid advancement. Evolving to 3 Tomo so swiftly, though it pales in comparison to your talented brother." Upon hearing Naruto mention his brother, Sasuke's expression twisted into one of fury as he bellowed, "What do you know about him?" Naruto remained silent, beckoning Sasuke with a motion of his hand. Enraged, Sasuke charged forward, unleashing Chidori in a direct assault. Naruto sidestepped with ease, narrowly avoiding Sasuke's lightning cutter, and retaliated by delivering a powerful knee strike to Sasuke's abdomen, followed by a fierce elbow to his neck. Sasuke was immediately overwhelmed by the force, collapsing to the ground. Naruto then viciously stomped on Sasuke's abdomen, causing him to spit blood. Looking down upon Sasuke, Naruto questioned, "Why are you so weak? What has become of the once proud Uchiha Sasuke? The one who needed no friends. Where has he gone?" Sasuke, blood trickling from his mouth, fixed his gaze upon Naruto and declared, "Naruto, we are of the same ilk, both enveloped in solitude and desolation. It is this shared experience that forged our friendship, our bond as comrades. Do you recall, Naruto? When Zabuza attacked, we stood together against him, rescuing Kakashi-sensei. Have you forgotten our tedious missions, our training sessions climbing trees?" Naruto remained silent, contemplating for a moment before responding. "How could I possibly forget these days? They are etched in my memory. Yet, Sasuke, you are mistaken. You and I are not akin. You, Uchiha Sasuke, have known the love of your parents, while I, Uzumaki Naruto, was born a nameless outcast, scavenging for scraps alongside dogs, repeatedly sacrificing my dignity for a morsel of food. You are the esteemed heir, and I am but a wildling. You will never comprehend my plight." With that, he brandished his sword before the eyes of all the shinobi of Konoha and plunged it mercilessly into Sasuke's abdomen. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock, and he fell still. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, directing her ire at Naruto. "What do you mean by this, Naruto? Did you not vow to take no lives? Why the sudden change of heart?" Naruto flicked the blood from his blade and replied coldly, "He is not dead. Otherwise, I would have aimed for his heart." Shikamaru, observing the gravely injured Sasuke and the incapacitated Neji, clenched his teeth in frustration, contemplating strategies as his mind raced. Suddenly, Sakura retrieved a kunai from her ninja tool pouch and charged at Naruto. With curiosity, Naruto wondered where she found the courage to confront him. Sakura swiftly formed hand seals and proclaimed, "Sakura release, Sakura flurry." A cascade of cherry blossoms surged towards Naruto, leaving not only him but also the other shinobi and Tsunade momentarily stunned, unaware of Sakura's newly awakened bloodline limit. After a brief moment, Naruto regained his composure and extended a hand, invoking, "Fire Dragon, break the demon." A fiery dragon materialized, colliding fiercely with the torrent of cherry blossoms. A thunderous explosion resonated as Sakura was sent hurtling backwards by the shockwave. Shikamaru immediately instructed Choji, "Catch her." Choji nodded and utilized the partial transformation technique to cushion Sakura's fall. Meanwhile, Naruto furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Tsunade turned to Kakashi, saying, "Kakashi, that girl's Sakura release is likely a variant of Wood release. Please gather detailed information on her when you return." Kakashi nodded solemnly. Though Naruto was astonished by Sakura's newfound bloodline limit, it was not the source of his frown. Rather, it was the unsettling realization that her cherry blossoms seemed capable of absorbing chakra. Suddenly, the Ninetales spoke to the dazed Naruto. "Be cautious, Naruto. I sense the presence of Wood release within that girl." Naruto's brow furrowed deeper. The situation, once straightforward, had grown increasingly convoluted. The fact that Sakura, who previously bore no bloodline limit, now possessed one left him pondering what the future might hold. As Shikamaru observed Naruto lost in thought, he swiftly whispered, "Our focus now is on Sakura. Kiba, Hinata, and Lee. Engage Naruto while Sai, Ten, and Shino provide long-range support. Choji, you need to reposition. If that area is compromised, push forward. Sakura, I do not wish to know the origin of your bloodline limit at this moment. Instead, seize the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to Naruto. Do not worry about him. He possesses the strength of a Hokage, so you must strike with the resolve to kill, or you will not harm him at all. Understand?" Sakura silently nodded. Shikamaru then said, "Let us proceed." With that, he launched several kunai embedded with explosive tags toward Naruto and shouted, "Tenten, Sai, Shino, restrain Naruto." They immediately complied. Tenten unveiled a scroll and unleashed a barrage of kunai and other weapons toward Naruto, while Sai swiftly illustrated several ink wolves to attack him. And Shino sent forth his insects in a coordinated assault. Meanwhile, Kiba and the others charged at Naruto under the cover of firepower. Upon witnessing the multitude of projectiles and ninjutsu aimed at him, Naruto quickly formed hand seals and proclaimed, "Summoning technique." A colossal black toad appeared before him as Naruto calmly instructed, "Bunta, they are yours." He gestured toward Tenten. Bunta bellowed with great enthusiasm, "Leave it to me, Naruto." Naruto nodded and then charged toward Lee and the others. Bunta, seeing the onslaught of weapons and summoning beasts, laughed heartily and declared, "Let's have some fun," before launching himself at Tenten and her team. Kiba, spotting Naruto, called out to Akamaru, who understood and nodded before leaping onto Kiba's back. Kiba then shouted, "Inazuki-style human-beast combination transformation, double-headed wolf," and charged at Naruto, roaring, "Katsuga." In response, Naruto sheathed his Kusanagi sword and calmly stated, "Kage Flame." Flames ignited around his limbs, successfully blocking Kiba's attack. Kiba, bewildered, looked at Naruto, who explained, "Kage Flame can defend against physical attacks." Subsequently, Naruto conjured a multitude of fireflies in his hands, which suddenly coalesced upon the double-headed wolf. The beast emitted a mournful howl, and soon after, Kiba and Akamaru reverted to their original forms. Engulfed in flames and lying on the ground, Naruto coolly remarked, "Firefly Firedama." Lee shouted, "Kiba," and charged at Naruto, executing a leaf great whirlwind. Naruto caught Lee's foot and flung him forcefully against a nearby building. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed toward him. Naruto slightly tilted his head. He perceived a pristine white palm as Hinata activated her Byakugan and exclaimed, "Naruto, you injured Niji and Kiba. I will not forgive you." Despite her words, Naruto sensed a deep reluctance in Hinata's gaze. If there were only a few individuals Naruto found it difficult to harm, Hinata was undoubtedly one of them. With a sigh, he dashed behind Hinata and said, "I'm sorry, Hinata," before delivering a precise strike to her neck. Hinata felt herself sway and then succumb to darkness. Taking a deep breath, Naruto suddenly sensed something and turned to see Lee preparing to open the 8 gates. Lee shouted with fervor, "The 5th gate, the gate of limit, is open." Naruto gazed at Lee without a hint of calmness, refraining from halting his activation of the 8 gates. Lee shouted, "The 6th gate, the gate of joy, is open." Naruto furrowed his brow, pondering whether Lee had truly managed to open 6 gates. Indeed, he was a prodigy of taijutsu, Rock Lee. In the blink of an eye, Lee vanished, charging towards Naruto, who fearlessly met him head-on. Each collision between them left a massive fissure in the ground. Gradually, Lee felt his strength waning, and he exclaimed, "Teacher Guy, forgive me. I must unleash the forbidden technique for the sake of my friends." Naruto was momentarily stunned. Lee could wield such a terrifying technique. In truth, due to Naruto's transformation, the Konoha 12 had undergone a remarkable evolution. The most diligent among them was not Sasuke, nor Neji, but Lee. After witnessing the prowess of Princess 4 and Naruto, Lee, once his injuries had healed, implored his teacher guide to instruct him. Despite previous failures, it was now, fueled by his friend's injuries, that the enraged Lee successfully executed the Morning Peacock. Naruto countered with mirror fire, conjuring a wall of flames to withstand Lee's attack. Lee roared continuously, the firewall appearing precarious under the assault of the Morning Peacock. Naruto frowned, yet his demeanor remained unchanged. Even though Lee was on the verge of breaking through the firewall, the disparity in their strengths was apparent. Despite activating his ultimate technique, the Morning Peacock, Lee could not shatter Naruto's mirror fire. Once the 8 gates had taken their toll, Lee collapsed to the ground, while Naruto cast a profound glance at him. Without hesitation, Naruto declared that Lee, having unlocked the 8 gates, could undoubtedly defeat Sasuke and Neji. A worthy adversary indeed. Naruto stood over Lee and inquired, "Loudly proclaim your name." Lee, lying on the ground, shouted, "Rock Lee of Konoha." Naruto nodded, affirming, "I shall remember you," before turning to depart. At that moment, Fukasaku, the Toad Sage, had just defeated Shikamaru and the others. Naruto, observing the lone Sakura remaining, said, "You should concede. You are no match for me alone." Sakura opened her eyes and responded, "Sakura release, Cherry Blossom Storm." Noting it was the same technique, Naruto scoffed, casting a cold glance before remarking, "Fire Fist." A colossal fist of flame descended upon the swirling cherry blossoms, scattering them instantly. Sakura was hurled away by the shockwave, crashing against a large tree. Seeing the battlefield littered with either incapacitated or unconscious individuals, Naruto promptly turned to leave. Tsunade slammed her fist on the table, questioning whether Konoha had truly lost everyone this time. The other Kage observed indifferently, as the foremost ninja village had failed to send even a single person through this time. One could only wonder how this would be perceived by the outside world. As Naruto departed, a voice suddenly called out, "Naruto, stop." Turning, he saw Sasuke, who had regained consciousness. Naruto regarded the injured Uchiha and stated, "You are no match for me. You should focus on your healing." Another voice interjected, "Who says it's just Sasuke?" Neji Hyuga stood, glaring fiercely at Naruto. "Naruto Uzumaki, you haven't forgotten about me, Rock Lee, have you?" Lee, battered yet determined, pushed himself to his feet, declaring, "And I am here too." As Naruto observed the battered figures of his comrades rising resolutely, he was struck by the realization that these individuals were no longer the pampered and arrogant youths of the original narrative. The other elite shinobi looked on, astonished by this group of genin. Naruto inquired, "Why do you all support this village so fervently? Surely you cannot withstand even a single blow from me now." In unison, the genin responded, "We wish to protect the very village that nurtured us, Konoha. Even if we never become true shinobi, we will never tarnish its name." Naruto gazed at them, thrusting the kunai from the mission into the ground, declaring, "You have triumphed." Without a backward glance, he departed. Upon hearing Naruto concede, the genin erupted in joyous cheers. Even the usually stoic Sasuke and Neji broke into smiles. As Naruto traversed the dimly lit staircase, he suddenly noticed a figure blocking his path, revealing Shikamaru and a group waiting for him. Upon seeing Naruto approach, Shikamaru remarked, "We're here to escort you, brother." Naruto retorted, "This small staircase is hardly a challenge for me, you fools." Yet, despite his words, Shikamaru caught a glimpse of the crystalline tears at the corners of Naruto's eyes, prompting a smile from him, as well as from Karui and Sai. Laughter filled the air, and as Naruto heard their mirth, he found himself unable to meet their gaze any longer.